Hey everyone, this is Shruti from Simplilearn. Welcome to this video on the Digital Marketing Full Course for 2021. In this full course, we'll be covering topics like what is digital marketing, the tools used in digital marketing, the basic concepts on SEO, Google Tag Manager, Google Ads, social media marketing, Facebook ads, YouTube, Instagram and Twitter marketing, content marketing, email marketing, affiliate marketing, marketing hacks, digital marketing skills, careers, and much more. For this video, we have our experts Rob and Rahul taking us through all the topics. So without further ado, let's start by talking about digital marketing. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn.
Meet Joey, a digital marketer. He works as the head of digital marketing for Amazon. But how did Joey get here? A few years ago, Joey began to see a large number of opportunities popping up in the field of digital marketing. To begin his entry into the field, he needed to understand what exactly digital marketing was and what was so great about it. First, Joey learned that digital marketing was a form of marketing through which you could advertise to people digitally. Digital marketing leveraged different channels like search engines, websites, social media platforms, emails, and mobile applications. It would give marketers the opportunity to interact with and understand their audience better, and to increase the trust in their brand. Digital marketing would also show marketers advertisements to people based on their actions and preferences on the internet, while being less expensive than traditional forms of advertising. After understanding the main concepts of digital marketing, Joey realized there was more to digital marketing than he initially thought. There were also many types of digital marketing, types like content marketing, search engine optimization, pay-per-click, social media marketing, email marketing, and affiliate marketing. And once he understood those types, he set up a digital marketing campaign for his uncle's e-commerce website. Let's have a look at what he came up with. First, Joey created content like blogs, videos, infographics, and case studies so that he could generate audience interest in the brand's products or services. This was content marketing. Next, he needed his audience to actually see his content. The first step was to create content on specific search keywords that were relevant to the target audience. Joey would make optimizations on the website and have credible websites linking back to the content. And lo and behold, the website began ranking on the first page of the search results. By continuous optimizations, Joey would continue to improve the ranking and ultimately make the website rank at the first position. This was SEO, or search engine optimization, and Joey could do all of this without spending a single penny. He could also drive traffic to the website with advertisements. But for this, he would have to pay a certain fee each time the ads were clicked. He could have text ads that show up in search engine results, image ads and video ads that show up in websites, and much more. This was possible with the help of PPC, or pay-per-click. However, Joey wasn't done yet. To reach a larger audience, he needed to tap into social media platforms. He would use social media platforms like LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram to advertise the brand's content. He would use these platforms to advertise the brand's products or services with posts, images, videos, and more to bring out the brand's story and engage with the brand's audience, who spend a lot of time on social media. Like PPC, he could use the platform to advertise the brand's products or services with text, image, and video ads, which needed to be paid for. That's social media marketing. Joey realized that a large amount of the audience weren't visiting the brand's website a second time. He needed to keep them engaged, nurture them, to make sure they purchased the product. For this, he would send them emails that helped them better understand the products they visited on the website and assist them in the buying process. He would also send emails to advertise his products or services to potential customers, that is, with email marketing. And finally, although Joey was able to grow the brand's funnel, he wanted more traffic from third-party websites. This could be achieved with affiliate marketing. Affiliates would promote the brand or product to their audiences for a fee with the help of email signups, registrations, conversions, subscriptions, etc. After setting all of this up, Joey had the hardest part of the process to get through: the wait. Although Joey had worked really hard on each of these forms of digital marketing, he only had moderate success. That's when Joey realized he had to gain more knowledge and experience. So he decided to get certified and get ahead in his career with the help of Simplilearn. He took up Simplilearn's digital marketing certification and got the skills and training he needed to become an expert digital marketer. And now, you know where he is. You too can do the same and grow in your career by clicking on the top right corner. And with that, we've given you an introduction to all the major concepts of digital marketing.
Greetings everyone, this is Rob Sanders, and today we're going to talk about what is digital marketing. So thanks for joining us here at Simplilearn, and let's get started. Let's start talking about why digital marketing is important. So let's start there on the why. So we're just a fly on the wall and we're in an office environment. We're looking at two friends having a conversation about digital marketing. So really, if we're listening in, every marketer is using digital marketing for his or her business. Now, digital marketing's become more popular than traditional marketing. That's not a surprise. So, in response, hey, over the past few decades, digital marketing has evolved at a rapid pace. These days, a lot of people spend most of their time on the internet. So, what happens in the internet every 60 seconds? Well, a lot happens every 60 seconds. So according to social media today, there's a lot of snaps, there's a lot of clicks, there's a lot of text, there's a lot of videos watched, there's a lot of pictures being taken, there's a lot of voice activated activity going on, a lot of tweets, emails, swipes. There's a lot going on here in 60 seconds. So there's a lot of activity on the internet, a lot. And so the one gentleman says, hey, can you also mention a few differences between digital and traditional marketing systems? And then the expert responds, of course, I can certainly clarify a few differences between digital and traditional. And so he goes on to say what the differences are between traditional and digital, and let's look at that. Okay, so on traditional marketing, we're talking about print, radio, billboard, newspaper, TV, anything that's not on your mobile or laptop. So we know with traditional marketing, reach is limited. With digital marketing, reach is maximum. And what we mean by that is, hey, when you print something, you're printing it for X amount of people. If you're trying to promote an event and you basically create 1,000 flyers, okay, you figure it's going to 1,000 people, maybe they'll share it. So you're looking at about 2,000 people maybe, just to be generous. Well, digital marketing, we're promoting an event. We can promote it to a whole lot of people depending on the platform. So 2,000 is nothing when you're targeting an audience on Facebook or Google search. Traditional marketing, non-versatile. And with digital marketing, very versatile. So again, going back to our flyer, printing an 8.5 by 11. Okay, that's it. With digital marketing, you're running display banners. You have 468 by 60, 200 by 200, 250 by 250, 300 by 300. The list goes on the types of different display sizes, not to mention text ads, not to mention video or multimedia. So there's a lot you can do to get your message out there. Okay, with traditional, it's always delayed communication. Okay, so meaning if you're trying to get that TV spot, there might not be a spot open until 1 a.m. Okay, well, with digital marketing, there is no hours. Okay, you can certainly get your point out there and have people see it instantaneously. So with traditional marketing, there's a lack of real-time results. This seems like it's obvious, but digital marketing, that's one of the biggest benefits. Instant real-time results, instant. Okay, nowadays, go to analytics, you can look at real-time reporting. Okay, so we could see real-time results. Okay, traditional marketing can be very costly. If you're not only doing postcards and printing postcards, but you have to mail those postcards. So there's postage fees. Where with digital marketing, it's very, very, very cost efficient. Meaning you could pick and choose who you want to target, when you want to target, where you want to target, what you want to target. And if you're doing search, you can put your bidding in place. You can put your hours in place. You can really control how much you actually spend. So that to me is one of the biggest advantages to digital marketing. Not only do you get real-time results, but you can control costs and then obviously optimize based on the amount of cost you're spending based on those real-time results. With traditional marketing, it's difficult to reach a target audience With digital marketing, it's easy to reach a target audience. I mean, I don't want to bash traditional marketing too much. I mean, if you're going to put a TV ad in place, you're going to do it on a TV show that tends to gear more towards your target audience, but that doesn't guarantee anything. Here we can simply go to Facebook or Twitter or LinkedIn and just pick and choose specifically who we want to target, when we want to target them. So it just becomes a lot easier to reach a targeted audience on a digital marketing platform. And then with traditional marketing, poor campaign measurement. With digital, you have easy to measure and optimize campaigns. And what we really mean by that is because you get instant time results, because you can control costs, because you can reach your target audience more easily, all those are a result of, you can measure and optimize. Based on what our audience is seeing and how much they're spending to see it, we can quickly make adjustments in order to optimize the campaign for better performance. So that's generally what that means. That's a culmination of pretty much everything that we've listed as a benefit for digital marketing. Okay, so now why digital marketing has been answered with all the benefits that it carries. Let's talk about the what is digital marketing. So that, you want to do digital marketing. So how do we go about that? What is it exactly? Well, let's just define it. Digital marketing is just the act of promoting a company's product or an individual's product or service with the help of a device or technology. And so obviously when we talk about device, we're talking about maybe a laptop, we're talking about a mobile device. And when we talk about technology, it could be an app, it could be, a cloud-based platform. Okay, it could be a piece of software. Okay, so a lot going on the digital side in terms of variations and what you can do. But that's in a nutshell what digital marketing is. You're really just using technology to promote your product or service. So we know because of the benefits in digital marketing, you can promote your campaign on different platforms. Okay, so all those benefits we mentioned about instant real-time results, cost efficiency, optimizing campaigns, you could do that on search, you could do it on social, via email, on mobile apps, etc. So that's what we mean by with the help of digital devices and technology. Well, these digital devices and technology come in the form of search engines and emails and mobile apps, etc. So when we want to go and promote our product or service using a campaign, we have different options. So there are different types of digital marketing channels that we could choose from. And let's just go through that list of digital marketing channels. And the first one is what I consider the king of them all, and that's SEO. So SEO stands for search engine optimization. There's search engine marketing, there's email marketing, affiliate marketing, social, content, mobile, and then we can get into subsets of each of these digital marketing channels. But really, we'll start with SEO because that's the king. And to me, that's basically increasing the quality and quantity of relevant organic traffic on the search engines, including Google. So depending on where you're located in the US market, Google has a large market share. So you want your pages on your website to be found and clicked on organically. And so that means if somebody types in a keyword, you want that relevant page to show up first on Google so somebody can click on that link. Okay, and we know that millions of people, specifically in the US, but worldwide, use search on a daily basis. So if you're ranking for those relevant keywords, you can imagine how much traffic you can get. Okay, so that's SEO. Okay, and here's an example. So you type in online shopping. Well, you can see the first listing here is a paid search ad. And we're going to get to that in a minute. The second, organically, is Amazon. Okay, so online shopping, you think maybe Walmart, you think maybe Alibaba, or you're thinking probably Amazon. Okay, so no surprise, Amazon's ranking for the keyword online shopping. And so if somebody clicked on their listing, that's traffic for Amazon. Let's move on to search engine marketing, known as SEM or pay per click or cost per click or PPC or CPC or sponsored search or Google Ads. I mean, there's a lot of different names synonymous with SEM. So search engine marketing is really just using paid ads on search engines. Just as we saw the previous example, if you want to be found for a keyword, you don't have to worry about organic if you're willing to pay for it. You just bid on that keyword and voila, you have the opportunity to appear number one in the search results at the top of the page for that keyword. Now, when somebody clicks on it, you have to pay Google if it's Google you're advertising on. But that's the beauty of search engine marketing. You can bid on keywords and appear at the top of the search results for that keyword. Example here, if we go back to online shopping, well, myus.com is bidding on that keyword online shopping. So they're actually appearing above Amazon's organic listing. But that's what they want to do. They want to be found for that keyword. So if they're not ranking for it organically, well, they're bidding on it. And if somebody happened to click on that listing, then myus.com is going to pay Google something depending on what the cost per click is. And so that could be anywhere from 1 penny to $100. It depends. Depends on the keyword. Depends on who else is bidding on the keyword. Depends on the location. Depends on the time of day. Depends on quality score. There's a lot of factors involved and regarding what you pay. However, the benefit of SEM is visibility and getting traffic to your website for keywords you're not found for. So that's why SEM is such a popular choice for a lot of companies. Okay, let's talk about digital marketing. That's a traditional type of digital marketing channel. It's been around a long time. You know, we all send emails on a daily basis, and we probably all receive emails on a daily basis. Just as an effective way to capture leads and convert them to customers. Because with email, you can personalize your emails, and you can send your emails to a segmented audience. Okay, so if you have emails from females who are 35 years of age to 44 that live in, say, the southern part of the United States, you can segment that, send them an email, and cater that email directly to that audience. And of course, you can put some nice call to action in there. You can design it really snazzy, and you can track it just like you can any other digital marketing channel. So email is a very effective way to really reach a target audience because everybody, for the most part, has a functioning email account. So basically, here's an example of if you're selling a product and the product's promotion is about to end, well, get that email out to your target audience. Let them know that, hey, you have until tonight to purchase the product. And if you purchase it, you're going to get 30% off. And you can put the coupon code right in there with a nice call to action, and you can measure how many people click on that email, go to that web page, and purchase the product using that coupon code. So that's an example of email marketing. Okay, we have affiliate marketing. So affiliate marketing is an effective way for digital marketers to basically create a sales force of people. So basically what you're doing is you're getting merchants to promote your products and services. And you're using usually a third-party broker like Commission Junction or CJ.com as an example to introduce you, the person selling the product, the merchant, with the affiliate. So that affiliate could likely be a merchant, him or himself. And they can basically be a good partner of yours by publishing your product or service on their website so that they can sell in order to get commissions. So it's all based on a commission. So you basically are going to use a third-party affiliate like CJ, get all these affiliates to work for you. They're going to promote your product or service. If they do sell your product or service, you're going to pay them a commission. That's more or less how it works with affiliate marketing. And, with affiliate marketing, to me, it's a good way to, really promote your product or service. And you can pick and choose the affiliates or the publishers of whom you want to work with. So here's an example of affiliate marketing at work. Okay, you basically see a banner. Basically, you could see earn up to 12% advertising fees with a trusted e-commerce leader. Okay, so if somebody clicked on that and purchased, for example, or joined, you could pay out that commission. Okay, let's turn our attention to social media marketing. So social media marketing, I wouldn't say it's fairly new. I mean, if I think about it, we're in 2019. And I remember talking about Facebook back in 2006. So you're talking about 13, 14, 15 years of social media. It's definitely evolved over the years. But the concept remains the same. It involves creating different types of content depending on the platform. Okay, so you could be on Pinterest or Instagram and be dealing with photos. Or you could be on Twitter tweeting out certain characters up to a limit. Okay, so it really depends on the social media platform that really drives the type of content you're going to promote. But we know social media can be effective because people use social media. I mean, Facebook is one of the more popular platforms. And if you want to get your product or service out there, you could certainly pay to have an ad on Facebook, or you could just post your content organically. Okay, that's the beauty of social. Most of your social platforms like LinkedIn and Twitter and Facebook and Pinterest and Instagram, they all have a paid form of advertising that you can use to promote your product or service. Or you can go the organic route and post content organically in hopes of driving traffic back to your website. So with social, you do have two options here, but social is interesting because there are a lot of different social media platforms out there. It really depends on your product or service. Okay, so an example of social media marketing, especially on Facebook. With Facebook, you got mobile and desktop, and you obviously have the opportunity to post something organically and have that liked or commented on or shared, or you could post an ad and get that liked, commented, or shared, or clicked, and have people go back to your website and fulfill the goal of what you want them to do. So moving on to content marketing. So content marketing is really an effective way of really distributing valuable content online. And when we talk about content marketing, we're talking about different types of assets. So it could be simply text in the form of a blog post, or it could be a video, or it could be an infographic, or it could be an image. Okay, there are lots of ways to create content these days, especially in digital marketing. And the great thing about content marketing is you're writing content for a targeted audience. So if you're trying to target an audience on, say, Instagram, then you know who your audience is and you know what the type of content you're going to post on there. So it could be in the form of a video or infographic or just a graphic. And so that's the beauty of content marketing, really putting yourself out there and depending on the platform, putting yourself out there with various types of content. So for example, if we look at YouTube, you can see this video here about digital marketing certified associate. Well, hey, you don't need to always write the content. You can produce the content in the form of a video and post it on YouTube. This is a form of content marketing. So that's content marketing. And then let's talk about mobile marketing. So content marketing, again, different types. But if we go now to mobile marketing, you can kind of segue from content to mobile, because the only difference here is with mobile, it's strictly on mobile phone. It's not desktop. So mobile marketing is really a strategy on its own that helps you, the company, promoting your product or service to reach your target audience through a mobile device. And that includes tablets. And how you could do that is via messaging. You could do it via email, or you could do it via an app. Okay, so you have different ways of getting your content out there to people. Okay, so as an example, you can use basically SMS or instant messaging via mobile devices to promote your product or service. Here's another example of a mobile marketing via app install. And so you can even compound that by running a, say, Google ad as an example, and running your Google ad on, say, just mobile. You could do a bit adjustment just for mobile, and the goal could be app installs. Okay, so, and you can even do a mobile or app extension. So there's lots of ways to really promote your app or your product or your service via mobile marketing. Okay, let's talk about the customer life cycle. So we know why we want to do digital marketing. We know what the digital marketing channels are, because we just talked about them, from SEO to social to affiliate to mobile to content to SEM. Okay, you have a lot of different digital marketing channels at your disposal. So now how do we go ahead and approach our customers? So that's what we're going to talk about first. So we're going to talk about different stages of the customer life cycle. Okay, and the first one is the awareness stage. So we need to get our customers aware of what we're selling or what we're promoting. Okay, so the awareness stage is really, what product does your brand offer? That's a question we want to get out there and we want to answer. Okay, what does a customer need your product? Or excuse me, why does a customer need your product? That's a question we want to answer with digital marketing. Okay, and what solution does your product provide? Okay, that's an answer to a question we want to make sure people understand. So these are questions that we want to be able to answer in the form of digital marketing, whether that be mobile or content. Okay, so getting our information out there that answers these essential questions. And if we could do that, then somebody's going to become aware of our product or service. Okay, so what product does our brand offer? Why does the customer need it? And what solution does it provide? Okay, those are some key questions that people tend to ask themselves when they look at a brand. Okay, and when they look at a product, hey, do I really need this? Is it going to help me in my life? Okay, and who is selling this? I mean, who is this brand? I mean, those are just things that run through people's mind intuitively, that with the right messaging, the right channel, the right type of asset, the right targeted audience, you can quickly make somebody aware of your brand's product or service. In this stage, it's help potential customers discover your brand with the help of these different marketing channels. So in the awareness stage, content is key. So it's, to me, if we have a website, we need a blog, because if somebody does come to our blog from, say, organic search, SEO, then we can write about that product or service via blog and talk to our customer, talk directly to our targeted audience through that blog. And if we're not ranking organically, we can use paid search to promote it, because paid search on Google, for example, basically we can be right at the top of the search results. And so somebody can actually see it when they do a search, because we know millions of people use search on a daily basis. You could do social media marketing. Okay, so you can publish that product or service on Facebook while you're building your community. And you can use affiliate marketing to help get the word out by using CJ.com as an example. Build up a sales force of people, these publishers that are going to put your product or service out there. So to me, in the awareness stage, these are the digital marketing channels you could focus on. Now, I will say one thing about display ads. Display is part of search engine marketing. You could use display because you can reach a large number of people. So even though it's listed here low priority, in the awareness stage, display ads mean that if you're on Google's display network, you could pick and choose your sites, your demographics, keywords, topics, an audience. You could focus on all those different demographics to really attract a large number of people. So low priority, but it's probably also good to focus on in the awareness stage. Okay, so content marketing, you must create a high quality content that people are searching for. Without content, it's hard to get found. And so to me, this is where the blog comes in. SEO, take that content, get it optimized. Okay, SEM, if we're not ranking organically, we can make sure we're at the top of the paid search results, or the search results for a particular keyword we want to be found for. And then social media marketing, using different channels depending on the channel. If we're selling, training like Simplilearn does, LinkedIn is a good platform for us. Okay, and then affiliate, basically building up a nice network of publishers to get the word out. So these are all good channels that we can focus in on. So traffic sources may include paid, unpaid, social, referral, display, email, or direct. So they could come in the awareness stage from all different types of channels. Even though you're focused on content, you could still get traffic from mobile or email. So now that we got the word out via all these different marketing channels, there's that consideration stage. So, people are aware of us, now they're considering us. And that's kind of the next stage in the process. Okay, so a few essential questions to address on the consideration stage. Hey, what features make your product valuable to others? And how will I increase customer engagement towards my product? So those are answers to questions you want to ask, okay? What features make your product valuable? You want to basically separate yourself from the competition. Basically, that's what you're trying to answer, okay? So if you're promoting your product or service on paid search and other people are bidding on the same keyword, how are you going to stand out? And then how will I increase customer engagement towards my product? So for example, if you're on Facebook, okay, and you're trying to get people over to your site to purchase your product, then how are you going to improve that engagement? You got to create something really snazzy, or really it's going to be attention grabbing, or something that's going to get them to become aware of it, that's going to separate your post from all the other posts that are in somebody's Facebook newsfeed. Okay, so you really have to work hard to really convince somebody to get their consideration towards your product or service. So in this stage, your customer considers your product, so help them understand how your product is valuable. Okay, to me, email works really good here, because if you have a targeted audience, this gives you the opportunity to really answer these questions in that particular channel, email. You could support that with a promotion. And display, I think display is a good option here too, because even though, people are trying to become aware, you can really hone in and really get them to take that next step. Okay, with display, you can even do remarketing. So if somebody's been to your site because they're aware of your product, they're curious, you can cookie them and remarket to them via display. So display to me is a good channel to use here. Okay, so you have email, mobile display, SEM. These are all, good channels to use on the consideration stage, especially on search, because if somebody's looking for something and they're aware of your brand, then you have the good opportunity to get them to click on your ad, especially if you're offering a promotion, and get them to convert. The goal here is to increase our engagement. So people are aware, we're moving them further along the funnel. With email marketing, we have the opportunity to promote the product by sending an email directly to our audience. So with this stage, plan your campaigns around welcoming emails, newsletters. We can talk about product descriptions, add ratings and reviews in the email. We really just want to encourage people to purchase the product. We're trying to sway them over. So email is a good source to allow us to do that. So with mobile marketing, we can promote the products by sending relevant messages to our target audience. Display, again, retargeting, because we can retarget an audience that has been to our website, already did some research about our brand, our product or service, and now we're going to reach back out to them to sway them. So remember, we want to encourage customers to buy a product by creating detailed articles about the product. That always helps, and that's content. Okay, we want to opt for a customer testimonial. Okay, that helps sway people, and add some guest blogging. Okay, we can have ambassadors blog on our behalf, or we can go out and blog on somebody else's site. Okay, so blogging works both ways. It's ways of showing yourself and telling people, hey, we know you're looking for this product. Here's why you want to choose us. Okay, moving on from the consideration to the purchase stage. So they're aware of you, they're considering you, and now we're on to the purchase stage. So the questions we want to really make sure we address here are, how are my prices compared to my competitors? And is my brand more credible than others? Okay, so they're considering you, but that price point, and it may not even be the price, it could be the shipping. For example, the price could be good, but the shipping cost could be high. So you really want to do some due diligence and research on what your competitors are doing. Credibility, that goes back to the consideration stage, and testimonials. You want to make sure you have reviews and testimonials to really elevate what you're trying to tell customers, and that is, hey, I have a good brand, I have a good product, I have a good service. Come buy my stuff, come buy my product and service. But you really need to support that claim. You just can't go out and say it. And so supporting that comes in the form of what other people say. And that could be reviews. That could be comments on a social media platform. It could be, stars on, say, Yelp or Google My Business. Make sure you do your due diligence and make sure you get people to, review you or provide testimonials. because people are going to do their due diligence before they purchase, especially if it's on Google My Business or Yelp or TripAdvisor or whatever it is you're trying to sell. They're going to be able to see those reviews. And so do your due diligence to get the reviews. And if it is a negative review, hey, that's okay. You can't please everyone. You're going to get them. That's the world we live in. Just make sure you show your upper hand and respond even to the negative as well as the positive reviews that you get. That actually bodes well to some people because, hey, it shows that I made a mistake and you're willing to correct it. And so people actually see that. That could be the tipping point to getting them to purchase. Say, look, hey, this brand really cares because they're really responding to people. They're not ignoring negativity. Okay, just those small things that can get people to change their mind. Now with the purchase stage, according to eConsultancy, 83% of the online audience require encouragement to complete a purchase. Encouragement, what does that mean? Well, it could mean providing a promo, giving them that extra incentive. If you don't offer promo, consider it, especially on the email. In the example we looked at earlier, sending out an email means that if the promo is going to end at midnight, send that email out and tell people they have until midnight. And if they purchase today, you'll even increase it to 20%. And email is a good channel for that. Mobile can reach a lot of people through SMS. Okay, social media, reaching people instantaneously. And then, really with the purchase stage, it gives prospects an offer to help them make that purchase. So you have plenty of channels to choose from. In fact, most of these channels, the only one really that doesn't fit the instantaneous mode is SEO. But you can really focus on affiliate, even though that's a low priority here. You can really, coordinate with your publishers, who, especially those publishers that have proven their worth and have sold your products in the past. Get them to help promote it and incentivize their audience. So let's move on from the purchase to the post-purchase stage. So this is after somebody purchases. Okay, so some essential questions we want to be able to address here. So what additional product could my customer buy? Now that they're my customer, what else could I sell them? Without being too pushy, if they buy a coat, a hat work or a pair of gloves or, a blouse. You want to be able to not push a product on a customer, but think about how you can complement that purchaser's or customer's product. And then how to improve the customer buying experience. So again, this goes back to, what we just said about reviews. Get somebody to offer a review. And if they don't give you a full compliment of 5 stars, they only give you 3.5 stars, then you know what? That's great feedback because then you can learn from that. And then the other question is, will the customer refer us to others? And if so, why? So that's definitely something you want to be able to address in the post-purchase stage. So let's take a look here. So with post-purchasing stage, to me, email's at the top of this list because if somebody purchases something, you could send a nice thank you email because if they purchase, they're giving you their email in return because you're likely going to be sending them the receipt via email. So email to me is a nice channel. You can send in a nice message. Even, social media. You can thank your community for supporting you on this recent campaign that you ran. Even throw in an extra 5 or 10% on a future purchase as a thank you. And that's easily done on social media. You could even post a blog, promoting, the success of a product and then offering a promotion. Okay, so there's a lot of things you could be doing here on the post-purchasing stage. So to me, even looking at content again, you could even, put a survey together. You could even put a survey together for your affiliates. Okay, you could even post a poll on Facebook. So it's just working in with these different channels to get some feedback about your product and service. So with email, mobile, you can engage customers with follow-up emails or customer care content. With mobile, if you have somebody's mobile number, hey, text them. A simple thank you goes a long way. You could say, hey, look, if you're satisfied, let us know, give us a call. You can even, in the EE mobile text message, you can put a link to a survey. send emails to active subscribers, give rewards for customer feedback. So if somebody does provide feedback, give them an extra 10% off. You want to be able to reward loyalty. Loyalty comes in the form of a partnership. If you're giving somebody discounts and you have a good product or service, then they're going to recognize that. They're going to say, hey, look, I really like this product and they're giving me 10%. I'm going to go ahead and purchase from these guys again. So give those discounts to those active customers. Or on the affiliate network, give referral opportunities to your customers. So if it's an affiliate publisher, hey, if they're getting people to your site, reward them. Or if it's an email and you put a forward to a friend, get an extra 10% off, it doesn't hurt because you're incentivizing people to help you sell your product. So with social, display, and content, use those banner ads or use that content that you display on social or the blog you're gonna write to give customers advice in order to maximize the value of the purchase. So again, you can use these platforms to also enhance what they purchased. So, hey, you just purchased this product. Thank you very much. Did you know you could do this, this, and this with it? And so that's the idea of a post-purchase stage, is to maximize these channels to be able to answer those essential questions about what else could they purchase? Do they like, how do I get these people to become loyal customers? Okay, so with the post-purchase stage, if a customer has bought a pair of sports shoes, for example, running shoes, you can recommend cross-product sale, a cross-sale. It could be a pair of shorts or a water bottle or an accessory with an exclusive discount. So that's another example of what you can do on the post-purchase stage. Today we're going to talk about digital marketing tools. So fasten your seatbelts and let's get started. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at some of the best digital marketing tools for not only 2019, but ones that have performed well in the past, that are popular, and ones that we foresee as being the go-to tools for the future. So past, present, and future digital marketing tools is the way to look at this with a good focus on a lot of different marketing channels here. So we're going to focus first on SEO, talk about some of the tools related to on-page and off-page. We're going to switch over to paid search, talk a little bit about paid search tools. We're going to talk about email marketing and some of the email marketing platforms and the tools within those platforms. The center of it all is web analytics. So Google Analytics is the tool we'll be taking a closer look at in today's webinar and all that it has to offer. Okay, affiliate marketing. We'll talk about some of the tools available to you for affiliate marketing. We'd be remiss if we didn't talk about social media and all that it has to offer and all the metrics and tools available, all the platforms available. So we'll hone in on a couple of examples there. And then we'll also talk about some competition tools available for you. So there's a whole suite of tools. The one caveat being, hey, if you have your favorite tool, continue using it. In fact, if there's a tool that we didn't mention in today's webinar, feel free to mention it in the comment box below this video. We'd love to hear what you're using to manage your particular digital marketing channel. Okay, and so the goal for today's webinar is, hey, we hope you get something out of this in terms of using new tools. There's some tools that I use, some tools that my colleagues use. Everybody uses different tools, so it'd be good to kind of see what else is out there. So if you have something to share, share it. By all means, what we're trying to do is share what we think are, best practices and some of the most popular or most used tools out there in the industry. So that's what we're going to do. The goal is to get you to better understand some of the tools we're using in a little bit more detail. And what we're going to do is start out with search engine optimization. Okay, so search engine optimization or organic search. We have a mixture of paid and free. So there's a lot of different platforms, but if you're focusing on SEO, you certainly need to use an SEO platform. So there's SEMrush. Okay, you also have Google Search Console, which is free. So if you don't have a SEO platform, you definitely need to be using Google Search Console. And so we'll take a closer look at that. There's Google Keyword Planner, which is actually situated under Google Ads. And so if you're running Google campaigns on Google Search Network or even the display network, you have access to a great tool called Keyword Planner. And if you know anything about SEO, you'll know that using Google's Keyword Planner is a good tool. So we'll take a look at that. Moz is a freemium tool, meaning they have a free trial that you can sign up for to test drive it, but it's another SEO platform and it does cost money. Got a great tool in Screaming Frog. That's a paid version. Again, not too expensive. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we have, a tool in Ahrefs that help us with all aspects of SEO, primarily focusing on off-page. So these are just some examples that we're going to hone in on, but this is just a small subset of what really is available out there in the market. So let's go ahead and dive a little bit deeper and understand why we use some of these tools. Well, the first reason when we talk about SEO is to find relevant keywords. Not only do we want to find relevant keywords, we want to find relevant keywords with high volume and low competition. Okay, we wouldn't want to find non-relevant keywords with high competition, low volume. That wouldn't make sense. So we need a tool to kind of help us put it all together. And so the tool of choice for us is Google's Keyword Planner. And Google's Keyword Planner helps us hone in on keywords we may be interested in optimizing for, because not only one, are they relevant, but two, they're going to have high volume and low competition. So let's take a look at an example in Google's Keyword Planner. So here I am. I'm in Google's Keyword Planner, and as I mentioned before, Google's Keyword Planner is situated under Google Ads. Okay, so you have to have a Google Ads account to use Google's Keyword Planner. And so when you're in Google Ads, you simply go to Tools, and then under Tools, you're going to select Keyword Planner. So what we want to do is look for keywords. We're focusing on organic search, not necessarily paid search. So organic search, we want to hone in on some keywords. So let's just use one of the examples that Google's given us here, meal delivery. So we're going to just type in meal delivery and get some results. So notice I can enter a domain as a filter. And so in other words, hey, I could say, look, hone in on keywords related to this website if I wanted to. But I'm asking Google, hey, just give me something closely related to meal delivery because that's my business. So I'm going to click Get Results. Notice I can add another keyword if I wanted to, but I'm just going to stick with one keyword. But there are certainly other keywords that I can certainly hone in on if meal delivery is my business. And so let's just hone in on that one keyword, meal delivery. We want to be found organically for that keyword. So what Google Keyword Planner does is not only give us the keyword and other keywords relevant to that, but it gives us the average monthly search volumes. And this is an average over the course of the last 12 months. And notice here, I get a column for competition. So I'm able to see whether that's a very competitive keyword or not. And then just to give you an extra edge when you're choosing keywords, you can get a sense of what the keyword may cost if you wanted to bid on that for paid search. So for meal delivery, I can see it's anywhere between $7.46 and at the top of the page, high range, $16.61. So that should alert me to the fact that, hey, if I'm going to try and optimize for this keyword, I know it's competitive because not only Google is telling me it's competitive by telling me high competition, but I know that the cost per click seems a little bit high. And what is a little bit high? Well, I could see some other keywords here that, $1 to $3. Okay, I could see some other ones that are even lower than the $7 they're suggesting. So that's an indication that the keyword is highly competitive. So the idea here using Google's Keyword Planner is, one, we want to get an idea of what other keywords are out there that are relevant. So it helps stimulate some ideas for relevancy. Two, we can get an average monthly search volume. So we want to know on average over the past 12 months, how many search queries I can expect from this keyword. And then three, I can get a sense of the competition. How competitive is this keyword? So if I try to optimize for this keyword and I want to rank for it organically, is it competitive? If it's competitive, then it's probably going to take me a bit longer to be found for this keyword on page one of Google. So that's the whole idea behind Google's Keyword Planner. And Note that you could change some of the settings here. So if you want to choose a different language, okay, you can hone in on a longer or shorter period of time. You can even choose a specific location. So I chose Texas. I can certainly choose the entire United States to get a sense of what the volume would be for the total US. So you have settings that you can change and manipulate to get you the data you need to choose keywords. So that's the whole idea behind Google's Keyword Planner, to find relevant keywords, high volume, low competition. Now, alternatively, I can certainly use another tool to find keywords. So I have a Moz account, so I logged into Moz. And Moz has a tool called Keyword Explorer. So if I use that same keyword I used in Google's Keyword Planner, mail delivery, I'm going to ask Moz to give me some data on that keyword. So this is for the entire United States. And again, I can change that if I wanted to. Okay, so I can hone in on a specific country or different country. So what Moz is telling me, hey, for this keyword in the entire United States, I'm looking at anywhere from 11,500 to 30,000 on monthly volume. Now what Moz does is they give you a difficulty score. So a difficulty score is a score between 1 and 100. And so I can see this is pretty much right down the middle in terms of difficulty. Okay, so if it's 0, it's an easy keyword. If it's 100, it's very difficult. And then that means you have a lot of competitors who are optimizing for this keyword, that are ranking for this keyword. And so Moz gives us the volume, they give us the competition, and they, just like Google's Keyword Planner, gives us some other keywords that we can potentially hone in on. So here I could see keyword delivery plans, delivery services, etc. So I can see a lot more suggestions than what's listed here. So Moz delivers a bunch of other analysis related to the keyword. You know, they also give you some good keyword suggestions. So Moz is a good alternative tool, and we'll be coming back to Moz related to SEO for some other of its features. But for now, if you don't want to necessarily use Google's Keyword Planner because maybe you're not running Google Ads, you can always use Moz. Now remember, Moz has basically a freemium version, meaning you can sign up for a free account. And you could sign up for a free account as a test trial, and you could test it for a period of days and leverage its tools during that free trial to get a better sense of how these tools work. So we want to be able to use Moz. We want to be able to use Google's Keyword Planner, not only to search for all those relevant keywords available to you, but we want to be able to choose keywords with high volume and low difficulty, low competition. We also want to select primary and second keywords wisely. So remember, when you optimize, you're optimizing a page for more than one keyword. So you want to be able to have a nice portfolio of diverse, relevant keywords with high search volume and low difficulty. And then you want to be able to identify those keywords that your competitors are ranking for. So Moz gives you that information. And so we want to be able to leverage the tools available to us to choose the right keywords. So if you need any more information on this, we got a nice webinar on keyword research for SEO. So take a look at that video on YouTube to get more specific details about using SEO tools for keyword research and all about keyword research in general for SEO. So let's talk about some other reasons under SEO why we would use some of these tools available to us. Well, we want to be able to understand the search engines and how they crawl and index our site. Okay, we also want to check the correct format of the sitemap, and we want to monitor backlinks. Okay, we also want to analyze linking to our web page. Okay, which ones are good, which ones are not good. Okay, we also want to perform some competitor analysis. So these are some of the reasons why, other than keyword research, why would we use some of these SEO tools? So we have tools available to us, Majestic, Ahrefs, again, Moz. Let's take a look at Google Search Console. And I want to hone in on Google Search Console because it is free and it's a must. If you're going to work on SEO, you need to be working in Google Search Console. And so the whole key behind Google Search Console is you have a website and you need to get that site verified. Once it's verified, once Google can recognize that you are associated with this website, then you're going to be able to see some important information. So here I'm looking at a website, and what am I looking at? I'm looking at something called coverage under index. So what does coverage mean? Well, going back to what we just said, we want to be able to understand how Google's crawling and indexing our pages. And so what Google does is through this platform, Search Console, is they're letting us know once they go to our website and start crawling it, and they pull these pages back to their server, they're letting us know if we actually have any issues. So here I could see I have some issues with 112 pages. And some of those issues are listed down here. So there could be a crawl issue, a 404, redirect. Okay, so you could see there's some 5 unique issues across 112 pages. So here I could see submitted URL marked no index. There's 100 of those pages. We have some redirect errors. There's 7 pages that fall victim to this error. And so we can really hone in on what the error is and address the error. Okay, so if Google's telling us, hey, this is an issue, and you want that page indexed by Google, then we should probably address the error. And so that's the great thing here about going into Google Search Console is you can, under index, go to coverage and get a sense of what Google's indexing and what they're not indexing. Okay, so these are the errors. I could see they've certainly were able to crawl and index 9,115 pages. They were able to crawl, okay, and they excluded 54,000 plus pages. And then we also have some pages with some warnings. So this is kind of an overview of what Google sees when they crawl our site. So when they say crawl, they're coming to our site, they're following links on the site, and every link they follow, they're either going to index that page or they're going to report to you an error or an issue that they found. If we want these pages indexed, we need to address the issues, the errors. And so that's the beauty of this report here is Google is telling us firsthand what the issues are. So we also want to take a look at the sitemap. So you have an opportunity to submit a sitemap. And a sitemap is just a formatted file that includes all your website URLs. And so you're going to have this file sitting in your root directory. And you're probably going to call it, or should call it, sitemap.xml, XML being the format. So once you have this file, you're just going to let Google know that that file exists. So you're going to enter in the sitemap URL. So if it's in the root directory, all you're going to do is type in sitemap.xml and click submit. So once you've done it, just like this site is done, what Google's going to do is say, hey, look, we see you've submitted this. And we last read it a couple days ago, and we could see that we discovered 1,419 URLs. So I can go back under coverage, and I can see some of the issues that they found. But if I go back under sitemaps, I can see that these are the URLs they discovered via the sitemap. And so the whole point of a sitemap is we want to be able to get and push the URLs to Google, not have Google come to our site and discover them. So this is a quicker, faster, more efficient way to communicate with Google all the URLs that you have on your site that you want Google to index. And so that's the beauty of Search Console. Now, while we're in Search Console, we might as well take a look at some of the other features it has. And so one of the most important features under Search Console is this mobile usability report. Okay, so Google is a staunch believer in mobile first. So nowadays, most people start and finish a lot of their searches, a lot of their behavior on mobile. So they begin it on mobile and they may end it on mobile. So if they don't end it on mobile, then perhaps they'll go into a store or perhaps they'll go via desktop. But Google is a staunch believer, and definitely a lot of what's going on today starts with mobile. So they want you to understand how your site fares via mobile. And when I say fares via mobile, is it mobile friendly? Is it responsive? Is it loading quick enough? Is it formatted to Google standards? And so if there are any issues, Google's going to let you know what those issues are. So here I could see Google's recognized 206 pages with 4 different issues. Okay, so here I can see what those issues are. Just like the coverage issues, we can see specifically what they are. And so here I can see for 206 pages, text too small to read, click elements too close together, the viewport not set to device width, and then content wider than the screen. So there's 10 pages that fit under this error. And if I actually click on it, the error, I can see what those 10 pages are. And so when we're done, we can actually, when we address the issues, we can actually have Google validate whether the fix has been made. So you can definitely use this as a means of communicating directly with Google. Telling Google, look, I see what the issues are, I'm going to fix them, and then I want you to validate them. Okay, so this is important because if you can communicate with Google and let them know, hey, we do recognize the errors, we are fixing the errors, please validate them. It's going to draw Google's attention. Google's going to validate them and get these pages indexed quicker. So if you ignore the issues and the errors, especially for mobile, then you stand the chance of your pages not getting indexed. So the mobile usability report to me is an important report because we want to better understand whether Google's picking up issues on mobile. And if they are, we want to address them, get Google to validate them so Google can index them quicker. Now, there's another report that is of interest to you or may be of interest to you in Google Search Console, and that's the links report. So the links report in Google Search Console tells us what pages have the most links. Okay, so here we can see the home page has 26,000 plus links. If we hone in on interior pages, we can see the links to those pages. Okay, so we can get a sense of what are the top link pages from external links, meaning links on other websites pointing to these pages. I can also see internal links. So Google is recognizing links from within my website from one page to another. So external links, internal links, both factors for SEO when ranking. So then I can see top linking sites, what sites are linking to my site. And then I can see top linking text. So Google Search Console is giving me kind of an overview of what my linking structure looks like. Okay, so externally, I want links from other websites pointing to various pages on my site. And I certainly want my pages linking to one another on my site. And so I'll be able to better understand what that structure looks like using Google Search Console's links report. Okay, there's one more report that I think is of interest in Google Search Console, and that's the performance report. So the performance report is a report that actually you can link up with Google Analytics. So you can see the same report in Analytics if you're able to link up Google Search Console with Analytics. And you should be able to do that. All you need to do is make sure you use the same email address that you use for Analytics and Search Console. So it needs to be the same email address. You could certainly link up the two and have this data imported into Google Analytics. So what is this data that we're talking about? Well, it's called performance. So what we can actually see is the queries, the actual queries people are typing in to Google. So when they're typing them into Google, we can actually see how many impressions the keyword queries received and how many clicks the keyword queries received. And then I can see click-through rate and average position. Okay, so here I can see for this particular keyword on the first line, I could see over the course of the last 3 months, it received 209,297 impressions. So what does that mean? That means this keyword was used at least or typed in as a query at least that many times. And that's how many times my listing appeared in the Google search results pages based on this particular query. And so as a result of somebody typing in this query 209,000 plus times, this site received 120,000 plus clicks. So to get a sense of the click-through rate, all you would need to do, and Google can obviously do this for you, is you would simply just divide the 209,297 into the 120,397. Okay, so that's really going to give you, your click-through rate, and the click-through rate in this case is 57%. So over half of the clicks occur when this listing appears for this keyword. Okay, so we can get a sense of the click-through rate for each one. Okay, and you could simply just use the filtering here. Now, we can also see average position. Okay, so we could see a little bit more than that too. We can go from queries to pages. We can go from pages to countries. So we can get a sense of how many impressions and clicks I'm receiving by country. And importantly, we can see by device. So here I can see a majority of the people who conduct a search related to my website primarily do it on desktop. Now, I mentioned the beauty of the Google Search Console Performance Report is that you can link it up to Google Analytics. And when you do that, all you need to do then is go to Acquisition, Google Search Console, and then from there you could choose landing pages, countries, devices, or queries. So I can see the same data that I see in Search Console, but this time I'm looking at it in Google Analytics. And so here I can see what my search queries are, my clicks, my impressions, my click-through rate by search query, and then the average position. So that's the great thing about that performance report, is that when I link up Google Search Console with Analytics, I'm able to see that data in Analytics. So that's an added bonus, so to speak. Now, let's talk about some other reasons why we're going to use these SEO tools available to us. And so we already listed a number of different reasons, ranging from sitemaps to keyword research. But we also want to hone in on, what domains are driving links to our site. So I showed you an example in Search Console. We also want to, maybe identify and disavow poor backlinks. So Search Console is a great tool for that, because if we don't want to be associated with a particular website, we can certainly disavow that link. We could track a number of follow and no follow links. Okay, we could track our website's rankings. We can measure click-through rates and impressions, just as we did with Search Console. We could track keyword ranking for desktop, mobile, cross locations, just as we just did with the Search Console Performance Report. We can identify top performing, gaining, and losing keywords. Again, the performance report. So we could certainly look at the Google Search Console report, but if you have a platform like Moz, you can certainly also look at a lot of that data available. So for example, rankings. So if you have a Moz account, we can certainly go into rankings. Okay, and we can see for the keywords that we've chosen that we want to optimize for, we could certainly see where they rank. The great thing about Moz is it's a great tool, not only for rankings and on-page optimization, but for off-page optimization as well. So if I go ahead and take a look at a domain, for example, I'm just going to type in this domain. I'm going to be able to get what they call a domain authority. So a score out of 1 in 100, I'm able to see how authoritative my domain is. And how authoritative a domain is based on the quality of links pointing to it. So Moz gives me some good insights as to how many linking domains, how many inbound links I have, ranking keywords, and it goes into detail as well. So here, if I click on the linking domains, I'm going to be able to see the actual domains pointing to my site as an external link. And not only can I see the domains, I can actually see the domain authority of those domains. So if there's a domain, for example, that doesn't have a good domain authority and the site appears a bit scammy per se, then we can disavow that. So I can certainly look at all the domains that are linking to me, and then I can highlight the ones that have poor domain authority. What Moz even takes it a step further. They also give me a spam score. So Moz is able to measure how spammy a website is. So if I have a combination of, say, a low domain authority and a high spam score, then I probably want to disavow myself from that site. And so I can use this report here. You can see here as I keep going down. For example, I could see this particular website has a domain authority of 26 and it has a spam score of 16%. So not a good combination. This should alert me to the fact that, hey, this particular site, because it has so many links pointing to me, or it has at least one link pointing to me, that I probably want to disavow myself because it's probably hurting my own domain authority. So that's the great thing about this linking domains report, is I'm able to hone in on not only who's linking to me, meaning domain, but how many linking domains does that domain have? What's the spam score of that domain? What's the domain authority of that domain? And then I can get into a little bit more detail and actually see, all the links pointing to that domain. So it really goes into detail about backlinks, domain authority, spam, etc. Everything you need to use in order to measure off-page SEO. So that's the great thing about Moz is they have not only on-page SEO tools, but off-page SEO tools. And Moz is a freemium, so to speak. So here you can see if you just go to moz.com/free-SEO-tools, you'll be able to use some of these tools available to you, not just for SEO, but also for local SEO as well. So here, you like some of these tools, you can start your free 30-day trial. So I use and lean on Moz a lot for all that it has to offer, from choosing keywords to rankings report, to checking issues on my website, to even checking who's linking to me. So this fits in the mold with everything I need to do for SEO. So in addition to that keyword research video, you could certainly lean on some other webinars that we've done in the past on SEO. So we've done a webinar on SEO tools, and we've also done a webinar on SEO tips and tricks. So if you want any more information about the tools we covered or SEO in general, take a look at those 2 videos and check them out. And that should kind of complement what we talked about with using some of the tools, Google's Keyword Planner, Moz, and Google Search Console. Okay, let's switch over to email marketing tools. And so with email marketing tools, we have a lot available to us in the form of reporting, in the form of platforms, in the form of tools that really help us go from A to Z on our email, choosing what email to send out, to creating a list, to measuring how the email campaign went. And so we could start with MailChimp because MailChimp's a freemium version. When we say freemium, meaning they have a free trial available, then you're expected to upgrade. But MailChimp to me is a tool I use. I like the interface, very easy for beginners. So we're going to take a look at MailChimp, but there are certainly many others available. Marketo is a good tool. Marketo is a good tool because if you have a business and you're trying to funnel people through your pipeline, so to speak, meaning they sign up as a lead and you want to nurture that lead from the beginning to the end, meaning at the end they're actually going to turn around and purchase. Well, Marketo is a good tool for you to use because you can then set up drip campaigns, or also known as email campaigns, so that you're talking and communicating with that particular prospect through every point in the funnel. So that's the great thing about Marketo. It has drip campaigns available along with some other features. There's HubSpot is a very powerful tool. It does a lot from creating landing pages to A/B testing to social to email. So this is another freemium tool that you could use. You have another freemium and Sendinblue email platform, and then you also have ConvertKit, another email platform. There's more dimension that we can't even fit on this screen. Now, if you have a favorite email marketing tool that you use, Constant Contact, Vertical Response, there are plenty out there. Emma, feel free to note that in the comment section below this video. I'm curious as to how many people actually use different tools, because there are literally so many email marketing tools out there. Why? Because email marketing has been around probably the longest amongst all the other digital marketing channels. And a lot of people use email on a daily basis. So it's no wonder why there's just so many tools available. And so with these tools, you could certainly send bulk emails. Now, in the case of Marketo, you could send emails to a segmented audience. And so that's actually what you want to do as a strategy, is always send emails to a segmented audience. You want to use a tool where you're going to be able to create campaigns, then send those campaigns to, again, segmented contacts, and then be able to design your email around that particular audience. So you have a good tool when you can do that, when you can really segment for your audience. Okay, you want to be able to use a tool that's going to be able to segment your users, use transactional emails, meaning, hey, look, if somebody went ahead and purchased, can you follow up with an email? And creating workflows, just like I mentioned with Marketo, you want a workflow set up where, hey, if somebody does this, you're sending email B, etc. So you want an email marketing tool that's flexible enough to handle what your business strategy and goals are. Okay, so you want to be able to also use a tool that, has various email templates available. Okay, you don't want to be stuck with just a vanilla template. Again, you want to be able to customize an email for your audience. You want to be able to manage your list appropriately, meaning if you have 10,000 users or emails in a list, you want to be able to manage them accordingly, break them up or have sublists, so to speak. And then most importantly, you want to make sure you have a platform that not only does its tracking on its own, but will give you some detailed insights, meaning, what percentage of users opened your email, what percentage of recipients clicked on your email, what links do they click on, which emails bounce. So you want some detailed insights right in the platform that you're using. It just makes it more simpler and easier and more effective to manage. You certainly want to create those smart automated campaigns, meaning you don't even have to send out the email. And then you want to be able to have some flexibility to set up email delivery based on a specific time of day. So these tools also allow you to segment contacts based on geolocation. You want to be able to use a tool that allows for multivariate testing. Again, you want to analyze performance and optimize campaigns. You want to trigger automatic responses. Somebody purchases something, are you using a tool that will automatically send that email out? So these are all the reasons why you would use an email marketing tool. So let's dive in and take a look at an example, and we're going to use MailChimp as our example today. So let's dive in and take a look at MailChimp. So with MailChimp, once you log in, you're going to be able to see some historical campaigns that you've sent out, or you're going to be able to create your own campaign. And so this is kind of under campaigns, you can kind of see an overview of the ones you've sent out, or if they're in draft mode, you'll be able to see they're in draft mode, so you can go ahead and edit them. So here we have one that was set up on August 26th, and it's still in draft mode, so we can go ahead and edit that. So if we just click edit, we have the flexibility to, pick and choose who we're sending this to, who it's from, what the subject line is, and then we can certainly design the email. So if we click design email, again, this is important because with email marketing, you want to be able to cater your email to your intended audience. So if you're selling men's shoes, your audience should be men, okay? So you don't want men to receive an email about women's shoes. It sounds like it's common sense, but the point being, you want to be able to use an email platform that's going to be able to allow you to put two and two together, the message and the design with the intended audience. And so here you can see MailChimp allows us to do that. Okay, you can see some of the layouts here. Okay, you also have themes that you could choose from. Okay, you could search for different themes, or you can even just code your own. So you can just paste your code in, or you can import it. So MailChimp allows that flexibility. You're not stuck with one of their templates. And so if we go back to the dashboard, the one thing I like about MailChimp though is the reporting. Okay, so yes, it is easy to choose a template and map that template to your audience, but I really like the reports that they have to offer. So, here you can see there's some lists that we've sent to, and if we choose one of our audience lists, then we can see some really detailed reporting here. And so here I could see this email that was sent out in June. I could see it was sent to 95,000 plus subscribers. Okay, of the subscribers, I saw 2,000 plus open it and 157 clicks. So I can view this report in more detail just by clicking on View Report. So again, we want an email platform that's going to be able to give us some detailed information about how that email campaign performed. And so I can get down really to the nitty gritty. I can actually see, on the content, what was clicked and what wasn't clicked. So here I sent two different subject lines, so I'm able to compare the two against one another. Okay, so I can really go into detail about one of them here. So if I click View Report, I can specifically see what the average for this list is. So here I'm able to compare against the list average, and it's 16%. I only had an open rate of 2.5%. So the industry average is 18%. And so here I'm able to see the list average for the click rate and the industry average for the click rate as well. So then I can see some specifics about it, how many people unsubscribed. Then I can see a graph. I could see the top links that were clicked, okay, the top subscribers with the most opens. I can link social to it if I want to, and then I can see geographic information. So the point being is MailChimp really goes into some nice detail here about the email campaigns and how they performed. So the great thing is too, with the MailChimp, you can link it with Google Analytics. You can link it with e-commerce. Okay, so if you have an email and you're selling products and somebody purchased that product, MailChimp is able to integrate in with your shopping commerce platform. For example, WooCommerce. So if somebody did purchase, you can send out that thank you email. MailChimp even goes a step further, and if somebody did click on a link, go to your shopping cart, add something to the shopping cart, and then abandon the cart, MailChimp allows you the opportunity to retarget them via email. So MailChimp is flexible, and that's what you want in an email marketing platform. You want something that's flexible, that you can cater to your audience, you can manage your audience list, and you can get detailed reporting on your different campaigns for that audience. So that's MailChimp in summary. And so most email platforms do a lot of the similar features or have some of the similar features, but that's what you ideally want to look for in an email marketing platform. So here's a tool that doesn't get talked about enough when it comes to email marketing, and that's Google's URL Builder. And the reason why we're going to talk about this tool today is because most people in the US use Google Analytics as their web analytics tool. And the one thing about Google Analytics is it allows you to track different campaigns. So if you're doing pay-per-click campaigns outside of Google, you can certainly track the performance right in Google Analytics. And email is no different. So if you're using Google Analytics and you're sending out an email, let's just say on MailChimp or any other email marketing platform, you want to be able to append your links with what we call UTM tracking. So for example, if I have a URL that says Visit Florida and I'm going to send out an email, I have up to 5 parameters that I can use. Okay, so here's my email or URL that I'm using in the email. So I have up to 5 parameters that I can use to track this particular email. So let's go through some of those parameters. So the first one is campaign source. So what's the source of the campaign? Well, we could certainly identify MailChimp if we're using MailChimp as the source. Now the thing about the URL builders, you always want to use lowercase because Google Analytics is case sensitive. So as a rule of thumb, just stick with a lowercase. So our source is going to be MailChimp because that's the platform we're using. If you're using, Constant Contact or Vertical Response or, some of these other ones, ConvertKit, then go ahead and put in that platform as the source. Now for the medium, which is the means in which we're driving traffic to the site, let's go ahead and put in email because that's what we're using to drive traffic to this particular page. Now, what's the campaign name? Well, we're in summer, so we're going to call this the summer promo. So the summer promo here is Visit Florida Beaches. Okay, so we're going to send this email out to the masses, and particularly not only the masses, but the masses in the north, because we're going to say, hey, look, come to Florida for the summer. Come visit our beaches. That's the point of the campaign. So that's what we're going to use for the campaign name is whatever the campaign is. It's a summer promo. Now, notice I got an asterisk next to these particular parameters. So Google's asking us, hey, these are mandatory. So go ahead and put something in there. Now for campaign term and campaign content, we could certainly leave them blank because they're not mandatory. But since we're talking about email, I would certainly recommend that you use the campaign content parameter. And why do I say that? Because if we're sending an email out to, say, 10,000 recipients, I want to be able to split out the email into two segments. One segment that's going to get subject line 1 and one segment that's going to get subject line 2. So in this case, I'm going to put whatever subject line 1 is in the campaign content field. So now I have 4 parameters, and once I've entered in my variables in those parameter fields, I now have a revised or appended URL. So my original URL was visitflorida.com/en-us/florida-beaches.html. My original URL. I've now appended that with some UTM parameters, and now I see my original URL appended with the UTM parameters based on those variables. So I can copy it just by clicking the copy URL. I can go to my browser, I can paste that URL in there, and I want to check to see if it works. So here I could see this particular page loaded, Florida beaches, with my UTM parameters appended to the URL. So that's for the first subject line. That's for the audience that's going to get the first subject line. I want to do another one for the second subject line. So now I'm going to change my campaign content parameter to subject line _2. I'm going to copy that URL. I'm going to check it. Okay, so I can see that the page loads with those UTM parameters. And so now what am I going to do? I'm going to use the first URL and the second URL in my email. Okay, so any link that I have, in this case, I'm using subject line 2. So for the email with the second subject line going to that segmented audience, this is the link I'm going to use in the email. So if you have 1 or 2 or 3 links in the email, this is the URL you're going to use. Because when somebody clicks on that link, you're going to be able to see that click in Google Analytics. So if I jump over to Google Analytics after I sent out my email, I'm going to go to acquisition, I'm going to go to campaigns, I'm going to go to all campaigns. Now based on the variables I put into my parameters, meaning source, medium, campaign name, content, or term, that's what I'm going to look for in Google Analytics. So we could start with source and medium. So if I click on source and medium as my primary dimension, here I can see MailChimp, and the actual date was used as part of the variable for source. And then what can I see? The medium being email. So now I can see for this email that was sent out in MailChimp in May, I could see how many users, how many sessions, and more importantly, how many conversions. So we could certainly hone in on that particular email if we wanted to. If we choose some of the other parameters available to us. So here I could see the campaign name. Okay, so I could see exactly what campaign, what source, what email drove in traffic and conversions. And if I'm doing subject line testing, I can choose content as my parameter. So here I'm going to change it to content. And now I can see the subject lines. In this case, if I go back to my source medium, I'm going to be able to see what subject lines from my emails generated the most traffic. And not only the most traffic, but also conversions. So that's the whole point behind using the URL builder. Again, you're taking a URL that you're going to use in email, and then you're going to append that URL with different parameters. Campaign source, campaign medium, campaign name, and then optionally campaign content or campaign term. Okay, once you've entered variables into those parameters, you're going to get an appended URL, which you can then use in your email. So when the email gets sent, you're going to go back over to Google Analytics, and you're going to look at the results of that campaign, of that source, of that medium, of that content, i.e. subject line. And so that's why the URL builder is so important, because MailChimp gives us some good insight as to how the email performed in terms of open and click rates. But what we really want to see is how that campaign performed once it drove traffic to my website. So that's the whole idea behind the URL builder. If you're using Google Analytics, you'll be able to use the URL builder with whatever email platform you're using. So let's move on to web analytics tools. And this is an important section because web analytics tools, kind of the central focal point of all digital marketing. And it starts really with Google Analytics. Google Analytics is a freemium, meaning that they have a free version that you can use. There is also a paid version of Google Analytics. But given the advent of Google, its popularity, especially in the United States, a majority of users are using the free version of Google Analytics. So it's a very popular tool, especially for marketers. But there are also other tools available. So it's not just Google. So we have Adobe Analytics, which is also freemium. You have Kissmetrics. You have Spring Metrics. You have YouTube Analytics, which is part of Google, but YouTube has its own separate analytics insights. So a lot of these, as you can see, are free to use. They're available. No reason why you should not be using an analytics tool to measure your marketing campaigns or website behavior. And why would we want to use these tools again? Well, again, we want to really measure behavior. We want to measure what's going on with our website. So we want to be able to identify the location of where our website visitors are coming from. And a lot of these analytics tools use IP address to identify the location of a website visitor. So if you're trying to target a specific country, then you want to be able to see that the visitors to your website are coming from that specific country or location. We also want to measure the engagement of our website behavior. So we get traffic to the website. What are they doing? How long are they staying? What pages are they visiting? So this is the overall nature of really why we want to use web analytics, to measure how successful our website is at treating our website visitors with the same courtesy you would if you had a brick and mortar store. Somebody comes into your store, you want them to find what they're looking for quickly. You want them to be happy with their experience. You certainly want them to pay for the products very quickly and easily and efficiently. And you want them to come back. And that's no different than a website. So we want our website to perform in a manner that's going to suit our audience. And that's why we want to track engagement. So why else? Well, we want to really look at who's coming. Are they returning visitors or new visitors? You know, ideally, you want a nice mix between 50% new and 50% returning, because you know returning visitors are loyal. There's some loyalty to that. They already know your brand. They're coming back to your website. New visitors are curious, and you want new visitors because that means more traffic. So you want a nice balance between that. Analytics tools will help you measure that. You want to be able to measure organic traffic. Whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not, but Google and other search engines are indexing your pages, and your pages are being found via the search engines. And so you want to be able to measure how much traffic you're actually generating from those search engines. We talked about this with email marketing, UTM tracking. So if you set up email campaigns or non-Google campaigns, you want to use UTM tracking. And Google Analytics and other analytics tools, but specifically Google Analytics, will help you see the results of your campaigns if they're tracked with UTM tracking. So that's another good reason why to use a web analytics tool. Probably most importantly amongst all these bullet points is our goals, our website conversions. We want to be able to see how much traffic is coming to our website, and not only the engagement of the traffic, but how much of that traffic is actually doing what we want them to do, i.e. are they converting? And we want to optimize our sites and channels performance. So the whole idea of collecting all this information is that you can turn around and improve performance. So if your bounce rate is high, well, how do you lower bounce rate? Well, we need to do something about that. And analytics tools will help us identify what's not working from our site perspective and from a channel perspective, and we can take action to improve performance. So that's the whole idea behind optimizing our site's performance. So let's jump into Google Analytics and let's take a look at everything we just talked about in those bullet points. So about improving website performance, measuring engagement, looking at our goals and conversions, measuring campaigns with UTM tracking, all those good things that we can get in a good analytics tool. So Adobe, Mixpanel, Spring Metrics, they all work in a similar fashion in that they're really measuring website behavior. And so if we're in Google Analytics, really what we're doing is we're measuring the performance of our website broken down into 4 components: audience, acquisition, behavior, and conversions. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to look into each one of these sections. So let's start with audience. And so audience in Google Analytics tells us who is coming to our website. Now, they're not going to specifically tell us, hey, Rob Sanders came to your website, but they are going to say that somebody from San Francisco, California came to the website. And these are the pages they looked at. And this is the language. And they came from this device. And they're a returning user. So they're painting a picture for you. Okay, so they're not giving you a list of names. That would not be legal, but they are providing you with a good picture of who is coming. And when I say picture, we have to paint that picture. And so if we look at, say, demographics, for example, and I go to demographics overview, here's a picture I'm painting. Well, I can see that 25 to 34-year-olds are the majority of the age group that is coming to my website. Okay, I can see on the gender side of it, I can see that 63% of my traffic, and again, this is year to date that I'm looking at, is coming to my website. So 2/3 of my traffic is female, 1/3 male. And they're between the ages of 25 and 34. So I'm painting a picture about, gender and age coming to my website. Well, I can also look at geo. So where specifically might these people be coming from? So if I go to location under geo, I'm going to be able to see a breakdown of country, or I can even hone it down to city or specific location. And here I could see United States is the primary driver, but not by much. So we have 16, almost 17% from the US, and then 16% from Argentina, 13% from Mexico, 10% from India. So we have a nice mix of traffic from different locations in the world coming to our website. So that's geo. But more importantly, let's take a look at mobile. So if we go to mobile overview, how are people coming to our website? Are they on a desktop or laptop? Are they using their mobile device? Are they using a tablet? And so Google Analytics breaks it down very nice for you. And so we could see percentages and actual numbers by device category. And so in this case, I could see year to date, I could see 62% are coming from desktop, 35% are coming from mobile. And so that's important because most people start their journey from mobile, and that is growing, and that's going to continue to grow. So you want to keep an eye on mobile. So to me, this is one of the more important reports under audience because people who come from mobile have a different, not only experience, because the website should be responsive to the mobile device, but their mindset is going to be different. They're actively looking for something. They're probably going to either then follow up on their desktop or follow up in person at your store. Or they're probably looking for directions, or they may just call you. So the experience is a lot different on mobile. So we want to hone in on the growth of mobile. Okay, so to me, this is one of the more important reports in Google Analytics, especially under audience. So let's move on to acquisition. So acquisition reporting tells us how the traffic was driven to the website. So if audience tells us who is coming to the website, acquisition tells us how that traffic got to the website. And so really what you want to do is get a sense of what channels, what marketing channels are driving traffic. So remember we talked about organic search. Well, those search engines are indexing your pages. Well, how much of that traffic from the search engines is actually coming to your site? And I'm a believer in if organic search is the primary driver of traffic, then you have a pretty healthy website, because that means the search engines are indexing your pages. People are searching for something related to your business, you're being found, you're getting clicked, and that represents a majority of the traffic. So that's always a good thing. So here we could see it broken down by channel. If I go to all traffic channels report, I can see in my dimension that organic search represents 72% of my traffic. And this is year to date. Then I can see paid search. Then I can see direct, which means somebody went directly to the site. I can see referral, email, social. Then I can see more paid search broken out. So these are the different marketing channels. Now, analytics allows you to look at a specific source and medium. So the source would be the actual website or search engine, and the medium would differentiate how that traffic actually got to the site. So if we're talking about a search engine, did they come to the site via paid search, or did they come to the site via organic search? And so all we need to do is change our primary dimension from default channel grouping to source and medium, and we could see specifically the breakout of the different sources and mediums driving traffic to the site. So here I can see Google Organic at 71%, and then Google CPC or cost per click at 16% of our traffic. So then I can look down, I could see email in here, Bing Organic, I could see some referring sites, I could see some social in terms of mobile Facebook. Okay, so we could see a mix of the different sources and mediums driving traffic to the site. Okay, so you don't always have to look at channel per se. You can look at it via source and medium. And if you're running Google Ads, under acquisition, analytics has a whole section of Google Ads reporting. So if you're running campaigns on Google Ads, remember we looked at the keyword planner in Google Ads. So if you're running campaigns on Google Ads, you can certainly see the performance of those campaigns just by clicking on campaigns. We can also see campaigns, other campaigns that we're running. So remember that UTM tracking that we set up for email. Well, we want to be able to track the performance of email and any other non-Google campaign with UTM tracking. So when we do that, we'll be able to go to campaigns, all campaigns, and we'll be able to see the campaign performance. If we look at source and medium, we'll be able to see what campaigns drove traffic to the website. So here I can see vertical response email as a driver of traffic. So that's the campaign reporting. And then also if you have Search Console. So we looked at Search Console earlier when we talked about SEO tools. Well, remember I said you can link up Search Console with Google Analytics. Well, here's Search Console, and we could see queries, devices, landing pages, countries. So all the performance metrics that we could see in Search Console, because we have it linked up with Analytics, we could see it right here. So this gives us a nice snapshot of what keywords are driving traffic to the site organically. I could see the impressions, I could see the clicks, then I could see the click-through rate, and then the average position. So in theory, the higher something ranks, the more traffic you're going to get. So that's the idea behind it. We want to make sure that we're ranking for our coveted keywords. And if we are, we want to be able to measure how many times our listing was seen and how many times it was clicked. So that's the great thing about, Google. They have a family of products, and those products tend to talk to one another. In the form of Google Search Console and Google Ads, you can connect them directly to Google Analytics. So let's move from acquisition to behavior. So here in behavior, we have a number of different reports. So behavior tells us, once the traffic actually arrived at the website, how are they behaving? And so really what I would do is from there go to site content all pages. And so this gives us an idea of how many pages were actually viewed. So site content all pages tells us what page and how many times it was viewed during a period of time. And again, we're looking at year to date. So I can see engagement related metrics associated with a page. So this particular page here on line 1, I could see how many page views, unique page views, which is equal to sessions. So I can have a session come to the website and look at a page multiple times in that session. I could see the average time the person has spent on a page, and I can also see the bounce rate. So a bounce rate indicates that they arrived on the page and didn't go any further. They left the website from that page that they arrived on. And so I can also see percentage of exits, meaning what page did people exit the site from. So these are all engagement related metrics. So here is where I want to react and optimize my website performance. So if I see a page not performing well, meaning it has a high bounce rate or maybe low time on page, then I'm probably going to optimize it, meaning test it or change it to improve performance. So these are all pages, but I could certainly look at landing pages. Okay, so landing pages tells us the behavior of the page when somebody landed on it. So a landing page means that somebody came from organic search or paid search or another channel, landed on this page. So here I could see this particular page on line 1 had 4,970 sessions. Okay, and I can also see the performance of that page. So measuring engagements against pages is definitely important, because page isn't performing in terms of bounce rate or time on page, then we want to be able to make changes to that page to improve performance. Okay, there are some other great reports under behavior. So we want to go to site speed. We want to look at how fast or how slow our pages load. So this is important from an SEO perspective, because if a page isn't loading very fast, then chances of it getting ranked in Google are not very good. So Google's organic search basically takes page load time seriously. So if a page doesn't load very fast, then we need to be able to fix it. So we can go to page timings. I can get a good sense of the average page load time of a particular page. And what Google does here is, under speed suggestions, they actually will give me some ideas and speed suggestions on how to address a page that's loading very slow. And so when we load up the speed suggestions report, what Google does is say, hey, we know that this page is loading very slow. The average page load time is 15 seconds. Here's some suggestions. We're going to give you 7 suggestions. So if you click on that, what's actually going to happen is you're going to go to another tool called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is analyzing the page, as you can see here. And when it's done analyzing the page, it's going to give you some feedback on how to improve page load performance, not only for desktop, but for mobile. So here I can see, if I scroll down, this is desktop, and these are some of the opportunities that I can address when trying to improve the page load time of that particular page. So here I could see there's some server response time issues. Image sizes probably need to be resized. I can remove unused CSS. Okay, so there are a lot of different things I can do to improve the page load time on this particular page. Okay, this is for desktop. I can also see mobile. So mobile, a lot of the same issues. So if we address these opportunities, then we could see a lift in page load time. We see a lift in page load time. We're going to probably see a lift in organic rankings or even user engagement. Because if a page takes a long time to load, a user's probably not going to stay on that page very long. So to me, site speed is an important report under behavior. Now, one more report here that I want to point out under behavior is events. And to me, events are important. So if you're trying to measure engagement on your website, you need to make sure you have event tracking set up. And when we talk about event tracking, we're talking about measuring things that analytics doesn't measure by default. So if you have a button on your website, if you have a PDF download, if you have a submit button on a form submission, if you have a subscribe button, if you have a video, if you have an external link, anything that is going to trigger engagement on your website, you need to measure with event tracking. And event tracking is simply set up by breaking out the event into a category, an action, and a label. And so here we could see for our particular website, we have categories already set up for event tracking. So here, for example, I can see on line 6, video. I can see how many people actually watched our video. Okay, so here's the action, video start. Okay, so over this period of time, I could see I had 49 unique events, 50 total. So that's how many people actually watched the video. And you can always revert to label, and that'll tell you what page people watched, in this case, the video. So event tracking is important because we want to be able to measure engagement. So if you go to events under behavior and you don't see any events listed, you probably need to get that set up, and that is set up through Google Tag Manager. So what you want to do is you want to be able to set up your events through Google Tag Manager, which is another Google platform, but you certainly want to do that. So that's where you set up your events. When you set up your events for your website with a category, an action, and label, you'll be able to measure those events in analytics under behavior, under events. And the important thing here is you'll be able to measure engagement. So I'll be able to see how many people came to the site and how many people clicked on a button, downloaded a PDF, submitted a form, played a video, did whatever we wanted them to do. So events are important. So let's move from behavior to conversions. And this is important because we want to be able to measure conversions on a website. So analytics has 4 types of conversions. So if I go to admin, down at the bottom, and then I go to goals, I could see that I have 4 different types of goals that I can use. Now, right now, I have event-related goals set up for the website, for this particular website. So we just talked about event tracking. So if you're measuring a button click on your website, you can certainly turn that into a goal. And so all you need to do is tell analytics, hey, this is the particular category, this is the particular action. So for example, if I click on this particular goal and take a look at it, I can see that we have a category set up that anything that resembles donate now, okay, or donate, go ahead and fire this event as a conversion. Okay, so event is one type of goal. Another type of goal is destination. So if somebody goes to a specific page, like a confirmation page, we can turn that into a goal. So here I could see if somebody goes to donation-confirmation, then analytics is going to fire that goal as a conversion. And we're going to see a conversion against a different metric or different dimension, like channel or audience. Okay, so destination is the second type of goal. The third type of goal is duration. So how long did somebody stay on my website? So in this example, if they stayed at least 1 minute and 30 seconds or more, then analytics is going to count that as a goal conversion. Okay, so duration is the third type, and then the fourth type is pages per session. Okay, so if I look at this example here, if a user came to my website and looked at more than 3 pages in that particular session, then analytics is going to fire a goal conversion. So 4 types of goals. You don't have to set up all 4 different types. My recommendation is at least have 1 goal set up. If you're not sure what goal to set up, then at least set up a duration or pages per session. Okay, so at least you can measure how long somebody stays on your website or how many pages they went to. Okay, so when you actually do have these goals set up, you can go back into conversions, we can go back into goals, we can go back into overview, and we can measure our goal completions over this period of time. So here I can see 313 goal completions total with a goal conversion rate of 1.88%. And then I could see it broken down by goal type. So remember, the only goals I have available and set up are event-related goals. So 69 newsletter signups, 156 donate click buttons, I have 32 contact form submissions, 37 email click completions, and then 11 phone number click completions. So I can measure engagement as a goal. And so goals generally are important to the business. So you want to make sure that if you have a goal for your website, then you want to be able to set that up as a goal in Google Analytics. So that way, when you're looking at example channels, if I go back to my channels report, I can then measure channel by goal conversion. So these are all goals, but if I want to look at, for example, how many people from organic search clicked on the Donate Now button, I could see that. I could see year to date 10,887 users, which meant 11,000 sessions. 76 clicked on that Donate Now button. And that comes out to 0.65% conversion rate. Okay, so that's important. So you want to be able to measure any dimension, whether that be channel, source medium, keyword, campaign, mobile device, could be demographic, gender, or age. You want to be able to measure any dimension against the goals you have set up so you can measure performance. And that also includes pages or landing pages as well. So that's a quick overview of what you can expect to see in Google Analytics. Again, audience, acquisition, behavior, and conversions. So a lot of data in Google Analytics, but you want to be able to take advantage of the data in order to improve website performance. Now let's jump over to YouTube Analytics, because if you have videos on YouTube, if you have a channel set up, some playlist, you'll be able to get some really good insights as to how your video is performing. And so here I could see I'm in YouTube. All I did was I went to my account, then I went to the studio version of YouTube, and then from there I went to Analytics. So my account, YouTube Studio, Analytics. And Analytics here is going to give me all sorts of information about my videos. Okay, so here I could see over the last 28 days, my videos produced over 8,600 views. My watch time in minutes totaled over 17,000. And I've netted 48 subscribers. And this is an overall, okay, so I can actually see when I publish videos, and I can see the date they were published. And here I'm looking at, total views over this particular date range. I can also see specifics on a particular video. So I could see the top video in terms of minutes. Here I could see this particular video had 602 minutes over the last 28 days. So here I could see views on a particular video. So this is just an overview. I could certainly look at some other information. If I click on reach viewers, I could see the total impressions. So how many times my video was viewed or how many people looked at it. Okay, and then the click-through rate. So here I could see the different traffic sources. So 29% came externally. Okay, here I could see 25% came within YouTube itself. I could see how many times a video was viewed and played via playlist, via suggested videos. So I could see different ways in which the traffic found my video and actually watched it. Here I could see externally how people were able to find my videos. And I could see 46% found it via Google search. I could see lots of information here about sources of traffic, how the traffic got to these videos. So I could see then once the traffic found my videos, how many times they actually saw it and viewed it and then watched it. So that's how many times I was able to reach viewers via different sources and then their reaction to that, how many times they saw it and watched it. Here I can click on interest viewers. So again, I could see the top videos in terms of watch time. I could see the top playlist. So here I could see my partners playlist was the top playlist. So I can see some interest here in terms of average view duration. And then here we have build an audience. So we can look at specific audiences if we have them built in YouTube to see how many people actually watch my videos. So here I can see 88% of the people who watched my videos over the last 28 days were not even subscribed. So that tells me a lot of people are finding my videos, spending some time watching them, but they're not subscribed. So we're trying to get them to subscribe to our channel so they can watch more. So a lot of information here in YouTube itself about how our videos performed. Again, this is good insight because ideally what you want to do is you really want to take a look at a specific video, see how it's performing. So if I just click on one particular video, I can actually see the audience retention over the course of the video itself. I could see the ways in which people found the video. Okay, again, externally or via YouTube search. I could see how many people liked it or disliked it. I could see all sorts of information on a particular video itself or an overview of my channel. So that's all available to you in YouTube Analytics under YouTube Studio. So take advantage of that. So if you're publishing videos on a regular basis, you want to hone in on how your videos are performing. So if you have any additional questions about YouTube Analytics or YouTube in general, take a look at our video that we created earlier this year about how to create a YouTube channel. We go into some in-depth insights into YouTube itself, especially YouTube Analytics. So take a look at that video. And if you have any other insights about YouTube Analytics or analytics in general, go ahead and put a comment below this video. So let's turn our attention to competitor spying tools. Very important to keep tabs on what the competition's doing, and there are a lot of tools out there. So when it comes to social, we can use a freemium tool like Sprout Social to listen in on our competitors. We can use another freemium tool, Social Blade. There's a popular tool out there called SpyFu. That's freemium as well. Moz, we looked at Moz earlier for keyword and organic. Moz is a great tool for also leveraging our competitors in terms of backlinks. And BuzzSumo, so that's another freemium tool. Again, there are lots of tools out there. These are just examples of some of the tools that we use here at Simplilearn. I use personally and professionally to get a sense of what our competition's doing. So why would we want to use a competitor spying tool? Well, it may sound like a very straightforward question, but there are lots of reasons why. And so let's look at some of these reasons. And the first reason is we really want to identify, our competitors' backlinks and monitor changes in their ranking. So the reason why we have this as the top bullet point is because SEO, organic search, is a long-term strategy. On page, off page, website, very technical and creative. There's a lot going on with SEO, a lot going on. And sometimes it takes a long time to rank for something. And a lot of SEO does depend on relevancy, relevancy being how many quality backlinks are linked to you. So it's always good to leverage what your competitors are doing so you can see how you stack up. And so that's why this is up there as number one. We want to be able to really take a look at what our competitors are doing. Another example would be, hey, how much traffic a competitor is gaining on certain keywords. This could go either way. For paid search, organic search, what are competitors bidding on? Are they really getting traffic from those keywords? So there are tools out there that help us leverage what our competition's doing. Okay, we can also identify our competitors' top performing content for relevant topics. Okay, we can determine what our competitors' website referral traffic is. Okay, we can pull our competitors' data and compare it with our own campaigns. So lots of tools out there to help you do this. And we may want to track the total amount of clicks a competitor receives and how much they pay for each keyword. So let's go ahead and take a look at a few examples how we can leverage all these bullet points that we just discussed. And so we're going to start out with Sprout Social. And Sprout Social is a tool I use. It's a social media platform. There's a lot of things you can do with Sprout Social. Definitely generate reports for your social media platforms. You could set up posts that get published at a certain time and day. But there's also one particular tool in here called listening. And so what we could do is we just put in, for example, RV rentals in Twitter. So what we're doing is we're actually listening to see who else is tweeting about RV rentals. So we could do this for Twitter, we could do it Facebook, some other social media platforms. The whole idea here on Sprout Social is to get a sense of what our competitors are doing. So we could have easily put in a brand name. We're just going general here because we want to rank for the keyword RV rentals. And so here we could take a look at, what some of these particular brands are doing, like Go RV Rentals, Cruise America RV. We could see, just scroll down, and we can get a sense of, in particular, what people are tweeting about, what other companies are tweeting when it comes to this particular keyword, RV rentals. Now, if I want to hone in on a particular competitor, I could just really refine my search for that competitor's brand name. So RV share. So here I can take a look at, what they're doing when they're posting or tweeting, how long ago, the time of day, get an idea of what they're actually saying, what campaigns they're promoting. Okay, I can get a sense of everything about this tweet. And so here I can scroll down and I can see what's been shared by other people for this particular brand. And I can see a lot of people are, as an example, retweeting this particular giveaway. And so to me, it just gives me a sense in this particular example on Twitter as to what our competitors doing. Okay, let's turn our attention to SEO. So remember that first bullet point, we want to get a sense of what our competitors are doing when it comes to backlinks. And so Moz has a great tool called Link Explorer. And Link Explorer there allows us to actually compare link profiles. So for my domain, I can go ahead and put my competitors' domains in there and definitely get a sense of how many links my competitors have, external, internal. I can get a sense of the domain authority. I can get a sense of page authority, linking domains. So I can really do a comparison across my domain and my competitors' domains to get a snapshot of how I compare against my competitors. So this gives me an overview of everything I need to know organically. Now, Moz also has another great tool under Link Explorer called Link Intersect. And I like Link Intersect. I use it a lot because if our competitors really have a number of external links and domains pointing to their site, and they have a better domain authority and page authority, then I want to be able to, see what they're doing, where they're linking, who's linking to them. I want to be able to get a snapshot of why is their domain so much better than ours in terms of authority. And so the Link Intersect actually allows me to do that. So I can go ahead and put my competitors' domains in there, and then I can find opportunities. And so you just click on opportunities and you can see where my site intersects with their site. And if it doesn't actually intersect, then I have an opportunity to actually try and get a link on that particular site. So that's what the Link Intersect report does. It allows me to see where my links intersect with my competitors. And if it doesn't intersect, then I have an opportunity to generate a backlink. So that's ideally what the Link Intersect tool is. In Moz, it allows me to really get a sense of where I'm linking and where my competitors are linking. Now, what we can also do is also take advantage of another report under Moz's Link Explorer and the Discovered and Lost report. So we could put in our domain, or we could put even our competitor's domain in there. And we can get a sense of what domains were found and linked to them. So really within Moz, we can get a good snapshot of what websites are linking to our competitors. We get a good snapshot of the overall links to our competitor sites, and specifically what sites. So the whole idea is if it's good for our competitors, meaning they're linking from a site that has good domain authority and low spam score, then it's probably a site I want to be able to tackle as well. Okay, so you have Discovered and Lost. Okay, you have comparing link profiles, and you have Link Intersect. So those are three good reports you can leverage right in Moz's Link Explorer tool. Now there's one more report we can leverage in Moz, and that's the inbound links report. And so we can go ahead and type in our competitor's domain here. And again, we can get a snapshot of what their domain authority is, page authority for the home page. But really, this is what we're after, linking domains. So this particular domain has over 9,000 linking domains. So what we can do is actually go through and see, based on domain authority, I could sort by domain authority where these pages are being linked from. And so here I can see Reddit. So a lot of Reddit here, which is a good site for backlinking. New York Times. So, there's a lot of different sites here, Washington Post. So I can get a good snapshot of my competitor by seeing every link that's pointing to them. Now, of course, I don't want to go through 9,000 links. I can really just hone in on a specific link source or link type or link state. So I can really filter it if I wanted to. I can export the report and do some further analysis. But really the whole idea here is I could see what URL is linking to this particular competitor site, what the anchor text is, what the page and domain authority is. So this gives me a really good insight on all the backlinking that my competitor has. And again, if I'm trying to catch my competitor, it's probably not a bad idea to look at what they're doing and even copy what they're doing in terms of backlinking. So if we're not on Reddit, then we probably need to be on Reddit, because if that's where our competitor is and they're getting good link juice from Reddit, which has a domain authority of 90, then hey, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, so they say. So inbound links is just another good report you can leverage in Moz under the Link Explorer reporting tool. Now, if I want to get a good snapshot as to what my competitor's doing on search exactly, well, look no further than SpyFu. So SpyFu is another tool that you can leverage from a PPC SEO perspective. You know, from an SEO perspective, you got some backlinking data as well, just like you did in Moz. From a PPC perspective, you can get some good keyword insights. And so here, I just went ahead and typed in the domain. And what this is going to do is just give me an overall snapshot for my competitor's domain. So here I could see, how many organic keywords they're found for, the estimated monthly SEO clicks they're getting based on the volume of those keywords. Okay, I could see here the keywords their top competitors also rank for, the rank history, 12 years. So this particular domain's been around a long time. Okay, so that's on the organic side. I can flip over to the paid side, and I could see that they are doing paid search. I could see 5,000 plus keywords they're bidding on. Okay, based on that, what they're actually paying. And then I could see, some of the other competitors listed here from a paid perspective and an organic perspective. I could see the shared keyword overlap. Okay, now again, you can pay for this because it's freemium and get some really good insights as to how your domain compares to your competitors. So I'm using the free version, and here the free version, SpyFu is just giving me some overall data on the specific domain I entered in. And so I entered in my competitors. You can certainly enter in your own domain to get a sense of organic keywords and paid keywords. So you can see top keywords, top paid keywords. Okay, this is Google Ads. Okay, so this is what recommendations as to what to purchase. Okay, here you could see some Google Ads history. I could see exactly what ad copy my competitor actually wrote and for what keyword. And then I could see some organic ranking history here as I keep scrolling down this overview report. So I can see for RV Rent where they rank, and then I can see inbound links just like I did in Moz. SpyFu is providing me with some insight as to, hey, what links are pointing to them and what the domain strength is and how many clicks they expect to receive. So this is all free data. Take it or leave it, but it's all free data available to you under SpyFu. So SpyFu gives you kind of an overview for free, some really in-depth analysis if you actually pay for it, and it just really hones in on what your competitors are bidding for paid-wise and what they're ranking for organic-wise. And so SpyFu is a really good tool to leverage if you just want to get a snapshot of how your competitor overlaps with you. So let's turn our attention to Google Analytics, because in Google Analytics, under Audience, I can go to benchmarking, and basically the benchmarking reports allows me to see what the industry as a whole is doing compared to my own website. Now, the caveat here on this particular report is that it's all anonymous data, so I can't exactly see what competitor is doing what in this report. But if I hone in on my industry, in this case autos and vehicles, and I hone in on a specific country or adjust the size of the daily sessions that I get, then I can see, hey, analytics in this case, in this example, is sharing 8,863 web properties. Okay, so they're sharing the data for over 8,000 web properties, and I can compare those web properties against my own. So if we're all in the same industry, it gives me a sense here as to how I stack up against the industry as a whole, in this case, as it pertains to channels. So you can see here, red not good, green is good. So in the industry, we're not doing as good as others in the same industry who are receiving the same amount of sessions. Now, we could certainly adjust, and we can adjust our locale. And if we do that, Google's going to be able to adjust how many web properties are actually contributing to the report. And so when analytics makes that adjustment, we're going to be able to see, in this case, just New Zealand. So we're going to adjust for New Zealand, and we're going to go with a 4,999. And so we could see there are about 300 something web properties contributing, 47 web properties now contributing to this report. So if we're focused on the New Zealand region, and this is the amount of traffic we get, we're now comparing us against 47 other anonymous web properties. So now if I go back to the report after I've honed in, I'm looking at channels, and I can see how many sessions we're getting by channels and how I compare against the competition. I can also measure up against percentage of new sessions, new users, pages per session, average session duration, bounce rate. But that's just channels. I can also do location and devices. So the whole idea behind this report is, yes, you're not honing in on a particular competitor, but you're honing in on your industry. So you're getting a good idea as to how you compare against your industry just by making some adjustments in the benchmarking report. You obviously want to make sure you're looking at the same industry, adjust for your country or region, adjust for the site size, meaning how many sessions you actually get on a daily basis, and then analytics will do the rest. They'll compare you against those in your industry. And so I find this to be a good tool because it allows me to stack up our site against those in the industry. And obviously, if we're not driving as many sessions, especially say from organic, then we have our work cut out for us. Okay, so that's the whole idea behind the benchmarking report. Now, if you want to get some good insight as to what the competitors are doing and you don't want to use a tool, well, look no farther. You can always go to google.com. Okay, so this is how we used to do it back in the day before all these tools became available. You just typed in a keyword, and we're going to type in RV rentals, and now we're going to be able to see who's bidding on that keyword. So we could see we have a number of different companies bidding on the keyword we're interested in. Okay, here I can see some featured snippets. Okay, and then I could see some organic search results. Okay, if I scroll down, I'll be able to see some other companies bidding on that same keyword, meaning they're paying for RV rentals. So if I clicked on somebody's link here, they're actually going to pay Google for the click. And so this just gives me a good sense of how many people are actually trying to rank for this keyword or trying to be found for this keyword. So that's all I did. I just did a search. Now, from an organic perspective, if you really want to hone in on your competition, you can always do the syntax all in title, colon, and then hit enter. So now I could see I have 163,000 results. And what does that tell me? That tells me that I have 163,000 websites with RV rentals in the title tag. So if you're trying to optimize for the keyword RV rentals as an example, then you know that you have 163,000 different listings ahead of you that you need to jump over in order to rank for the keyword RV rentals. So using the all in title syntax and the keyword right after that actually just gives you a more accurate picture of how many sites are actually ahead of you for a particular keyword. So that's the whole idea. So if I get rid of the syntax, and you can see for RV rentals I have 132 million, but that's not really accurate because not all these listings have the keyword RV rentals in the title tag. And title tag, if you're working on organic search, is one of the key important factors for ranking. So you need to have that keyword in the title tag. So that's the whole idea behind using the all in title syntax. It gives us a good idea as to what our competition's doing and how many sites we have to jump over to get to number one on Google. Now, if you're running Google ads, just as we did with RV rentals, we went out there and we typed that in as a query and we saw how many advertisers there were for RV rentals. Now, if we are running our own campaigns, Google Ads actually has a good report that I really like. It's called Auction Insights. And so you can get to Auction Insights just by clicking on Campaigns, and then from Campaigns, click on Auction Insights. And what Auction Insights allows us to see is what competitors or domains are bidding on the same keywords we are. And so what Google does here is it allows us to actually see where we stack up against our competition for all the keywords we're bidding on. And so here I'm looking at year to date, and here we can see us and I can see our competitors. Okay, so I can see impression share. So if we're talking about one keyword, every keyword has 100% impression share. How much of that impression share are you getting? And when we say impression share, meaning eyeballs. When we talk about eyeballs, are we getting a majority of the eyeballs, or are competitors getting a majority of the eyeballs? So we can see our average position. I can see how often I overlap with my competitors. Okay, I can see how often I'm above a particular competitor. I can see what percentage I'm at the top of the page versus my competitors, the absolute top of page rate, and then I can see how often I outrank my competitors, and vice versa, how often my competitors outrank me. So I can see all this good insight as to what competitors are bidding on the same keywords I am. Okay, so this is if you're running Google Ads. Okay, so if you're running Google Ads, okay, you can just click on the Auction Insights report. You can find that at the top navigation just by clicking on campaigns. And by doing so, you'll be able to gain some insights as to where you stack up from a paid search perspective against your competitors. So let's turn our attention to paid marketing tools. So if you're doing some advertising on Google, Bing, LinkedIn, you probably want to work within those platforms as the tool of choice. So, if you're doing paid search on, say, googlesearch.com or display, you could be doing display advertising on, a network like AdRoll or Google, or you could be doing social media paid ads, say on Facebook. So whatever it is you're doing, you probably want to work within that platform itself to get the ideal data that you need. Okay, so here are some of the tools, some of the places you can go. Of course, if you work in Google Ads, you also have Google Ads Editor that you can leverage. Okay, and I'll show you that in a couple minutes. You have Google Ads Keyword Planner. Of course, both of these are paid if you're running campaigns. Okay, so Bing, if you're running campaigns on Bing, okay, you get all this good data that you can digest through some reporting. Okay, you also have some third-party tools out there that you also have to pay for in WordStream. Okay, so WordStream is a third-party tool that you can leverage. Bing and Google are actual advertising networks, so you would advertise on the platform itself and get all the data you need right in the platform and leverage a lot of the tools that they have available in the platform. As I mentioned, you could also use Google Ads Editor. So Bing also has their own editor as well. And as well as Facebook. So you can use an editor type version, and I'll show you that here in a couple minutes. But let's talk about why we want to use the tools in the platform itself. Well, we want to be able to monitor how our ad's performing. So which ad receives the most traffic, as an example. We want to identify keywords that are performing for us. Okay, so are keywords converting, not converting? Are they costing us a lot of money and not netting a high enough return for us? So we want to keep an eye on that. Okay, so we want to monitor our cost, okay, across different locations and devices. Not only cost, but we want to also monitor how our ads are performing across different locations and devices, keywords across different locations and devices. So we want to be able to measure by device. Okay, so we also want to analyze competitors' data. And as we showed you in the competitors section, Google, as an example, has Auction Insights reporting. Analytics has benchmarking. So Google itself does provide some information in the case of Auction Insights as to how your competitors are performing against you on Google search. So that's on the paid search side. Then you have display. Okay, so display advertisements. Okay, you're across a different network. So there are different types of networks out there. For example, AdRoll. Okay, you have Criteo. Celtra is another paid version of or paid tool you can use, in Wide Orbit. So these are some of the paid marketing tools you can leverage. Of course, I like to stay, if I'm advertising on Google, I like to stay in Google Ads and measure my display performance that way. But if you're on AdRoll, for example, then you want to leverage AdRoll's reporting platform and some of the tools they have to offer. So if we look at display, why do we want to leverage some of these tools? Well, just like search, for example, where we want to look at keyword and ad performance, same kind of concept here. We want to be able to monitor whether we have the right keywords and right customer engagement. So when it comes to display, we want to be able to make sure we're choosing the right audience. Of course, that means looking at not only audience insights, but our target insights as well. Are we reaching the right audience when it comes to display? And Google has a good breakdown that I'm going to be able to show you here in a couple of minutes. Okay, so we want to improve our campaigns by monitoring our competitors' display ads as well. So there are tools available that'll help you do that. And that's on the display side. And if we look at social, okay, what tools can we use on social? Well, you got Facebook Ads Manager, okay, you got Ad Espresso, Quaya, Tweepy, you got all these cool paid search tools. Again, I usually stick with where I'm advertising. So if I'm advertising on LinkedIn or Twitter, I'm going to leverage that platform, but just know that there are other tools available for you. So with social, like display, it's all about targeting our audience. So for some of the tools like on Facebook, we can review and relaunch our ad campaigns based on target audience. We can measure conversions and gain insights in this example about Facebook users. How are our users interacting with our ads? And then we want to target people based on their activities such as purchase intent, device usage, travel preferences, etc. So social allows us to do that. And then with Facebook as an example, we can monitor any A/B test we run. For example, if we're running call to action test, we can measure the results of that right in Facebook. And I'm going to show you an example of that here shortly. So let's jump right into Google Ads and look at some tools available to us from the search side of the house. So if we're running search campaigns, right in Google Ads, we could see campaign data, we could see keyword data, we could see ad data. So for example, if I want to see what ads are performing, I'm just going to click on my ads and extensions. Okay, and here are my ads. And now I could see what ads are performing in terms of clicks, click-through rates, etc. And so that way I can go ahead and pause ads, activate ads. So that's right here in the Google Ads platform itself. Now, if I want to look at specific keywords, I can do that. So I can see what keywords are driving traffic and clicks. Here I could just sort by clicks. And now I could see not only what keywords are driving clicks, I could see what the click-through rate is. I could see the impressions, how many people actually viewed my ad after typing in a keyword query that I'm bidding on. I could see how much I've paid by keyword. And more importantly, I want to be able to see conversions or conversion rate. And then with Google Ads, you have quality score. So we want to be able to measure quality score. So this is Google Ads keyword reporting. And so the great thing about the keyword reporting is that there's some other features available to me here. So here I can add negative keywords, okay, just by clicking on negative keywords. I can also see a search terms report. And so when it comes to search terms, I can actually see what specific keywords people typed in. And based on the keyword that somebody typed in as a query, I can see what match type triggered that particular ad. And so if I see a keyword query that I don't particularly care to be shown for, or want my ad shown for, then I can go ahead and just select it and I can add it as a negative keyword. Okay, so that tool is available to you right in Google Ads. Okay, and then you have the auction insights. So we reviewed the auction insights when we're looking at competitive analysis. And so here, if we look at the auction insights, we'll be able to adjust our date range and we'll be able to see basically who else is bidding on the keywords and what their impression share is, what their average position is, what their overlap rate is, position above rate, top of page, absolute top of page right now, ranking share. So once Google has data, then they'll be able to share that information with you. Okay, so that's just keywords, but there's a cool tool that I really like, and I leverage it for SEO and pay-per-click, and that's Google's Keyword Planner. So if you click on Tools, and then you click on Keyword Planner, we'll be able to leverage the Keyword Planner. And the whole idea behind the Keyword Planner is, do we want to discover new keywords? Or for the keywords we have selected, we can get volume and forecast on that. So here, let's type in a keyword, mail delivery. And if I click Get Started, okay, so Google's going to give me some other keyword ideas, and they're going to give me what the average monthly searches are for that keyword. They're going to let me know the competition. They're going to give me a range in terms of how much I can expect to pay for that keyword. So if I happen to click on that keyword, I can add it to a plan. And then once I've added to a plan, then I can go ahead and look at that plan and measure what kind of volume I'm going to get and how much I can expect to pay. So now once I've added my keyword to that plan, I can go ahead and see how many clicks and impressions and costs and click-through rate and average cost per click I can expect to spend. So, and this is based on a maximum CPC of $2. So I can go ahead and adjust my plan accordingly if I want to, in order to see basically how much I can expect to spend. So that's the whole idea behind the Keyword Planner in terms of choosing new keywords. And once you choose keywords you're interested in bidding on, you can actually do a forecast to see exactly how much you can expect to spend, how many clicks, how many impressions you can expect to get, and if you have conversions set up, how many conversions you can expect to receive. So that's all part of Google's keyword plan. That's viewing, forecast, as well as choosing keywords. So there are so many different tools and features within Google Ads. We need a whole segment just on this. So really, I'm just going to highlight some of the more important tools and features. So I mentioned the keyword planner. I mentioned the campaigns, keywords, and ads reports. Another thing I would look at in Google Ads, again, we mentioned this as one of our key defining why would we use it bullet point, and that's because of devices. So we mentioned devices. Why would we use Google Ads reporting tool? Because we want to look at devices. And we want to be able to see what devices are driving traffic from what campaign. And then the cool thing about Google Ads is right in Google Ads platform, you can go ahead and do a bid adjustment. So if I increase my bid adjustment, for example, on mobile phones, then my particular ad in this particular campaign is going to show more than on computer. So I can always decrease it. For example, do a bid adjustment on computer, and that means I'm going to show my ads less. So I can go ahead and do bid adjustments based on device. That's the cool thing of working right in Google Ads platform, is you can make adjustments right here in the platform based on devices. Well, you also have locations too. So we mentioned that as one of the reasons why we want to use some of these tools. And if I see a particular location I'm not interested in advertising, well, I can always select it and I can always just pause it or remove it. So, or I can change the bid adjustment on a location as well. So I can make a lot of different changes right in the Google Ads platform. For those seasoned in search advertising, paid search advertising, especially on Google Ads, you can always use Google Ads Editor. All you need to do is just do a search for Google Ads Editor. You can download it. So basically what Google Ads Editor is, it's a tool, it's a software that you work with your campaigns on locally. So you're making changes to your campaigns on your computer. And basically when you're done making changes, you can always upload them to Google Ads, to the account on Google Ads in the cloud, so to speak. So that's the whole idea behind Google Ads Editor. It's a great tool for you to use if you want to make household changes really quick. For example, I'm looking at an account with a bunch of campaigns. So now if I click on one of those campaigns, I could see the ad groups here. Okay, so for example, if I just wanted to turn off all these ad groups, I can just highlight them all and just click status enabled to paused, and I can revert back if I want to. Okay, so you can make household changes. So here I could see the campaign, the ad group level. If I choose an ad group, then I can see some keywords. And again, I can make changes ad nauseum. Here I can copy, I can paste, I can delete. Okay, so I can make a lot of changes really quick right in Google Ads Editor. And that's the whole point of Editor, is to go ahead and work locally while somebody else is working locally on the same account. You could both be working simultaneously and being more efficient on getting things done in the campaign. Now, if you are working with somebody else on the campaign, you want to make sure that you get recent changes. So if I say get recent changes to all campaigns, what Google Editor is going to do is contact Google Ads in the cloud and download all those changes. So here I can see the changes being downloaded in Editor from Google Ads. And when it's done, it's going to highlight all the changes that have been made. And so once I'm done reviewing those changes, I can go ahead and click done. And now I know I have the recent latest changes in Editor. So now I can go ahead and continue to make some changes. And when I'm done making changes, I can go ahead and post them. So that's the beauty of Google Ads Editor. Bing has a version, Facebook has a version. It allows you to, again, go at the keyword level, the ad group level. Okay, you can look at ads itself and make changes to the ads. Okay, you could do a lot of different things right in Editor. In fact, you could do pretty much most of what you could do in Google Ads, you can do in Google Ads Editor. And so that's Google Ads Editor. To me, I would recommend it if you're experienced with Google Ads. Again, it's software. You have to download it. You're going to use it on your computer as software. But when you make changes, all you need to do is post those changes or get recent changes that have been made on Google Ads. And so that's Google Editor, Ads Editor in summary. Now let's go back into Google Ads and talk about display advertising, because display is a different network, but the platform's still the same. And some of the same tools are available from the search network as well as for the display network right in Google Ads. So if I want to take a look at a campaign and ad group on the display network, I can just click on that ad group and I can look at the ads that are running for that particular ad group on the display network. So here, the difference being on the display network is you can use image ads. On the search network, you can only use text ads. So here I can look at image ads and I can see how they're performing. In fact, you could even go a step further and use responsive display ads. So Google has responsive display ads, meaning it's going to respond to what's performing best. Okay, and so now I can see clicks, impressions, click-through rate, etc. right on my ads and extensions report in Google Ads platform. Now, this happens to be a retargeting campaign. So if we click on audiences, we'll be able to see what audiences we're targeting here. Okay, so when this report loads, when you run retargeting campaigns, you're targeting a specific audience. And so we want to be able to see, okay, of the audiences we have set up, what audience is performing best. Okay, so here I can see a breakout by audience. Again, I can see the same metrics I could see on the search side. I could see clicks, impressions, click-through rate. More importantly, I want to be able to measure conversions. Okay, so that's the whole idea when you're in these platforms and you're paying for ads, is you want to be able to measure against conversions, and you can also measure against cost per conversion, conversion rate. Okay, so those are some key metrics to measure up against, whether it's audience, keyword, ad, whatever the dimension is. So here on the display network, we can get a sense of demographics. Okay, so unlike the search network, the display network allows us to see demographic data. And so now I could see an age breakout or an age range breakout that Google provides us. And I could see, again, based on the age range breakout, which age range has the most clicks, impressions, etc., including conversions. So you also have the opportunity on the display network to add keywords. You have the opportunity to add topics, and you have the opportunity to see placements or run placements. So here, if I click on where ads have shown, I can actually see where my ads have shown up for this display campaign. And Google Ads allows you the ability to go ahead and you can exclude it from the ad group or exclude a specific placement from a campaign. So you could take action on a specific placement. And I can see the type of placement, whether it's a mobile app, whether it's a site. I can go ahead and see exactly where that placement was. So that's the placements report. You have demographics, you have audiences, you have keywords, you have all these different reports available to you on the Google Ads platform. So before we jump over to social media, paid search advertising, I just want to remind you, we do have, a nice tutorial on Google Ads. Okay, so take a look at the Google Ads tutorial we have set up on YouTube. Okay, if you search for Google Ads tutorial 2019, this is a good tutorial on everything related to Google Ads. So check out this video because in today's webinar, we're just mentioning tools across the board. And if you are advertising on Google Ads, as most people do, then you could see just how powerful it is and all the different features that are available. So take a look at the video. It's a nice complementary video to this one, this digital marketing tools, and this will give you a nice and deeper insight into everything that's available on Google Ads. And if you have any tools or features on Google Ads, whether it's the search network or whether that's the display network, then feel free to comment below this video. Happy to hear your comments about what tools and reports and features you specifically use in Google Ads. So let's move into Facebook Ads Manager and show you how the platform looks when you're running ads on Facebook. So we can look at all the different tools and reports available here. So here we could see, if we're in the Facebook Ads Manager, we could see our campaigns, we could see our ad sets, and we can see our ads. So just like on Google Ads, you have left side navigation so we can drill down. So if we want to see ad sets, for example, we could just click on ad sets that are showing up in this particular account. And here we can see we have 2 ad sets that are live. So if I click on one of these ad sets, I'll be able to see an actual ad that's running here. And so for the actual ad that's running, I can then see the results of that ad and how it's performing. For example, how many clicks it's received, what the reach is, what the impressions are. So impressions similar to Google Ads, how many people are actually looking at the ad. And then I can see the cost per click here at $1 as an example. And so now I can go in and I can go ahead and look at the ad performance and go ahead and change out that ad if it's not performing to my expectation. So if I click on more tools and then creatives, I can just simply click on creatives and then I can actually see the creatives I actually have running for that campaign I selected. So now I can see all the creatives that are running and I can see the results of those creatives. So Facebook Ads Manager also has different reporting. So if I click on the reports pull down menu, you can see here, I can see some standard reports by ad set, age and gender, and then I can see all reports here listed out by placement and device, time of day, country, etc. So if we just look at age and gender, we'll be able to get a breakout age and gender here. So you can see by campaign, I'm looking at all campaigns here, and I'm looking at just age and gender. I can certainly deselect one of these, and I can look at a specific time range. So now I can see who's looking at my ad specifically. So here I could see 35 to 44 female. I could see the reach, impressions, and how often they're actually seeing my ad. Now this is key for Facebook because if somebody's seeing your ad a lot, they're probably going to tune out to it. So that's what makes the frequency metric so important on Facebook, because then we can go ahead and turn off that particular age and gender if we needed to. And we can see how much we spent. So this just gives you some idea of the type of reporting that's available in Facebook Ads Manager. Now the great thing about Facebook Reporting in Ads Manager is, I can group or ungroup my dimensions if I needed to. I could change the view and arrange columns. I can get rid of columns just as you would in Google Ads reporting. Very similar stature here. So I have a lot of flexibility here on how I review the reports. You got different metrics that you can pick and choose as well. Okay, and you got lots of different flexibility when you're looking at the reports on how your campaigns are performing. Now here I can pick and choose. I can choose campaign, ad set, ads, objective. Again, I can choose different demographics. So I have a lot of options available to me in terms of how I want to, view the performance of my campaign, view the performance of my ad set or my ad. Now remember, if you're in Facebook, you can always go in and edit the campaign. You can edit the ad set. Remember, in the ad set, that's where a lot of your decisions are going to be made, including how you want to drive the traffic, okay, what your budget is. Okay, you can basically choose your audience here. So you're going to be able to choose what type of campaign it's going to be. And based on that campaign, you're going to go ahead and choose the kind of audience you want to focus in on. You're going to be able to choose the location, the age range, the gender. So all of this is going to be set up in the ad set or the campaign or the ad. If you go ahead and edit an ad, remember you can do A/B testing as well. So you have a lot of different options and features available to you right in Ads Manager when you're managing your paid search campaigns on Facebook. So if you want some more information about all the different features and tools in Facebook Ads Manager, check out the Facebook Ads Tutorial 2019 webinar that we did earlier this year. In addition, you can also look at another one that we did on Facebook called Facebook Advertising Tips and Strategies. So that should give you some sense of everything related to Facebook ads and how to take advantage of the Facebook Ads Manager platform. So if there's anything on social that we may have missed or that you use, feel free to add a comment below the video. We'd love to hear your feedback. Okay, let's talk about some affiliate marketing tools. Let's turn our attention to affiliate marketing. A lot of affiliate marketing platforms out there. The number one probably is Commission Junction, also known as CJ. They're an affiliate platform. They have a freemium model, meaning you can have a free trial, but basically you're going to have to move on and pay for the platform. Likewise for House Offers, you have volume. You really, when it comes to affiliate marketing, a lot of platforms out there. Click Inc., AWIN. So a lot of these are brokers per se. And when I say brokers, like for example with CJ, you as a merchant or you as a publisher can get in touch with a merchant. You as a merchant can get in touch with a publisher, meaning CJ helps bridge the gap between you finding somebody to build your network with. Okay, so that's what really affiliate marketing is, and you really need a platform to kind of put it all together. And so a lot of affiliate marketing platforms. We're actually going to take a look at CJ and go through some of the features in the platform here shortly. But let's just take a look at why we need these affiliate marketing tools. Well, these affiliate marketing tools identify affiliates, influencers, employees, other advocates you want to partner with. So again, you could be on the merchant side. You could be actually selling a product, and you're going to want somebody to help you sell that product. Somebody with a website who's an influencer who drives a lot of traffic to their own site, who, does sell, reputable brand, etc. So you need somebody to help you introduce you to these sites. Okay, so CJ and some of these other marketing platforms, affiliate marketing platforms do that. Okay, so these tools are there to do the introductions. They're brokering the relationship. So the other benefit here is you can contract with affiliates and track the traffic and conversions. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, if you do use CJ.com, by no means am I only endorsing that platform. There are plenty others out there. But whatever platform you use, you're going to want to be able to set up terms and conditions with that particular affiliate. So you could set up a terms and conditions for, say, 10% off all sales, as an example. Okay, well, you're going to need a platform that will help you broker that contract. Okay, contract terms or program terms. Furthermore, you're going to need a platform to help you track, hey, is this affiliate helping me drive traffic, or is this affiliate driving traffic to my products, and is this affiliate helping me sell? So these platforms help you do just that. Okay, so you can gain high website rankings with the help of your affiliate, meaning that, hey, your affiliate can be promoting your product, and if they're promoting your product, you have a chance to show up via paid search, organic search, off other websites, so social. So you have a lot of benefits to working with affiliate marketing in itself, and the tools available will help you gain website rankings as one example. We want to be able to track certain metrics. Okay, so in affiliate marketing, you have earnings per click, EPC. As an example, most platforms measure EPC from a 7-day period to a 3-month period. Okay, you can also figure out what the actual cost per click is, just like you do on, say, Google search. You can actually measure that in affiliate. Okay, you want to eliminate fraudulent clicks, impressions, and conversions. So any affiliate platform worth its weight is going to help you understand, how many impressions and clicks and conversions you're getting, and help you manage that in terms of fraudulent clicks, or, hey, if you're getting a lot of impressions and no clicks, that's a problem too. So these platforms are really built on helping you manage your relationship with the affiliate by offering up all sorts of reports and tools. The other big benefit here to affiliate marketing tool is, hey, we can influence our customers throughout their buying journey. So we could set up different promotions based on, hey, did somebody go to the website? Did somebody see our product? Did somebody click on our product? Did somebody go into the shopping cart with our product? Did somebody purchase our product? So there's all sorts of steps in the funnel, so to speak. And hey, you can work with an affiliate, a publisher, to influence your customers throughout that purchasing funnel, throughout that journey. So let's go ahead and log in here. So when you log in, like any other digital marketing tool, any other platform, you're going to have your own settings and whatnot. So really the whole idea behind any affiliate marketing tool is really there to manage your publishers. Who do you want as a publisher? Who do you want selling your product? You obviously want somebody who's relevant, somebody who's going to be able to sell the product, somebody who has a targeted audience that's similar to yours. Okay, so we go into cj.com, we're going to log in, and here you can see a publisher's link. So we're going to click on the publisher's link. And remember, when you sign up publishers, you have to have program terms. And so if we click on publishers, program terms, we're going to be able to see all the different program terms available. So here we could see the different program terms we have set up for certain publishers. So we just click on that. We'll be able to see that's the default program term. So remember, you could set up your own program term for any publisher. So as a best practice, if you have publishers who are actually performing well, who are selling your products, maybe you want to offer them a little bit more on the commission side. Maybe you want to sweeten the deal. Maybe, these publishers get better program terms versus, say, other publishers who don't. And so here we can see the program terms. Basically, you could see what the terms are, the action, and the different policies here. So everything you need to do to manage that publisher in terms of payment is done under the program terms. Now, if the program terms are met, the publisher actually sells your products. CJ is the broker. They're the ones who are going to initiate the payment based on the program terms. So be careful in the program terms. You want to be able to set them appropriately. CJ has templates. CJ has some default program terms that you could use and offer up to different publishers. So based on the program terms, that's how your publishers are going to get paid. And so here you can have as many different program terms as you want. There's no limit here. You want to be able to align and reward program terms, again, based on performance. And so here we can see what publishers are under what program terms. So again, if your publisher's performing well, sweeten the deal. Offer them a better program terms. And so you can align publishers with different program terms. And so that's the whole idea behind program terms, is you want to be able to align publishers with that. So when you sign up a publisher, they're going to get aligned with a program term, meaning what are they going to get paid for selling your product? Now, if we want to manage by status instead of by program terms, we could see all the different organizations we have in our network. These are our publishers. We're the affiliate. We're the ones selling the product. We want to know who's selling, who's not selling. And so we can look at all our publishers by program terms or by status. Okay, so basically you could see here the term status, whether it's active or not, earnings, basically what they've sold over the last basically 7 days or 3 months. So you could look at basically how your publishers are performing just by clicking on Manage by Status here in CJ.com. So when you're looking at reports in CJ.com or really any other affiliate program, you might see the acronym EPC. This stands for earnings per click. Actually, it's a little misleading. It's actually earnings per 100 clicks. So basically, CJ calculates, how much your publisher's actually making per click. Just like paid search, we're paying Google X amount per click. It's the same thing here. We can't, or these publishers can't make any money if they don't generate clicks. So that's why you have an EPC model or metric, so to speak, so you can measure earnings per click. CJ does it over a 7-day period and over a 3-month period. So you could sort based on 7-day or 3-month to see who's earning the most per click in terms of publishers. Now, you can select under publishers groups. Now you can group your publishers. Okay, so if you have, say, a group of publishers in a specific region like the United States or India, or if you're just focused on the United States and say you have publishers in different states like Texas, California, Missouri, Arkansas, well, you can group those publishers into different groups, and you can look at your different group names here. So here we could see Canada. And so we have our publishers grouped into a group called Canada. Why? Because they're based in Canada. Makes sense. So you want to be able to organize your publishers, because the whole idea behind affiliate marketing, CJ, is you want to be able to get the best publishers available for your network. And so as you get more publishers for your network, you'll be able to basically start grouping them where it makes sense. Now, the example I gave you is by geography. You could do by geography, or you could do by publisher status, meaning my best performing publishers go into a group. If they're in a group, then they get aligned with a certain program term. So you could group your publishers any way you want, by status, meaning they're selling more, these are our best performing publishers, or by region, or by promotion. I mean, how you group your publishers is totally up to you. However, take advantage of the option to create publisher groups, because the whole idea, again, I'm going to repeat it, is you want to get publishers and you want to start building your base of publishers, because the more publishers you have, the more chance you are to sell your product. Remember, if nobody clicks on your product, then nobody's going to buy your product. So if you have publishers who are promoting your product for you, then you have a good opportunity to sell it. So the more publishers you have on board, the better the opportunity. So now once you have publishers, you can start grouping these publishers accordingly to whatever makes sense. It's a business decision. Just know the options available in CJ to group publishers. Let's turn our attention to social media marketing tools. Social media, always a great topic to talk about. So we're going to finish up all our digital marketing tools with social media. We talked about SEO, paid, competition, affiliate, email, web analytics. It's just appropriate to finish up with social media because social media has so many tools available. So many. Okay. The first one I can think about here is Hootsuite. Hootsuite is a great social media marketing tool to use. Okay, it's a freemium. Okay, you can set up a free trial here. You basically a base account, and then you can use Hootsuite to do a lot of things. Anything from setting up landing pages to actually publishing content to listening. Hootsuite, to me, is one of the most powerful social media marketing tools available. You got Buffer. Buffer is a paid version, but you can actually set up a low cost or free account actually on Buffer and then move to a paid account. Okay, you got TweetDeck, been around a long time. That is actually free, and I would recommend TweetDeck, and we're going to take a look at that here in a couple minutes. Okay, and then you got Sprout Social. Sprout Social is another social marketing platform similar to Hootsuite. Do a lot of reporting, a lot of publishing, a lot of listening. And so we're going to take a look at Sprout Social today as well. Before we do that, let's go over why these tools are important to us. From a social media perspective, you're pumping out a lot of content. So you need to be able to smartly, efficiently, schedule and manage your post. Okay, so you're not just working likely with just one platform like Facebook. You're probably on a number of different platforms. Depending on your business, depending on your bandwidth, depending on what you're selling, your products, etc. Your audience obviously has a lot to do with it. It could be Instagram, Pinterest. You want to be able to consolidate all that and manage it in one place. And that's what social media marketing tools do. They allow you to manage everything in one place. So if you can manage everything in one place, then these social media marketing platforms need to be able to make it easy for you to add and manage different accounts. Okay, so a lot of them have the ability for you to add not just one Twitter account, but multiple Twitter accounts. And not just one social media platform, but multiple social media platforms. And a good social media marketing tool worth its weight will help you monitor the results. So monitor social media posts that help drive leads and sales. In other words, you're going to have a lot of different metrics associated with each social media marketing platform. Okay, which one is actually doing its job? Okay, so you want to be able to easily manage these platforms, applications, and websites very efficiently. Okay, so instead of having to log into each platform, you just log into one place, get a sense of what's been posted, what the engagement is, did they purchase, etc. And what you want to do is be able to individually customize every social media post across different platforms. So it just makes it a lot easier to do that in these social media marketing tools. Okay, you don't want to send out a blanket message across different platforms. You want to be able to go ahead and customize a post depending on what that post is, depending on what the product is, what time of day, what target market, what target audience. So customization is a lot easier using these social media marketing tools. You want to be able to engage with brand advocates. So listening is a good thing with social media marketing tools. Using the listening functionality so you can actually see who is a brand advocate, who's not a brand advocate, who's an influencer, who's not an influencer. And then, of course, you want to analyze the behavior of your audience and optimize individual posts on real-time data. So if, for example, you post something using one of these social media marketing platforms and you see it go viral, then you want to be able to react to that in real time. So you're going to be able to see that in real time on these social media marketing tools, these platforms like Sprout Social and Hootsuite. And then you're going to be able to react to that behavior. And then, of course, monitoring website traffic and conversion rates, that's key. We always want to monitor conversions based on our KPIs, our business goals. So there are also a few important digital marketing tools that can help you in different ways. Okay, so without further ado, let's jump in and take a look at what's available in terms of social media marketing. So just a quick reminder, if you are running ads on Facebook or you're posting on Facebook as an example, or any platform in general, that platform's going to have its own metrics, if you will. So for example, Facebook has something called Facebook Insights. So you'll be able to actually see, what's been posted based on, the last 7 days. In this example, how many page views you're getting, engagements, recent posts. So just to let you know, yes, you can go into any one of these platforms on its own and look at metrics. Just like you can do if you're running Facebook ads. Okay, you can go right into Facebook Ads Manager and view data there. Okay, so the whole point here, though, on using a social media tool is that you can measure all that in one place. So if we log into Sprout Social, I can set up these accounts right into Sprout Social. So I don't have to log in Twitter individually or Facebook individually. I can link them up all within Sprout Social. And then I can go to reports, just like I can with Facebook Insights. And then once I'm in Sprout Social reporting, then I can go ahead just like I can in Facebook Insights, except it's all right here for me. I can jump into, Facebook and dig a little bit deeper as to what's going on with my account. So I don't have to log into Facebook directly. I can see, the impressions, the engagement, the clicks over a period of time. I can see my audience growth. I can see my publishing behavior, how often am I publishing. I can see the top post individually. I can see impressions by day. A lot of this same material, same information is already in Facebook Insights. So if it's available in Facebook Insights, you're definitely going to have it available in a tool like Sprout Social. So you want to be able to just efficiently log in and jump from one platform to the other. So here, I can go to Instagram, and look at Instagram data, or I can look at Twitter information. So you want to be able to efficiently jump from one platform to the other using, in this example, Sprout Social. Now, as I mentioned, as part of one of the benefits of a social media tool is that you can publish content. You want to be able to publish content because you want to be able to organize and schedule accordingly. You don't want to be submitting and publishing content right after one another. Okay, you want to be able to spread it out efficiently and effectively. And so here we could see, we could publish and schedule content accordingly. So all we have to do is click compose, select a profile, write whatever we need to do. We could schedule it for tomorrow at a specific time. And there you go. Voila, scheduled. So this is on Twitter. Okay, so, we could choose another platform here. It's just that easy to schedule. So you want to be able to schedule accordingly because, again, when you schedule something, then you want to look at the behavior of it. So it's just as simple as going from publishing to reporting. And then based on when something got published, you could see the reaction of it and react to it. So another thing here that I like about Sprout Social, Hootsuite, a lot of these other platforms do it really well. You got listening tools. So you can listen in on conversations that are being had. For example, mail delivery. If we do mail delivery on Twitter search, we'll be able to see what's been tweeted about mail deliveries. If that's the business we're in, we can refine our search and choose a specific location, a radius to hone in if we're local. Okay, so this is Sprout Social's example of listening. Here, let's take a look at another example. I'm in later.com. So later, very similar to Sprout Social in that it does a lot of the same things. You can actually schedule content on a particular platform. And one thing I like about later here, you can actually see it visually. You can see a calendar and what's been scheduled. So I could see today I have something scheduled at 1:15 local time. And again, I have 5 profiles set up for this account. So I can pick and choose the profile that I want to publish to. So it just makes it that much easier and I can visually see it. And that's important. So here I can click on media library. So the one thing about later.com is that, you have a library of images that potentially you can reuse. So if I click on this image here, okay, I can get a sense of when it was used and I can view it on a calendar. I can add a label for it. So that's another benefit to later is that they have this media library here. They have conversations. So I can actually connect to a platform and listen in on conversations that are being had, similar to the listening tool in Sprout Social. And they have analytics, so you can actually see right in later.com how your particular social media platform is performing. So I can see it here over 7 days. I can see the number of followers have increased. I can see the growth rate. I can see the number of impressions that I've received. Okay, so I want to be able to see how my particular platform's performing over a period of time. So I can look at reach, a lot of profile views, website clicks. Okay, so I can get a lot of good insights here right in the analytics platform of Later. You can look at specific post performance. So if we posted something, I could see basically how many likes it received, how many comments, impressions, the reach. And then if I wanted to, I can click on details and get more specific information on it. Engagement rate, okay, discovery, actions, comments, saves, etc. So later.com goes into some nice detail about post performance. They even have data on hashtags. So if you use a hashtag, you can actually see how many times the hashtag's been used or saved, how many impressions it's received. Okay, so they really go into some nice detail here about how your post and how your accounts are performing. And here's a tool I really like, I've been using for a long time, and that's TweetDeck. So what TweetDeck does is connect with your Twitter account. So you can see in a different visual, so to speak, of how your Twitter account looks in terms of your feed. Here I can see this is my feed here. Okay, I can see some notifications. I can see specific messages. Then on this column, I can see activity. Okay, so I can add different columns here if I wanted to. And basically by adding columns, you can see I can look for what's trending as an example. So I'm going to add in a column that says trending. And so now I can go in and see, okay, these are all the different things that are trending on Twitter. So you can actually add a column and pay attention to something really specific. Okay, so for example, search. Okay, so right now I have men's health, but I could type in, let's just say World Cup. Okay, so I could see you got the cricket World Cup, you got, the soccer, football World Cup going on. So, we could pick a particular topic to follow if we wanted to. So again, here I'm following men's health. So I can now see, everything that's been posted on men's health. Now, if I click on, for example, one of these hashtags here that's trending, I can actually see who's tagging or using that hashtag Friday Feeling in their tweets. And so the whole idea behind, TweetDeck, it serves up a interesting overview, so to speak, of not only your account, but, a specific topic or what's trending or, other things that are being said. So if you really want to pay attention to your brand or something really specific like, your competitors or a specific product, then you can just do a search on that. And so that's the great thing about TweetDeck. It allows you to kind of just look and listen in on everything going on in Twitter. Now, we do have a good video out here on YouTube, how to start social media marketing. So if you haven't had a chance to look at it, take a look. It goes over some of these tools that we covered today, like Sprout Social, later.com, Facebook Insights. So it does cover in more detail some of what we covered on these social media marketing tools. So take a look at how to start social media marketing. So we covered a lot of different marketing tools, digital marketing tools, everything from SEO to email to social to paid to affiliate to competitor. But there's also a few other digital marketing tools that you can use in different ways, like video SEO, for example. So vidIQ, we want to use vidIQ to get a good sense of how a particular video is performing. So here, if we go into YouTube, you can see vidIQ is a browser extension or browser plugin, if you will. So I can go and take a look at a specific video and see how many hours it's been watched, how many views, minutes watched, subscribers, etc. The great thing here, I can look at the entire account. So I can get good insights into my video or my entire account here, just by adding in the vidIQ extension into my Chrome browser. So vidIQ actually does give you some really, really good insights into not only your account, but the video. And so recommend vidIQ because it's good for video SEO. Okay, there's also tools related to content optimization. So, if you're doing SEO and you have a lot of content on your site, well, you know what? we want to be able to use a tool, maybe a third-party tool, to give some objective reasoning as to what more we can be doing. So you got tools like SEO Site Checkup or Site Analyzer. These are paid tools, but if you're really heavily invested in SEO, then they may pay dividends for you. You want to be able to make sure your content is fully optimized to the fullest according to, Google's algorithms. And so you maybe, want to invest in that third-party tool. So these are good tools to use for content optimization. There's also other Reddit, but, there's Keyword Planner in Google. There's also WordStream. There's a lot of different keyword tools out there. So you may not have a Google Ads platform. And so if you don't have Google Ads, then you may not be able to gain access to Google's Keyword Planner. So having a third-party keyword tool will pay dividends as well, because those dividends pay off in the form of not only pay-per-click, but also SEO. And if you're heavily invested in content, heavily invested in social, then you may want to take a look at the keyword tool, Keywordit, and it's primarily used for Reddit. We talk about page load time. So we looked at that in Google Analytics. We know that it heavily impacts SEO. So there are other tools available. You got a third-party tool here that's free, SolarWinds Pingdom. You actually have PageSpeed Insights by Google. So these are free tools that you could take advantage of in determining how you can improve your page load time. My favorite topic, conversion rate optimization. So you got a couple in here, Crazy Egg and Zarget. Okay, so I'm going to show you another tool called Hotjar. So here, if you log into hotjar.com, you can set up an account. It's actually free. And with the free account, you can have Hotjar measure the heat map, not only the heat map, but the click mapping, the scrolling of a particular page. And so here you can see we're looking at a particular page here. So Hotjar allows me to, see on that page where people are clicking. I can also see where people are moving. I can also see, the scrolling of a particular page. Okay, so you can see here on the page, I can see people are moving over here to the right. That's where they're clicking mostly. If I switch over to move mode, then I can see on that particular page where people are actually moving their mouse. And then I have my scroll analysis. So I could see, how far down people actually scroll on the page. And so again, with a paid account, you can measure up to 10,000 page views. With the free version, you can measure up to 2,000 page views. And so 2,000 page views allows you to get some insight as to what people are clicking on or where they're moving or how they're scrolling on a particular page. And so I definitely recommend Hotjar. They also do funneling. They also do forms, polls, lots of other tools available in Hotjar. So hotjar.com is a tool I would recommend as well. So one final tool, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it, and that's Google Optimize. So Google Optimize is a Google platform that allows you to A/B test. And so A/B testing means that you have an original page and you're changing one element on that page to see which one performs better. And so with Google Optimize, it's just very easy to set up, to run. And the whole point of Google Optimize and A/B testing is to improve website performance. So here you can see I have an account set up on Optimize. You can see we're running one test here, and we're just testing one element versus the original. So we move photos to the top of the page. The original didn't have the photos to the top of the page. And so we can go into reporting here. Google Optimize does all the heavy lifting. And so here you can see we can look at bounces, or we can look at, basically measure the test up against a metric that's important to our business. And again, the whole point is to improve website performance. And so definitely take a look at Google Optimize. We'll have another webinar in the future on the topic, but to me, Google Optimize is free. You can run up to 5 tests. Okay, and if you can run up to 5 different tests, then that means you have the ability to really improve website performance. Okay, so Google Optimize is a tool that I would recommend.
Carl has a website on cake recipes. Unfortunately, his website on Google is not ranking well. Moreover, when searching for cake recipes keyword, his website ranks way below than his competitors. This can be due to various reasons, but one that sticks out is SEO. To solve this issue, I have a few important ranking factors that Carl needs to know and apply if he wants his website to rank well. Before we get started with the ranking factors, let me first explain what SEO is. SEO is the practice of getting traffic from organic search results on a search engine like Google, Bing, etc. Depending upon the keyword, search engines rank websites based on what content they consider most relevant to users. Without further ado, let me tell you the top 5 ranking factors which can help Carl to rank his website. First is content quality, then it's page speed of a web page. After that, it's website structure. Next is SSL certificates. And finally, it's backlinks, which is the most important ranking factor. Let's have a look at good content quality. A good content quality is an essential factor that helps a website to rank on Google. Google ranks content that completely answers a user's query. In our case, cake recipes. Also, longer content rank higher on search engine results. Apart from longer content, you can also optimize your content with few techniques, such as you can start with a comprehensive introduction. This article on the best vanilla cake I've ever had is a good example of having a comprehensive introduction. Ensure to write content relevant to the chosen keyword. For example, if your keyword is cake recipes, ensure to write a content on how to bake a cake rather than focusing on cake decorating ideas. Always create a click-worthy title and include LSI keywords in your content. In SEO, LSI stands for Latent Semantic Indexing. They're used to drive content traffic and create more visibility on SERPs. An easy way to look for LSI keywords is on Google SERP. Some of the LSI keywords for cake recipes are easy cake recipes, vanilla cake recipes, chocolate cake recipes, and a lot more as shown on the screen. Ensure your heading and subheadings consist of keywords. For example, all the heading and subheading for this article have the keyword cake. Build a comprehensive internal linking structure of web pages. It helps in spreading link equity across the site. It is important to create a simple internal website link structure. In the below example, a bot crawls on web page 2 by following internal link of the web page 1. Next, add suitable images with descriptive alt text. Here, using relevant images can help search engines understand what your content is about, and this method helps in site ranking. For example, for Carl's website on cake recipes, he should use suitable images like wedding cakes, birthday cakes, etc. Incorporate call-out boxes as it will highlight the important information and increase the dwell time. For example, if Carl wants to sell his cake, he should place call-out box with contact details immediately after the cake recipes. Ensure your web page is completely crawlable for bots as it will enhance website ranking. Here as you see, this website is high up on the Google SERP because every web page in it is crawlable by bots. Next, opt for mobile-friendly designs. It will result in good user experience. For a mobile-friendly design, always prefer short and crisp sentences for easy reading. A poor example and a good example of mobile-friendly designs are shown here. And most importantly, update the content regularly. By doing this, search engine rearranges your site's ranking. For example, the Sally's Baking Addiction cake recipe blog ranks at number 1 on Google. The reason? It updates content regularly. Next, we have page speed. Page speed defines how fast the content of a web page is displayed on the screen. It is important to ensure that a page speed isn't slow, otherwise it will result in high bounce rate. Page speed can be optimized through improving your server response time. This can be done by fixing major issues like slow database queries, slow routing, or a lack of adequate memory. Use a simple website design and reduce the image size that is larger than 150 bytes. Next, use a content distribution network as it distributes the load of delivery content in multiple geographical locations. You can also optimize your code, minify files. If your website has numerous CSS and JavaScript files, you can minify and combine them. Google says slow page speed results in high bounce rate, as you can see here. Next comes optimizing title tags and URL. A title tag summarizes the website's content and URL is a web address. Title tags are displayed on SERPs. It is a clickable headline for a given result. Title tags are displayed on SERPs. It is a clickable headline for a given result. For example, chocolate cake recipe, carlcake.com is a title tag of a website, where chocolate cake recipe is the primary keyword, cake recipe is the secondary keyword, and carlcake.com is the brand name. Backlinko recommends writing a relevant keyword in the title tag is important, as it gives an overview of what your content is about. Now, talking about URLs, always refer a well-structured, short and simple URL. According to Backlinko analysis, short URLs tend to rank better than long URLs. Moving on to our fourth ranking factor, let's talk about SSL certificate. Websites using HTTPS server have a higher chance of boost in rankings. HTTPS is used for secure communication over a computer network. As you can see here, Google confirms HTTPS as one of the ranking factors. There are two ways to improve site security. You can protect your domain by enabling DNSSEC protocol or use HSTS to add an extra layer of security over HTTPS, whereas HSTS protects from hijacking. The next ranking factor is website architecture. The famous digital marketer Neil Patel says, the better your site structure, the better your chance of ranking higher in the search engines. Also, Backlinko confirms that an optimized website architecture helps bots to find and index all of the web page. A good site structure results in good user experience. Some of the ways to optimize your site structure are creating a logical hierarchy structure, which means a good site architecture not only makes content easier to find, but also helps to gain traffic. Include sitemaps so that the bots can easily access and index the content. Code your site navigation in CSS or HTML because these two languages are easy to code and understand. Build a comprehensive structure of internal linking as it improves indexing of a website and helps in spreading link juice. Coming to our last ranking factor, that is backlinks. Backlinks is an online navigation of hyperlinks from other websites to your own website. In this way, we can drive referral traffic and increase the website's authority. In SEO, the more backlinks in a web page receives, the better it will rank in Google. Backlinks enhances search engine rankings, brand awareness, and referral traffic. Backlinks can be gained through influencer marketing, engaging with audiences on multiple social media platforms like Telegram, LinkedIn, etc., participating in high PR Q&A sites like Quora, and post answers to the questions related to your business.
Today we're going to talk about why you would want to rank using SEO. And SEO is search engine optimization, also known as organic search. You also may hear us say organic listings. But we're going to talk a little bit about why you'd want to rank your website in organic search. Okay, what is search engine optimization? Then we're going to follow that up with how does Google rank websites? So why does it rank one website over another? And how do we get our website to rank number one? Then we're going to talk about the different types of SEO or search engine optimization techniques so you can get your website ranked number one. And then we're going to finish that off with the do's and don'ts of SEO. So let's get right to it and talk about why SEO. So we're going to use a basic example, and let's just say you have a blog. You're a food blogger, you're passionate about food, and your niche is ice cream. And let's just say you have a lot of ice cream recipes. You want to get traffic to your blog. You want people to read your blog. And you're curious, why am I not ranking for my blog? Why, when people type in ice cream recipes and say Google, my blog posts don't appear at the top of organic rankings? And there's a number of reasons why you wouldn't be ranked for your blog post or your ice cream recipes. And the main reason would be your competitors. So there could be somebody else out there who is also passionate about ice cream and has been blogging longer than you. And they have more content and more blog posts and more pages for Google to rank. So that's usually the number one reason. The other reason is improper usage of keywords. And we're going to talk a little bit, or it's actually a lot more about, keyword usage in your content. So what kind of keywords do you want to rank for? That's really what we're talking about when we talk about usage of keywords. What keywords do you want to rank for, and how do we work those keywords into the content? Another reason is poor link building practices. And really that means are other blog posts or other websites linking to you? Also, are you linking to other pages on your website? And so it's all about link building. And with link building, it's internal linking. So are we linking from one blog post to another? And it's external linking. Are other websites of high quality linking to us? And so that's what we talk about when we talk about link building. And then another reason is web page load time. So you could be running your blog post on, say, WordPress, for example, and your blog post isn't loading fast enough. Well, if you look at it this way, think about it. If you're Google, would you really want to rank a website or blog post in this example, number one on Google rankings, if that particular page loaded very slow? No, you wouldn't, because when somebody clicked on that link in organic search and went to your website, they're going to have a bad experience because the page is going to load slow. So Google doesn't want their users to have a bad experience. You don't want your users to have a bad experience. And so that's why web page load time is a critical factor for ranking. So we need to make sure that our web pages load fast. And then your user experience is not good enough. So Google, again, based on my example about the web page load time, Google wants people to have a good experience when they go from their search engine to your website. And there's a lot at play there, specifically web page load time, but also, Google doesn't want any spam content. Google doesn't want any pop-ups or overbearing ads on the web page. They want people who are searching for something in particular, let's just say ice cream recipes, and they want to find a relevant website that has ice cream recipes. They want to be able to click on that link and read some good content about ice cream recipes. It's that simple. And that's really what Google's trying to create in their environment. And that's you as an end user, as a website owner, you want your users to have a good experience. And then last but not least, your website is de-indexed by mistake. And really what we mean is de-indexed is Google needs to be able to index all the pages on your website. So if you have a blog with 100 recipes, you want Google to have access to all 100 recipes. So we're going to talk a little bit later about how to get your pages ranked or indexed on Google organic search. So let's move on to what is SEO. So sticking with our ice cream blog theme, really SEO, search engine optimization, really is the practice of increasing your pages that Google has indexed up the rankings. So the end result is we want all our pages to be ranked number one for particular keywords. So if you want to be ranked for ice cream recipes, well, there's certain things you need to do. So that's generally how it works. We need to apply search engine optimization to increase a page for a keyword we want to be found for. So let me give you an example. So let's just say there's 100 students that participated in an essay competition. And so the competition in this particular case is evaluated on the basis of, is the content relevant? Are they using suitable titles for their essay? Do they have structure when they're participating in this essay or talking about the essay? And do they have a suitable synopsis? And is the content neat and readable? These seem all logical for an essay competition. Well, guess what? They seem logical for SEO because that's exactly how SEO works. It's exactly all those points I just mentioned about structure, logic, readability, organization, title. All those things are what's important in SEO. And so we need relevant content. We need titles for our pages. Google needs to be able to see structure. We need to have synopsis of what the page is about, and that's called a meta description. And then again, the content needs to be readable, and that's important. And so in order to be readable, again, we're going to talk more about site speed because site speed's important. Okay. And when we talk about responsive design, when I say responsive design, that means your site, your page needs to load both on desktop and also on mobile. And so all these things are important. Just like an essay competition, Google is the judge, and they need to be able to determine what page is best to rank number 1, number 2, number 3, etc. on Google search. And then link building. Remember I mentioned link building a moment ago? Well, link building internally and externally also plays a vital role. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the class when we talk about off-page SEO. How does Google rank website? And basically, Google follows 3 basic steps to rank a website. They need to crawl your website. They need to take what they crawl back to their servers. And when they take it back to their servers, your web pages, they need to have them available for indexing. So when somebody actually types in a keyword into google.com, it'll be available to be found on organic search. So that's what indexing is all about. And then Google's job when somebody does type in a search query is to basically rank those pages that they've indexed from number 1 to infinity, depending on how many pages are relevant to that search query. So really it's about crawling, indexing, and ranking. So crawling is simply a process done by which Google has bots. And what these bots do is they go to your web server and they're going to crawl every page that they can find. And how do they find these pages? Well, they basically follow links. You might have heard the term spidering, but that's what they call search engine spidering. So basically what Google's doing is they're building a web, so to speak, all the links that they're following. And so when they can follow all these links on your website, they're going to be able to crawl them. And when they crawl them, basically they're going to take that content and store it on their servers so it's available in their index. So based on this method, Google finds out which websites have relevant content and which ones don't based on certain keywords that are typed into Google. Because if they can't crawl your website, you're not going to be found. And if you can't be found, then you're not going to show up for relevant keywords. So we need to make sure your site's available to be crawled. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, but let's show you an example. So let's just go to Google search. And if I type in the keyword Simplilearn, okay, I could see I have 1,010,000 results. Okay, and that's how many results are showing up for Simplilearn. Okay, now they may not all be Simplilearn pages, but nonetheless, Simplilearn is ranked number 1 here organically, and there are 1,010,000 pages related to the keyword Simplilearn. Now, when it comes to organic search, we don't want to get it confused with paid search. So anytime you see paid search, you're going to see something that says ad next to it. Okay, so we could see that there are paid ads here, but when it comes to organic search, those are generally below paid ads. And so that's where Google counts the 1,010,000 results. And so that's the whole idea behind crawling and indexing. Google's able to crawl Simplilearn's website, and based on all the pages that they gather, they're going to make those pages available in organic search. So if you type in a keyword and your web page is not available for indexing, then you're never going to show up for that keyword. So that's why it's important to make sure your website is available for crawling and indexing. And so when a user types a query on Google search, the most relevant websites that are in Google's index are going to appear in the search results. So in the example I gave with Simplilearn, well, Simplilearn is the brand name of the company Simplilearn. So there's a lot of relevancy there. So that's why you see Simplilearn show up here organically, number 1. Like we mentioned about what is SEO and why SEO, we talked about that user experience. So there's a lot of factors that go into ranking, relevancy being one of them. So in the Simplilearn example, Simplilearn is relevant to a lot of the Simplilearn pages because that's who they are, Simplilearn. However, Simplilearn also needs to make sure that, for their pages, the page load time is fast, meaning these pages load very fast for the end user. And Google also takes into account other factors, like how long someone is staying on a website. Or are they bouncing, meaning are they going to one page that they land on and then leaving the website? Okay, and so the user experience is very, very important. There are other factors also like language and location. And so, for example, location, if you do a search, say in India, the results are going to be a little bit different than, say, the results in the United States. Why? Because Google is indexing as many web pages as they can find. So if somebody's doing a search in India, their results may be a little bit different than the results show up in the US because Google has different bots. And these bots are crawling different pages at different times. And so Google's index is updating continuously, but it's not real-time syncing. So if you do a search in India, you may not see exactly the same thing because both search engines, the Google in India and the Google in the US, may not be exactly synced up. So an example would be, if you're looking for cafe. So if you search a cafe in, say, San Francisco, you're going to see different results. Now, if you do a search for cafes in Mumbai, you're going to see different results. There's going to be local search here at the top. There may be some paid search, but again, you may see different results because one, location, but two, Google's search engines in India and United States, google.com, aren't exactly synced up exactly at the same exact time you do that search. So location is important, language is important, and relevancy is important, along with user experience. So all those are important factors in how Google ranks websites. Okay, so we're going to talk about the types of SEO now. So if we want to rank for a particular keyword on Google, we're going to have to apply search engine optimization. And so there's two strategies to search engine optimization: on-page SEO and off-page SEO. So first, we're going to talk about on-page SEO. So on-page SEO is nothing more than optimizing your own website. And so when we say optimizing your own website, there's certain elements on your website and on your web pages that we need to take into account. And so some of those elements are headers, meta descriptions, title tags, linking. So all of those elements are something we can control as an end user who wants to rank our web page and our website on Google. And before we do anything with our website, the first thing we need to do is understand what keywords we want to rank for. In order to understand what keywords we want to rank for, we need to do keyword research. And if you do anything in SEO, keyword research is the most important activity. That's the most important thing you can do for SEO. And why do I say it's the most important? Because you need to understand, if you choose a keyword that you want to rank for, you need to understand how much traffic you're going to get from that keyword if you're ranked organically, say number 1 on Google. So how much traffic will you get if you're ranked number 1 on Google? So you need to understand what the volume is. And then number 2, we need to understand what the competition is for that keyword that you want to rank for. So if you choose a keyword and there's not much competition for it, then chances are you can rank for that keyword for a web page on your website quicker than, say, a keyword that has a lot of competition. So we need to understand those two basic factors: volume and competition, before we choose a keyword. And it's simply the practice of going through the motions of getting your volume and getting your competition data so you can choose the keywords you want. And then once you choose the keywords you want, then you can go and apply on-page SEO. You can change the title tag, the meta descriptions, the headers. All those elements can be changed, but first you need to choose your keywords. And so, again, the primary components we're looking for are how much traffic you can get, or the search volume, how much competition there is for that keyword, and of course, relevancy. Okay, you need to be able to choose a keyword that's relevant to the web page you're trying to rank for. And so let me show you an example of how to go through this. So the first thing we want to do is we want to use a tool. And the tool I would recommend is Google Keyword Planner. And why do I choose Google Keyword Planner? Because if we're trying to rank on google.com or Google search engine, we want to be able to get the data right from the source. So Google's going to be able to give us information about how much volume a keyword has and how much competition it has. So let me show you an example. So if I want to use Google's Keyword Planner and I want to rank for the keyword how to become a digital marketing specialist, then I'm going to type that keyword into Google's Keyword Planner. And what Google's going to do is they're going to give me some trends about how much volume this particular keyword gets over the course of a year. And so for that particular keyword, I can see that there are trends that appear for both desktop and mobile. So mobile is important because people start their search process a lot of times on their mobile device. So we want to be able to get data from mobile as well as desktop. And so we could see a trend here that for each particular month, over the last 12 months, we can see how much volume this particular keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist, gets per month. And so on average, over the past 12 months, I could see how to become a digital marketing specialist averages 30 searches a month. And this is on google.com. And so Google gives us the volume. What they also give us is the competition. And so here I can see Google says for that particular keyword, the competition is medium. And so in the Google's keyword planner, what they also do is give me other relevant keywords that I might think about optimizing for. Because you don't want to optimize for just one keyword. So how to become a digital marketing specialist, they're going to also offer up other types of keywords that are relevant. So just digital marketing specialist, social media marketing specialist. So for those keywords, I can see the volume. So for example, digital marketing specialist, I can see the average volume is 1,000 per month on average over the last 12 months. I can also see the competition is medium. But for some other keywords, I can see the search volume being high, like digital marketing course at 2,900 per month, but also the competition is high. And so what I would recommend as a best practice is to collect all your relevant keywords, okay? And put all your relevant keywords in a spreadsheet. And when you put all these relevant keywords in a spreadsheet, you want to get the data on those keywords. And the data I'm referring to is the volume and competition. So in this case, we have volume from Google Planner, Google's Keyword Planner, and I have competition from Google's Keyword Planner. And so if I go into a spreadsheet and I put all that information in here, I'm going to be able to see the volume and competition. And so that's important. However, one thing to note here is that Google's Keyword Planner, if I go back, just gives us low, medium, and high. And if I want to compare numbers to numbers, maybe I want to be able to get exactly the competition number for the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. What I can do is go into Google and I can type in that keyword. So if I type in the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist, I can see there's 76 million results. So I could see 76 million results, 76.1 actually, and for the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. Now that's a whole lot of results for this particular keyword, especially when the volume is only 30 per month on average. And so what I want to do is get a more clear picture of the competition. And so what you could actually do is type in the syntax all in title and then colon and then your keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And when I do that, I get a different result. Here I can see only 136 listings for how to become a digital marketing specialist. But that's not just 136, that's 136 with that particular keyword that we want to rank for in the title tag, okay? So the title tag is what you see when you type in a keyword or search query in Google search, and the title tag is what you see at the top of every search result. And so now I can see I typed in how to become a digital marketing specialist with the all in title syntax. And now I can see every listing, every one of these 136 results have that particular keyword in it. So I could see every one of them, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And why is that important? Because now that tells me I only need to climb over 136 listings to rank for that keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And so the idea here is you want to get your volume from Google's Keyword Planner, but you want to get your competition from Google Search. And again, that's simply typing in the syntax, all in title, and then your keyword. In this example, how to become a digital marketing specialist. Once you get those two numbers, you're going to plug them in to your spreadsheet. And then once you do that for a number of different keyword queries, and these keyword queries, again, have to be relevant. Once you do that, then you can go in and pick the keywords you want to optimize for. And that's important because, again, if you're not sure about a keyword, then you want to do the keyword research so you can be sure of how much traffic you can get and how much competition there is. Those are three important factors in starting the process for on-page SEO. So again, you want to create content for, say, a keyword like digital marketing. But digital marketing may seem a little bit broad. So you want to probably stay away from broader keywords because broader keywords tend to have a lot of volume, which is great, but they may also tend to have a lot of competition. But that's the whole point of doing the keyword research. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's more volume than competition. That's what you need to find out when you do the keyword research. You need to find those keywords that are relevant to your content, that have a lot of volume and low competition. And then once we identify those keywords, then we are free to go in and start optimizing our web pages for those keywords. And the first place we want to start is the title tag. So if you remember my example, going back here to our search, how to become a digital marketing specialist, we saw that every one of these listings had that keyword in the title tag. And the title tag is important because that's what users who use Google search see first when they type in a query and get results. So they're going to see the title tag. So the title tag is the most important element for on-page SEO. It's the most important factor because that's what people see. And so ideally when we choose our keyword, we want to make sure that keyword is in the title tag because that's what shows up in Google search. And that's what makes that particular web page relevant for that keyword query. So the idea behind a title tag, it's between 50 and 60 characters. And so we want to make sure we stay within that limit, no more than 60 characters, because what happens if it's beyond that, then Google will truncate the title tag. So if I go back to my search, you can see here on this particular title tag, Google truncated it, meaning they added the ellipses after the title tag because it exceeded the 60 character limit. So you want to stay within those character counts. And so the title tag is the first place you should start when optimizing your website. Because when we have the right keyword in the title tag and somebody types in that keyword, then chances are it's going to be relevant, they're going to see it, and they're going to click through to your website. And that's the whole idea behind ranking. We want to get clicks. So that's how the title tag appears. So when you optimize it, you're going to update the title tag, and this is how it shows up. It's going to show up at the top of your listing, okay, and it's going to be bigger and bolder than anything else Google displays. So the second thing you want to optimize is the meta description. And the meta description is simply just a brief description up to 155. I would say about 155 to 160 characters, but probably no more than that. And so the meta description is nothing more than a summary of the web page itself. So if I go back to my Google search results, I see my title tag and I see the page that this particular listing belongs to. And underneath that is where I can see my meta description. So in this particular keyword query, how to become a digital marketing specialist, I see the meta description, an ultimate guide on how to build a career in digital marketing and the skills required to become a digital marketing specialist. Note that it's a well-written meta description with 155 characters, and it includes the keyword digital marketing specialist. So we're trying to rank for how to become a digital marketing specialist, and here you can see become a digital marketing specialist. So there's a lot of relevancy between not only the title tag and the keyword, but the meta description in the keyword. So when you're optimizing a keyword, you want to start with the title tag, but you also want to update the meta description. Because if you don't update the meta description and you leave the meta description blank, then you're leaving it to Google to add in copy that they deem relevant. And so for on-page SEO, we want to take control of the copy and we want to optimize it for the keywords we want to be found for. So the meta description is a powerful tool at our disposal. It gives us more characters to work with. It gives us more to talk about. So for that particular page. And so if the title tag is only 60 characters maximum, it's not a lot of information to try and get somebody to click. So the meta description helps us in identifying what that page is about in order to get the click. So the two working in tandem will hopefully increase your click-through rates. So when you're found organically, we want to get the click. And then the third element that's important is the URL. And URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. And why is the URL so important? Because that's what people see. So if I go back to my search result, how to become a digital marketing specialist, notice that the URL also includes how to become a digital marketing specialist article. Okay, so it's very relevant. The URL is very relevant. One, we can see it in the search results. But two, it's relevant to the keyword query. And that's important for the end user and Google. Google wants to know, hey, is this the page that's relevant to the user's query? And if it is, then this user's likely going to have a good user experience after they click on the listing. So the URL is an element that helps not only with the click-through rate, but with ranking. And having a poor URL structure doesn't help at all, because not only does Google not recognize the URL as being relevant, but the end user may not want to click on that page given the way the URL looks. So you want to try and avoid a poor URL structure. So the rule of thumb is this: if you don't understand what the URL is, then Google is likely not going to understand what the URL is. And so we want to try and keep our URL structures clean. And when I say clean, ideally you want to make sure that whatever keyword you're trying to optimize, that's the keyword that's included in the URL. Nothing included that is not understandable. So again, going back to our example, how to become a digital marketing specialist. It's very clean. The title tag is the keyword. The meta description is cleanly written, has the keyword. And then the URL is the other element that the end user can see, and that URL includes the keyword in it. So after we've done those three elements, the title tag, the meta description, and the URL, then we want to start optimizing the page itself. So ideally, when we say optimize the page itself, the page, remember, needs to be structured. And when we say structured, it needs to be structured in terms of, headers and subheaders, and organized in a manner in which the end user can read the article, read the content clearly and concisely without being confused. And so that's the job of headers. They add basically an organizational structure to the content. And with headers, there's a hierarchy. So you have anywhere from H1, which is the top of the hierarchy, to an H6. And so you're free to use any one of those headers when building out a page in order to organize the content. But ideally, you probably want to stick with an H1 or an H2, because those are at the top of the hierarchy. And what those do is they actually stress to Google that, hey, this header with this particular keyword in it is important. So if you use an H6 with the keyword in it, it's telling Google, hey, this is an H6, but it's not as important. So an H1 and an H2 tag show importance. And so let's look at an example of what that is. So here you can see an H1 is going to be at the top of the hierarchy, so that means it's going to be bigger and bolder. Then you have an H2, which is going to be bigger and bolder than an H3, but not as big and bold as an H2. So with headers, not only are you organizing the content accordingly, but you're also signaling to Google how important that particular header is. And of course, the header needs to include the keyword we're trying to rank for. So let's take a look again at that example. So if we go to how to become a digital marketing specialist, if I click on that page, I can look at the content and I can see that there are headers in here. So the headers are there to organize the content. And that's what we want. We want to be able to organize the content. And if you look at the other example I'm showing here, how to become a digital marketing specialist, learning paths explored, you can see that's an H1, but below it's a subheader, the growing digital marketing job market. So that's an H2. And so we're not stressing to Google that that's more important than an H1, but nonetheless, we're stressing to Google that it's important nonetheless. So we want to be able to use headers. We want to be able to use keywords in our headers in order to stress to Google what's important, and also to organize the content, because Google likes content organized. Okay, the next element we want to focus on is internal linking. And so internal linking, if you remember earlier in the presentation, is basically links from one page on your website to another. And so here we can see on this particular article, how to become a digital marketing specialist. There's also links to other pages on Simplilearn's website. And so for this particular content, it also links to SEO specialist, PPC specialist, social media marketing specialist, and digital marketing specialist. So the whole idea behind internal linking is to link from one page to another where it's relevant. And in this case, it's relevant because we're talking about how to become a digital marketing specialist. That's what the whole content is about. And so what Simplilearn is doing here is offering up other pages on their website that are relevant to becoming a digital marketing specialist. And so this is a best practice when you're optimizing a web page. So you want to be able to have internal linking on your site. And the whole idea behind internal linking is it also allows users to navigate through the site naturally. So when I say naturally, they don't always have to refer back to the top navigation. They can naturally and seamlessly go from one relevant article or page to another. And so that's the whole idea behind link building and internal link building. It allows Google to identify, pages that they want to crawl and index because they're linked to one another. But it also helps the end user because it allows the end user to go from one page to another. And it's signaling to Google, hey, this particular page is linked to this page. So we're going to also index that page. And so that's the whole important part of internal linking. It's about the end user experience, and it's about allowing Google to find the pages on your website so they can crawl them and index them so you can be ranked for them. And so also, in addition to internal linking, we want to be able to use natural language. And so what do I mean by natural language or natural language processing? So what Google does is, in terms of natural language processing, they're looking for the content and the keyword. It needs to be relevant. So when your website is about digital marketing, you don't necessarily want to rank or try to rank for the keyword digital marketing. One, it's too broad. Two, there might be some competition. But three, you're probably not going to write something as broad like digital marketing. So ideally, what you want to do is you want to choose other relevant, related keywords that's going to be more natural. And so that's what we mean on natural language processing. We want to choose keywords that are more natural to the content you're writing. So instead of the keyword digital marketing, maybe we want to talk about the types of digital marketing, or digital marketing examples, or what is a digital marketing strategy, or how to become a digital marketing specialist. So those are all relevant keywords to digital marketing and more relevant to the content. Because if you try to rank for the keyword digital marketing, again, it's probably going to be a little bit broad, probably more competition, and not as relevant to your content. And as a result, probably not a good user experience. So think about some other keywords that you could optimize and rank for. And that goes back to the keyword research. That's why the keyword research is so important, because it allows us to identify other keywords in the natural language process. What keywords are more relevant for the content? And then another element to on-page SEO is the sitemap. And so with the sitemap, it's basically a list of all the pages on your website. And the whole idea of listing all the pages on your website in one document is it helps both users and search engines understand the structure of your website. So there are two types of sitemaps. One's an HTML sitemap, and that's designed for humans. So if you have a website with a lot of content, at the footer or the bottom of your web page, you probably want to have a link to sitemap. So if somebody clicks on that sitemap, they're going to be able to see all the pages on your website, structured in an organized manner. Well, an XML sitemap, and XML is just a different format. It's designed for crawlers. And so the whole idea, remember, is Google likes to crawl content. When they crawl content, they bring it back to their servers and index it. And so we want to be able to create a sitemap for Google or other search engine crawlers. And so XML is the format. So let me show you an example of how that looks. So if I go to simplilearn.com and simply type in, say, sitemap.xml, just as an example, I'm going to get this particular page. And this particular page displays two XML sitemaps. So these sitemaps are there for Google to go ahead and crawl, and nothing more than a list of all the pages on your website. And so this is a quick and easy way for Google to get a hold of all those pages so that they can index them. And that's the whole idea behind SEO. You want to be able to have Google index all the content you want to be found for the keywords you want to be found for. So it all starts with the sitemap. So let's go from on-page SEO, which in recap is basically optimizing certain elements on your website so that you are relevant for a particular keyword. And that meant updating the title tag, the meta description, the URL, the headers, choosing the right keywords to put into the content, having internal linking, and also updating the sitemap. Well, those are elements that you can do on your website. So we're going to switch gears and talk about a different strategy, off-page SEO, because without on-page or off-page, you can't have a page ranking. So the two work together. So you can do as much as you want on-page, but you still need off-page SEO. And you could do all the off-page SEO you want, but you still need on-page. So both of these strategies have to be in full effect in order for you to rank. So let's now switch gears to off-page SEO. And so off-page SEO is simply the process of linking or promoting your website using link building. And so if you remember, I talked about this earlier on. There's two types of links, internal and external linking. And so for on-page SEO, we used internal linking. For off-page SEO, we're going to talk about external linking. And external linking allows us to improve our website's recognition or relevancy or credibility. And why do we want to improve our relevancy and credibility and trustworthiness and authority? Because we want Google to know that our web page is trustworthy. It is recognized by other websites, and it is relevant for a particular keyword. And so if we can do that using off-page SEO methods, then Google's going to rank our web page for the keyword we want to be found for. So it's really off-page SEO is synonymous with link building, and there's plenty of opportunities to do link building. It just comes down to creating a strategy. So again, some of the benefits to off-page, well, we talked about being credible and trustworthiness and relevant. We need to do that in order to rank. But there's some other benefits there. So if we have a link on another credible website, then it's likely going to increase the traffic to our own website. It also creates high domain authority. And so what I mean by high domain authority is if we have basically links to other web pages pointing back to us, then basically our domain authority is going to improve. And when our domain authority improves, other websites are going to want to link to us. So the higher authoritative we are for our website, then other web pages are going to want to link to us. And so the more external linking we have, the higher the domain authority. So it all starts with linking to other high domain authority websites. So linking to a high domain authority website, for example, having a link on Wikipedia that points back to our webpage creates high domain authority for us, and it helps drive traffic. So some of the other benefits of off-page SEO are credibility. So if we're linking from Wikipedia to our webpage, it does create credibility for us. It also helps us increase our page rank. So remember that external linking helps build domain authority, helps build credibility, trustworthiness, and it's going to in turn help us rank for that particular page. And then certainly not last, having a good off-page SEO link building strategy increases our brand awareness, because if we're on other high authority websites, Wikipedia, or say a social platform, it's going to increase our brand awareness. And increasing our brand awareness increases our trustworthiness. And so if somebody is looking to, say, become a digital marketing specialist, then likely instead of typing in digital marketing specialist on Google, they may type in our brand name, in this case, Simplilearn. And so these are all the benefits to off-page SEO. So it's nothing more than having links on other websites that are pointing back to ours. And again, there's lots of benefits. It helps drive traffic and increases our authority. So those are things that we want to take advantage of when we want to rank. And the key behind off-page SEO or link building is always going to be content. So from an on-page SEO perspective, having quality content allows that content to be optimized for a relevant keyword and ranked. But also from an off-page SEO strategy, having high quality content allows us to have other sites, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a website. It could be a social platform, or it can be another blogging platform or blogging website, link back to ours. Why? Because the content is original, it's natural, it's well structured, it reads well. And so that's the whole idea behind off-page. You can't have links on other websites if you don't have quality content. So one of the ideas behind off-page SEO is not only do you want to create good content, but you probably want to spend a lot of time or a bit of time on others' websites. So remember the example I used earlier in this presentation about having an ice cream blog and ice cream recipes? Well, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to say spend some time on other blogs related to desserts, related to cakes, related to food in general, related to vegetables or other items that people could link from. So the whole idea is understanding who else is out there, who has relevant content that you could share. So you could share your content with them, they can share their content with you. And generally that's how it works naturally anyway. In the web sphere, if somebody likes your content, they're going to link to it. They don't necessarily have to wait for you to ask them. But it might not be a bad idea to understand who else is out there that has content similar to yours so that you can, get a link on that particular website or blog post. And so some other ideas behind having external links pointing back to your website is social media. So social media is not just Facebook or Twitter, but it expands beyond that. There's Quora, there's Medium, there's all sorts of content generated websites like Reddit. So the list goes on and on. You just need to find what's relevant for your content. If it's relevant for your content, then it's worth putting or trying to get the external link on that social media platform. And then again, going back to my ice cream blog recipes blog post, if you find a particular blog that you want to have an external link on, there's nothing wrong with reaching out to that particular blogger. In some cases, very flattering, but in other cases, if the content is relevant, then why not? It's only going to help your end user experience. If you add somebody who has, say, a blog about cakes, having their link on your blog post. So there's nothing wrong with it because it also adds to the user experience. And if you're going to ask somebody to put an external link on theirs, you might want to be open-minded and make sure that you are able and willing to put an external link on your blog post or website pointing to their content. That's how the web works, especially if the content's of quality, relevant, and of good nature. Okay, so let's move on and finish up with the do's and don'ts of SEO. So we talked a lot about why SEO, what is SEO, how do we rank for SEO, what is on-page SEO, what is off-page SEO. And so let's just wrap up with some of the things you, again, want to do to rank your page for a particular keyword and some of the things you don't want to do. So the first thing on the list is optimize for white hat techniques. And what I mean for opting in for white hat techniques is basically everything I just mentioned today. You want to do keyword research. You want to choose a natural language processing format so you could choose keywords that are going to be relevant, natural to the content. And you don't want to opt for black hat techniques. And black hat techniques are probably not even worth going into detail, but one example is choosing a keyword arbitrarily, like say digital marketing, and just stuffing that keyword into the content. So that's probably not something you want to do because again, it's not going to be good for the end user. So stay away from black hat and focus on some of the techniques we talked about in today's presentation. The other do we want to do is get backlinks from relevant sites. So that's off-page SEO. Again, it's what I mentioned earlier. It's about linking your quality content to another person's website that also has quality content. We don't want to have a backlink from an irrelevant site. Why? Because it's not going to be relevant, and it's also going to hurt our authority. Because if it's on a site that's not of good quality, then Google's going to look at us and say, well, this site is linking to your site, but it's not relevant. So therefore, we're not going to look at you in the same way as if you were on a quality website. We do want to use our keywords naturally because title tags are what people see first on organic search. But you don't want to use the same title tag on every page of your website. So we want to stay away from doing that. So you want to have a unique title tag for every web page on your website. And ideally, what does that mean? That means using our keyword research to choose 1 to 2 keywords per page and optimizing your web page for those 1 to 2 keywords. So ideally, what you want to do is have 1 to 2 different keywords for every page on your website. We definitely want to write engaging content. So the content should be engaging. Remember, user experience. We want users to stay on our website. We want them to enjoy the content that they're reading. And we want them to go from one page to another naturally. We definitely don't want to leverage or plagiarize or just copy content from others' websites because it's not, 1, probably going to be relevant to what you're writing about. 2, it's duplicate content and it's somebody else's. So that's a black cat technique we want to stay away from. I can't emphasize this enough. We need to do keyword research first before you do anything else. You need to find relevant keywords. And not only that, you need to understand the volume and the competition for each of those keywords. Okay, you don't want to choose a keyword that has low volume, high competition. You want to choose a keyword that has high volume, low competition. But above all, you want to choose keywords that are relevant to your content. We want to avoid keyword stuffing, so don't take a keyword and just stuff it everywhere on the page. It's not going to be natural, and Google's going to be able to pick up on that. So we want to maintain some level of quality with our content and quality with the keywords that we choose. So reminder, when you have quality content, it's always going to link internally to another page on your website with quality content. But it's got to be natural. And don't just build site-wide backlinks, meaning don't just have an internal link to the homepage, or don't have every page on your website linking to just one page. So internal linking should be natural, naturally linking from one page to another. Not only does it help Google understand and crawl all the web pages on your website, but it's good for the end user. It's good user experience. And certainly last, but something I didn't talk about, it does take time to rank your content. So remember the process. You're going to write your content. You're going to choose keywords. You're going to change the elements on that page for those keywords. And all the while, you're going to make sure Google can crawl that content. And when they crawl it, they're going to index it. The process takes time, especially if you choose a keyword that's competitive. So just be patient. If you have quality content and you've optimized for on-page SEO and off-page SEO, then you will rank for that keyword. And then make sure your website's user-friendly and mobile-friendly. So we talked about responsive content earlier. So remember, most users today start the process of search on mobile. So we want to make sure your websites are mobile-friendly. Search engine optimization starts with the keyword because we want to be found for relevant keywords. And so the first step in search engine optimization is always going to be keyword research. So it is the most important step. And so what is keyword research all about? Well, it's the process of identifying keywords we want to be found for on the search engines. So millions of people use search engines on a daily basis. We want to be found for those keywords that people type in that are relevant to the content we want to be found. So going back to the Italian restaurant example, if we're writing a blog post about Italian restaurants, if somebody types in the best Italian restaurants or Italian restaurants in a specific city, we want to be found for that content if it's relevant to what we wrote about. So keyword research should be done based on 2 factors, really. It's based on the factor of how much traffic or volume a particular search engine query has, and it's based on competition. And really, the underlying factor here is that all keywords in your keyword research should be relevant. So you need to understand what those keywords are. So are they relevant to the content that you want to be found for? If they are, then really the 2 factors you want to look for is the volume. how much volume or traffic each keyword has associated with it, and then the competition. How many other websites are trying to be found for the same keyword? So those are the factors involved with keyword research. You always want to choose relevant keywords, and then once you find or choose those relevant keywords, you want to be able to find out exactly how much volume and how much competition is associated with each of those keywords. And so when you look at keywords, you're always going to choose relevant keywords. But there are two types of keywords. There are short-tail keywords and there are long-tail keywords. And we're going to talk about both of these here. So let's start with short-tail keywords. So short-tail keywords are generic keywords. Generally, they're less than 3 words in a keyword phrase. For example, Italian restaurants. So short-tail keywords generally have very high search volume. That means that if somebody types in Italian restaurants, then there's going to be a large amount of volume with that, meaning that generally a lot of people type in the keyword Italian restaurants. However, with high volume always comes high competition. So if you want to be found for Italian restaurants, know that if you are ranked number 1 or number 2 or even on page 1 of Google, you're going to get a lot of traffic. However, to get to page 1 of Google or even position 1 or 2, it's going to take you a while because there are probably a lot of websites who are in front of you who want to be ranked and found for the same keyword. So the whole idea with short tail keywords is it's a lot of visibility, it's a lot of traffic, a lot of volume, but also a lot of competition. And generally the underlying factor here is that if you are ranked for a very broad or short tail keyword like Italian restaurants, then chances are it's not going to be as relevant. So if you get the traffic to your website, then chances are the conversion's not necessarily going to happen because we don't necessarily know the mindset of somebody typing in a very short tail generic keyword like Italian restaurants. They could be doing research on Italian restaurants. They could be a chef who's trying to get recipes for Italian food. It could be a tourist looking for Italian restaurants in a different city. Or it could be a person just looking for Italian restaurants near their location or where they're living. And so there's a lot of different factors with short tail keywords. So you just don't know because it's so generic. And because it's so generic, if you do get the traffic for that generic keyword, then the chances of the conversion are going to be lower than, say, if it's a more specific relevant keyword. So let's take an example of a short tail keyword. Let's just stick with Italian restaurants. So I'm going to go to a tool called Moz. Well, Moz has a tool called the Keyword Explorer. And within Moz, so if you go to moz.com and then use the Keyword Explorer, you can get an idea of how much volume and competition are associated with a particular keyword. So in this example, we're using Italian restaurants. It's a very broad keyword. We could see that the monthly volume is between 70,000 and 118,000 per month. Okay, so that means for a particular keyword in the United States on a search engine, you're going to get about 70,000 to 118,000 people who type in that keyword. And so if we were to look at the difficulty of that keyword, you could see that it's fairly difficult because out of 1 to 100, it's got a score of 43. So it's fairly difficult. However, if you notice, the click-through rate's very high. So Moz estimates that we'll have a 40% organic click-through rate for that keyword if we're ranked for it. So if it's relevant to us and we want to get some visibility to our site, then yeah, we want to use that generic short tail keyword. However, if we're interested in conversions, then we really want to turn our attention to longer tail keywords. However, if you want the visibility, then you want to use short tail keywords. If you want the conversion, then you want to switch over to longer tail keywords. So longer tail keywords are more specific. They usually consist of more than 3 keywords. So Italian restaurants, very generic. If we add a few more keywords to that keyword phrase, it then becomes longer tail. So compared to short tail keywords, longer tail keywords are generally less competitive and the search volume is not as high. Case in point, so if we go back to Moz and then we look at the Keyword Explorer and we'd actually type in Italian restaurants and let's just say Orlando, Florida. Moz is going to generate some monthly volume for us, and they're going to allow us to understand how difficult that keyword is. And so here you could see very, very little search volume. In fact, so little volume, there's 11 to 50. Okay, so that means on average that this keyword generates 11 to 50 queries a month. So very low compared to our short tail keyword, Italian restaurants. The difficulty here didn't necessarily lessen, but it is less competitive. So if you're interested in conversions and you have an Italian restaurant in, say, Orlando, Florida, then this is the keyword you may want to use. So there's a trade-off between longer tail and shorter tail. But when visitors land from longer tail keywords, they're usually ready to make a purchase. They're usually more specific intent. There's more intent involved with a longer tail keyword. So best restaurants in Florida, branded shoes in Florida, something very specific is going to generate probably a higher conversion rate than something more generic. So that's the trade-off. And so when to use long tail keywords? Well, we want to use long tail keywords if we're targeting pages with a product or specific article. So if we're interested in that particular conversion, then longer tail keywords are likely more the way we want to go versus something more generic, which means if you're using a generic shorter tail keyword, you're more interested in the visibility and the traffic, not necessarily the conversion. When you're setting up your brand and you need to make sure it reaches the right audience and provide the best results, there's really only one place to turn to. It's one of the largest online advertising platforms really in the world, and that's on Google. And so today we're going to talk about how to advertise on Google. And let's get right to it and talk about Google Ads and its effect with advertising. So we're going to start out with, what are Google Ads? Well, Google Ads used to be called Google AdWords, and it's been around a good while, almost 20 years now. So really, Google has grown at a really rapid pace. It's become one of Google's main sources of revenue. You could say probably in the 90 percentile of its revenue comes from Google Ads. And when we say Google Ads, we mean people who pay for advertising on Google.com. So Google Ads, really what it does is it provides services that fall under the category of PPC, which stands for pay-per-click. You also may hear Google Ads or PPC referred to as cost per click or CPC or sponsored search. Really what it comes down to, it's a model. So when you advertise on Google.com and somebody clicks on your ad, basically you're paying Google for the click. Okay, so it's just really a business model where an advertiser pays Google to have their advertisement on Google.com, but they only pay Google when they get the click. So that's really, in a nutshell, how it works for advertisers. If I want to advertise my business, I can go to Google Ads and say, Google, place my ad on Google.com. And then if my ad does get shown on Google.com, somebody clicks on it, it's just as simple as I pay Google a fee. So Google Ads is just an online advertising platform developed by Google with which advertisers can pay to display ads. They can offer up their services. There's video involved. There's obviously mobiles involved. So you got all the necessary devices and platforms available in Google's ecosystem. So for example, if I go to Google search, even if I type in, what is Google Ads? Here I could see a total of 1.8 billion results for what are Google Ads as my search query. So in search, you got a lot of different things going on here. You have organic results, you have videos that are being pulled from YouTube, you got a knowledge graph here, you got featured snippets, you got an organic listing, but really at the top, this is what we're going to focus on today. We're going to talk about sponsored search. So you can see here for this particular keyword query that I typed in, what are Google Ads? Really, 2 sponsored search or pay-per-click ads appeared. Now, if I happen to click on any one of these 2 and go to that particular advertisement's website, they're going to pay Google a specific cost per click. So that's how it looks on Google.com. It really depends on your query and what ads show up. But the great thing about Google Ads is they make it known for the user who's doing the search query what the ad is. So here I can easily pick out what's an ad, a sponsored search or pay-per-click ad, and what's not. Because if it's a pay-per-click ad or an advertiser advertising on Google.com, I'm going to be able to see this little box here that says ad next to the listing. And so by displaying that little logo, their ad, it's letting the end user know, the person who's searching, know that, hey, this is an advertiser who is advertising their product or service on Google.com. Okay, so that's how you can differentiate between paid search and organic search. Organic search here, or even down here, doesn't have that little ad box next to the listing. So if it doesn't have the little ad box, it's a paid search ad. Now, why do we want to advertise on Google Ads? Because it increases visibility to high quality audience. So what I mean by that is, search is really a great place to advertise because you're meeting the consumer halfway, meaning somebody's typing something in and your ad is there to help them find what they're looking for. So Google Ads advertises your product or service to the relevant audience to ensure the users perform the action required of them. So it's really a great way to get quality audience to your website, because if somebody types in something and you happen to offer what they're looking for, basically your ad's going to show up, somebody clicks on it, you pay Google for the click, and you get quality traffic in return. So the other great benefit to being on Google Ads is increases brand awareness. So it's a great way to get your product and brand out there. Google has a vast network, also known as the display network, but even on Google.com, the search network itself, the search engine itself, millions of people use it every day. In fact, here in the United States, it's been said or studied that people over the age of 18 use search at least once a day here in the United States. So you can figure that's millions and millions of people. So it's a great way to get your brand in front of a large captive audience. Okay, so top of mind awareness refers to a brand or product being the first one that comes to a customer's mind when thinking about a particular industry or category. So it really does provide top of mind awareness. Another benefit to being on Google Ads is retargeting. So when we say the word retargeting in marketing, that means showing our ad to somebody who's already been to our website. So we can use Google's display network, or we can run remarketing lists for search ads right on Google.com to ensure that we're targeting those folks who have already been to our website and have not performed a function that we want them to perform, such as converting or buying something or downloading something or subscribing to a newsletter or visiting a certain page. Okay, so if somebody doesn't do what we want them to do, it's okay. Maybe they aren't ready to commit to our product or service. And that's why Google offers up retargeting. So it allows us to reach that audience a second time. So they're going to be familiar with our product. They're going to be familiar with our website because they've been there. And so we can offer up a very unique, specific ad to that audience. So that's a really good benefit to being on Google Ads. So some other benefits here: increased intelligence. So we can certainly get data about who is coming to our audience. So we can look at what device, what browser, etc. So we can really gain some information about who's coming to the website. We can certainly measure our performance. So with Google, we're paying cost per click. And so based on that model, we can certainly measure what keywords, what ads are generating traffic to the website and how much we're paying for that. Okay, and if that traffic turns out to be a lead, we can measure that against that specific keyword or ad or campaign. So we can certainly measure our performance all the way down to the keyword level. And we can measure up against how many conversions or what we're paying for those conversions. So Google Ads is a very highly quantitative approach to advertising because there's lots of numbers involved. And you're constantly collecting information about your advertising on Google.com and its network. And another benefit really is its high flexibility. So Google Ads has a number of different options. So we can customize our ads based on an audience, based on a keyword, based on a specific website, based on retargeting. So we really have a lot of options, not to mention the number of options in terms of the ad format. Text ads, dynamic responsive ads, video ads, display ads. So Google Ads has very flexible options in terms of advertising, and we're going to talk about some of those as we move along here today. So another big benefit here, and this is what I always suggest, is if you're not ranking organically, then you might want to consider Google Ads, because as we've shown here in our example, if I go back to our example a couple minutes ago, if you want to bid on the keyword, what are Google Ads? Why would you bid on that? Well, it's relevant to your business. Maybe you're in the digital marketing industry and you want to help folks who need help in advertising on Google Ads. But what if you want to be found for that organically? Well, if you're not found for it organically, then you can bid on it. So it definitely is a good option if you're not ranking for a particular keyword organically. So it serves as almost an option. I always say that, search is like a fruit bowl. Okay, you have apples and oranges in that fruit bowl. Well, the orange is organic search and the apple is paid search. They're different approaches, but they share the same fruit bowl, the same real estate. So you can really, really help yourself by using Google Ads to complement what you're doing organically. So if you're not ranked organically for a keyword, you can certainly use Google Ads. If you are ranked for specific keywords and it's a highly competitive industry, then you can use Google Ads to help you leverage the amount of clicks you get from that ad. So it's okay to be organically listed and have a paid search listing at the same time. So if we go back to our example here, we could see wordstream.com has a paid ad. And here we could see just 2 spots below organically, they're showing up with an organic listing. So you could certainly be in both positions to try and maximize your clicks. So it's definitely a good strategy to run with Google Ads. On top of everything we mentioned in terms of measurement, flexibility, Google Ads does offer up a really good incentive to advertise. And let's not lose focus that, again, search is really the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway based on what they're looking for. And when I say halfway, meaning your ad is going to appear for somebody who's looking for something, whether that be food, a cafe, a plumber, a doctor, or directions. Search is there to serve that person's needs. There's no other advertisement platform or no other channel out there in terms of advertising that reacts the same way, whether that be TV or radio or email marketing or affiliate marketing. Search is unique in that regard. So search engine results pages are the pages that are displayed by search engines in response to an ad. So that's SERP. And so you could certainly, be listed in the SERPs, or also known as organic search. But the great thing is Google Ads is there to help you get your brand or product in front of that user looking for a specific need or service. So let's shift focus now and talk about the various formats in Google Ads. On Google Search, we have text ads. So text ads are the only ad format on Google Search. And so here you can see in this example, you have a headline. So not only do you have one headline, you have 3 headlines in one ad. So JBL headphones, 1 headline. Wide range of headphones, 2nd headline. Amazon.in, 3rd headline. So you have 3 headlines. And the great thing about Google Ads with its text format is that you can have up to 2 descriptions of 90 characters. So the headlines are up to 30 characters, the descriptions are up to 90 characters. And so you can really write some specific information about your ad, about your product, about your service. Okay, and the ad is also going to contain what we call ad extensions. So here you can see shop by category, in-ear headphones, on-ear headphones. Those are all site link extensions, meaning they're going to link to something on your website. And so the purpose of the extension is to help get the click. So the reason why you're running Google Ads is to get the click. You want to generate the click. You want to get that traffic to your website. So by writing 3 headlines and writing 2 description lines and adding extensions to your ad, all help you get that click. Yes, you're going to pay Google for the click, but that's the whole purpose, is to generate the click from search. Because remember, search is there to respond to somebody's need or query. And so if you get the click on your ad, chances are it's going to be a highly relevant visitor to your website. So Google offers up a lot of opportunity for you to write a lot of information in your text ad on Google for Google.com. So Google also has other formats, and so they also have responsive display ads. So when we say responsive, we mean Google can serve up a specific image from your website based on what somebody's looking for, based on the page that they went to. So these ads are responsive. They adjust their size, appearance, and format depending on the space available. So responsive can also be text and or image. And so the whole point of response is, if you have a large website, let's just say with a lot of different products and categories like Amazon, well, it's hard to write static ads for thousands of particular categories and products. So why not let Google do the heavy lifting? Why not let Google serve up the images and ads based on what somebody looked at on your website? And so that's the whole idea behind responsive ads, is it allows Google to, show the particular ad that's most relevant to that user. So it's really a great option when you're advertising on Google. You have image ads as well. So image ads are, as we mentioned, part of responsive, or they can just be static. And so here you can see an example from Slack. Okay, you can see just an image ad. But the great thing about image ads is you have a lot of different size options. So 468 by 60, 250 by 250, 160 by 600, all these are pixel sizes. So you have a lot of different size variations when you run image ads. Okay, so you don't have to run a small image ad, let's just say in comparison to Facebook, where you have a thumbnail, okay, and one size for a particular image ad on Facebook. Versus Google, you have multiple sizes that you can choose from in terms of running image ads. So image ads are really a great option if you're going to advertise on Google. Okay, you also have app promotional ads. These ads are used to drive app downloads and engagement. So here you can see an example for Uber. So that's another option too if you have an app and you really want to drive engagement for that app. And then you also have video. So Google owns YouTube. So you can run advertisements, video advertisements on YouTube. So they could be standalone, or they can be inserted into other streaming video content as, say, a pre-roll. Meaning people are going to look at your ad before actually watching the actual video they went to YouTube for. So you have a lot of different options with video advertisements on YouTube. So the other ad format you have on Google are shopping ads. And shopping ads are really a great way to get your product in front of the right user. So if somebody's looking for shoes or running shoes, it's an opportunity for you to run shopping ads, so you could put that particular shoe with the description, with the price, with your brand name in front of that user. And so with a cost per click model, if a user clicks on your shopping ad, then chances are they're probably going to convert, because they could see the product, they could see the price, they could see the product name, they could see the brand. And so it's an opportunity for you to really drive high quality traffic to your site with the opportunity to convert somebody at a very high rate. So shopping ads are really good because it prevents unwanted clicks. If somebody clicks on that ad, they're definitely interested. So let's take a look on search to see how that looks. So if I go to Google search and I just type in running shoes, so my search results are going to list not only some paid ads, but a lot of different options on shopping ads. So here I could certainly scroll around and see all the different brand names. I could see the price point. If I hover over it, I can actually see, some other information about it, like reviews, return policy. So if I actually click on this ad, chances are I'm going to buy it. Otherwise, why would I click on the ad as an end user? And so that's the great thing about shopping ads. It gives you, the advertiser, an opportunity to really get your products in front of people who are looking for your product or service. And given that you're listing the price, if they like the price and they click on your ad, they're probably going to go ahead and follow through with the conversion. So it doesn't necessarily have to be running shoes. It could be anything that you have to offer a user. So running shopping ads on Google is a good strategy if you have products. Okay, so you can showcase these shopping ads on Google search by certainly really giving Google access to your product inventory, connecting in some reviews, connecting in some information, connecting in the pricing points, and voila. It's really fairly easily to set up Google shopping ads within Google search. And the great thing about shopping ads is it also appears under images and also appears under shopping. So if I'm on Google search, I can go to shopping or I can go to images and I'll see those same image ads show up here at the top. And I will certainly see those under shopping as well. So shopping ads allow you to really showcase your products on Google search to those looking for that particular product. So it's really a great option with Google. You also have call ads. So when we say call ads, really call only ads are great for mobile. So when you run advertisements on Google, if you have a phone number associated with your business, you can certainly add that phone number to the ad. So if somebody's searching on their mobile device and your ad is displayed along with your number, if they click on your number, they're actually going to call your business, and Google can track that. They can track how many people click on your number and even turn that into a conversion for you. So if you have a phone number associated with your business, it's wise to go ahead and set up what we call a call extension as part of the ad, because if somebody sees that ad with that phone number on mobile, it allows them to easily just click on the number and call your business. And so Google can track calls as well. So keep that in mind if you have a phone number and you want to associate that phone number with an ad. Okay, so let's move over to where is Google showing your ads. I showed you an example of Google search. So we looked at text ads, we looked at shopping ads on Google Search Network. So Google Search Network really allows you to advertise on Google Search. So with Google Search, if I go back to Google Search and I go to all, I typed in running shoes. Okay, here I can see shopping ads. Here I can see a couple of text ads. So you have the opportunity, if you're running only text ads, to show at the top. And if you're not at the top, then Google will place you at the bottom. So it really depends on the keyword that somebody's querying in Google search. So it really depends on how many people are advertising. And so what Google does, if I didn't have any shopping ads here, Google will list a maximum of 4 text ads at the top. And at the bottom, any other ads that weren't shown at the top will get placed at the bottom. So ideally, if you're running text ads on Google, you want to make sure you're always at the top. And I would say between positions 1 and 3. You always want to make sure you're at the top. Okay, so you can certainly measure that. Remember, Google has measured performance. So you can measure everything about your ad. So if you're going to advertise on Google with a text ad, you want to make sure you're always at the top. So let's have a look at the different types of search networks that Google Ads is affiliated with. So the first is Google Search. Okay, so let's focus on Google Search. And so basically when we say Google Search or search sites, we really mean Google.com or all Google search engines for that matter. So if you want to advertise to a mass audience, you want to probably start with Google.com because, again, millions of people use it on a daily basis. And so if you're advertising on Google.com, your ads will appear basically below or above the search results on a Google search. So if somebody searches for something, depending on the search query, they're going to see results. Now, depending on the device, also, so they could be on mobile or on desktop, they could see sponsored ads or paid ads, they could see local listings, and they could see organic search results. So for example, this is what an ad would look like. So let me show you what that looks like on Google search. So if we go, for example, to google.com and type in the keyword classes on digital marketing, we could see some search ads here. These ads appear above some featured snippets and the organic search results. Okay, so depending on a lot of different factors. Again, I've mentioned this throughout the webinar. There are a lot of factors in showing up in the top position, second position, third position, and so forth. Okay, if I scroll all the way to the bottom, you may even see ads down here, depending on how many people are actually bidding on the keyword phrase, classes on digital marketing. So we could see Simplilearn here in the second position. Why? Because again, I can see the logo ad here. Okay, so I can see Simplilearn using 3 headlines. I can see Simplilearn using their 2 description lines here. And I could see Simplilearn using some other extensions with the ad. Now, all of this is geared towards getting the click. So when you're on Google search, the whole idea is somebody's looking for something, you're offering that up. And so it doesn't even matter if you're in the top position. Ideally, you want to be in these top 3 positions in order to get the click. Okay, so that's the whole idea behind being on Google search. If you're on Google search, you have the opportunity to be at the very top of the search result or in the top 3 above local listings and above organic results. Now, if I change my search query and typed in coffee in San Francisco, my search results are going to be completely different. I'm going to see local listings here. Okay, so this is tied to Google My Business, not Google Ads. Okay, so this is completely different. So don't mix this up with running ads on Google search. So Google My Business is tied to local listings or Google Maps. And again, with desktop, which is what I'm showing you the search result on, you're going to see likely Google local listings above organic results. Okay, and if I go back to my previous query of classes on digital marketing, I'm going to be able to see paid search results above local and organic listings. So in other words, if you're running ads, ads are going to trump any other type of result on Google search if you can be in positions 1 through 3. Now, in addition to Google.com, Google also has something called Google Search Partners. So if you set up an account and you set up a campaign in Google Ads, you have the option to choose Google Search as your network. And then as an alternative or an additional option, you can advertise on Google Search Partners sites. And so some of their search partners can range. So basically, these are sites that have partnered up with Google that's allowing Google to show ads on their site. So the sites can range anywhere between YouTube to Amazon to New York Times. Let's take a look at an example. It could even be another search engine. So if I go to, say, ask.com and type in classes on digital marketing, it's a completely different search engine, but I can see the same ad for Simplilearn. So I could see a different headline here actually, but I could see the description and I could see some site link extensions. And so notice the ad is still at the top. In this case, it's in position 1, and I can see multiple companies running advertisements. Why? Because I could see ad next to it, and I could see those over organic listings. So these are Google Search Partner listings. So you can opt in to be on other partner sites that Google or other sites that Google has partnered up with. So you have options outside of Google search, and that option is the display network. So the display network allows you to advertise elsewhere, which is outside of Google search. And if you're going to advertise on Google's display network, you have more ad formats available to you, including image and including video. For example, your ad can be found on a specific website. If you choose to advertise on the NewYorkTimes.com or WebMD or Marriott.com, you could certainly do that. Okay, you just need to tell Google, hey, this is the site I want to advertise on. So some of the advantages of being on the display network. So if you don't want to advertise on Google search, okay, Google.com, you can certainly go to display. And on the display, if you're running display ads or even video ads, you're going to grab the attention of potential customers because of the format of the ad. Okay, so putting your ads in front of people early on in the buying cycle can have a very positive effect. So you're basically reaching out to a large number of people on Google's display network and giving them an opportunity to see who you are as a brand and giving them an opportunity to see what your product is all about. So for me, the display network is a good opportunity to get your product and service in front of a lot of people. Because the way the display network works is it's a millions of websites who want to have advertising on their site. And so you can really pick and choose a specific site where your audience is going to be and get your ad in front of that audience. So you can really retarget to potential customers. So retargeting, as we said earlier, is really reaching out to people who have already been to your website and didn't perform a particular function that you wanted them to perform. Meaning, somebody came to your website from paid search on google.com and they went to page A and then they left. So you really wanted them to go to page B, add a product to a shopping cart, and check out and purchase that product. However, if they didn't do that, you could certainly run ads knowing that they've been to page A and page B. And you can offer up that specific ad to that person who's been to your website. And so that's what retargeting really is all about, and you can retarget on Google's display network. So remarketing your product to people who have previously visited your website or even your app allows you to really get your ad in front of a qualified audience. And so you could take advantage of analytics. So Google's ads has all the information you need. So let's actually take a look at some of these options in Google Ads for the display network. So if I actually go to Google Ads and I actually go to display campaigns, I can see I have a lot of different options available to me. So if I click on keywords, for example, okay, I can choose keywords for my display campaign. So what Google does, if you choose keywords, basically what they're doing is they're going to contextually place your ad based on the keyword. Okay, so that's an option for you. If you're not sure what websites to be on with the display network, you can certainly just add keywords, and based on those keywords, Google will place your ad on websites that they deem relevant to the keywords you choose. So you can also choose demographics. So on the display network, you could say, hey, Google, I only want to advertise to say 18 to 24-year-olds or 25 to 34-year-olds. And so based on that, Google is going to place your ads on websites related to that age demographic you're interested in. On the display network, you can also choose topics. So if there's a specific topic that you want your ad to be associated with, you can certainly do that. So Google has a number of different topics at their disposal. So here, if I just choose a particular ad group, now I have specific topics that I can choose, from arts and entertainment, food and drink, to news, to pets and animals. And so under each one of these topics, I can get really specific. So if I go under science, I can see subcategories under the topic science. I can see chemistry and physics and scientific institutions and equipment. So I can really pick and choose specific topics where I want my ads to be shown. As I mentioned already, you can pick and choose specific placements. Okay, so if you have a specific website that you want your ad to be shown on, you can certainly let Google know. Okay, you can also advertise on Gmail. You can also advertise on YouTube. So you can really pick and choose where you want your ads to be shown. So you have all these different options available to you. To me, one of the best options for advertising on the display network, because when you tell Google you have a specific audience you want to target, and that audience could be somebody who went to a specific page or somebody who went to your website and didn't convert. You can associate that audience with the campaign. And when you associate that audience with a campaign, you can retarget them with an ad. So the display campaign is very powerful with Google because you have all these different options available to you. So with Google Ads, you can also determine how well you're reaching your goals, which websites you're running your ads on, which ads are bringing in clicks, and which site gives you maximum value for the minimum cost. So you can see all that in Google Ads. So when I actually pick and choose how I want to target, I can certainly measure that. So for example, audiences or demographics. For example, if I go back to demographics, I have all this data that Google's collected on my advertising. So I can see, for example, by age range, based on my campaign, how many clicks, how many impressions. Impressions are how many times my ad's been seen. Click-through rate, meaning the rate at which people see my ad and are clicking on my ad. How much I'm paying per click. CPC is cost per click. Total cost. And conversions. How many conversions am I getting? So I could see all this data available to me in Google Ads. So it's a very powerful platform for measuring performance.
Imagine it's the year 2004. This is Phil. Phil's looking to release a book and set up a blog. He's sure that it'd be successful, but he's only worried about one thing. He doesn't know how to ensure that his book reaches the right target audience who could enjoy his book. During that period of time, however, there were only a few forms of advertisement available, like print ads, billboards, radio, direct mail, direct sales, and the television. All of these options were pretty expensive. Their effectiveness couldn't be accurately determined, and they didn't let him advertise his content to the appropriate audience. Phil's book would never find the audience it deserved. Now, let's have a look at the same scenario in the present day. Alongside traditional forms of advertising, Phil would have access to digital marketing, a form of marketing that's a lot more lucrative, inexpensive, and configurable. Marketing that would enable marketers to advertise their audience digitally using channels like search engines, websites, social media platforms, emails, etc. Among these types, social media marketing caught Phil's eye. Social media marketing would give Phil the opportunity to take advantage of social media platforms to advertise his content to a highly targeted audience. It would help more people learn about his book, increase the interaction with his audience. It's relatively inexpensive, unless he goes into advertising, and will help him get marketplace insights that might help in understanding his audience preferences better. Phil started by taking up a certification to learn about social media marketing. Since he was already familiar with the concept of social media marketing, his next step was to learn about the different types of content he could post on social media. Some of the most common forms of content that Phil could post would be images, text posts, polls, and videos. But over time, Phil began to notice that not a lot of people were being exposed to his content. Phil needed to advertise his content. For that, he would need to use the advertising options provided by the social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Most advertising platforms offer users with a number of different options like image ads. These ads involve the use of single or multiple images that are attractive and have the optimal amount of text. They also have a call to action that encourages user interaction. Phil could use images from his book, advertise websites that sell his book, and more. Then there are text and post ads. These ads could advertise posts or excerpts from Phil's blog or his book, further garnering interest from an interesting audience. He could also use video ads. Phil could use video ads that feature favorable reviews and customer testimonials to advertise his books. Phil could also use lead ads, through which he could collect information from users who are interested in a weekly newsletter or regular updates from his blog. But that wasn't the only thing Phil could do with social media platforms. He could create a brand for himself and drive audience interest to it. Engage with them, create an identity, engage with content, finding content that works for him. Social media platforms also allowed him the opportunity to target audiences based on demographics like their age, location, gender, and much more. And in time, Phil began to see an increase in the number of viewers coming to his social media page and, by extension, his blog. He also saw an increase in the number of people who bought his book, greatly increasing his audience. Here are some things he learned. 1. To set goals that were quantitative, smart, and follow a constant deadline. 2. To understand his audience by engaging and connecting with them. 3. To set up a social media calendar to plan competitions, polls, surveys, videos, and more. 4. Using tools like BuzzSumo, IFTTT, Buffer, and more for lead generation, creating email lists, setting buyer personas, and more. 5. To perform visual storytelling with the help of images and videos. But how did Phil get so good at social media marketing? Phil had taken up Simplilearn's digital marketing course. It was thanks to this course that Phil had the skills and training to get good at social media marketing. And now, you can too, by clicking on the top right corner. And with that, we've given you an introduction to all the major concepts of social media marketing.
The world we live in now, it's a highly digital place, but that wasn't always the case until a few years ago. So if we rewind, letting people know about your products was a little harder then. So even if you go back, say 5 or 10 years, promoting your products wasn't as easy as it is today. I mean, people had to resort to, good old-fashioned newspapers, putting in an ad, or those big thick books called the yellow pages that usually sat in your closet and weighed a ton. I mean, those were the ways to get your product and message out there. A lot of advertising in those yellow pages. Then you have billboards, driving down the highway, you see that billboard on the side of the road, you wonder, who are those people that are actually advertising this stuff? Of course, you have television that's been around for decades. A good source of advertising, but costly. And then fax ads. Uncommonly known way to advertise. By the way, who has faxes now? But people did advertise via fax just a few decades ago. So these were all the ways in which people had to get their product and service out there. It seems like so archaic looking at it now, but back then, that was legitimate. That was the way to do it. And then one thing made our lives a lot easier. So if you're a marketer, you're thinking to yourself, man, I'm glad I'm a marketer in today's day and age because it's social media marketing. Social media marketing has made everyone's lives better, from the company that's selling the product or service to the marketer promoting the product and service to the end user who wants to see that product or service and engage with that product or service. So social media is a good source of getting your product and service out there, and it just makes everybody's lives a heck of a lot easier. So we're going to answer that $1,000,000 question. And what's that $1,000,000 question? It's how can you rise above the rest? And so today's session is going to be how to start with social media marketing, so you can rise above the rest, leveraging this great platform that we all take advantage of today. So let's start by asking the question, what is social media marketing? Social media marketing involves increasing website traffic. It centers around engagement. It offers you the ability to increase your brand awareness, and it has other marketing goals. So you can create various forms of content for different social media platforms. So that's really, in a nutshell, what social media marketing is. So again, if we want to increase our traffic, or we want to increase our engagement like likes or comments, then look no further than social media marketing. If we want to engage with our users, our customers, our potential and prospective customers, we can really put a personalized experience in place using social media marketing. We want to create different forms of content like videos and blogs and infographics and other types of graphics with the potential to actually go viral. And what we mean by viral is spreading like wildfire. One user sending it to another as rapidly as can be. And before you know it, you get, millions of views and millions of likes. I mean, that's the power of social media marketing. So why do we want to do social media marketing? And I think we just answered some of those questions, but let's dig a little bit deeper. We mentioned in our definition of social media marketing that we have the opportunity to really build our brand awareness. And that is no more truthful than with social media marketing. More so than any other digital marketing channel, social media marketing allows us to really put our brand in a good light, in a good position in front of the right eyeballs. So it allows us to really improve our brand by pushing out the appropriate content in front of the appropriate people. Social media is a great channel for that. We can look to conversion rates. So if we are pushing a product and service in front of the right eyeballs, and we are building up a funnel of prospective customers who then turn into customers, who then turn into loyal customers, who then turn into lifetime customers, we can see at every step in the process that our conversion rates may increase. We can certainly leverage social media marketing for SEO, for search engine rankings. It's about off-page SEO. It's about posting content on social media platforms to build up some link juice. Okay, so there is some inherent benefits to working SEO and social media side by side. It's cost effective. Well, if you're posting content on Twitter or Facebook, it doesn't cost you anything. It just takes a little bit of time and creativity. Now, if you want to go ahead and do some advertising on these platforms, yes, it's going to cost you, but you'd be surprised. It's not going to be as costly as, say, other search platforms like, say, Google or Bing, where you're actually paying for keywords and paying per click for those keywords. So social media marketing can be very cost effective. And then increase top funnel traffic. So it goes all the way back to brand experience and brand awareness. If you're putting yourself in position to get seen by your target audience, okay, your target audience goes from seeing your brand for the first time to getting to know your brand a little bit more, to maybe buying a product or service from your brand, then returning to buy another product and service, and then continuing to buy that product or service. I mean, that's increasing the top funnel traffic, and not just the traffic, but the conversions. So at every step in the process, social media allows you to build that funnel, depending on where somebody is, whether they're seeing your brand for the first time or actually returning to purchase the product or service again. So that's the inherent benefit. These are the inherent benefits of social media marketing. Today, we are going to talk about all the different ads that Facebook has to offer. So introduced back in 2007, the Facebook ads platform has grown tremendously over the last few years. Almost $4 billion of revenue in 1 year. So what does that mean? That means there's a lot of advertisers. Why is there a lot of advertisers? Because a lot of people use Facebook. It's a popular platform. So not only is it popular, but it's popular with advertisers because if you're advertising on Facebook, you have the opportunity to share your product and your brand with users who you think are going to buy your product or associate with your brand. And on Facebook, you can do that a number of different ways, specifically in somebody's newsfeed. And specifically that person's newsfeed that again is potentially interested in your brand, your product. So there's a lot of ways to advertise and a lot of reasons why you want to advertise. So I just mentioned one of the reasons. Hey, it's an opportunity for you to reach out to people who are targeted, who are specific to your product and your brand. So not only that, but you combine that target audience with the amount of time that people spend on Facebook. Okay, people spend a lot of time on Facebook. In fact, not only do people spend a lot of time on Facebook, there's a lot of people on Facebook. In fact, 2.27 billion in the third quarter of 2018. And so when we say spend a lot of time, we mean going to that Facebook profile at least once a day. Okay, so a lot of eyeballs throughout the day checking their newsfeed on Facebook. Facebook also enables you, the advertiser, to find the perfect audience. And so that's the great combination. A lot of people on Facebook and targeted audience. So it's a platform that allows you to put your product in front of people based on specific interest, specific demographics, specific location. So you're really putting your product out in front of the right people at the right time. And so the other positive and pro about Facebook is it's lesser spend, greater reach. And what do we mean by that? Well, traditionally, Facebook is a little bit cheaper than other online advertising models. It is definitely a lot cheaper than your traditional advertising models. And Facebook has been known to have good return on investment because it's cost a little bit less than other advertising models and other advertising platforms. So that's the other benefit to being on Facebook. So if you're into building a brand, you want to be on Facebook. Why? Because it helps you increase your brand awareness. It's going to help you allow users to know what your brand is all about. Because remember, you're putting your brand in front of like-minded people or people you think that are going to associate with your brand, that are going to associate with your product. So you put your brand out there, you incorporate your advertisement in somebody's newsfeed, it's going to add value. It's going to establish trust and credibility, especially if that person's friend is associated with that brand. So instant credibility if friends and family members of a person on Facebook are associated with your brand. So it has the opportunity to really lend a lot of credence to somebody who is on Facebook, active on Facebook, and is your targeted demographic. And the great thing about Facebook is it also has other features, other advertising features such as retargeting. So you could target people who've already expressed an interest in your service or product. But if they didn't go through the conversion process, meaning they didn't go all the way through and buy your product, you can certainly reach out to them again. Just like your traditional retargeting options on, say, Google or some other advertising platform, Facebook works the same way. We want to be able to reach out to people who aren't fully committed at the point in time, but we can reach out to them at another point in time. And so Facebook's advertising platform allows us to do that. So it's a great feature that we could take advantage of that we'll talk about more throughout this session. And then it helps increase revenue, sales, and leads. And that's primarily what most advertisers are after. More revenue, more sales, more leads. So Facebook allows us to educate our audience, again, a targeted audience, about a specific product we have to offer. So the more our audience knows about our product, especially if their friends and family members and colleagues are using the product, then the more likely they're going to purchase. So if you go back to the other feature, higher revenue, less spend, this is the primary reason. Because you have a chance to influence somebody who's very targeted, who's very active on the platform, and who may have like-minded people in their life associating with your brand and product. So it's a perfect combination for advertising. Perfect combination. And so today we're going to talk about all the different types of Facebook ads. And we're going to start out with the single image ad. And the single image ad are just single image advertisements that have an optional text on top and a link description that links to the website. So single image ads are probably the most popular. You can see them on probably your own Facebook feed if you look. So in fact, I'll just jump over to my Facebook feed right now. And if I go there, what do I see? I see a single image ad here, and it's from Shopify Partners. So become a Shopify partner and add e-commerce to your list of qualifications. So Shopify must be, a brand that is trying to woo my business. Okay, so they know that somebody that I'm associated with, or maybe I fit their demographic, so they're targeting my newsfeed with a single image ad. So that's what a single image ad looks like. It's simply just one single image with some description. And the great thing about this single image, if you haven't noticed, is the pixels are pretty large. It's 1200 by 628, so it kind of stands out a little bit. It's not your traditional thumbnail. It really pops when you look at the newsfeed. So again, if I go back to my newsfeed here, you can see it just really stands out within the newsfeed. So I can't miss it. If I'm a targeted part of their targeted audience, it's hard for me to, not see this ad interact in some way, especially, again, if I know somebody in my network on Facebook, or either that be a friend or family member, is associated with that product. Okay, in addition to the single image ads, Facebook also has multi-product ads, or also known as carousel ads. And so what the carousel ads do is allow you, in carousel form, allow you to rotate different ads with different messaging and different call to action. And so here you can see Simplilearn has a example of a carousel ad where they're showcasing their different courses. So this allows users to view a range of all your different products and services. If you have multiple products and services to offer, then the carousel ads would be a good option for you. So in addition to the carousel ads and single image ads, it gets a little bit more sophisticated in terms of technology, where Facebook allows us to offer up video ads. And so video ads are interactive. It's a good way to really showcase your product, your brand, your service. And the great thing about the video ads is they can go from just a few seconds all the way up to 2 minutes, or all the way up to 120 minutes. And so you can really put a lot of time and effort into the video ads to really put your brand out there. And so the one thing about video is it is interactive. Most people engage with video, and they tend to get about 10 to 30% more views than other forms of ads. So the video ads are really a popular way for you as an advertiser to put your brand or product out there. So you can put your brand and product out there in not just a few seconds, but really tell a nice complete story to get the engagement, to get the person to take the action you want them to do. So that's why video ads have become very popular, because they tend to get more engagement, more interaction than your traditional single image ad or say your carousel ad. So Facebook also allows us to advertise something called lead ads. And what lead ads allow us to do is obtain user details. Okay, so we can acquire or get an email address or phone number from somebody who's interested in our product or service, and that person doesn't even have to leave Facebook. So if you look here in the example, here we have the ad, somebody clicks on sign up, and they get this form submission. And the great thing about the lead ad is that it can sync up with any CRM, or most of your popular CRMs. I should say, for example, Salesforce as an example of a CRM where somebody fills that out, the information goes directly to Salesforce. And so lead ads are really good if you're trying to generate, leads for your business. And the form itself, the interaction stays right in Facebook. And so that's the great thing about it. They don't really have to leave the platform. Another form of advertising on Facebook are slideshows. Okay, so unlike the carousel ads, which rotate, and the carousel ads, remember, rotate and showcase different products or services, these ads are interactive, but they're rotating different imagery. So it allows you to really put your best images out there with a really strong call to action, just like you see here with the Simplilearn example. Okay, so they're showcasing, their different classes, and then they have the Get Started Today call to action to really punctuate the slideshow ad. So what's interesting is you can really gauge a person's interest by throwing different products or images out there. You can really immerse a user's experience here by showing different images. And then the last type of ad on Facebook is called a collection ad. And so these ads combine basically your video, your slideshow, or your product images taken from your product catalog. Okay, so if you're an advertiser who wants to advertise several products at once, then this could be a great option for you, the collection ad. So here you could see the Simplilearn example. Here they're showing, not only, some good slideshows and imagery with some good messaging below that.
Instagram is a social media platform that needs no introduction. With nearly 1 billion monthly active users and 500 million daily active users, Instagram is a platform rife with marketing potential. More than $7 billion revenue has been generated from Instagram Mobile, and it's home to more than 2 million advertisers. Not only that, marketing on Instagram has the following advantages too. You have increased conversions. According to research, more than 1/3 of the people using the app have used it to purchase products, which means by marketing your products on the app, there's a higher chance of conversion. You also have advanced targeting options. This is in part thanks to Instagram's parent company, Facebook. Instagram has access to just about all advertising features offered by Facebook ads. With this, you can advertise to people based on their age, location, gender, interests, and much more. You can also build better brand-follower relationships. You can stimulate conversion with your followers and build a connection with them. You'll also get a greater understanding of what your followers like and dislike based on their engagement. This enables you to make content they enjoy more and increase the chance of converting a user to a consumer. So let's have a look at how marketing is done on Instagram. Let's start with number 1, optimize your bio. Your bio is the first thing people notice when they get to your page. That's where they make the first impression of your brand, and that's why it's important for your bio to be informative, captivating, and engaging. Use your bio to provide a brief description of your brand or product, the type of content you'll be posting, brand hashtags, links to other social media platforms, and more. Your bio should also include a URL to where you want to drive traffic to, be it your brand's website or a page for a particular product. Make sure to track this link as well to see how much traffic it brings. Here's an example of how Samsung uses its bio effectively. You can see it's a very straightforward. It's got a branded hashtag. It talks about all the services Samsung offers. There are links to other pages and a link to the website as well. It's to the point and covers everything you need to know about it. Next up at number 2, we have create a content calendar. Now, if you ask anyone who works with social media, one of the most important things they'll tell you is to have a content calendar. A content calendar enables you to keep track of your posts. It'll help you plan ahead and automate the process of publishing your posts when your audience is most active. A calendar helps you decide what content, caption, hashtags, videos goes live on what day, date, or time. A consistent post schedule will enable you to make the most out of Instagram. It'll also keep your audience engaged and also give you access to historical posts if you want to repost your older content. Next up, we have number 3, get greater reach with ads. Paid ads can enable you to get more followers, engagement, leads, and conversions. The caveat here being that you'll need to pay for it too. The ad options are pretty similar to what you have on Facebook, like audience segmentation based on likes, interactions, buying habits, and more. You also have a variety of ad formats to choose from, like story ads, image ads, video ads, collection ads, and more. Moreover, they can also be set up from Facebook Ads Manager. Here's an example from an ad from Body Shop, in which they're using a single image ad. The advertising works because of its interesting, creative, and attractive ad copy that attracts the customer to interact with the post and click on the link. Let's go to number 4. Have a visually consistent feed. Instagram is a platform in which people gravitate towards aesthetically pleasing content. To authentic expressions and diverse perspectives, the objective is that your feed needs to match with your brand's identity and must appeal to the audience within your industry. What works nowadays are candid shots, muted, earthly tones with a low-key editing style. Your content must feel down to earth and your brand approachable. As you can see in the images, all of them have aesthetically pleasing images and a somewhat blue or underwater theme. And that's the kind of thing you should aim for. Your content following an understandable and interesting aesthetic depending on the product you're trying to sell. Now for number 5, tell a story. The images, videos, and stories you post need to tell stories that can captivate your audience and establish a connection with them. This makes it more likely that they feel closer to your brand and buy your products. Your captions can tell stories that can help your brand appear more human and build deeper connections with your audience. Your content needs to align with what your audience cares about or solves problems they face. Here's an example of how the page Patagonia talks about forests in America. Each of their posts tells stories about a different issue that affects nature. Their brand on Instagram revolves around bringing awareness to such issues. That's the kind of stories you should tell with your brand. Next up, number 6. Use the right hashtags. Using the right hashtags can make the difference between your post showing up on the Explore tab for everyone to see and it getting lost in the sea of content. Your hashtags shouldn't be too generic like #NewYear or #style since they'll have too much competition. Instead, mix up trending and industry-specific keywords to connect with your followers. Research on successful hashtags and limit yourself to less than 7 in each post. The more the hashtags in your post, the more likely it seems spammy, untargeted, and unprofessional. Find out what and how many hashtags your competitors use and how you can do something similar. You could also create a hashtag for your brand. These need to be short, easily memorable, and involve your brand name in some way. Let's now go to number 7. Take advantage of UGC. UGC or user-generated content gives your followers to further involve themselves with your brand. UGC also by them as well. Regardless of the field your brand belongs to, UGC can be used to convert followers into advocates of your brand. Here's an example of how Starbucks uses user-generated content and takes advantages of their audience to advertise their products. In this post here, they are attracting customers with an image of happy children dressed in products sold at Starbucks. The post posted by another user would be appreciated by the audience and improve brand loyalty. Next up, number 8. Take advantage of video ads. Most Instagrammers state that users have visited websites, searched, or told a friend after being influenced by posts. Even though photo ads are still the more popular form of advertising, video advertisements aren't too far behind. There are 3 key video formats when it comes to Instagram ads. Single video ads that can create 60-second ads, carousels are a combination of images and videos, and Instagram stories that enable you to combine images and videos to create visually attractive ads. Here's an example of the brand Pizza 73 using story ads to advertise their pizzas. It's successful because you're showing off the product they are advertising with well-shot videos and captions. Now for number 9, partner up with influencers. Connecting with influencers will enable you to connect with thought leaders within the industry and enable you to show off your brand to a larger audience. By connecting with them, your brand will have greater authenticity and authority. Influencers need to be given new tools, resources, and guidance to carry out their role effectively and to work together as partners. Micro-influencers are also considered to be more affordable and they have a closer connection with their audience. Here we can see how Ralph Lauren have collaborated with an influencer to advertise their products. The influencer is showing off the latest Ralph Lauren has to offer. This encourages his interested followers to check out the page and buy something for themselves. Next, for number 10, host contests and giveaways. Contests enable your audience to engage with your brand with 3.5 times more likes and 64 times the comments. You can give away a product or a service which enables you to boost engagement and brand awareness. Contests and giveaways need to be planned, brands need to be partnered with, contest rules need to be identified, posts need to be created, and much more. Monitoring the contest and then running it is also really important. You would need to track your contest performance and promote the results on other social media platforms as well. Here's an example of a contest run by Domino's Pizza which encourages people to contribute their own short stories and connect better with the brand. Number 11. Take advantage of stories and IGTV. Stories enable you to create a combination of photos and videos that disappear after 24 hours. Stories can greatly influence your reach and engagement rates, even giving your story the chance to show up in the Explore section. It can also help make your brand seem more approachable and authentic. Adding links to the Instagram stories can also help with driving traffic to your website. IGTV, on the other hand, although now seemingly on the decline, still has a few advantages to offer to the savvy marketer. IGTV provides you a unique, mobile-friendly layout that serves as an evergreen content very well, like featurettes and interviews. Another new tool they have introduced is Instagram Reels, Instagram's answer to TikTok. Instagram released Reels through which users would be able to upload 15-second clips, and since it released very recently, it's rife with marketing potential. Finally, we have number 12, Track and Learn. Identify effective hashtags, visual styles, and the best times to post. Doing this, you can develop the best practices for your brand. Social listening and analytics will help you fine-tune your marketing strategy and increase Instagram engagement.
Instagram How-To section. Instagram is one of the fastest growing social media networks. Its appealing format and functionality have driven people and businesses away from traditional networks like Facebook. Video content is the most popular content type on Instagram, so it's obvious that we need to dedicate one lesson to how to create, optimize and promote your video posts on Instagram. We will start this lesson with showing you how to make great Instagram videos and talk about the different types of videos for Instagram. And we will then demo you how to use the various video capturing and editing tools you will find in the Instagram app. We will close this lesson with how businesses can use Instagram and how you can make money with it. Instagram has extensive features to create and promote videos, particularly with the growing appetite in using Instagram stories. Video is the most important content form on Instagram. It is important, though, to make sure that before you start creating your video, you have a good idea of what you want to achieve with it. Is it to create awareness, to generate leads, or are you answering questions that clients may have? Utilize the video editing features that Instagram has, or use some external apps if you want to go beyond what Instagram has to offer. There are enough tools for you to make your Instagram video a visual feast, as you can only create that on Instagram.
Shooting and editing a great video.
Video is now the most shared content type on Instagram. Where in the early days Instagram video was only 15 seconds long, nowadays you can upload 60-second videos and turn multiple videos from your camera roll into one video clip. And today Instagram has lots of different options within the app to create videos and optimize them for the newsfeed or for stories.
Recently, Instagram announced IGTV. They're trying to take on YouTube with a dedicated video sharing app for vertical and landscape videos with a maximum length of 60 minutes for verified accounts or accounts with a large audience. However, anyone using the app will be able to upload up to 10 minutes of content to the platform.
All in all, Instagram today is a fantastic network for brands to build brand awareness and to showcase their products or services. To shoot great videos for Instagram, you need to be aware of a few things. First of all, you need to shoot the video for Instagram. And Instagram has its own video formats. Video for the newsfeed tend to be square, whereas video for the stories must be vertical. The aspect ratio for vertical videos is 9:16, which gives you a perfect 90 degrees flip for normal widescreen video. It's also better to use your phone's native camera. This will give you better control over exposure and focus. Instagram will allow you to upload multiple clips and then edit them within the Instagram app. Also think about short form versus long form videos. Stories are good for short clips, whereas IGTV lends itself for longer videos. Short videos are great for explaining things that can be chopped up in steps like recipes or how-to videos. Long videos are good for brand experiences and interviews. Additionally, it goes without saying, you always need to think about what you want to achieve with your video. What's your end goal? Do you want new followers? Do you want to get into engagement with your followers? Or do you want to drive traffic to your website? All questions you need to think about before you start shooting your video.
Video editing in external apps.
Once you have shot your video, you can do some basic editing within the Instagram app. You can also edit your video outside Instagram. The best environment for editing your video is on your desktop computer. Apps like Adobe Premiere from Microsoft or iMovie from Apple will give you an extensive range of video and audio editing options. You can then save the edited file and move it to your phone via Google Drive, for instance, after which you can import the video file into Instagram. There are also many video editing apps for your mobile. They won't give you as many features as the desktop video editing, but they come a long way. One of my favorite apps is VideoShow. What I like about VideoShow is that it has a wide range of templates you can use as a format for your edited video. It also comes with an extensive song and music library.
Video categories.
So what type of video would work best on Instagram? Instagram lends itself for what we call snackable videos. A snackable video is short, compelling and entertaining. And they are designed to drive the viewer to some sort of action, like driving them to a landing page or to a fill-in form. Here are some examples of topics for your next Instagram video. It can feature your product features, to show your followers what products you carry and why those products are unique. You can show your product in action. This is great for breaking up the monotony of staged product features. You can also give a sneak preview. In these type of videos, you announce news with a teaser, which gives your followers a sneak peek of what is to come. Behind the scene videos work very well on Instagram. They are great for building a more personal relationship with your audience. Think of office tours, staff introductions, a day in the life of. Tutorials will show your fans how to use your product. And finally, video series. They are great for building a community and for engaging with them. Once your community has seen an episode and they like it, they may want to come back for more.
Video types.
Besides different topics for your videos, you can also think about different formats for your videos. Looping videos can be created within the Instagram app. Looping videos start automatically from the beginning after the clip finishes. They can be very creative and work well to showcase movable product features. Stop motion video is an animation that is captured one frame at a time, with physical objects that are moved between frames. When you play back the sequence of images rapidly, it creates the illusion of movement. Both iOS and Android have lots of apps to create stop motion video. In a time-lapse video, you capture lots of photos of a scene over a period of time. These images are then put together to create a seamless sped-up video. Time-lapse videos work very well to show how something is built or made. And finally, hyperlapse videos. These are videos that allow you to squeeze several minutes of film into the 1 minute maximum set by Instagram. They are a bit like time-lapse videos, but the camera is moving. These videos are great to show behind-the-scene footage. How to use Instagram video options. There are various ways that you can make a video on Instagram, so let me show you how to do that. If you go to the Instagram app, it takes you to the news feed where you can browse. To make a quick video, you just click on the plus button, and that takes you to this shot of my phone, for instance. You need to make sure you activate video. If you click on the button, you can then make your video. You click again to stop recording and your video is ready. You can now play the video, and if you are happy with it, you click next, and then you can add a filter if you want to. I will come back to filters and editing later. Then you just click next, write a caption, tag people, add a location and share it. Your video is now posted on Instagram. This is the simple way. There's also a more advanced way of making your video. So let me discard this video. Go back to the newsfeed. We're now in the newsfeed. The creative way to create a video is go to your Instagram stories. To access your Instagram stories, you can swipe to the right. Or you can also click on the little camera on the top left of your screen that takes you to the same video screen. And now you see that you have more options. You can see that here at the bottom. You can do live video, you can do normal video, you can select boomerang video, you can do super zoom, you can focus on your video, rewind your video and record hands-free. So let me explain these in a bit more detail. For normal video, you just click on the video button and then you can see that it's recording. And when you're ready with the recording, then you let go of the button. And what you see now is that you have some extra options at the top, where you can add effects, stickers, drawings or text. So this is the simple way of making a video with added effects. You can also go for live video, and this is just like Facebook Live. When you click on Go Live, then Instagram will announce it to your followers. And then you can start your live broadcast. When you're ready with your live broadcast, Instagram will ask you if you want to post it on your stories or in your newsfeed, and then you're done with your broadcast. A very creative way of making videos is using Boomerang. Boomerang was a separate app which became very popular. It was then acquired by Instagram. A Boomerang video is a video that repeats itself. If I click on Boomerang, I'm going to get the phone and I will turn it. Then when you look at the video I created, you see how the video repeats itself all the time. You can do a lot of creative things with the boomerang effect. You can make people move back and forwards, you can make objects move up and down, and then post them as short repeating videos. You also see that you can change the camera into selfie mode and you can add some special overlay effects as well. So there's different filters. I quickly scanned through those. When you're in selfie mode, you can have funny face alterations as well. So lots of different effects that you can create here. So now let's look at the super zoom video. The super zoom is a bit like paparazzi video, also with different effects that you can add to it. So for instance, I want hearts on this video. Click on it and then it will zoom in and you will see hearts popping down. And here is the stamp effect. Click on it and there you go. When I do a focus video, it makes the background blurred. With rewind video, you can make the video playback by itself. And then finally, there's the hands-free video. If you click on hands-free, you don't have to keep on pressing the record button. So you have more freedom in camera movement when you choose this option. So these are the different types of video that you can make on Instagram. How to use Instagram video options and filters. To show you how the effects work on Instagram, I can go to Instagram and then into the story creation mode. And here I can just make a normal video. I can pan and move the video around a bit, so the video is ready now. And here I am in the screen where I have the different options to add creative effects to my video. So this is what I can do. First, I can download the video on my phone by clicking the downward arrow. I can then get different effects. I can add stickers. I can play without sound. I can draw on the screen and I can add text. There are many different options. And when you click on the effect button at the bottom, you see the effects that you can add to your video. There are effects that can be added when there is a face on the screen, but there are also effects that can be added as an overlay over the video. We can also add stickers like a location sticker and a mention or a hashtag sticker. Interesting thing about these text type stickers is that when you add these, Instagram will actually understand the text and will add them to the index for search. You can easily move the stickers over the screen, you can add a time or a date, and you can also add quizzes. So you can ask a question, for instance, do you like this? And then people can actually answer by dragging the slider. You can do a poll, and there's a whole range of other stickers that you can add to your video. You can draw as well. You can have a thin line or a thick line. You can change the color, you can do special effects, and you can erase as well. So you can do many different effects with this. You could create an effect where you wipe out the whole screen, and then with the eraser you can reveal sections of the video. You can get text, and then when you're done with it, you can add the video to your stories or save them as highlights on your profile page, or you can share it on your newsfeed.
Monetizing your Instagram videos.
There are many different ways to make money with Instagram. You can make money as an influencer by creating sponsored video posts. These are videos where you promote a product from a brand. And the brand will reward you for giving them access to your followers. Tap Influence is an excellent app to connect brands with influencers. You can also sell your videos. Instagram is a great place to showcase your content. 2020 is an excellent website where you can promote and sell your video content. And of course there is affiliate marketing, where you can promote your products from your affiliate partners and get a commission on each sale. ShareSale is a website where you can search for potential affiliate partners. Or why not sell your Instagram account if you no longer want to manage it? FameSwap is the place where you can do this. Finally, Instagram can also help you indirectly to make money. You could use it to promote your YouTube channel, and as we have learned in this course, there are many ways of making money through YouTube. Takumi is one of the leading online platforms where small influencers can get connected with big global brands. When you have more than 1,000 followers and you have good content, You will be able to use this network to identify brands to work with. Here are the takeaways of this lesson. Video has become the top content type shared on Instagram. And today Instagram has a whole range of options to create and optimize your videos for the newsfeed and for the stories.
Short videos of maximum 60 seconds are best for Instagram.
Instagram uses looping videos. They start automatically from the beginning after the clip finishes. Use looping videos to showcase a fun or versatile product feature. Instagram has many different video styles in the Stories camera, and once you've shot your story video, you have plenty of options to customize them. Takumi is an online platform where micro-influencers can connect with big global brands to sell their original content.
Now let's get started. First off, let's have a look at an introduction to Facebook. Facebook was first launched in February 2004 and was initially known as the Facebook. In 2005, it removed the from its name and it has now become the Facebook we all know today. It is now the world's most popular social media and social networking service. Next, let's have a look at Instagram. It was launched in 2010 for iOS and then in 2012 for Android by Kevin Systrom and Mike Krieger. Instagram has now evolved to become one of the fastest growing social media platforms in the world. In April 2012, thanks to its popularity, it was acquired by Facebook for approximately $1 billion in cash and stock. Now let's compare some stats between Facebook and Instagram. First, let's have a look at the worldwide stats. First off, Facebook. Like I mentioned earlier, Facebook is the largest social media platform in the world. Reaching almost 60.6% of the internet, it has 2.5 billion monthly active users and approximately 1.6 billion active users. In fact, as of Jan 2020, the US has approximately 190 million and India has approximately 280 million Facebook users, an indication of a market that's still ripe for the picking. Now, let's have a look at Instagram. Instagram, although having released significantly later, earns its title of the fastest growing social media platform with 1 billion monthly active users and 500 million daily users. In the United States, there are approximately 120 million, and India has close to 88 million Instagram users. Next up, let's have a look at the next statistic, age group of the user base. First off, Facebook. Although there's a general opinion among the younger population that Facebook isn't hip or isn't used all that much anymore, this statistic has something different to say. Turns out more than 65% of Facebook users are between the ages of 25 and 34. For Instagram, it's no surprise that 71% of the user base are under the age of 35. Next, let's compare the usage time of both these platforms. Let's take Facebook first. In the United States, users spend approximately 1 hour on Facebook every day. In India, users spend an average of 3 hours a day on Facebook. Shockingly high numbers for a platform that's assumed to be dead, isn't it? On the other hand, in the United States, users spend 23 minutes on average on Instagram. In India, users spend approximately 45 minutes. Now for the most important stat, marketing. For Facebook, 86% of marketers use it for advertising. Instagram is used by 71% of businesses for their marketing requirements. Now let's have a look at some industries that can work well on both these platforms. If you do belong to any of these industries, if you're not taking advantage of these platforms, you're missing out. So let's have a look at some industries that can capitalize on Facebook. Food and beverage companies, news and media, e-commerce, automobile, and packaged goods. Next time you're on Facebook, take a closer look at your feed. There's a good chance you'll see most of these industries' posts on it. Next up, Instagram. We have industries like fashion, athleisure, cosmetics, automobiles, and food and beverages. I can guarantee that if you take a closer look, you can find all these industries advertising on Instagram. Now let's take a closer look at how Facebook can help with marketing. First off, let's have a look at Facebook business pages. Now these are basically platforms where you can create an online presence for your organization for free. Moreover, they've got some great advantages to offer you as well. First off, your business page can keep your customers or potential customers informed. It can be about a new product launch, a webinar, a live broadcast, a new store opening, anything. Whatever it is, it can go on your Facebook business page. It connects people with your products and services. With your page, you get greater visibility, letting people know about the products and services that you offer. You can offer customer service as well. In fact, according to American Express, 90% of users use customer service as a deciding factor for whether or not they continue to do business with an organization. So, customer service is pretty important. Like I mentioned earlier, your business page provides a place where you can offer your followers offers and other advantages. And finally, the page lets you build a community, a highly targeted community that has a higher possibility of buying your products and services. Next, we have Facebook groups. With Facebook groups, you can build a community of like individuals. Some of the advantages that come with this are it provides a highly targeted audience. I mentioned earlier that business pages provide you with a highly targeted audience. Groups take that to the next level. It enables everyone to learn from one another. With a large community, there's a good chance that some members know things that others don't. Your group will enable them to communicate with each other and learn these new things. You also get honest feedback. Your customers, who are also likely part of the group, will be able to give their feedback on how they liked your product and perhaps even give you tips on how to improve. Now, since your group is filled with a community that's highly interested in your brand, you can also increase engagement in an organic manner. And as an extension of the previous point, you also get more leads and conversions. Next, Facebook has events. With Facebook events, your organization will be able to mobilize your brand and enable online consumer marketing. Basically meaning that you have a platform for letting people know about important announcements. Not to mention, there's also the opportunity to get some free advertising done. Events also help you increase brand awareness. Most people get to know about your brand by attending the event or just seeing the promotion for it. Now let's have a look at Facebook stories for groups and pages. A feature that is available for both groups and pages, it provides you the ability to appropriately represent your brand or business directly from your mobile device or desktop. Now, some of its advantages are that it helps you engage with your audience with stuff other than the usuals, like articles, videos, and other similar posts. This way, you can also vary the kind of content that you post. Moreover, stories can help you humanize your brand. Rather than seeming like you're pandering to your audience or seeing them only as potential leads or customers, stories help your brand show that you're genuinely interested in your audience. You can also reach your appropriate audience with greater frequency. Next, Facebook has Facebook Messenger. With Messenger, you can connect and interact with your audience at a personal level. In the last few years, Messenger has proved itself to be a great marketing tool. It helps acquire more customers. Now, people are more loyal to a brand that genuinely cares about them. And by directly interacting with them through Messenger, their loyalty towards you is certainly set to improve. And as an extension of the previous point, you also get a greater number of transactions. And even if a customer doesn't give you a transaction, at least you're increasing your brand awareness. Then we have Facebook Live. Facebook Live gives you a platform to interact with your audience in real time. It can be used to diversify your content, providing your audience with something different from what they've received from your brand initially. Live can also be used to show what happens behind the scenes in your organization, further helping humanize your brand. And finally, you can also provide instant questions and answers to your audience, increasing engagement with them. Next, we have the Facebook Shop. The Facebook Shop is a business page tab application that enables your customers to purchase your products directly from your store. It also has the following advantages. Firstly, you can use the shop to drive new sales. You can give the customers who are on the fence about your product a small push by engaging them. And how can you do that? With deals and promotions. You can also reward advocates of your brand with special benefits to be availed from your store. And finally, you can build brand awareness and recognition. Now let's have a look at Facebook ads. Facebook ads help spread product or brand awareness in the newsfeed of a specific targeted audience on Facebook. Now, some of the advantages of Facebook ads are that they help increase brand awareness, they enable you to advertise your products and services to the appropriate audience, and it provides you with greater reach while making you spend lesser amounts of money. It also helps you re-advertise or retarget your products to an existing audience. And finally, it helps increase revenue, sales, and leads. If you guys are interested in learning about Facebook ads, you can check out our Facebook ads video. I'll add it in the live chat, so you can check it out if you're interested. Now let's have a look at the final feature Facebook offers to help you with marketing. Facebook Insights. I'm sure all of you have heard about Google Analytics. Let's just say this is Facebook's version of that. With Insights, you get information that can help you refine your brand strategy by tracking and measuring results. It can help you determine reach and engagement, actions, people who are viewing your posts, when your fans are online, the type of posts that are working for you, and much more. That brings us to the end of the ways Facebook helps you with marketing. Now let's move on to Instagram. First off, we have Instagram business accounts. Instagram business accounts enable brands to be recognized as businesses. Now it also has the following benefits to offer. It's only with a business account that you can get Instagram Insights. We'll talk about Insights in a little more detail in a little bit. You can also add a contact button on your profile, enabling users to connect with you directly. You can also specify what kind of service you offer by adding what industry you belong to in your bio. And finally, you also have the ability to add links to your Instagram stories. Now, I'm sure you've all seen the see more option in your stories, so now you know how that shows up. Now, if you guys are interested in finding out how you can increase followers on Instagram, you can check out our video on the same topic of the same name. I'll add the link in the live chat. Next, let's talk about Instagram stories. With Instagram stories, you have the ability to grow engagement, build brand awareness, and to drive sales. You can also use stories to provide recent updates about your brand. Now, some of the advantages of Instagram stories are that they help businesses grow their audience and can enable them to engage with their audience regularly. With stories, you can also drive traffic to other websites, like your company's website. It can also help diversify your content, setting it apart from the usual videos and photos. Next up, let's talk about Instagram DMs or direct messages. DMs help you grow your business by interacting with customers at a personal level. It can also help build connections with your users. By building a personal connection with your followers, their loyalty towards your brand is improved. Not only that, it helps you make or grow your connections within the industry. And as an extension of the last few points, this leads to easier lead generation and increased sales. Next up, we have IGTV. Now, IGTV is a platform that's gotten really famous recently. It enables your brand to get closer to its audience and enables it to be discovered by new people. Other benefits include greater visibility of your products and services, having the ability to educate and entertain your audience, improved engagement, and greater chances of conversions. Finally, it also helps build a community of a highly targeted audience. Next, we have Instagram Live. Instagram Live enables you to communicate with your audience in real time, further improving your discoverability and strengthening your connection with the audience. Moreover, it provides a lot of visibility. Your followers are immediately notified when you go on a live stream. And finally, it helps you interact with your audience in real time. This helps further humanize your brand. Next, we have Instagram ads. Instagram ads provides you with control over advertisements. You decide how they appear and who sees them. Like Facebook, Instagram has a number of different ad types to offer. They are photo ads, video ads, carousel ads, slideshow ads, and stories ads. Next up, Instagram offers an Instagram shop. The shop helps you incorporate your product catalog with your Instagram profile. At some points, even enabling users to access the shop directly from an image showing the same product. One of the major advantages of the Instagram shop is that it provides easy product discoverability. And since it provides visual marketing, it also leads to more sales. And finally, Instagram Insights. Instagram's answer to Facebook Insights and Google Analytics. Insights is an analytical tool that provides data on follower demographics, their actions, and your brand content. It helps determine engagement, impressions and reach, best and worst performing content, profile visits, website clicks, and much more. And there you go, that's every way Facebook and Instagram can help you with marketing. Now we've laid out the facts for you. Keep in mind your requirements and make a wise choice.
So let's talk about how to create a YouTube ad. So this is going to require some access to Google Ads, and we'll go over that in a few minutes here. But first, we need to think about setting up a campaign and setting up a campaign goal. Okay, what's the goal of our campaign? So to get eyeballs, we want to pay cost per 1,000 impressions, or we want to run some actionable type ads to get people over to our website. So that really is step one. We need to identify what the goal of our campaign is. Then we need to create the ad. So we want to be able to create a video ad here that is going to show on YouTube and to our target audience. So, or whether it be a bumper ad that's only going to be 6 seconds long, we need to be able to figure out what type of ad we want to run. So here I am in Google Ads. If we're going to run a campaign on YouTube, we need to make sure that we're choosing a display campaign. And so remember, the first step is setting up that campaign, setting up that campaign goal. So we're going to go ahead and select a new campaign here. We're going to run a new campaign. And so what's the goal of our campaign? So if we're just out to generate brand awareness and reach, that's certainly fine. If it's all about sales or if it's all about leads, then the type of video run is going to be a little bit different. So if we select brand awareness and reach, okay, here we're going to select the campaign type. And so if we select video, basically what we're doing is we're going to tell Google we want to go ahead and set up some video ads on YouTube. And so here you can see the different types of video ads we discussed today. We got your bumper ads, you got your skippable in-stream, non-skippable. So the difference being that if it's non-skippable, somebody has to watch the entirety up to 15 seconds. Okay, so we have our outstream, which is basically our viewable CPM model. So we're going to go ahead and check one of these types of campaign types or ad types. So we're going to click continue, and then once we do that, we're going to get prompted to move forward with selecting our ad. So you can see here, after I set up my campaign, now I'm just going to go through some of the settings for my ad, and I'm going to give it a campaign name, a budget, okay, when it starts or ends, the bidding strategy. So again, we're going to focus on cost per 1,000 impressions, and then here's the network. So this is an important selection here. So we're dealing with YouTube videos. So we'll also have the option to select video partners on the display network. So that means that if you want your video to show on websites that want to host ads in video format, then you can select this option here. Notice you also have this option available if you're running certain types of ads on YouTube. We're running those bumper ads, so bumper ads aren't available on search results. So I'm going to stick with the video partners, okay, YouTube videos, and here we can get into some other specifics like language, country, the type of inventory. So here you can see the default is standard inventory, so that means that this is what Google recommends. We want to show our ads on content that's appropriate for most ads. Okay, so we can go expanded or limited. So we're going with the recommended here. Okay, and then when we go down, we're going to have an ad group. So when you create an ad campaign, you can have an ad group. So with an ad group, that means that we can have a more or less a video in every ad group we have, but we have to have at least one ad group. So we're going to go ahead and set up, this ad group here. And here's where it gets interesting and important, because here is where we can start targeting our audience. So here we got demographics. Okay, so we can choose gender, age, parental status, household income. Okay, we can focus in on audiences if we want to. So we can choose a specific audience that we've set up. We can get some ideas or browse specific audiences. We could also choose a specific placement. So here you have YouTube videos, or we can go with YouTube specific channels. Okay, or we can even be on apps. Okay, we have to set a bid for our target CPM. And once we do that, basically it's all up to now for us to add our video ad. And so remember, in this example, we're going to the bumper ad, so we're looking at about 6 seconds. And once we do that, then that's pretty much the campaign. But I just want to stress here that when you're setting it up, ahead of time, you want to make sure you identify what the campaign goal is. And then that's going to align with the type of video you're going to run. And then once you choose that type of video, then it just comes down to where you want that ad to be and who you're targeting. So it's really crucial here that you go through these steps and these options very closely. So because you want your video to show in front of the right audience on the right placement. So let's talk about how you can optimize your YouTube ads. So once you get your campaign set up, once you select your channel or the type of videos where you want your ad to be, and you select your target audience, and you're off and running with your video ad. Well, we're going to give you some tips here that you can focus on for optimizing those ads. And so going back to what I was just saying on the setup, you want to carefully define your metrics and goals. Okay, so that's step one. So when you're setting up the campaign, remember you have that option to choose the type of goal for your campaign. That can be brand awareness. It could be a sale, it could be a lead. So to me, that's a very critical step one. So you want to make sure you align your goal with your video. And then the second is track low performing ad placements. So if we just ask Google to place our video ads anywhere they want, then it's up to us then to go through and choose the ad placements and remove them. Okay, so let me show you an example of what that means. So if I'm back in Google, I'm going to go to my campaign and I'm going to select placements, and here I can see placements, but then I'm going to select where my ads showed. And so this is important. You want to be able to scan the list of placements where the ad was shown. So if you don't like one of the placements on YouTube, you can always select it, edit it, and exclude it from the campaign or ad group. So that's really the key, is you want to be able to manage your placements properly. And when we say low performing ad placements, we mean really what's your goal. If your goal is to get sales or leads, if that placement is not converting sales or leads, then you need to remove or exclude that placement. So it's all done within the Google Ads platform. And then, you can also use a custom thumbnail image in your ad as well. It's always helpful in terms of optimization. So a couple of other pointers here to help you optimize. Okay, you want to drive people to perform a particular action with the appropriate CTA. So again, depending on the ad type, if it's a true view ad, 20 seconds long, you want to have a call to action. You want to maybe even have your domain name at the end of the video, so at least somebody knows where to go. So you always want to have a call to action with your video ad. You want to use negative targeting to specify who gets to see your ad and who doesn't. Okay, so that goes back to your settings. So you can pick and choose who your target audience is. You can pick and choose who you don't want your audience to be. Okay, as another setting, you can use closed captioning in your ads to make it more interactive. So that way people can actually see or read what the ad's all about, just to make it a bit more interactive. Okay, you can always perform A/B testing on your ads. So if you have one ad version, you can create another one just to see which one performs better. Testing is always a positive. Okay, so if you're paying too much, maybe think about reducing your bids. So if you remember, we set a $10 CPM bid. That may be too much. Maybe we don't need to pay $10. So we can always reduce our bids at the ad group level. So reduce bids in areas where you see lower performance. So in other words, you don't want to pay a lot for poor performance. You can also use remarketing to re-engage with customers. So if somebody views your ads and doesn't take action, you can always retarget that person to show your ad, even another ad format. It could be text ads or display ads. But if somebody looked at your video and they didn't take the action you preferred them to take, then you can always retarget them with another ad. So that's a good way to optimize. Okay, so we want to make sure the ad has content that viewers would find relevant. Okay, that really, you want to make sure that your ad is with the end viewer. You don't want to put out an ad that isn't going to give somebody, a good feeling after they watched it. Okay, so you want to make sure viewers find the content relevant. So if they don't find it relevant, then that means your engagement rate and your engagement is probably going to be low. So you want to take a look at those metrics that we viewed earlier: engagement rate, engagement, and if they're low, then you probably need to look at the content of the ad. So try to make sure your ad conveys your brand's message in the first 6 seconds. So that's why bumper ads to me are so critical, because you got to get the entirety of the ad and make it impactful. And so with any ad you run, any video ad you run, you really want to make sure that that message is conveyed at the very beginning, early as possible. Otherwise, people are going to be turned off or not engaged and just going to go ahead and skip it anyway. So you want to make sure you get the purpose of it right up front and out of the way. Okay, you can also include visual and auditory components in your ad that can make it more memorable to the viewers. Okay, meaning music or other cool visuals. Okay, so again, you want to be able to play around and test different ads. And you want to be able to measure the ad performance based on the metrics we discussed. I mean, click-through rate, engagement rate, all of those are indicators whether the ad is of good quality or not with the end user. And when I say good quality, I mean, do they find it engaging? Do they find it interesting? If so, they're going to click. And if you don't have good click-through rates or good engagement rates, then you definitely want to try doing something different to the ad, like adding those audio components or other visuals that could be appealing to the end user. So go ahead and test some of those out with A/B testing, because you have nothing to lose but higher or lower engagement rates or lower click-through rates. So you want to be able to improve those metrics. Improving those metrics means trying some different components on different ads. So let's take a look at a case study, if you will, and let's focus on Superdry. So they're a good success story on YouTube. So Superdry leaned on some YouTube advertising to help lift one of their products. So in September last year, 2018, Superdry, if you're not familiar with the brand, they're centered some Asian markets, European markets, and they focus in on clothing, all different styles and sizes and genders, from jackets to jeans to t-shirts. And so they're a global brand. They really wanted to take a different approach here. And their approach was they wanted to focus in on sales. They wanted to see if video can help lift them with sales. And so what they've done is they set up some campaigns on YouTube, and their focus here was on jackets. And jackets to specific ages, across the board, all genders and interests. And so what they did was they wanted to take advantage of all the different ad types that YouTube had to offer. And let's take a look at one of those ads here. So if we go to YouTube, and let's just take a look at this 1 minute ad here, 53-second ad by Superdry.
I'm ready now. Superdry and Paige Cakey. This is the jacket you're raving, the jacket you're waiting, the jacket you're pulling, the jacket you're play, pout and posing. You'll take 5 in this jacket. You'll want to find this jacket. I washed the jacket. Oh, it's ruined. It's your DOS at a mate's. Take away 3 AM plates. Catch your breath, not your death, in this jacket. It's the jacket you're preening. Be seen in. You're chilling, feel reeling. It's the jacket you're hiding. You're vibing. Love, live and thriving. This is the jacket. The jacket that will get you through.
So that's the video that Super Dry ran. You could see that, it had some particular goals there. And so Super Dry is pretty well known, so it probably wasn't built around brand awareness per se. It was probably growth consideration and interest, and also driving action. Okay, so pretty cool video. It was definitely not a bumper ad because bumper ads are 6 seconds. So it was definitely a true view, probably take action. And so whatever ads they actually did run specifically, they did see a lift. And so we kept pulse on Super Dry's account, and these videos actually had 4.8 million views. And so cool video, ran for 53 seconds, not a long time, not a short time. Was able to, target their audience, a younger crowd. You noticed in the ad, they had different jackets, both female and male, different gender types. So they were messaging a very broad audience of gender. Some younger people is who they were targeting. So younger people tend to slant on YouTube, and so they were able to get some nice views out of it, 4.8 million. But the more important thing is because these videos were to drive action. And so they were able to see a 4-to-1 ratio on return on investment. And as a result, these jackets saw a 138% increase in brand lift. The jacket ad. So it was a pretty successful campaign. See as well, choreographed, good audio, good video, just well professionally done. And they probably were able to now get a few more loyal customers under their belt because of this ad alone. So that's the power of video, okay? So you're able to know who your target audience is. You can go out and target them with a cool video. And given that YouTube is vast, then you can really take advantage of a lot of their ads. So what they probably did, again, was those TrueView in-stream ads with a cost per view through a skippable video ad format. And they also use the shoppable ad format. So that is another option on YouTube. So they took advantage of all YouTube had to offer in terms of who they were trying to target, the length of the ad, and given that their product or selling a product or promoting a product, they were able to take advantage of the TrueView shoppable ad format, which basically lists your products alongside the actual video ad. And so this is just a good case study. Super Dry will probably do this again based on the numbers that they're reporting. And so basically that's the power of YouTube. Getting out in front of your audience with a really good video ad, targeting an audience, taking advantage of different formats. Today we're going to talk about how to increase Instagram followers. Today's webinar, we're going to have some tips and best practices for you to take advantage of to increase Instagram followers. So let's get started and talk a little bit about Instagram. So Instagram is not really an up-and-coming platform. It is already up-and-coming. A lot of users. In fact, 500 million daily active Instagram users. 500 million daily. The user base growth of more than 300% year over year. So it's growing and growing and growing. It's become more and more popular ever since it's launched back in 2010. And then there's more than 100 million photos uploaded daily. So it's a platform where you can upload photos, tag those photos, even use and implement videos. And photos have become very popular with the advent of mobile technology that the Instagram app makes it easy for you to post your photo. So there's no surprise there's a growth. There's no surprise there's a lot of users. There's no surprise that there's 100 million photos plus uploaded daily. And then there are 400 million stories posted daily. So when you post something, you can create a story out of it. And there's 400 million of those per day. And then there's more than 50 billion photos shared to date. So since 2010, platform now, which is now owned by Facebook, has become really, really popular. A good place for you if you have your own company, if you have your own brand, if you have your own product. It's a good place for you to really showcase that service, that product, that brand, because of the user base, how easy it is to use, and the wide reach it has for you in which to tell your story. As I mentioned, there are lots of photos shared to date, close to $7 billion revenue generated through Instagram mobile. So on top of everything I just said, there's a lot of e-commerce going on here too. So Instagram Instagram is a platform in which there's e-commerce integrated within the platform. So as a business who offers up products, you can actually generate revenue for yourself. On the flip side, Instagram, which is owned by Facebook, has an opportunity to sell advertising space on Instagram. So Instagram is an e-commerce platform, to say the least. In fact, Instagram is, because it's so popular, because it's part of Facebook's advertising platform, there are more than 2 million advertisers on Instagram. So amongst all those stories, videos, and photos and hashtags, you'll see some ads. And then because you'll see ads, because you'll see users, you're going to see businesses. It's just a good place to really set up shop and really tell your story through the world of photos and videos. So 25 million plus businesses have already migrated over to Instagram, and that's growing and growing and growing. So it's an opportunity for you to work with other businesses. So the arrow is definitely pointing up on Instagram. There's a lot going on here. Easy to use application, especially when it comes to photos and videos. So we're going to go through some tips and tricks today, and we're going to talk about everything there is to know about Instagram and how to increase your followers. So let's take a look at tip 1 here. So because Instagram is an application, everything you do on it is through the application. Now you could certainly view a web page version on it, but you really can't do much out of that. So if I go to my Instagram account, for example, using my desktop, I could see my profile and I can edit my profile to a degree, but everything you're doing is through the application. So when it comes to that, tip 1 here is take advantage of your bio. So regardless of what industry you're in, who you are, you really want to have a clear and concise and compelling bio. Why? Because this is your introduction to the world. You want people to know who you are. And because if you don't really become very clear to people, they're not going to follow you. So this is where it all starts. You need to take advantage of your bio, have a clear and concise bio, and have a link to your website or some contact information. So to me, this is where it all starts. You got to have a bio because that's what people are going to look at, and they're going to decide whether to follow you or not based on primarily that bio. That's where it all starts. So make sure you have a good bio. That's tip number 1. So you'll have to make sure that your landing page is also mobile optimized, since most Instagram users are on mobile. So if you're going to put a link to your website and somebody's on the Instagram app and they see your bio and they like it and you have a link to your website, make sure that landing page they go to is mobile optimized. So tip number 2, everything you do on Instagram when it comes to posting evolves around hashtags. So that's the backbone of the platform. Just like most platforms out there, social media platforms like Twitter or Facebook, Pinterest, you're going to have hashtags accompany those posts. So Instagram's no different. But in this case, you really, really want to take advantage of the hashtags. So hashtags are there to help users find your content. So you want to start out by using hashtags that are relevant to your business. So if you're in the food industry, you're going to post something related to food. Do the appropriate amount of research to find hashtags to describe your brand and also are being searched on Instagram. So what does that mean? That means do a little bit of homework on Instagram. See what searches or see what other brands in your industry are using for hashtags. Don't be afraid to use the same hashtag, but mix it up. Hashtags are important. So don't be afraid to put a hashtag in there that really defines what your business is about. But if it's relevant, use other hashtags that are popular or people are using to find information. So mix it up, but the key here is relevancy. You want to make sure you align your hashtags with your content and making sure the connection between the hashtag and the content is relevancy. So using the popular tags on your photos or videos might get you some immediate engagement, but it may not help with future goals like long-term engagement, new interested followers, and sales. So here really what I'm trying to say is, look, pick and choose your hashtags carefully, because if you use something broad or something non-relevant, yeah, you may get that click to your Instagram page, but that doesn't necessarily mean somebody's going to follow you, or that doesn't really mean somebody's going to be interested in what you have to offer. So if you use something really popular and broad, yes, you're going to get short-term gratification, but not long-term interest. Tip number 3, post your content at the right time. So according to Sprout Social, Schedule, which is a social media scheduling platform, among other things. So they deal with a lot of people using their platform and posting content via their platform. They have data, and they're telling us, based on the data they've collected, that the best time to post is between 2 and 3 p.m. and the best day to post is Thursday. Now, that may be all fine and true according to a Sprout Social study. And so you may want to go with this 2 to 3 p.m. and this is probably local, in case you're wondering what time zone we're referring to. So this is all local to you. So go ahead and try that out. Try 2 to 3 p.m. on Thursday. The thing is, what you're going to have to do eventually is figure out what the best time to post is. Okay, so if you're putting out a lot of content and you're putting out content throughout the week at certain times of the day or throughout the day, you're going to have to determine which time of day and what day is generating the best engagement for you. Who's looking at your post at what point of the day, what day of the week. And so you're going to really have to lean on a social media platform to help you determine that, because they're going to have the data that you need to determine what the best time of day to post is. Okay, so we'll talk about social media platforms here shortly. We just know that when you post with some rationale in mind. Ask yourself, before you even push that publish button or before you even schedule that post, this time of day and this day of the week makes sense. So you always want to post at the right time because you could be missing your audience. So remember, when you do this, you're going to be working with some platform, and Instagram also has some analytics for business accounts. So Instagram will also give you some feedback as to how your posts are performing. And we're going to talk about that here shortly as well. So let's move over to tip 4 here. So steal followers from your competitors. Okay, so if you're dealing in a very competitive industry and your competitors have a lot of followers, it's very, very easy to see who's following them. So the easiest way to do this is just interact with your competitors' followers. You could follow a user, like or comment on their photos. And so the more you engage with people, the more you stand to gain from them. So you could see who your competitors' followers are, and you can add them as a follower just by following them. So start engaging with them. If they're liking your competitor's brand, then the chances of them liking your brand could be great. So check out who your competitors' followers are. If they seem like somebody who you would want to be following your brand, then go ahead and interact with them. And how you interact is, again, you can like something that they post, or you can comment on something that they posted. Okay, engage with them. Okay, it doesn't take that much time. It's a good way to gain followers. So if we're on Instagram, we can simply just click on the brand's followers. So here I can see this brand has 127 followers, and here I can see all the followers. And what I could do is simply just click on one of the followers and I can go to their profile. And from there I could see what they've posted in terms of videos and images, and I can like or comment. So just doing something as simple as this gets you an opportunity to engage with somebody who can then turn around and follow you. So tip 5, pay for sponsored posts and product reviews. So a number of ways you could do this here. So pay for a sponsored post. So you can find an influencer who satisfies a couple of requirements. They have large following and an email address in the profile. So you can connect with them and ask them for sponsored post pricing. So it's as simple as that, as reaching out to somebody who has a large following. Okay. So if you do this, then it's going to put you in front of a large number of people. And so by doing this, it'll help expose your brand to that larger audience and help build your credibility, because you're connecting with somebody who has a large audience as well. So do a little bit of homework, find people out there in your industry who has a large following, and make sure they have that email address in their profile so you can contact them. And when you contact them, ask them for sponsored post pricing. So if the influencer has an email address, then they're open to sponsored post or shout out. So that's the key. So they got to have that email address. And when they do, then it's all about asking them and connecting with them on being a sponsor to one of your posts. Okay, you want to get yourself out there in front of people. This is the quickest way to do that. Okay, so tip 6, we want to use geotags for easier discoverability. Okay, so tag your images, videos, or stories by tagging the location, city, or venue where it was posted from. So very easy to do as you're posting. Just go ahead and there's an option in in there to say, hey, where are you located? Or what city are you located in? So locations have their own feed and stories which you can contribute to. So go ahead and add that extra element to your tags. So if somebody's in that location, the chances of them engaging are going to be great. And it's good for local businesses, because if you're local and you're posting your location, then again, somebody in that location is likely to engage with you. So tip 7, use Instagram stories to attract followers and grow your user base. So stories, a really big feature on Instagram. So what stories could be used for is just show footage of an environment. So it could be your office, it could be your home, it could be, the playground, it could be the golf course, it could be anywhere that you want to show footage of. So you want to post news relevant to your industry. So if you're in the food industry, hey, why not go in the back into the kitchen and post a story about how a particular bread or cake is made? Okay, show off your product. So if you are in that food industry and say you're in the pizza making business, perfect opportunity to show people via an Instagram story how to make that pizza and how you make that pizza, what ingredients you use. How unique is your particular product? And that's really what you want to get across when you do a story. You want to show something unique and relevant that's going to grasp people's attention. You can promote a company event. So if you're celebrating, say, 200,000 subscribers, create a YouTube video, or you can create an Instagram story. It works just as well. So you can endorse your company's blog post. You can post positive user reviews. So these are all features of a story. Increase interactivity with polls, sliders, etc. And then you can also mention other companies that work with or follow you. So great use of Instagram stories is do a shout out to somebody else. So Instagram stories is a really big feature with Instagram. Check it out. You can just do a search for Instagram stories. In fact, let's get some of you users involved. What best practices do you have when creating Instagram stories? Why don't you go ahead and share your Instagram story with us by putting that Instagram story in the comment section below. So we want to get everybody involved here, because there's thousands upon thousands of great Instagram stories out there to be shown and viewed and engaged with. So go ahead and share your Instagram story. If you have any other tips or tricks, then go ahead and put those in the comment section so that everybody can benefit from them. So the only thing to keep in mind when you're creating these stories is, what are your followers interested in seeing? So your stories could teach or promote something to your user base. So always keep that in the back of your mind. For me, I always go back to what industry are you in? If you're in the food industry, hey, people who are following you are interested in food. If you're a pizza company, show off that pizza. If you're a bakery, show off how you make your breads and baked goods. Whatever it is you have, show it off, because if somebody's following you, that's what they're interested in. So tip number 8, highlight important stories. So you want to highlights serve as the easiest way to create a first impression for a potential follower. So with highlights can be used to tease what your content's about, create a trailer for what your brand offers, promote your product. So highlights are there. It's a good feature. It's a first impression for potential follower. So it teases what the content's about. It creates a trailer, so to speak, for your brand and promotes your product. So use highlights. And again, any users out there who have good examples of highlights, go ahead and put those in the content section or comment section right below this video. So remember, stories have only a 24-hour lifespan, so highlights can be used to give them a second wind. Okay, so highlights serve a purpose. It teases what the content's about, it promotes the product, and it really kind of accentuates that story. Tip number 9, ask for followers. So sometimes people need a little push before they can follow you on Instagram, even if they enjoy your content. So you can ask users to become your followers in the caption, the comment section, or even work it into your content. So in other words, when you're posting something, don't be afraid to say, hey, follow me. I got some good stuff here. Be confident. You don't want to do it for every post, of course, but pick and choose. If you feel you have a really good post, really good image that you think is going to gain a lot of followers and engagers, then you don't necessarily need to put a caption in there. But if it is popular, then go ahead and say, hey, this is a popular post. Think about following me, or put something in the comment section. You want to do it kind of succinctly. You don't want to be begging, but just working in to some degree. Okay, but don't be afraid. Have some confidence in asking for followers. So when you do this, it's very similar to how we do it on YouTube. So you can ask viewers to subscribe to their channels at the end of the video. So if on YouTube, basically you're saying, hey, if you like what we have, go ahead and subscribe. It's no different on Instagram. If you have something you've posted, just go and say, hey, you like this? Go ahead and follow us. It's that simple. So tip number 10, take on the latest trends to get more followers. So align your content to cater to trending topics or hashtags to improve engagement and discoverability. So really what we're trying to say here is your competitors follow influencers. What are the latest trends? And you can get an idea of the latest trends by you looking at hashtags. So what hashtags are trending? Which ones are people using the most? So really what you want to do is whatever's trending in your industry, ride that wave, so to speak. Now, it doesn't have to take on your entire profile, but there's nothing wrong with one or two posts. If something's really taking on popularity, then go ahead and post about it as well. For example, in the wine industry, if there's a new wine that really came out that's really gaining some popularity, go ahead and post about it with the same hashtag and with the unique hashtag. So don't be afraid to, ride the wave of popularity, so to speak, because it shows that, you know what you're talking about. It adds some credibility, and it's going to get some, viewers over to your Instagram profile. So keep in mind, you need to keep your content relevant, because if your audience is interested in what you have to offer, then they're going to be engaged. However, if you're joining the discussion in a relevant manner, keeping in mind whether your audience will interact or not is important, but just always keep in mind, you always want to stay within your industry and relevancy for your target audience. So tip number 11, run contests and giveaways. And so just like on YouTube, just like on Facebook, Instagram is no different. You can increase reach and exposure by running contests. Since most followers would tag their friends to let them know about it, it's a good idea to run contests. And so what's an idea of a contest? Well, again, if you're running a pizza parlor, you could say, hey, what's your favorite pizza? Or give me your favorite pizza ideas. And you can run a contest, and you can have people even create their own pizza and post an image of it. You can have people create stories on the best ways in which they create pizza or their experience in another pizza parlor. There's lots of things you can do to create a contest, and you don't always have to give something away. You could just do something for fun, especially if you have a lot of followers. If you have a lot of followers, then somebody's going to take part in it. So don't be afraid to run contests just to make it fun and light it up a little bit. So each tag can bring you a new audience member who could be a potential follower. So anytime you run a contest, people are going to tag their friends to let them know about that contest. So those friends are going to come over and likely engage. So that's the beauty of running a contest or giveaway, is chances are word's going to spread and it's going to get you some new followers. So that's the end benefit, so to speak. But the real benefit is keeping your audience engaged. So tip number 12, we want to stay consistent with posts. So having a consistent pace and theme for your posts can have a huge impact to convert visitors. So when we say consistent, if you're again that pizza parlor, stay within pizza. You could branch out a little maybe and talk about salads or talk about beverages to, as a complementary factor to the pizza. Okay, but don't talk about hamburgers if you're focused in on pizza. So we want to stay consistent with your theme. This method involves less effort with a faster production of Instagram content. So that means what we're really trying to say here is focus. Stay focused on who you are. If you do that, if you're consistent and you're gaining some followers, and that's what people are coming to you for, the content that you're good at, for the industry you're in. Okay, so if you start varying it and branching out, then it's going to muddy the water, so to speak, and you're probably going to get less engagement. So set a theme on Instagram by maintaining consistency in your personality, filters, colors, and layout. And really what I'm referring to is post. And when you have post something, you're really creating a personality for yourself. Okay, so if you're in fashion, for example, and you're in the jeans industry, well, jeans, right? That's your personality. Accentuate it with different outfits related to jeans. But, when you start talking about dresses and shoes, and that kind of blurs your personality a bit. So if you stay consistent within jeans and outfits that go with jeans, then I think people are going to start to pick up on that personality. So tip 13, keep track of your Instagram following. So you can analyze the growth of your channel with tools like Social Blade that could tell you how many followers you've lost over time and how engaged they are. Okay, so you can use data gathered from here and from Instagram business account to diagnose where you're faltering. So let's take a look at Social Blade as an example here. So if I go over here, I'm going to go to Social Blade. Here I can enter in basically any account after I register, and I could see how that account has performed, where they rank, how many uploads they have, what country they focused on, what industry. And the beauty here is I could see, and I'm looking at YouTube as an example, I could see, how my post to perform. Well, you could do this for Instagram, you could do it for Facebook. So you can really get an idea of how your account's performing. So Social Blade's a great platform for measuring. And again, you do also have Instagram Business Insights. So with Instagram Business Insights, basically what you're going to do is you're going to go to your app, right? And then from the app, you could basically look at your insights from there. So in the app itself, you're going to click on the upper right, 3 lines, and from there you're going to see insights. And when you go to insights, you're also going to see, what your reach is, how many impressions, and some engagement metrics in terms of your audience, where they're located, the age range. Okay, you're going to also see some content related information. So there's a lot you could see from the Instagram Insights, Analytics Insights, but you can also see additional information from Social Blade. So the key here is when you're looking at your data, you want to look for patterns. In post, what post received the most amount of engagement? So if you see something working, obviously replicate it. You don't want to replicate it immediately, but make note of it and use it for future content. So tip 14, use Instagram ads. So Instagram ads give you complete control over advertisements. So how they appear and who sees them. So with Instagram ads, you can run photos, you can run videos, carousels, slideshows, stories. So we mentioned this on other webinars for Facebook advertising. It's worth repeating. So if I go back into, say, Facebook Ads Manager, I can pick and choose my placements. And really what I want to do is pick and choose, for example, Instagram. And so I have Instagram feed, I have Instagram stories. So, and I could see what the video requirement or the media requirement is for running on Instagram. So with Instagram, you can run stories, you can run videos, single image ads, you can run carousel. So really, you could put your best forward, meaning take the post that's performing well, and maybe you want to advertise that, promote it. So you're going to run this through Facebook Ads Manager, and it's going to tell you, what your audience size is, your potential reach, okay, what your daily results would be. So you're going to get all that information when you run your ads on Facebook Ads Manager. But it's a great opportunity for you to really push forward. If you're running a promotion, it's really an opportunity for you to push forward that promotion. Other advantages: scalable pricing, self-serve and instant, robust reporting, and highly refined audience retargeting. So all of that is in the Facebook Ads Manager. You can get all the reporting you need, meaning, who saw the ad, did they click on it? Okay, you can refine that target audience. You can go back into Facebook Ads Manager and refine who your audience is. So lots of flexibility here on advertising on Instagram. But the key here is if you want to run advertising on Instagram, think about what it is you're trying to promote. If you feel something needs to get promoted, then go ahead and, you can either, again, reach out to somebody and have them sponsor it, or you can run it as an advertisement. So let's move on to tip 15. So we want to create visually attractive and eye-catching ads. So if you are going to run ads, here's some things to keep in mind. Okay, you want to use images that are natural and seem native. Okay, you don't want to use any stock photography. First off, you want to use something that you've done. Okay, you want to minimize the amount of text, so let the image do the talking. You want to ensure your caption relates to the image and resonates with your audience. Okay, so you have an opportunity to add some text below the image. Okay, so make sure it resonates. And then of course use hashtags to show your ads to target your audience, but a wider relevant audience. So hashtags do play a role here as well. So these are some tips. If you're going to create ads, you want to take these into account. The whole point of the ad is to get people over to either web page or to your profile page, okay, so that they can engage and take action. So Instagram ads will help showcase your product, service, or brand in a way that's memorable and unique. So if you really want to get your vision, your brand, your product out there in front of a lot of people, then advertising on Instagram is a good way to do that. So since we've been talking about pizza throughout this webinar, this is a good Instagram profile here about pizza. You know, I'm getting hungry just looking at this. Hopefully this is an example for all veg and non-veg pizza consumers. I mean, you can see this profile here. They got the website, you know, they got the handle. Okay, so they have a lot of followers. So, you know, if I'm in the pizza industry, I can go ahead and, you know, click on their followers and see who's following them, who they're following. So some really good shots of pizza here. It looks like, you know, a lot of people were involved in this. You could see lots of different examples here. Some cute ones, you know, some funny ones, some humorous ones. So, you know, just taking a look at something like pizza, which, you know, most people enjoy, you know, most. And you can kind of appreciate, you know, how much of an advantage Instagram can be, because it really, you can accentuate photos, you can have fun with it, you can really run some contest here, you know, give us your best pizza photo. So here, you know, you could say use daily pizza as a hashtag for a feature. Okay, so they're even encouraging you to use a specific hashtag. So you can really do a lot here on Instagram. This is just a good example of what you can do and have fun with, you know, with an example like pizza, just to give you some ideas. So let's move on to tip 16. Take advantage of Instagram tools. So you can use scheduling tools like Later, Hootsuite, and Buffer. So I can't stress this enough. You know, when it comes to measuring the engagement of your Instagram post, you're definitely going to need a social media tool. So you're also going to need it if you do a lot of, you know, posting on Instagram. So let's take a look at an example. We'll use later.com. So if I go to Later, here I could see, you know, I can use this to upload my images to my profile. So here you could see it's scheduled throughout the day of the week. So that way we're not overlapping. You know, we're scheduling based on the times of the day that people are going to look at this. So, you know, here I could see, you know, particular stories, if any stories are posted. Okay, I can look at it from a weekly or monthly preview. I could see what's been posted. Okay, and more importantly, as a schedule tool, I can also see the analytics. I could see, you know, how many were posted, how many followers. So this is really important because, you know, if my profile is growing, I want to be able to see what post performed best, what the audience was like, you know, by gender, by age, by location. So again, I can look at it by post performance, story, or hashtag analytics as well. So Later really goes into details about, you know, what's driving engagement. So here you can see some hashtags that this particular company is using on Instagram. So here you can see how many posts with this hashtag, you know, and what and kind of engagement did they receive? Did they receive likes, comments, impressions? How much reach did they get? How many saves? And it really just does go into detail. So Later does a good job. I like this platform, especially for Instagram. It's great for scheduling, but more important, you know, in addition to the Instagram analytics, you can really lean on, you know, this particular platform to get a really good idea as to, you know, how particular posts are performing. Remember, if a post is performing, you want to reuse it at a certain point in time. Okay, learn from best practices, learn from what's working, learn from what's not working. If something's not working, then don't do it again. So you can really get a good breakdown here in later.com. So remember, these tools place an emphasis on automation, okay, enabling you to automatically post at a scheduled time. So you want to lock it in at a certain period of time and not have to worry about it. So it allows you to really hone in on that particular time of the day and day of the week so that you're really maximizing your chances of getting good engagement. Okay, so develop your own signature style. So set up a style and content theme so that you're able to stand out amongst the various competitors. So, again, just going back to our pizza example, lots of good photos of pizza, but this is their style. This is who they are. They're not a particular brand. They're just, people who like pizza. Okay. And they're having fun with it. Okay. So that's their style. They're posting really good shots of all this different types of pizza, different styles, different toppings, and just to give you an idea of how popular pizza is and what you can do with it. Okay. So again, this is a good basic example of what you can do with something as simple as pizza. So don't be afraid to experiment, try something different with your profile, do something different. You don't always have to follow what everybody else is doing. That's the great thing about Instagram. It allows you to be free and creative. In fact, if anybody has any styles that have worked for them, feel free to put something in the comment section. We'd love to hear your thoughts. So tip 18, use user engagement to your advantage. So I just mentioned that using the later example. So we want to be able to learn from what's working and not working. So user-generated content shows off your brand to be authentic and improves your relationship with your followers. So, you want to be unique with the content that you're posting. So if you do that, you're likely to build that relationship and increase your followers. And you want to be able to see of that user generated content, that UGC, which is performing, which is not performing. Okay, so basically your followers and your audience are telling you what's working and not working. So take advantage of that. Remember, going back to hashtags, you could set up your own unique hashtag and ask your users to post images or videos relating to that, which you can post in your brand's account. So just like the whole pizza thing, they're saying, hey, look, use daily pizza for a feature. Okay, that's a good example of something you can do as well. So you could set up a unique hashtag and say, hey, use this hashtag, and that'll help you gain some followers. That'll help you gain some notoriety and some visibility on your platform. Tip 19, use high quality images and videos. Just like on YouTube, just like on Facebook, Instagram's no different. Images must be of high quality, authentic, and original. Again, one more time, going back to the pizza. These images look to be pretty high quality. If you have a decent mobile phone, that's all it takes. A mobile phone with a camera, that is. That's all it usually takes. You want to be able to get that right shot. You don't want to use anything that's of low quality because it really is going to take away from, the story you're trying to tell. So you don't have to be professional per se. Just make sure what you're posting, whether it be video or whether it be an image, is of high quality. And remember, videos needs to be fun and informational without causing the user to lose interest. So, if you're going to create a video, go ahead and, you can make it short, make it fun. Okay, you can see here, these guys are just showing you how pizza's made. It doesn't take a long time. They're just going through the motions. They're not boring you with details. They're not talking. Really quick and easy. Just to give you an idea. It doesn't have to be as serious, it can be fun. So video content needs to be fun and informational without causing users to lose interest. That's the key. Short, sweet, unique, authentic, and fun. Have fun with it. So worth repeating, don't use stock images on Instagram because, they don't really bode well for your particular brand. It's Instagram. It allows you to post original content. That's the whole purpose of it. Okay, and on the video side, be concise, high quality, and informational enough. Okay, so you have to hold the user's attention here. So when we say concise, don't make it a 5-minute video. Obviously make it high quality, relevant to what you're trying to offer. And if you can do that, you're likely going to hold the user's attention. So tip 20, promote your Instagram page and other social media channels. So Facebook and Instagram are part of the same family. So this seems like a natural, but don't be afraid to promote it on other channels like Pinterest or YouTube. The whole idea is to get users to your Instagram page and encourage them to follow it. So, you can always put that URL in, other platforms like YouTube. Nothing wrong with that at all. Okay, you can also promote your page offline with print ads and during other relevant events. And then I would even take that a step further, is you'll probably see, an Instagram logo on a web page along with other social media icons. So you always want to help promote Instagram on your webpage as well, but you can do it for offline with print ads. So you can simply just put, whatever your slug is for Instagram, whatever your ID is, whatever you're using on Instagram, that's what you can use. Don't be afraid to promote it offline or online. Today we're going to talk about how to increase Twitter followers. So welcome, and let's get started. So with Twitter, it's all about tweets. It's actually a verb now. When you do something on Twitter, you actually tweet. And there are a lot of people out there tweeting. In fact, Twitter has over 1.3 billion accounts. So a lot of tweets going on in the world of Twitter. So as of the third quarter in 2018, last year, Twitter had 326 million global monthly active users. Okay, so active meaning every day, using the platform on a daily basis. So a lot of people using Twitter. It's very easy to use, as you'll find out. And what you're going to find out today is how to increase followers on your Twitter account so they can see more of your tweets. Okay, a little bit more about Twitter. There are 500 million tweets posted every single day. That's a lot of tweets. So you can imagine with every tweet is a hashtag that accompanies that tweet. So a lot of information being disseminated across the platform. So tweets with videos, so Twitter does allow videos as well as images, attracts 10 times more engagement than other forms of content. So if you watched our YouTube videos and some of the other videos we had out there regarding Facebook or Instagram, you'll know that videos do perform better. Twitter is no exception. So if you have a video, even if it's done on YouTube or if it's not published on YouTube, use it with Twitter. You're going to get more engagement. So Twitter has 75% of its users use the platform for news. Okay, so people go to Twitter to get their news. That's where they go. They don't go to a regular website, content-based website. They get their news via Twitter. It's just very easy to digest because it's so few characters. 75% of B2B businesses market on Twitter. So not only is it a B2C or business to consumer platform, it's a B2B, business to business platform. So a lot of businesses are on Twitter basically promoting either a product, service, or trying to establish themselves in the industry using the platform. So let's take a look at Twitter, and let's take a look at some of the ways in which you can increase your followers. It all starts with your profile. You always want to make sure you have a complete profile. Your name, obviously the Twitter platform that you have is going to have a handle. Okay, in this example here, it's a totally real person. At totally real person is the Twitter handle, and that's what you're going to want to use to disseminate your Twitter profile to others. So you want to make sure that you have a good image, you have a real name, and a good handle that people can associate with and remember. So you want to be able to set up this profile with a keyword-friendly bio, okay? A link to your website and a picture that represents your brand always helps. So make sure it's complete. You can even take a step further by customizing the color scheme of your profile. You can add a header image that sticks to your theme that will help your profile stand out. And so let's take a look at an example here. So if I go to Twitter, here, if we go to Simplilearn, it's Twitter account, okay, their handle is simply at Simplilearn, okay, and they've customized the header, they use their logo. Now, if you're an individual, you probably want to use a nice profile pic here, where they're based, a little bit about them. So just a customized complete profile goes a long way. You don't have to go overboard with an elaborate design, so to speak, but just make it stand out, make it associate with who you are as a person and a brand. Those are best practices in getting that profile up and running. You don't want to use something bland and generic. Take the extra step, create something unique, make sure your profile is unique. You have a good image. Okay, make sure it's complete with, telling people who you are and what you're all about. That's really the first step on really any social media platform. So you want to promote your Twitter profile to drive users from other social media platforms. So when you actually get that Twitter account set up and you actually do have your handle, go ahead and share it. That's the first step in getting followers. If you're already on Facebook, if you're already on Instagram, then use those platforms to announce that you're on Twitter. You can also take that a step further and, send out an email to friends or family. Or like I said, if you're on Facebook, go ahead and set up a post. Say, hey guys, I'm on Twitter, come follow me. So you could also use business cards, advertisements, marketing materials, and events to put that Twitter profile on. Okay, so it doesn't have to be within the social media sphere. It could be even on your website. It can be even in email. So you can basically promote that profile. Again, you want to make that profile, that handle, easy to remember. So totally real person is the profile in this example. We're going to use that profile everywhere we can, whether that be offline or online. Don't be afraid to use it on a business card, especially if it's easy. I can just simply go to Twitter and type in that handle. So you want to stay active on Twitter with regular retweets, replies, and favorites. And it's just so easy to retweet and reply and add favorites. So let's take a look at that on Twitter. So you could just simply, I'm logged in as me. And if I want to retweet something that Simplilearn did, I can just simply click on the retweet button and I can add a comment if I want to, and then I'm going to retweet. It's that simple. So now that tweet is going to show up on my profile, my handle. And I could simply like it. If I scroll down here, okay, top 10 IT trends shaping 2019. Notice a simple tweet supported with an image. So I'm just going to like that. So I can even comment on it. I can click on the comment and click a reply here. Okay, and that's going to show up in this tweet here. Just like if I click on this, I'll be able to see what other people have written. And so it's that simple. If I want, I can just click on the email button and even send a message to somebody right from that tweet. The point is, I can do everything I need to do right in the platform. But to get started, if you don't have any tweets, go and find other companies similar to you, look at their tweeting, and you can always retweet that. That's a good way to get going with tweets. That's what I started doing when I started on Twitter in 2008. I didn't know what to write particularly, and I didn't know how to write it particularly well. So I looked at what other people wrote and tweeted and just retweeted those. That's a good way to get your Twitter account started. Okay, so engaging with users is a great way to get more followers. So on Simplilearn, I retweeted one of their tweets. I liked another one of their tweets, and it's probably going to get their attention. Somebody at Simplilearn is going to say, okay, Rob Sanders went ahead and liked us. And you know what? We're going to go follow this guy. He seems to be somebody who's an audience member, who likes what we have to do, likes what we have to say, like what we're tweeting. Let's go ahead and follow him. And so that's a good way to get going with your Twitter account, is to really start retweeting and liking other tweets from other users. So you can find an appropriate time to post your tweets to increase exposure, retweets, and followers. And you want to do this, you could do it within Twitter, or as I'll mention later, you can do it in a social media platform like Sprout Social or Hootsuite or Later or Buffer. I mean, there's plenty of social media platforms out there for you to schedule tweets. Point is, you want to be able to schedule those tweets when it's the appropriate time. So you don't want to do it in the middle of the evening, because what's going to happen is likely by the morning, other tweets are going to bury your tweet. So you want to be able to find the appropriate time to post your tweets. So according to a survey conducted by HubSpot, the best time to post is between 12 and 3 p.m. And why is that? Well, most people are usually on lunch, checking their phones. Yes, Twitter has an app. And in fact, most people use the app, just like on Instagram, just like on YouTube. The app is very popular on Twitter, so it's very easy for somebody to check tweets, especially during the lunch hour. And then from 5 to 6 p.m., that in-between time when people are wrapping up work or heading home. Okay, so weekdays have shown to have the maximum amount of engagement. So during the week, when people are working, highly engaged with whatever they're doing, depending on what industry you're in, they're likely going to check the Twitter and react during those times. Okay, so that was a survey conducted by HubSpot, but really what you want to do is you want to be able to use one of these social media platforms like a Hootsuite or Later and find out exactly when are people engaging with your tweets? What time of the day and what day of the week are you getting the most retweets or the most likes? Okay, that's what you want to do. So you can use this as a starting point, as a best practice, but eventually you're going to have to cater to your audience based on when you're getting your tweets engaged. So you want to increase followers by following more people. It's that simple. And so it really is that simple. Let me rephrase that. So it really is that simple. So if I go back to Twitter, Twitter's always going to recommend somebody for me to follow. And normally those are people that are similar as myself. Okay, so they're not just going to choose random people. They're going to choose people who are following people you're following. So there's going to be a connection to some degree. Or they could be people who use similar hashtags, tweeting the same content. So you want to go ahead and follow people. The rule of thumb on Twitter is if you follow somebody on Twitter, chances are they're going to follow you back. I was once told when I was using Twitter that, hey, you want to give somebody about 3 days to follow you back. So that's always what the rule I stuck to. Wait about 3 days, start following people. You can see here 833 people Twitter accounts that Simplilearn's following, and over 10,900 followers to Simplilearn's Twitter account. So for me, I don't mind having a nice balance myself. I have just as many followers as I do following, and that's a good thing. So, because you want to be able to keep up with what people are tweeting. And so you can retweet. At the same time, you want to be following people as well because they're going to follow you back. Okay, and that's how you can build up your Twitter followers, by following people. And it's as simple as clicking on a follow link. So the key here is to follow people who follow your content, people who are followers of your followers. And you can use Twitter's who to follow list and upload your email contacts to Twitter. Okay, since they know you, they're more likely to follow you back. Okay, so you can use Twitter's who to follow list. And so if we go back to Twitter, here's the who to follow list. And so this is what Twitter's going to recommend, but you can click on this link here, find people you know. Okay, so if I click on find people I know, then I can upload my contacts from Outlook or Gmail, and they're going to find people who are already on Twitter based on who I'm connected with. So generally, that's how it works. That's a quick way to get more followers, is to connect with people you know. By the way, I'm going to follow Simplilearn because I wasn't following them prior. So now I just clicked on the follow button. Now I am following. So now I'm going to see Simplilearn's tweets in my feed. So let's take a second to look at a brand. Okay, so it's time for a brand watch. Let's have a look at some of the best tweets of 2018. Now remember, there are a lot of active users, millions of active users. That's a lot of tweets. So what we did was we scoured Twitter from 2018, and we went ahead and picked out some tweets that we thought were pretty good. And so the first one is Wendy's. Now, I don't know if any of you have actually eaten at Wendy's. I used to eat at Wendy's a while ago. I know their Frosties are pretty good. So what they've done is they incorporated that Frosty as part of a giveaway. Okay, so basically they're saying, hey, grab yourself a free Frosty with any purchase in our app. So they're encouraging people to use our app, and then they're following that up by saying, hey, and then join us on Twitch from 2 to 5 Eastern as we unlock all that Frosty goodness. So they're promoting something that's going to happen on a specific point in time. This is of last January. They're encouraging people to use their app, and they're using that Frosty as kind of a carrot, if you will, okay, as a catch. It's a giveaway. So they were able to, basically wrap a bunch of things into one. So encourage people to take part, and I'm sure a lot of people went ahead and took part of this, but we could definitely see that 206 retweeted this tweet, 302 basically commented on it, and over 3,000 liked the tweet. So the tweet was good, and it basically engaged with users. Who doesn't like a free giveaway, especially a free Frosty? So that's why this particular tweet really does some justice for the target audience, their audience. They're giving something away to their audience just by allowing them to, use their app. Okay, so this tweet combines a lot into one, and I like it. Apparently a lot more people than I did, 3,000 plus, also like this tweet. And so moving on to how to increase your followers on Twitter, you want to mention other people in your tweets to increase engagement. So what do we mean by that? So let's look at Twitter. So go back, if we look at Simplilearn, just take a look at some of their tweets. What they're doing, if we scroll down here, they have hashtags. So they are mentioning specific hashtags, but you can also mention handles as well. So the hashtag is always going to start with either the pound sign. But if we scroll down here, if you use the @ symbol, you're actually mentioning somebody. So in this case, we're mentioning Matt Bailey. So Matt Bailey says is Matt Bailey's handle. And so if you get a shout out to somebody, they're going to pick up on that. And then they're going to probably follow you. Okay, who doesn't appreciate getting recognized for something, especially something as small as a tweet? Okay, notice I can go ahead and click follow if I want to follow Matt Bailey, but it's not a bad idea to add people into your tweet. And you simply do that by just using the @ symbol and using their Twitter handle. It's a good way to get recognized by that Twitter follower. It also increases engagement because it's adding validity to the tweet. And it definitely catches the attention of the person mentioned. Remember, if you use that person's handle, they're going to see that you mention them, okay? And what it's likely going to do is start some type of Twitter relationship, okay? They're going to then follow you, you're going to follow them, and chances of them retweeting you in the future or mentioning you in the future is probably going to increase. And overall, that increases engagement. So another important thing you want to do is find and use hashtags that are relevant to your brand and audience. So this is a must. This is mandatory on Twitter. You need to use hashtags. Twitter's all about hashtags. Every tweet that goes out should have a hashtag. Okay, and so what you can do is figure out what hashtags are trending. So here, what Twitter does is they trends for you. So these are all specific hashtags that are trending. If it's Mother's Day, Happy Mother, hey, Sunday morning, whatever works for you. These are trends that happen to be moving, meaning a lot of people are using them, clicking on them. Okay, so you can use a popular hashtag. What I would also recommend is you use a unique hashtag. The rule of thumb is usually about 2 hashtags in a tweet. But that's a rule of thumb. But rules are made to be broken. Do what's best for you. If you want to include more than 2 hashtags, go for it. The only thing I'm recommending is include a hashtag. So find out what's trending. You could just look right in Twitter, or you could just create your own unique hashtag. It works both ways. But when you have a hashtag in your tweet and somebody clicks on it, then they're going to go to that particular handle, that hashtag. And so when they look at the hashtag, they're going to see all the tweets with that hashtag in it. So that's the idea behind hashtags. You want to have hashtags, okay? So if somebody clicks on a hashtag that you used, then they're likely going to see your tweet in that hashtag's feed, okay? So that's how hashtags work. You want to use hashtags, okay? But you want to use hashtags that are relevant to your brand and audience. That's really the key. So hashtags help your tweets to be found through Twitter search, thus improving your reach and increase the visibility of your posts. So that's another benefit. Twitter has search functionality. So somebody can simply go in and start searching on Twitter. So if I go back to Twitter, I can just do a hashtag and start typing in something like Spanish, and I'm going to get some of the most popular Spanish hashtags, or hashtags with the word Spanish in it. And so this is an idea for me that if I wanted to use a hashtag with Spanish in it, these are some ideas. But they're certainly searchable on Twitter. Okay, so if I just click on Spanish, okay, I'm going to be able to see all the hashtags with the word Spanish in the hashtag. So definitely use hashtags. It's the most beneficial feature of Twitter, bar none. So some reasons why using hashtags is also a good idea. Well, you're going to get more engagement and you're likely to get retweeted as well. So when you get retweeted, then that means more eyeballs, because if somebody sees your tweet and retweets it, they're retweeting it for their audience. And so it could go viral, so to speak, on Twitter. And that's where the engagement comes in. So if you're using a hashtag that's trendy, well, somebody might like that. Okay, if you're behind a specific movement, or you're following a specific baseball or football team or cricket team or whatever team you're following, then if you use that team and the hashtag, that could also get you some likes. So don't be afraid to use hashtags, mix it up, play around a little, use something unique, use something that's trending, just use something. But make sure it's relevant to the tweet. Find out what works for your competition. What works for them might work for you too. So, I work with Simplilearn, but, Simplilearn has a good Twitter account. They have lots of followers. They're doing a lot of tweeting. So if I wanted to be just like Simplilearn, well, I could simply just go to their Twitter account and see what they're doing. Okay, see what they're using as hashtags, see what kind of tweets they're implementing, and see who's following them. So I can simply just click on the 10,900 followers that they have, and what I can do is I can go through and start following the people that are following them. So just mimic your competition to some degree, or mimic others in the industry. Look at what they're tweeting. Again, start out by retweeting some of the stuff they're retweeting if it's good stuff, if it's a good tweet. Don't be afraid to retweet even your competitors' tweets. Okay, use unique hashtags. Use the hashtags they're using. Look at who's following their brand. So you can really learn a lot from others in your industry, including your competition, because what works for them, again, might work for you, especially when it comes to hashtags or people who's following them. Again, people who are following them would likely follow you if you're in the same industry. So it's as simple as looking at who's following them and following those same people. Remember, the rule of thumb is if you're following somebody, they're likely to follow you back. So again, you can analyze things like the number of followers they have, the frequency of their tweets, what their profile looks like, how they respond to the competition of customers. Okay, what are they tweeting about? What types of content brings them more engagement? Meaning, of all the tweets, which one is getting the most likes or retweets? Get some sense of what they're doing. And again, when I say mimic, I mean, really what I'm saying is pull best practices from that Twitter account. This will give you an idea what you need to do to get more followers. So it's always a good form of flattery when you can mimic what somebody else is doing. Just like every other social media platform, following Twitter influencers who belong in your industry is always a good idea. So if you're in the food industry and there's these star chefs out there, probably not a bad idea to follow those star chefs. If you're in the technology industry, well, probably not a bad idea to, follow Bill Gates or Elon Musk or Richard Branson or somebody else and that's a big influencer, has an influence on a lot of people. Okay, but make sure they're in your industry. That's the key. If you can make sure they're in your industry and you follow them, chances are if they look at your Twitter account and see you're posting or maybe retweeting some of their tweets, they're likely to follow you. And if they're following you, your tweets are going to show up on their handle, on their feed. And so don't be afraid to go out and connect and follow those influencers. It's a good way to boost up your followers. So again, this will help you gain followers since you can replicate what they've done with their profile. So again, just like the competition, mimic what your influencers are doing. Okay, so people tend to follow people who follow influencers. So you're all of one like mind, so to speak. Okay, influencers might retweet or share your post if they find you retweeting favorites and replying to their post. So remember, if you're following a retweeter, or excuse me, an influencer, and you retweet their post, chances are they might retweet one of your posts and again put you in front of a large number of people since they're influencers. So all of these are good, valid reasons to follow influencers, because if you're out to increase your reach and exposure, it's hard to ignore influencers in your industry. Okay, you want to use images and videos while tweeting. Remember, videos get multiple times more engagement than not using them. At the very least, use images. But you use images, don't use stock photography. Use images that are relevant. So one of these tweets caught my eye here from Simplilearn. So if I click on, here, it was further down here. It looked like, these are people who are engaging in a conference. And it might have been one that Matt Bailey was at. So it was a retweet from Matt Bailey, as a matter of fact. But you could see what Simplilearn's doing is they're including either a video or they're including an image in every tweet. And so that's likely to boost up engagement. So according to Buffer, which is another social media platform, adding a relevant high quality image in your tweets can help you gain more than 150% engagement. Okay, videos are 6 times more likely to be retweeted. So if you have an arsenal of video or even one video, don't be afraid to use it. My recommendation is try and use images as much as you can in almost every tweet. Images go a long way, and again, it's going to help improve engagement, meaning more retweets, more followers. Okay, more followers, more eyeballs. So it's a snowball effect just by using images. Okay, so let's take a look at another brand from 2018. Okay, pizza, always my good example to use on these webinars. I like pizza. Here, this just says it all. You know, they're talking about art and they're using pizza in the form of art. So they didn't really have to say much else here. This pretty much says it all. And they did get some retweets. They did some likes. So sometimes you don't have to say a lot to make your point. Sometimes just the image itself will do the job. This was actually not from 2018. This goes all the way back to 2016. So it still holds true. If you use an image, that image is going to get engagement. Okay, so on Twitter, just like most other social media platforms, you can promote your tweet. So you can use Twitter ads to do that. So you can promote your tweet, and what you do by promoting it is putting it up above so that most people will be able to see it. Okay, so let's see if we can find an example. If I go here, I can see this person is promoting their handle, but if I go down here, I can see a promoted tweet by Constant Contact. So they're promoting their tweet here. So it's not a bad idea if you have some media budget to go ahead and either promote your tweet or advertise on Twitter. So what that's going to do is put you in a more prominent position and get your tweets out there. And the whole idea for that is to get people to engage. Here you can see a call to action from Constant Contact. So if I click on that, I'm going to go to probably a landing page on their website. And so the whole idea when you advertise on Twitter is really just like any other social media platform, you want to put yourself in front of the right audience. And so Twitter's no exception. So with Twitter, you could put yourself in front of the right audience. So what you could do is you could promote a tweet, do promoted trends, or you could do promoted accounts. So you have a number of different advertising options on Twitter. What we just looked at was, looking at promoted accounts and a promoted tweet. So when you do advertise, there are advantages. You have to pay only after achieving your marketing objective. So that's a benefit of Twitter. The cost per click, it's a cost per click model, so it tends to be fairly low. You could tailor your audience. So again, you're picking and choosing who you want your promoted tweet or trend or account to be in front of. And its targeting is based on either engagement or it's based on keywords, i.e. hashtags. So really you could tailor who you want your tweet or your handle to be in front of. And so that's really the benefit of Twitter. If you have a lot of active users on Twitter, you can really put yourself in front of those active users if they're your relevant audience at a low cost per click. So it's definitely worth the test. So you want to offer Twitter support to your users. Okay, so I can't stress this enough. Okay, so what you want to do is when users have questions about your product, they're more likely to tweet you for support. Hence, they're likely to follow your account. So don't be afraid to use the messaging option as well. So we go back to Twitter. Okay, chances are somebody might have a question for you. Here you can look at Bing ads. It's great connecting with PPC experts. Can't believe tax season is here. We've got some great insights. So what they're doing is they're using the messaging app, but they're offering that messaging app in the form of customer service. So don't be afraid to use, direct messages to reach out to people in the form of support. What you don't want to do is buy Twitter followers. Chances are you're going to get the wrong followers. So even though it may boost your Twitter follow account, these bots cannot use or buy your products or services. So stay away from all sorts of buying of Twitter followers. You want to build your Twitter following naturally. Twitter is also cracking down on bot followers. So a lot of bot accounts that were paid to follow users were shut down by Twitter. So just my point is everything we've mentioned to date is what you want to take advantage of. Okay, if you want to pay for something, pay for a promoted tweet. Reach out to influencers. Look at what your competition is doing. Use hashtags. Okay, these are all best practices and organic ways to build followers. So don't get involved with anything that's going to involve bots and adding thousands of followers to your Twitter account, because chances are it's just going to lead to no engagement. So create useful and relevant content. So what we started out by saying is, hey, if you're not sure what to do, retweet what somebody else is doing. Look at your competition's Twitter account, see what they're tweeting, get some ideas as to what you want to tweet. So you want it to be useful and relevant to your industry. Okay, you want somebody to engage. That's the whole idea behind Twitter. The whole idea is if you're going to tweet something, you want to get somebody to engage with it. So use Twitter polls, your old recent blog posts, brand news, industry news, and events, and highlight customer stories. I mean, all of those are ideas that you can do to put content out there. Okay, so for me, one of the things I do is I'm definitely one for industry news. So if I'm in the industry of digital marketing, if Google did a recent algorithm update, I'm going to likely tweet about it or retweet it. I also am a blogger. So on my particular website, if I blog, I'm going to make sure that blog gets over to Twitter. So those are some ideas in which you can create useful and relevant content on your Twitter account. You definitely want to get that content out there, but you want to make it useful and relevant. Quality over quantity, because you want people to engage. So bring variety to the type of content you share. So I'm in digital marketing. I deal with pay-per-click, SEO, but am I going to just do pay-per-click and SEO? No, I know that analytics, I know that Google Tag Manager, I know that A/B testing, all of those are elements of digital marketing. So I'm going to branch out and talk about some of those things that support digital marketing. So that's an example of bringing variety to the type of content you share. So don't just stick to one thing. Feel free to reach out a little bit. Shake things up by sharing other forms of updates, like engaging quotes and questions. These work best when complemented by an image and act as a great discussion starter. So good point here. Even if you want to branch out of your industry and just throw in a nice, useful quote, it's always a good way to gain some attention and get some engagement. Okay, let's look at another brand and see what they've tweeted about. So we're looking at Forrester here. So think about emotional qualities and their implications. So here you can see customers that feel surprised or grateful or appreciated. They're sharing that insight with you. And so this was interesting when I saw this. So what I did was you see the hashtag here for digital. Basically, if you want to look at this particular study, I just went to Twitter and I typed in that hashtag, and now I'm going to be able to see some of the other studies that they've done. Here you can see top 10 IT trends shaping 2019. So I'm just following the Twitter handle that they used. So Forrester does a lot of good research, a lot of good insights. And so what they've done here that makes this tweet look so good is they've actually put an image of the results in the tweet. So they used an image to help gain engagement or increase engagement. Notice they also gave a shout out to somebody as well as used some good hashtagging. So good tweet. This was back in 2016, but again, a good use of the image with the tweet. So you want to organize tweet chats to interact with your users and bring in new followers. So, you basically want to be organized when you're dealing with chats. So tweet chats enable you to send out tweets on a particular topic using a designated hashtag. So during a certain time to interact with your followers and other users. So you could do it at a specific time to really get out a specific topic. But you want to be able to stay organized so that, what you're chatting about is reaching the right audience and you're getting the right following and the right engagement. Okay, you can also pin your best updates and tweets to your profile. So you can just use that pin, and what that's going to do is pin it to the top and keep it there so that, people who go to your Twitter handle are going to be able to see that best tweet that you've done. So what you want to do here is use the one that's most engaging. So pinning your best update or tweet, meaning the one that's really had a lot of engagement, meaning retweets and followers and likes. You want to do that. You want to pin that to your profile, and that will enable first-time visitors to see it. And if they could see something that other people engaged with, then that's going to encourage them to share it and probably follow you. So, and that's always what you want to do. You always want to put your best foot forward. So pin your best tweet to your profile. So I mentioned this earlier, use tools to schedule when to publish your tweets. So here are some of the most popular platforms. I use Sprout Social. So if we take a look at Sprout Social, here I'm in Sprout Social. I'm connected to my Twitter account. I can simply just start tweeting about something here. So you can see it's going to let me know how many characters I have remaining. So 280 to start out with. When I'm done tweeting, notice I can add an emoji, I can upload media, I can tag a specific location. Okay, I can even, call out a specific Twitter profile. Now I can schedule this myself, or I can use the schedule below. I can pick and choose a time to schedule the tweet. Now again, you want to be able to use the Sprout Social, whatever social media tool you're using, to figure out when the best time of day and the day of the week to actually tweet. When are you getting the best engagement? So ideally, that's what you want to do. You want to tweet when you're likely to get the best engagement, when those eyeballs are actually going to look at that tweet. Okay, but you also want to separate out your tweets so they're not on one on top of another. Because if you actually tweet back to back, then those tweets are just going to get buried. So if you spread them out a little bit, then you're likely to maximize your number of impressions or eyeballs on that tweet. So if you schedule a tweet, multiple tweets in the same day, then post them a few hours apart or an hour apart. So that way you're always going to get that maximum visibility. So these social media platforms really help you in not only scheduling, but figuring out what tweets got the best engagement and when. And then that way you can replicate that success. So again, it's not just Sprout Social, Hootsuite, Buffer. They'll help you determine the exact time your audience is most active and schedule posts to increase traction. So, most of these social media platforms do the same thing. So really what you want to do is you really want to nail down that exact time your audience is going to be most active. Okay, that's the whole idea behind using it. And when you actually do tweet, you are going to get results. And these social media platforms are going to share those results with you. And then when you understand based on your audience behavior, when they're engaging, when they're not engaging, that's when you're going to fine-tune your scheduling. So what you also want to do as you're doing these tweets, as we looked at earlier with Wendy's, is run contests or giveaways. Remember, Wendy's gave away that free Frosty. You don't be afraid to give away something if it means more engagement, more eyeballs, which could lead to basically future customers. So contests can help increase your reach and exposure, and each new participant can be considered as a potential follower. So it also gives your followers an opportunity to tag their friends who would be interested in participating. So really this is a great way to be creative, come up with a good idea to get your audience involved, because what's likely going to happen is your audience is going to share this contest with others that aren't following you. And so what's going to happen is when they share it, you're going to get more followers, you're going to get more eyeballs, and again, potentially more customers. So embed your Twitter updates on your website. You could simply do that. It's very simple, but when you do, then people to your website will be able to see your tweets. So if I just go to my website here, if I scroll down, we actually have Twitter embedded on our website as well, because we want people to see what we're tweeting about. And you could see I just retweeted the Simplilearn tweet at the beginning of this particular webinar, and it's showing up in my feed here. So that's when people actually go to my website, they'll be able to see what I retweeted, and that's going to help Simplilearn out, because Simplilearn is likely to get some clicks on this particular tweet from my website. So it's also a good way to keep your website fresh and updated, because if you're an active Twitter user and you're tweeting a lot, then hey, that's going to show up on your website, and it's going to show that, hey, you're fresh, you're engaging, you keep up to date. It's just going to make it look good and make your website feel fresh and not stale. So embedding your Twitter updates will help you add new followers as well, because it's people who are coming to your website that may not even know you have a Twitter account. So you can also do this in a blog post, in a newsletter, and other forms of communication media. So it doesn't necessarily have to be just your website, but I would definitely recommend it because it will give a boost to your Twitter account. So now let's take a look at the final brand watch. Let's take a look at another tweet that caught our attention. And this is from PlayStation. So PlayStation is mentioning, hey, we got a multi-view on Apple TV today with support for up to 4 live channels on one screen. Okay, so, they're promoting a new feature that they have with PlayStation. And you can see they supported that with an image, and they got some really good engagement here. So they're basically saying, hey, look what happened to us today. Check out this new feature that got supported on Apple TV. So you never know what's going to happen with a tweet. When you tweet, good things are likely going to happen, whether that be somebody liking it, retweeting it, or somebody adding you as a follower. Something good is going to come out of tweeting. Twitter is an easy platform to use, and if you take into account all these best practices, you are going to increase your Twitter followers.
After watching this video, you should be prepared to explain why the human tendency to daydream can be interrupted using a storytelling marketing approach, to list 3 key benefits of storytelling when it comes to consumer engagement, to realize that different consumers are looking for different relationships with your company, and to explain the difference between storytelling and story sharing. Let's begin. Lesson 1, why storytelling is essential in social marketing. When we think about the way that our company or our brand or our organization is represented to the world, it's easy for us to be focused in on things like quality and credibility and whether or not someone wants to buy from us. But it's also important to understand that for a lot of consumers, the very idea of who you are is also important. It's not always just enough for people to know the name of your company or product. They're interested in understanding what the story is behind your brand. And that might be something like how you came to be or why you exist or what your mission is, or it might be something about the personality and sort of the lifestyle that's represented by your individual company. Now, the storytelling movement has been an area that we've really seen a lot of growth and a lot of improvement in the last several years in social media, with more and more brands moving towards this idea of sort of humanizing their companies by telling the stories that come out of the company itself, out of the use of the product, or even out of the consumer stories that, share how products benefit their lives, or again, just what goes on in that interaction and that dynamic between the organization and between the customer side of things. Now, when it comes to storytelling, there's several different ways in which this approach offers value to a business. And one of the key ones is on the emotional side. We've talked a lot in the social sharing dynamic, in some of the other areas of, the spread and the viral concept, about how emotion is one of the most powerful things that impacts people's decision-making and engagement with the brand. So when it comes to creating that emotional connection or leaving people with some type of emotional response, storytelling is one of the most powerful ways to impact that. It gives you an opportunity to sway the emotion of consumers in terms of how they look at or view or are receptive to your brand. Now, another thing that storytelling can really do that adds a lot of value is the idea of making you credible. Because a lot of times the way we tell stories, especially when we're incorporating in true to life examples or, consumer stories, there's an implied credibility that comes through that storytelling and comes through those third-party experiences that can help people feel more secure about doing business with you. Not just more emotionally positive, but actually feel that security of trusting that what they think they're going to get or what they're hoping to get, that there's going to be enough follow through and enough other people have had a positive experience for them to really trust that that's what's going to happen. Now, another area that storytelling brings a lot of value into a company is in the idea of making you memorable. Because human beings are wired for stories. We are much more capable of recalling broad ideas and concepts and emotions when they're communicated via a story. So if we give someone a list of facts, a list of selling points, a list of reasons why to do business with you, the ones that touch them emotionally or that, problem solve, those tend to stick with them, but a lot of the data gets lost. But when we put it in the format of a story and someone is sharing what their experience was, our brains literally archive it and categorize it differently, and our recall level goes up. So again, along with building trust and along with creating that emotional impact, the fact that people are better able to recall the information that's communicated to them via that story helps make it a very powerful marketing tool. Now, in addition to that, it's important to keep in mind that on average, people tend to be daydreamers. In fact, study after study shows that if our minds aren't occupied with an important task, if we're not truly focused on something, we tend to drift off. And when we look at that concept of daydreaming, the average human spends literally half of their waking hours daydreaming. We average 2,000 waking drifts per day with an average length of about 14 seconds. So you do the math on that 2,000 times 14 seconds, that's a pretty good portion of our day where our brain is drifting off. But when they look at the brain's ability to stay focused versus having those drifts, we stay focused during a story. If we're reading a book, if we're watching a movie, if someone is telling us an engaging story, we are better equipped and better able to put those drifts off and really stay focused on what's happening. So that's one of the other sort of scientific and concrete reasons why that memorable factor comes into play when we present things via stories. Now, stories also allow us to connect in one of the easiest ways possible, again, because our brain is going to be a little more focused on being able to receive that message. So by using stories to spread your brand message, or to explain your offerings, or to demonstrate how they work, you increase the chance of keeping your audience focused on you and giving them enough recall that they can come back at a later point to actually do some business with you. Now, think of storytelling from sort of the mindset of how we meet and engage with other people. So in general, when we're meeting up with a prospective friend or a job prospect, maybe we're coming for an interview, a service workers, even just a stranger on the street, any conversation that goes past just hello, how are you doing, and the cursory, kind of polite responses, it tends to be a story. This is what we do when we meet. We're naturally wired to seek out insight and common ground and information about who another person is. And in those interpersonal relationships, the types of questions we ask, the words we use, they're indicative of the type of relationship we want to build. So clearly, if you're single and you see someone else that you hope might be single, that might be one of the early questions you ask. And then based on whether, there's a romantic interest there, you're probably going to ask different questions than if it's a interview prospect for a job, or if you're meeting up with a, coworker for the first time. The relationship that we're looking for denotes the type of information we want. And that's one of the important things for us to keep in mind when it comes to storytelling, is we also have the ability to tailor our story to the audience. So we can put those different features up front. We can weave them in a different way if we're appealing to a group of 60-something females that love to sew versus a group of 20-something millennials that love whiskey tasting. It's a different message that gets put together with different focuses and features. There's also different things that we're going to put forward if we're proposing, $1 million contract versus a $25 impulse buy that someone can, click and order online and have delivered the next day. Now, on the business side of this, we need to think about what the story that we need is, because a lot of times we get so focused in business on getting the conversion that we forget that sometimes part of getting that conversion is creating those emotions, building that credibility and trust, helping them have exposure to what's possible. And for a long time, this has been done through education. We might put up videos or articles that aim to educate and to demonstrate. The story side of it brings that more social interaction and environment into the mix, and that's something important for us to keep in mind. So a quote that I really love about this concept that sort of lays the foundation of why it's so important comes from the Chief Content Officer over at Digitize. And he says, the challenge is clear by now. Intrusive, interruptive, self-centered marketing no longer works the way it once did, and its effectiveness will only continue to diminish in the social age. Because again, the way that we share information back and forth with each other and the ways that messages spread it happens differently in the social media age than it did before, when it was more advertising focused and where marketing really was more about, pushing the advertise, pushing the message, and sort of the Don Draper style of, if you don't like the conversation, change the conversation and tell people what you want them to hear. Because so much marketing is now driven by consumers through that conversation, we need to be able to approach it in a different way. Now, another side of that is the idea there's a difference between storytelling and story sharing. And some of it boils down to semantics, but some of it also does need to be kind of taken into account when we look at how we might put our message together. Because semantically, consider the difference between telling and sharing. So to tell is to communicate information, facts, or news to someone in spoken or written word. It's to order, instruct, or advise someone to do something. That second part that I want you to keep in mind. But to share is to give a portion of something to another, to tell someone about something, especially something personal. It's a slight semantic difference, but it's a huge difference in terms of our approach. And I love this Seth Godin quote that really pairs up with that idea. The best part of show and tell has never been the telling part. It's been the showing, letting someone see and experience and inviting them into that shared experience. And that's one of those things that makes the social version of storytelling really more like story sharing, especially if you want to do it in a way that creates that back and forth consumer engagement. Storytelling in its traditional sense is more the stories that we've put into commercials and advertising. And there's a place for that. There's a place to put that together in the social realm, and it's very important. But the other area that we're just starting to kind of merge into and that really needs some exploration by brands is that idea of the social sharing, where it really is about engaging back and forth with your audience and inviting them to be part of an experience with you and with your brand. So ask yourself, do you want to tell your story to people, or do you want to share it with them and let them share their story with you? And how do you meld those two together, and what does that look like within your particular company or among your target audience? So now that we've laid the foundation of why storytelling is so important and sort of what type of impact it can have, the next thing we need to do is look at the business side of telling your story. What does it look like to create a narrative or something that's representative of either your business's story or sort of the lifestyle or concept or ideas that you want to promote to people? Now, there's tons of questions you could ask yourself to start building your story. But we can focus in on a couple key areas as a starting point to build from. One of the first ones is the idea of whether or not you have a founder's story. Now, for a lot of brands, the story of their founder is so interesting or inspiring that it catches the eye and it makes people take a second look at the product. So think of the companies that are sort of iconic in terms of who their founder or their leader is. So whether that was Steve Jobs and the role he played at Apple, or Walt Disney and the inspiration and the role he brought to, the entire Disney complex, or loads and loads of other businesses, there are lots of examples out there of how the brand itself was so tied to the person who was sort of leading the helm that became part of their story and people were really interested in it. Now, we can find loads of examples of different brands where the founder really plays a critical role in representing who they are. Now, a great example of this is Spanx. The founder, Sarah Blakely, has really embraced the story, both of how she came up with the idea, which was basically she was trying to fit into a pair of cream pants for a party and they didn't fit quite right. And she knew that when she put her pantyhose on, everything seemed to lay nicer. So she literally cut the feet out of a pair of pantyhose and put them on, and that's what launched the brand. She loves to sort of tell that story, but she also loves to tell the story, from her tagline of putting her own butt on the line pays off, because the way that she made her first sale to Neiman Marcus is that she literally dragged the buyer into a dressing room, and she went in and she put on a pair of white pants and came out and said, here's what I look like without them, and went back in and put her pair of Spanx on under the white pants and came back out and said, now here's what happens when I'm wearing these. And the buyer from Neiman Marcus ended up placing a huge order, and it was the first major sale that she got that put her in place somewhere. So those stories and sort of this is how it happened, this is literally what a difference it makes, that becomes part of the brand. And sort of Sarah Blakely's journey as an entrepreneur and, moving her way up into the Forbes list of, highest earning females in the United States, all of that plays a huge role in how they promote the brand itself and in sort of the storyline and the lifestyle line that they want to promote to the people that might buy the product. Now, on a completely differently themed vein, we have fast food chain Wendy's in the US and Canada, where Dave Thomas was the founder. And even though he passed away several years ago, he's still a critical part of the brand and of the story. Because basically it was the idea that a working class guy makes good and continues to act like a working class guy while building a massive charity. Because it wasn't uncommon, even when he was CEO, to see him show up in a store somewhere and start working behind the counter or sweeping the floors somewhere. He always played that role that made it clear to his employees that he wasn't above them, that he was one of them and part of them. And has a huge, huge ongoing charity effort for adoption because he was adopted as a child. And so all of that plays into the narrative of Wendy's and who they are and what their brand message is and the lifestyle that they want to promote to customers. In fact, if you go there now and you buy a meal and you get your cup, all of the cups have stories of kids when they were finally adopted and what it meant to them when they were adopted, or what their first experience was having a new family. So again, that plays into the story just because people are interested in the start of how it came to be. So looking at, what the stories are from within your team, and it doesn't always have to be that founder story. Sometimes it's just someone who works there. Post Cereal paired up with Burns Group and used real factory workers to create a round of Honey Bunches of Oats commercials. And let's take a quick look at what one of those actually look like so you can kind of see the storytelling in action here.
I get out of work and I go to the store and somebody be smelling around. I smell cookies. I said, oh no, you just smell me. I just got out of work. That's Honey Bunches of Oats. That's all. I said, don't eat me now.
Now they're short, simple, easy stories. There's nothing complex to them. They more just make you smile and laugh, but they're the types of stories that come from listening to the people who work at your company, from thinking about how your company and their experience impacts the world around them. Now, another question that we can look at is, does your company or group solve a problem? Now, this isn't about the reasons you think you're great or the reasons you think people should buy from you. It's about that unique way that you solve an issue that consumers, or on the B2B side of things, that the buying agent is looking at, that they're trying to fix. Now, a great example of this is Airbnb, or you could look at Uber or Lyft on a similar vein, allowing people to experience travel in a new and affordable way, but also letting, owners or drivers earn extra money, from something that might have been sitting there empty anyways. That idea that when you're traveling, you don't have to stay in a bland, expensive hotel. In fact, when I travel for business, pretty much any place I go, I always book via Airbnb because, if I can have a bedroom and a living room and a kitchen, especially if we're traveling as a family, and there can be, separate bedrooms as opposed to having my kids all stay in the same room with my husband and I, it just makes sense. But there's also the story side of that, of its different experiences. And that's one of the big things that people talk about, is how the experience changes. And even on the side of trying to recruit people to put their properties, it becomes about the freedom and the lifestyle that's enabled. And there's tons of examples on YouTube of people sharing how, leasing out that, their vacation property the rest of the year when they're not there, pays for the vacation property and more. Or, the people who now travel full time because they're able to lease out, their apartment or their home or something else on Airbnb. The story side comes from the problems that are solved for people. Now, another great example of a company that focuses on their story from that side is Dollar Shave Club. They basically took a problem everyone complains about and they made it go away. The idea that razors cost a ridiculous amount of money, that you always forget to buy new ones until it's too late, so you're shaving with a dull blazer, and it's just inconvenient. So all of their messaging focuses in on that idea of, we make it cheap, we make it easy, and it shows up right at your house and you don't ever have to think about it anymore. And their commercials all tell the same story with kind of a, funny, modern, millennial-focused way. So let's take a look at one of those as an example.
As a founder of my own club, I'd love to know, how does yours work?
Dollar Shave Club presents What the Fact.
It's simple. You choose from one of our 3 great razors. We'll give you a free reusable handle, and each month, we'll send you replacement cartridges for just a few bucks. That means you get to shave with a fresh blade anytime you want, which feels amazing.
Will I be locked into a contract?
No, we wouldn't lock you into anything.
That's a relief. How long for delivery? I've got a conjugal visit next week.
Well, what if I don't have to shave that often?
No problem. After you sign up, you can choose to get replacement cartridges every other month.
You sound like my mom. I like that. Ew.
What's this I hear about Dollar Shave Club selling more than just razors?
You heard right. We make all our own high-quality grooming products like Dr. Cover Shave Butter, Boogie's Hair Gel, and Big Cloud Daily Face Moisturizer with Sunscreen.
Now you know what the fact is up with Dollar Shave Club. So join the club today.
Now, before we get into the tips and tricks, let's take a refresher on what exactly is social media marketing. Social media marketing, which is one of the most commonly used and lucrative forms of digital marketing, is a methodology that has brands creating and sharing content on social media. Now, if you've ever been on any form of social media, be it LinkedIn, Facebook, or Instagram, you've probably been exposed to some form of social media marketing. Remember that Burger King video advertising their new Whopper, or about a marketing tool that can help you visualize your team's workload better than any other in the market right now? Now, these are just some of the many ways that you've been marketed to. The objective when it comes to social media marketing is to achieve the brand's marketing and branding goals. Now, this could be increased engagement, more clicks, conversions, and so on. So how do they do it? With text and image updates, videos, or any other form of content that can attract the user's attention and can drive engagement from them. Now, alongside publishing quality content, it also involves analyzing your data and running social media advertisements. Now, some of the more popular social media platforms right now are Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on. Next, let's talk about some of the advantages of social media marketing. First off, social media marketing provides great brand awareness. Now, with the help of interactions with people on social media, brands are able to build up their reputation as a business. And with each interaction, each post, each share, the brand is exposed to a larger network of potential customers who might be interested in the products or services offered. Next, it gets you more traffic to your website. Marketing your products or services on social media will also attract customers to your website, outside your usual customer base. Next, it improves your brand's search engine rankings. Now, although this isn't a direct correlation, social media marketing does have a part to play when it comes to helping your page rank higher up in search engine rankings. Now, if you start posting high quality content, people will start liking and sharing it. This will in turn bring it to the attention of influencers within the industry who will be willing to write about your business. And then this gives you backlinks, which, as you know, will help you improve your search engine rankings. Next, it will give you improved conversion rates. Now, with your brand being much more visible and interactive on social media, every text, image, video, or comment could potentially drive users to your website. Social media also humanizes your brand. Now, this leads to more customers trusting your brand and being more interested in your products and services. Then we have improved customer satisfaction. When your customers interact with your brand on social media, it provides you with an opportunity to show compassion for your customers. Personal messages to customers addressing their concerns will be viewed in a positive light and can go a long way when it comes to humanizing your brand. Social media marketing is also cost effective. Now, compared to other forms of digital marketing, social media marketing offers some of the most flexible and relatively low cost options available. Now, this opens your budget for more marketing and business expenditures. Now, if you do get into paid advertising, a good strategy will net you a great return on investment. And finally, it will help you become thought leaders. Now, with your high quality posts, communicating with your audience, sharing content, and promoting your authority, you can have your followers look up to you. Now, this will allow you to become a figure of expertise in your industry. Now, let's go into the social media marketing tips and tricks. Number 1, set up your goals. Now, what good will your actions do if you don't have a goal in mind? The goal of your marketing strategy will be the driving force behind every decision that you make. Now, this is exactly why setting up goals is very important. Moreover, your marketing efforts have to align with the goals of the organization. Now, here are some things that you need to keep in mind while setting up your goals. First of all, your goals need to be quantitative. For example, you need to have 1,000 conversions by the end of the quarter, or 5,000 followers on Instagram by the end of the month, and so on. Number 2, you need to stick to a consistent deadline. This gives weight for each of your actions. Number 3, make sure your goals are SMART. Now, SMART refers to specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. Now let's go to number 4. Like I mentioned earlier, your goals need to be aligned with the marketing strategy. Now, alongside these goals, there also needs to be the North Star metric. Now, what is the North Star metric? This represents a main goal or a fixed reference point that will ensure that your team is on the right course. This North Star metric will also give your team clarity and focus. Now, let's have a look at some popular North Stars. There's increased engagement, greater conversion rates, more leads generated, app downloads, and so on. Now, let's go to number 2, understanding your audience. Social media enables you to interact, engage, and build relationships with your audience. Now, by understanding what they need, want, and desire, you can deliver content in a way that makes your product or service the answer that they're looking for. Now, there are also other ways you can understand them better. This could be surveys to determine the issues that bother them, the age demographics of your audience, by conversing with them in forums, responding to their comments on blogs and social media, taking up their feedbacks or suggestions into consideration and acting on them, and so on. Now, here's an example of different channels and the audiences that use them. Now, here we've taken our personal example. Here there's Simplilearn. Now, Simplilearn's audience is predominantly working professionals and graduates. An academy has high school graduates, and the Byju's app has high school students as users. Now, let's go to number 3, determining the right social media platform. Now, while performing social media marketing, choosing the right platform is really important. Now, while selecting them, you need to ask questions like why you're using that particular platform, who you'll reach with this platform, what content would work best on the platform, and is there any content that was unique to that platform? For example, YouTube, and then there's videos on it. Now, answering these questions will help you zero in on a platform for you. Now, while there are several platforms available for you to choose from, let me tell you about some major ones. There's LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and Pinterest. Let's talk about the purpose of each of these platforms. Now, LinkedIn is a professional network that's best suited for B2B audiences. Now, for Facebook, just about everyone has an account on it. Content that's related to news or entertainment usually finds success on Facebook. Then we have Instagram. Visual content works best on Instagram. Now, although it works well for static images and short form videos, it doesn't drive a lot of traffic to your website. Then finally, we have Pinterest. Pinterest is also limited to static images. However, it's highly effective at driving traffic to your blog. Now, let's go to number 4. Setting up a social media calendar. A social media calendar determines the message you want to convey to your audience. It also consists of information regarding the different kinds of content that will go up on the social media platform. Now, let's have a look at some of the most popular types of posts on social media. First off, we have competitions. Now, I'm sure all of you have seen posts like tag a friend who does this, or comment or like to win something, and stuff like that. Competitions like these provide great opportunities for engagement with the audience. Now, they can be used to encourage your followers to share your content. It could be also for them to create their own content along with a predefined hashtag. Competitions help grow your presence on social media. Then we have polls or surveys. Polls can help you with data collection that also encourages followers to take action and interact. Polls and surveys also provide opportunities through which you can learn from customers to understand what they like about the product or service or what they don't, and to receive their feedback. Then we have videos and live streams. Now, although we'll be covering this in a little more detail further on, visual storytelling along with videos and live streams goes a long way to drive engagement among your audience. Now, these help get your followers' attention, increase trust and credibility, and have a high response rate and so much more to offer. Livestream, with its live nature and having a human face alongside your business, humanizes your brand and by extension helps increase customer loyalty and trust. Then there's infographics, articles, and images. Social media calendars are successful because of their ability to increase collaboration within the team, help understand what works and what doesn't, and in distributing resources in an effective manner. Next up, we have number 5, using social media marketing tools. Social media marketing tools align to the goals of your organization. With it, you can create high quality content, attract new potential customers, and drive engagement. It also helps you with the planning process. You can plan, create, and schedule posts on your social calendar. Now, some of the more popular social media tools include Buffer, Hootsuite, BuzzSumo, IFTTT, and much more. Now, these tools also help with generating leads, creating email lists, finding a relevant audience to show your content to, creating buyer personas, providing you insights on what works and what doesn't, and giving you templates for different kinds of posts. Now, for number 6. Visual storytelling. Now, visual storytelling involves passing out a lot of information in the simplest of forms, visually. Using pictures and videos, your followers are able to grasp the message quickly and remember it for a long time afterwards. Visual storytelling is also not limited by language barriers. This helps it become interesting and entertaining to anyone watching it. This can help your audience stay interested and engaged, grab the attention of potential clients, and so much more. But it also has some other advantages. It helps you build a bond with your audience. Visual storytelling connects with your audience. Methods like live streaming help humanize your brand and help grow customer loyalty and trust. It helps the audience quickly grasp the intended message thanks to its simple nature. And finally, most importantly, content like images and videos are what go viral. With visual storytelling, you increase the chance for your content to be seen by more potential customers. Have a look at some of our videos. Now, here's what is machine learning, data science in 5 minutes, and AI in 5 minutes. Now, these are some of our most viewed videos on our channel. And now you know why. Visual storytelling. If you guys are interested in watching these videos, you can check them out on our channel homepage. We also have similar videos about blockchain, DevOps, and Six Sigma. Now, back to our list. Let's go to number 7, paying for advertising. This is a method that helps you find, target, and reach your audience with ease. It can greatly help with achieving your organization's marketing goals. This can help you improve your reach and improve your brand's visibility. Its pay-per-click model ensures cost effectiveness while providing great results and return on investment. It also helps improve targeting by letting you control who sees your ad. You get to choose from a number of different factors like interests, hobbies, personality types, and so on, alongside the basic user demographics like age, location, gender, and so on. Now, since most social media platforms have native analytics, you also get to assess and refine the performance of your ad campaigns. Now, as great as it sounds, there are certain pitfalls that come along with paid advertising. First of all, your audience could get exposed to your posts too many times and tune out your content, disregarding it in the process. Second, it could get really expensive for smaller businesses or startups to manage a campaign to its maximum effectiveness. Third, people could pass off your content as irrelevant and unimportant. You'll also have to deal with a whole lot of competition. Smaller companies with lesser budgets have an uphill battle to deal with better funded organizations. Next, we have number 8, newsjacking. Newsjacking is a method that involves using current events to promote your own brand's products and services. Now, it's a popular method that's used to improve brand awareness. Newsjacking uses the popularity of the current events and drives it to your brand. It also helps shine a spotlight on your products. It also helps you show off that you're up to date with current events in the industry and that your product is relevant. By extension, it also improves engagement and website traffic. Now for number 9, A/B testing. A/B testing is a popular method for comparing copies, creatives, and CTAs or call to actions of the posts that you put on social media. Now, since audiences would react differently depending on the content, A/B testing helps determine which of the variants your audience engaged with the most. A/B testing can also be performed on variations of location, age, gender, education, your audience interests, and so on. Next up, number 10, community and influencers. Joining communities helps your brand link up with like-minded people and other companies belonging to your niche. It'll also help you establish your brand as an authority within the industry. Now, actively participating in these communities can help create your own audience of potential brand advocates to group up with. On the other hand, partnering up with influencers helps promote your products or services to a brand new audience. It helps provide an additional layer of authenticity in YouTube, which is also a social media platform if you didn't know. Here are some very, very popular influencers. We have Marcus Brownlee, Unbox Therapy, Mr. Who's the Boss, and Linus Tech Tips, each of them with more than 4 million subscribers. And finally, we're at number 11, measuring and analyzing results. Accurately tracking and measuring your marketing efforts are an important part of the process. It ensures that you're making the most out of your campaigns. Now, it's really important that you find key metrics that are crucial for your brand. Now, these metrics can be tracked weekly, monthly, or on a quarterly basis. And based on these results, appropriate actions can be taken. On Facebook, you could look out for reach and engagement. On Twitter, you could look out for impressions, clicks and impressions and interactions on LinkedIn, likes, comments, and mentions on Instagram, and engagement and impressions on Pinterest. Some of the most popular tools used for this purpose are Sprout Social, Buffer, Hootsuite, Google Analytics, and so on.
Now, before we get into the tips and tricks, let's take a refresher on what exactly is content marketing. Content marketing is a form of marketing that involves the creation and sharing of online content to help generate audience interest in a brand's product or services. This means providing information that the audience considers valuable and relevant in a consistent manner so that it drives some sort of profitable customer action. So let's talk about the content that falls under content marketing. There's options like blogs, videos, infographics, case studies, white papers, and ebooks. So why is content marketing so important? Firstly, it helps build awareness, trust, and loyalty in your brand. The more your brand provides accurate and well-researched content, the more people learn about and trust your brand. The more the audience trusts in you, the more they're likely to buy from you. Creating the content is relatively inexpensive and can be done in-house. Content marketing will also enable your brand to increase traffic to your site and get more conversions. It also helps improve other marketing tactics like search engine optimization, social media, and public relations. Now let's have a look at the content marketing process. The first step is to determine what goals you want to achieve with your marketing campaign. It could be increased conversions, website signups, and so on. Then you set up buyer personas from among your audience that can buy your content. But what exactly are buyer personas? Now, these are research-based profiles that represent your target customer. Buyer personas help you describe your brand's ideal audience, the decisions they make, the challenges they face, their interests, and so on. Next, you'll have to set up content audits to determine the best type of content that works for you. You also need to set up a content management system like HubSpot, Squarespace, Wix, and WordPress. They'll help you with increased collaboration, greater support, run A/B tests, and much more. You'll need to brainstorm for new forms of content that your audience can enjoy. After that, you can zero in on a particular form of content that would work the best for you. And finally, you can publish and manage your content. Now let's talk about content marketing tips. Number 1, remarket your content. Content marketing is one of the many ways you can spread your content to a wider audience. You can define the audience you want to market to and then tag visitors who come to your site. And using Google's display network, you can strategically position your ads in front of people on Google or its partner websites who previously interacted with your website and advertised to them. Through this, you can build awareness and engagement with your audience. Here's an example of a banner advertisement I would be shown if I was shopping for a MacBook Pro on Amazon and changed my mind at the last moment. This ad would maybe stay at the back of my head until eventually I go and finish that purchase. Now let's go to number 2, answering complex questions with your content. Targeting specific keywords is extremely helpful with your content. This is why you need to focus on Google's featured snippet. This position, also known as position 0, enhances and draws user attention on the search engine's result page. Through the featured snippet, you can drive a large amount of traffic to your website while cementing your position as an expert in your industry. You can have different forms of snippets, like definition boxes, where a snippet of text gives researchers direct and concise definitions and descriptions. You could have tables where data is taken from the page and displayed in a table. You could have ordered lists where items are presented in specific order, and you can also have unordered lists. Next up, number 3, we have create a personality for your brand. If you're looking to grow a following for your content, try not to copy how already established and successful corporate blogs do things. Nowadays, audiences tend to prefer content that has a certain humanness about it. Tend to follow solo influencers. They advertise their brand by being themselves. In a way, they're selling themselves by being themselves. You need to analyze what these popular and influential blogs are doing and incorporate into your brand's website. Thanks to this, your audience will connect with you and come back for more. Now, here's an example of one of the largest players in digital marketing, Neil Patel. See how he himself is the brand. And if you've gone through his content, you know it's pretty great as well. That's what you should be striving for. Moving on to tip number 4, ensure that your content matches your brand's voice. To make sure of this, you need to constantly review your editorial standards and make sure your tone and quality remain consistent. You need to ask your audience questions about how you can develop and refine your brand's voice. By answering these questions, you can provide your audience with a more cohesive and helpful experience. Your tone of your brand can vary on the basis of what type of content you're planning to post and what the goal you want to achieve from the campaign. Next up, we have number 5, back up your arguments for data. Using statistics and facts to make a point by including a link to the original source makes it extremely credible. This data can help the audience grow trust in your brand to persuade them that your content is valid and valuable. This will also help your brand grow as an industry expert. At number 6, we have use specific keywords. Now make sure you use specific keywords in your content. This takes care of the SEO aspect behind your content. This will also help your content have a greater chance of being found, indexed, and ranked. It could also help your content rank for niche topics within your industry. Moving on to tip number 7, evaluate the success of your content with data. Earlier, we talked about why it's so important that you back up your content with data. Now, let's talk about how data can help you improve. Analytics tools will help you learn more about how well your content is doing, the age demographics of the people enjoying it, who doesn't, their locations, the best time to post, and much more. With this data, you can make sure that your time and money are being used in the best possible way. Some of the most popular tools in the market are BuzzSumo, Evernote, HubSpot, Trello, and WordPress. These will help you find topics and influencers within your industry. You can capture, organize, and share notes, collaborate with team members, create sales funnels, and much more. Now, we've reached midway right now. So I've got a question for you. Do you guys have any tips for content marketing that we haven't covered yet? Let me know in the live chat. Alright, so let's get back to our list. Tip number 8 is to be consistent with your content. Post your best performing content and make sure they follow a consistent schedule. Finding a balance of the different types of content to be posted with the help of a content calendar will show your audience that you're committed to providing them helpful and informative content. This will also establish your brand as an authority and thought leader within your niche. It will help your audience depend on you for quality content and give them a reason to return. Tip number 9 is to make your content actionable. Providing actionable steps or information in your content will coerce your audience to take a particular action quickly. It can help you create valuable content and fix pain points faced by your audience, build a strong relationship with them, and earn their trust. It also leads to increased engagement and a positive brand experience. It provides users with real value and solutions, leading them to take action. Here we have an example from Trello where we see a pop-up with a call to action asking interested users to input their email IDs to Social Media Today, involving more than 200 marketers. More than 49% of them felt content marketing was really important to their digital marketing campaigns, and more than 25% of their budgets are used for visual advertising. Content like images, infographics, videos, and other forms of rich media will help you enhance the message of your brand and reach a wider audience. Here's an example of advertising by Coca-Cola. Although there's not a lot of text in the ads, you can immediately recognize the unmistakable branding and the message they're trying to send. Moving on to tip number 11, create trending and evergreen content. Creating content that's evergreen and trending with your own unique angle, statistics, and research will be a huge advantage since you'll have to update it every now and then. You'll get a great deal out of the work without having to do a lot of work. Here's an example of one such evergreen article. People are never going to stop wanting to learn how to do SEO. So with a little tweaking every few months to reflect new changes that Google may have done, you'll have an article that you can get considerable mileage out of. Next up, tip number 12 is to understand content that works for you. You need to analyze what content works on different social media platforms. For example, you all know YouTube is the best place for video content, Instagram and Pinterest for visual content, Twitter for smaller snappy content, and so on. Understanding what works and what doesn't will help you better spread your content across the internet. Tip number 13 is to understand your target audience. Now, like I mentioned earlier, your marketing campaign isn't going to bear fruit without targeting a specific audience. Understanding who your audience is one of the most important steps for this. You can find this out by asking questions like who you're engaging with online, their age, location, language, etc. By using social listening to find out what audiences are talking about your brand, using tools to research what social channels your audience is using, and so on. After understanding them, you can set up buyer personas for your audience. Tip number 14 is to perform A/B testing. Now, A/B testing will help you understand what your audience likes or doesn't, what content works for you, and much more. You can do A/B testing on headlines and title tags, call to actions, content formats, image types, content length, and much more. It can also help you make better decisions in the future. And finally, our tip number 15 is to reach out to people sharing similar content. One of the best ways to build your audience is to get people or influencers who already share content within your niche to share your content. Now, since these people already have a trusting audience, they would be a lot more likely to enjoy your content.
Content marketing strategy. So buckle up and let's get right to it. And we're going to get right into some of the best practices, some tips, some methodologies, some things you should be doing with content marketing. So right out of the gate, let's start talking about knowing your audience. Okay, so content is all about writing for a particular audience. So it's just like speaking, except when we're speaking to somebody, we're speaking directly to them. Content is very similar. And so we have to be able to know our audience ahead of time. So what you can do is collect demographics of your target audience based on who's coming to your website. So you can get that data in Google Analytics under audience. Email subscribers. I mean, who is subscribing to your emails? Who do you already have in your email database? And you can look at social media. I mean, you look at Facebook. You can look at the people who are already connected to you. Okay, these are just some three of many examples you could be doing to gather data on your audience. Okay, you have to know who your audience is before you start writing. You know, for a successful content marketing strategy, you really just need to know your audience. And basically, you're going to segment them based on their interests. So that content is going to be catered to that audience. Okay, so if it's an audience that likes a specific, product that you offer or feature that's part of that product that you offer, then that's the segment you're going to be writing about. So you need to collect your data on your audience ahead of time. And then you're going to segment that audience, okay? So you're not going to write content for everyone because the shoe doesn't necessarily fit for everyone, okay? The shoe has to fit for a specific foot. And in this case, we're talking about an audience. We need to be able to segment our audience out. And you could certainly segment them out by age, by gender, by education level, by income, by interest. I mean, these are just some of the examples. Again, it could be new returning or new users versus returning users. It could be users who have purchased from you in the past versus users who haven't purchased from you in the past. It could certainly be an age range, or it could be even going further on interest level, or a combination thereof. Okay, so for example, you can get that demographic information using Google Analytics. You just got to go into Analytics, under Audience, under Demographics. You're going to see age, and age is broken out by age range. And then you're going to see gender. So you're going to see a breakdown of gender. And use that to your advantage. So if you're going to, write some content and 99% of your traffic is female, the age of 18 to 24, then, that content's going to be catered accordingly. So you could certainly go to Facebook page insights and get some really good demographic data there, because Facebook is all about demographics. Okay, so you could see exactly, how many fans you have broken out by men versus women. And then you could see, again, same thing as Google Analytics, you could see an age range breakout. You could use Twitter Analytics. I mean, Twitter shares some really good insights into education level. So, if you're dealing with, highly sophisticated people who have master's degrees or even higher, or let's just say even on LinkedIn, that the majority of the people you're trying to target are C-level, meaning CEOs or CFOs or CMOs, chief marketing officers or chief executive officers, then you're going to cater your message a little bit different than, say, mid-range managers or even high-range managers or even VPs. So use your audience information that you collect on these various platforms to your advantage. Okay, so let's jump into number 2. We want to create high quality content. Now, I know this sounds like a given, but, and I say but heavily, there's not a lot of high quality content out there on the internet. So separate yourself first and foremost. Always, always, always create high quality content. It's going to result in a lot of things that are going to benefit you. One, you're going to come across as, somebody who knows what they're talking about, and that's going to help increase your brand awareness. Okay, when you increase your brand awareness, people know about you, so it's likely going to increase traffic to your website. Or if you're on social media, if you produce good, high quality content, people are going to share that content. Okay, so from an SEO perspective, it can improve website ranking, meaning if you have good quality content, and it's really focused in on a specific topic or a certain set of core words, keywords, then you're going to rank. Improves website dwell time, meaning, hey, you got good content. People are going to hang around to see what else you have to offer. Okay, so it's no secret that, good content usually leads to, quality engagement. And then certainly last but not least, you can gain a lot of leads here, meaning, hey, somebody likes what you have to say, whether it's a video or blog post or infographic, people are going to become more interested, more engaged, spend more time, and that's all going to funnel through to somebody taking that next step in the funnel and becoming more interested in your service or even purchasing one of your products. So creating high quality content involves brainstorming topics and terms. You got to do the upfront work. Due diligence is at work here. So brainstorm some topics. Use a keyword research tool to gather results. So if you have a topic, one of the benefits of quality content is rankings. Go to Google's keyword planner. Understand how much quality and understand how much competition each keyword has, or understand how much volume each keyword has. That's what's available in Google's keyword planner or any keyword planning tool. You always want to create original content. Okay, so you don't want to plagiarize or take somebody else's content, and then you want to support that content with compelling headlines. So if you have a piece of content, you got to get somebody's attention, write a nice headline that's going to grab their attention. Okay, so give valuable content to your readers and add resources from well-known sites. So if you do borrow, say, a data point from another source, then, cite that source. You also want to create engaging and thought-provoking content. Get somebody to think. I mean, people are going to read your content because they don't know the subject matter. They're interested in the subject matter, and they want to be able to spend the time taking something away from that content. Follow a logical structure and use relevant images. I can't stress this one enough. Just throw things on a web page, put some structure to it. And if you have to, break it out. If you feel like you have too much content, there's no harm in breaking it into part 1 versus part 2. Get people, tease them a bit. Get them to come back and read part 2. Okay, use different content forms in case somebody's interested. Maybe you want to capture some data. Prefer short paragraphs to make the content readable. Remember, if you're talking to C-level folks, maybe you don't have to dummy down the content, so to speak. But if you're dealing with, folks or people that are right out of high school or still in high school, then adjust your content and format and paragraphs accordingly. And then update the content as well. Just because you publish it doesn't mean that it's done. I mean, when we're talking about a web page, we're talking about something that is actively changing or can change. It's a medium that is dynamic. Okay, so if a data point's changed, go back in and update that data point. And then let people know about it because they may want to come back and check in to see how much that data point's changed. So these are all, good takeaways for creating high quality content. Some other things that you should be aware of, grammatical mistakes. You need to avoid those. There's no reason for grammatical mistakes. Today's technology doesn't allow for it. And hey, listen, we all have friends, we have colleagues. My desk is sitting next to a colleague who's more than happy to read something before it gets published. So take advantage of the resources you have available. No reason for it, because if you have a grammatical mistake, you just lost a lot of credibility. Don't be afraid to add a clear call to action at the end of your content. If somebody's interested in reading it, they're probably going to be interested in taking the next step, whatever that next step is. Okay, so creating content that fulfills viewers' requirements, meaning if somebody's searching for something and your content shows up in the search results, then they're actively looking for you. What are you offering them? Is it fulfilling their requirements? Don't be afraid to use examples throughout your content. In fact, work in or integrate some case studies in there. Show clear examples to stress your points. And then just don't put words on a web page. So break up that content with an image that's going to be visually appealing. Okay, and you can add images from public domain sites, meaning stock imagery, if that's what's going to help create visually appealing content. And then give more information to your audience. And we say prefer to give more information, meaning, hey, going back to the content I was saying about breaking it up, organizing it, if you have more information, don't withhold it. Have them come back and read a secondary blog post or secondary piece that supports the original. Now, we want to move from high quality content to running A/B test. A/B test is so important. Why? Because with A/B split testing, you can increase your conversion rates. Okay, so 4 elements to test in your content marketing strategy. So if you have content, say a blog, and you're testing that blog, test out the images. Test out the forms. Do you have a long form or short form? Test out the content length. You can have a variation that is a lot shorter than the original. Does that increase or decrease bounce rates? Play around with call to actions. Call to actions do matter. Do you want to use a softer call to action, a softer tone, or do you want to use something very direct and strong? Test call to actions to see what's going to get people to move closer closer to purchasing and through that funnel. So A/B testing to me is something that should be naturally done. With Google Optimize, it's free. So with images, you could test a lot of different variations of images, anything from people to, outlandish imagery to just something very stock and neutral. But just make sure that those images are relevant to the post. Test the length of that content. Again, if you know that your average time on page is very low, don't write something very long. Write something that you think is going to stick with that time on page. But on your A/B test, create something maybe a little longer. If it's engaging enough, maybe somebody's going to stay a little bit longer on the page. So create a variation that's going to play with that length. Okay, so use analytics to your advantage to figure out, as a baseline, what amount of content is getting people to stay on the page. Then see if you could push the envelope one way or the other. Okay, improving the page with sign-up forms. Really, what you want to do is create a user-friendly experience. So when you have sign-up forms, and don't make them non-intuitive, don't make them difficult. Link maybe up to Facebook or Google, so if they're creating an account, they can create an account via Google or Facebook. Or, don't put too many forms on the page. And then on those CTAs, as I mentioned, play around with the tone. You can also play around with the color. I test color all the time. Believe it or not, color does matter. Don't use red, use green. People react to different colors. But again, you have cultural variances as well. So you got to take that into account. If you're in the Middle East or the Far East, Asia, color schemes and what you say matters, and it changes versus, say, Europe or the West. Okay, so keep that in mind when you're making changes on color or tone or placement and things of that nature. So you want to conduct a competitor analysis. So we're talking about creating high quality content, testing that content, brainstorming some topics, looking at your audience. You're doing all this work. You might as well take the next step and figure out what it is your competitors are doing. So you can opt for competitive analysis by identifying your competitors' top performing content for specific topics. Okay. And so really what we're trying to do here is improve our conversion rates. So what are your competitors doing? What are their baselines? We can maybe up that ante. That data is also available in Google Analytics. So you can look at benchmarking reports in Google Analytics to get some form or fashion. You can also go to Facebook and look at your competitors' Facebook pages and see what's performing in terms of engagement. But what you want to do is find out your strongest competitors by using search engines, or check which websites are competing with you. And again, that could include Facebook as well, or maybe even LinkedIn. So you go with the search engine route. You can always type in that coveted keyword that you want to be found for, see who's ranking ahead of you, and you can see the metadata, meaning the title tag and the meta description. You can actually see, hey, what are these guys writing that's getting them recognized in the search engine rankings? So you can certainly, if you go to the search engine route, you can certainly leverage an SEO platform like SEMrush or Moz or something like that. That's going to allow you to get some good insight on competitor information. So keep in mind, there are SEO platforms that will give you information on your competitors. And that's what these SEO platforms are good for. So number 5, moving on, choose a suitable content format. So now we've done all this homework. We know what we want to say. We know who we want to say it to. We're ready to do some testing, but we need to find a format, because it's not always about a web page per se, meaning content on a web page. It's not always about a blog post with content in that blog post. Okay, we need to decide the type of content that's going to fit what we're trying to say. So again, you can go the traditional route with just posting a blog post, and there's nothing wrong with that, because with a blog post you can incorporate video and imagery. You could also go a more harder route. When I say harder, more, I say official route, with an ebook or case study, something that a user is going to be able to take away with maybe download. Okay? Something more official, something more in-depth, something with a harder stamp on it. So that shows individuals that you've taken the time, you've done this homework, you've done this research, you've done some really in-depth analysis, and now the proper format for that is not a blog post, it's an ebook. Now, if you're into talking, like I am, then you could certainly do a podcast. And podcasts are always popular depending on the topic. So you got to be aware of the topic. Now, videos are always a good option. You got the likes of Video and YouTube and some other, video platforms out there that allow you the ability to get found very quickly, especially with the likes of YouTube. People use YouTube before they go on to purchasing a product. So think about that. So if you're trying to get somebody, if you're trying to sway an audience to move from being a brand awareness and a loyal, customer to taking the next step, okay, to purchasing more or purchasing for the first time. And so videos kind of help convey that. Now, if you're trying to convey a lot of different points, then an infographic might be your best option. Instead of having to write out all those points, try using an infographic to convey those points visually. Now, again, with blog posts, it should have valuable content that can be shared by your website visitors on social. So that's the key. Make sure you have those shareable social icons. Now, with ebooks, it should have longer and in-depth content. And it shouldn't be published frequently. So maybe if this is something you're doing annually, then ebook could be the format. With a case study, what you should have a customer story that succeeded in you solving that customer's problem. So the case study is always there for somebody to get an idea of what you're all about. Infographic is just visualizing data in a more organized way, in a more visual way, so somebody understands what you're trying to convey. Now, with that podcast, again, suppose your audience doesn't have an interest in reading. Again, it could be a certain age, certain gender, a certain culture. Hey, everybody absorbs information differently. So think about it. Ask yourself, is a podcast the best way to communicate to my target audience? And then videos are highly engaging. They're also shareable on blog posts and pretty much most, if not all, social media platforms. So once you've done that, once you choose the proper format, you want to choose a content management system that's going to work for you. So you want to be able to choose something where you can plan appropriately, produce, manage, publish, and measure results all in one place. There are plenty of content management systems out there that will help you do all of those things. Okay, so some examples are WordPress, HubSpot, Binder. We can list hundreds. If you're into blogging, WordPress is the way to go. If you're into building out landing pages that you want to, share, HubSpot could be the way to go. Okay, there are lots of available options out there. So moving on, number 7, target your audience using emails. Okay, so what are we talking about? Well, we all know what emails are. Emails help us to communicate directly with our target audience and convert them to leads. So email is a good way to follow up with your audience. So if you've done a podcast, follow up with an email. Maybe get them to, fill out a survey via email based on that podcast. Or if you create a podcast about some data that you talked about in that podcast, follow up that with them via email with an infographic perhaps, okay, built into the email. Okay, there's lots of ways that all these formats can complement themselves via email. Okay, you could certainly take a blog post and package it into an email and have a link pointing back to the blog post, maybe as a teaser. Or if you're doing a series of blog posts, you could tease that in an email. So an email is a good way to, follow up with your target audience indirectly or directly. And when we say indirectly, you can collect emails and send out those emails with, certain information. Or what you should be doing is targeting and segmenting your emails just like you are your content. So if you're producing content for a certain audience, then make sure that particular audience gets that same email. Now, some of the email content that you could share with your target audience are newsletters, okay, seasonal emails, promotional emails, automated messaging. And what we mean by automated messaging, hey, if somebody just purchased from you, send them a thank you email. Maybe follow up a couple days later with another email with a survey. Or what you could do is, if you know who your loyal customers are, target them with a promotional email. So there's lots of ways to slice and dice content via email. Okay, just make sure you know your target audience is. There's lots of things you can do in email. Again, you can complement lots of different formats within email, as I mentioned before, with a podcast or a blog post. So keep all that in mind. Email is a good way to communicate with your audience. Okay, the last point we want to make here is use native ads. Okay, so we talk about native ads. It's one of the smartest ways to connect your audience with your brand. So, for example, this is a native ad on BuzzFeed. Okay, it's about 15 bands that probably wouldn't exist without Led Zeppelin. Okay, so for you folks out there that don't know who Led Zeppelin is, a rock group from the 70s, late 60s, 70s, okay, disbanded in 80, 81, 82, early 80s, okay, but, people grew up like myself listening to Led Zeppelin, okay, so you can see the headline here, 15 bands that probably won't exist without Led Zeppelin. I'm interested in who those bands might be. Even if you don't know who Led Zeppelin is, okay, you might be inquisitive to say, okay, who is this Led Zeppelin group and what are these 15 bands? The key here is not necessarily the headline or Led Zeppelin per se, but it's a native ad and it's sitting next to content talking about music. Okay, so according to Forbes, online audiences are 25% more likely to look at a native ad than at a banner. And so that native ad, in this case, we're talking about music, needs to be sitting or accompanied alongside content talking about, in this case, music. It would help if it was rock music, just music in general might get enough to pique people's interest. Okay, so if you're going to create content, align that content with something that's, naturally going to fit. And that's why we call them native ads, because they're native to the content that they're associated with. So finally, after all that's said and done, when all you've done is create good content, follow up via emails, targeting your audience, and associating that content with, content natively, then you can always measure your content performance. So this is my favorite part of it all. You go in analytics, go into Facebook Insights, you want to go in and check out how that content's performing. And you want to do that because you want to be able to see what's performing, what's not performing. The key here is associating the content with KPIs. That's really the key. So measuring the right metrics can help you understand whether your content is engaging or not. So again, measuring the right metrics. Okay, so when we're talking about a video, you're not necessarily going to look at page views, you're going to look at video views. So, some of these basic metrics of users and sessions and page views, bounce rate, dwell time, that's all great, but you just need to make sure that you're aligning the right metric with the right asset. So for example, if you have a case study in an ebook, you want to make sure that you're measuring how many downloads the ebook or the case study received. Again, with the video, you want to measure video views. Now, if you're packaging up emails and sending them out to your target audience, you want to make sure you look at open rates and click rates. Okay, so a lot of things you can be looking at. So make sure you choose the right metrics because there's hundreds and hundreds of metrics to choose from. So just be aware of all the different metrics that are available. If you're in it for search, okay, how much traffic getting from search? Where are you ranking? So there are a lot of things you need to think about. So think about the content that you're producing and think about how you want to be able to measure that content. So let's go back over our checklist here. So what you could do is create an editorial calendar. In fact, I would highly suggest you create an editorial calendar in order to keep track of all the content you've done over a period of time. Are you making your content worth reading? That means, are you checking the results of that content? What we just went over, measuring the content. Is it worth reading? Have a column set up in that editorial calendar. Performing or not performing. If it's not performing, don't do it again. Okay, curate your content. Okay, you always want to, make sure you're reusing or using or adding to the content that you've created. Guest post on influential blogger websites. You want to add statistics, numbers, and quotes to your content. Make it engaging. Make it look like you've done your homework. You could share all your content, not just on social media, but, platforms like SlideShare. Now, you can share it on all social media platforms. I'd highly recommend it. And again, you can even repurpose it as a blog post. So if it's a podcast, then, you can recite that podcast in the form of a blog. Okay, so get some testimonials that support some of your content. Again, create a podcast, you could send out an email with a survey or trying to solicit some testimonials. Or if you post something on Facebook, leverage the feedback you get from Facebook in the form of a testimonial. Okay, and then you want to promote your blog post for maximum success, and a lot of that means SEO. So make sure you do your due diligence and get the right keywords in that blog post. Okay, so you can create personas for different user audiences. Okay, so remember, it's all about tone. Okay, so if you're going to create a blog post, make sure your tone is aligned with that right audience, whether that be young, middle-aged, or older. Are you choosing the right type of content? Okay, you'll know based on the results. Okay, you want to add H1 and H2 tags on your web pages. Why? Because when we're talking about content, we're talking about organizing the content. And H1 and H2s help you organize the content appropriately. Customize the metadata. Metadata is title tag and meta tag descriptions and even alt tags. Okay, all of that is for search. So you want your content to show up in search, whether that's video, infographic, or blog post. All of it can be shown in search results. So make sure you write a good title and make sure you write a good meta description, because that's what people are going to see when they search. Okay, so you want to create a detailed summary and title. And again, that goes along with the title tag and meta description. And then you want to make it easy for the audience to ask questions and comment on your blog. So don't be afraid, like I'm going to do right now in this video, is if I'm missing anything from this checklist, feel free to comment. Hey, I've written my fair share of content, but I could be talking to an audience that is just as qualified as I am, and they may have some tips. So feel free to comment underneath this video. Now, don't be afraid to ask, just like I just did. People are always willing to provide constructive feedback. So don't be afraid to ask for it and make it easy. So to me, every blog post needs to have some form of a comment box, because blog posts are out there to solicit engagement. Now let's recap everything we talked about, because we certainly covered a lot, and there's a lot to cover when it comes to content marketing. So 1, know your audience. Again, you can lean on Google Analytics, demographic data, whether it be age or gender. You can do the same with Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn. Every platform has some data you could take away. Create high quality content. When I mean high quality content, brainstorm some topics. Has it already been written to death about? Or is this unique? Don't write something your competitors are writing. Okay, don't copy what your competitors have written. Organize your content. Support it with good imagery. All of these are tips to creating high quality content. Okay, when you create that content, think about running some A/B test. Run some variations and switch out the image, switch out the call to action, see what's going to get people to react and engage with the content. Conduct competitor analysis, so lean on the Facebooks of the world to see what your competitors are posting, see what's engaging for them. Okay, you can also lean on these SEO platforms like SEMrush and Moz. All you got to do is plug in a domain and they're going to give you some information about where a particular competitor ranks for a keyword, or how many backlinks and what websites are linking to them. So all that's available in these SEO platforms. Okay, so you want to choose a suitable content format. We listed a few, from ebooks to case studies to podcasts to infographics to blog posts to videos. It's up to you what you think is best for your audience. Just keep in mind you need to be able to measure it. And so that's the important thing. If it doesn't work the first time out, then you might want to consider changing out the content format. Choose a content management system. Plenty out there. WordPress is a good one if you're going to be a blogger. Okay, blogging allows you to, post, optimize that blog post. You could have the ability to share that blog post across social platforms, and you can also have that blog post show up in search engine results. So you can't do any of that without a good content management system. So you want to target your audience using emails. Okay, so email is a good way to, again, further communicate with that particular segmented audience. And again, you could use it to send out promotional emails to loyal followers. Or you can use systematic emails to send an email, a thank you email to somebody who purchases, and then another follow-up email. And again, you can repurpose some of the content you've done in another format in the form of an email. So, if you created a video, put that video in the form of an email and send it out to your audience to make sure they're not missing out on that video you just created. So lots of ways to use email. Take advantage of email. It's your ally here. Okay, use native ads. Okay, don't be afraid to put that content and pair it with some other content on another website. It's been proven. People are going to engage in an ad that they see based on the content they're currently reading. Because the ad, if it's native, it's going to be similar in nature to the content they're currently engaged in. And then measure your content performance. I can't say this enough. Make sure you're leveraging Google Analytics. Okay, with Google Analytics or Facebook Insights or Twitter or LinkedIn or any other platform you're running on, they're going to have data on what you've posted. So take advantage of it. Align your KPIs. So if it's an ebook or case study, don't measure just traffic. Measure how many people are actually downloading them. Okay, if it's a video, how many people like the video? How many people are commenting? How many people are sharing the video? How many people are subscribing to your playlist based on that video content? Okay, so these are all things you can measure. Okay, so every platform from WordPress to YouTube to Reddit has some form of analytics associated with it. Today we're going to talk about how to get traffic to your website. So thank you for joining and let's get started. So let's imagine you're setting up your own website. Okay, you're clicking away, you're developing using some good tools, you're developing, you're designing, you're doing some QA, you're testing, you're sharing with friends in an alpha version, and then finally, your website is all set up. Congratulations. Well, when you hit enter and your website is finally published, what's going to happen? Well, a few days later, you're checking your website and you're looking at analytics and you notice your traffic's very low. Okay, well, you're scratching your head because you've done all this work with your website, but you're not getting any traffic. So the reason is you spent all your time developing and designing the website to make it look good, but you didn't do anything or any planning or any strategy around bringing users to your website. So the two go hand in hand. You just can't build a website without thinking about how to drive users to the website. And so before I tell you how to bring traffic to your website, let me tell you why this is so important. Okay, why do we want to bring users to our website? I mean, it has to be on equal ground as web development and design. Is somebody who goes to your site and then does something when they get to your site. So you have users, and when those users get to your site, they're generating page views and traffic. And you want to turn that traffic into engagement. Okay, so each page's traffic is configured independently of all their pages. So when somebody goes to your website, they look at a page, that's a page view. And certain pages on your website, you want to turn that page view into a conversion. Okay, whether that be, looking at a video or purchasing something. So think of these pages on your website as salespeople. They're trying to convert visitors who come to your website. But first, we need to get the visitors to your website. So when you get visitors to your website, again, you can generate sales, which means revenue, or you can increase brand awareness, or you can earn revenue through sponsored posts and advertisements. So if you have, for example, a lot of content on your website, you can turn that into revenue by hosting ads on your website. So when somebody clicks on that ad, you're going to earn a percentage of that click, okay, what that click is worth. So having a website means a lot of good things for you, but first you got to get the traffic there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to tell you how to drive traffic to your website. So there's lots of different ways in which you can bring traffic to your website. Well, the first is paid advertising. So paying to advertise your products, services with ads is one of the easiest ways to drive traffic to your website. So some of the options available are search ads, social media ads, or display ads. So search ads are ads that are displayed in the search engine results. So when a user types in a keyword query, you want your ad to show up based on that keyword query. Okay, so an example is digital marketing course. Somebody types in digital marketing course and Simplilearn is the first ad that shows up. How do we know it's an ad? Because you can see the word ad next to the domain. So when somebody clicks on that link, Simplilearn is going to pay Google. So that's how search advertising works. Okay, the next is social. So social media marketing involves increasing traffic or engagement or brand awareness, lots of different strategies. But instead of doing this on search, you're doing it on a social media platform. Okay, so for example, you can advertise on any particular platform. And the way you advertise could be with an image, it could be with a video. So in this case, you could see Cobrio is doing a sponsored ad here, how to succeed with Google Ads. And then another form of advertising is display. So display means creating ads that are placed on specific websites. So with display, unlike search, you have a choice in the ad format. With search, you only have text ads. But with display, you have text ads, image ads, rich media ads, video ads. So you have lots of different options in which you can advertise on other websites. So the idea here is to get your ad in front of the right audience. When they could see your display banner, your banner ad, then it's going to be more visual, more appealing, generate some brand interest, and hopefully you can get somebody to click on that ad and over to your website. So that's paid advertising, again, through search, through social, through display, but you can also promote your site on social media. So once your content has gone live, you could take advantage of different social media platforms. I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to promote, because what you're trying to promote needs to align with the appropriate social media platform. So Facebook is best suited for industries like food and beverages and news and media, and if you're selling a product. So you fall under one of those categories, and Facebook could be the right platform for you. If you're involved in, again, beauty or food and beverage or e-commerce, then you can also leverage Instagram, which is part of Facebook's ecosystem. So if you advertise on Facebook, you can also advertise on Instagram or Instagram. So it doesn't have to be and Facebook and Instagram. It could be Facebook or Instagram. You also have LinkedIn as a platform. LinkedIn is great for B2B. So if you're trying to promote industry news or tips and best practices or job postings, then LinkedIn is the place for you. It's a B2B platform. It's great for targeting specific industries, targeting specific job levels or job descriptions. Okay, so LinkedIn is great if you're into B2B, focusing on the business side of it. So you also have YouTube. Now, YouTube is part of Google's ecosystem. YouTube is a video platform. Okay, so it's great if you're trying to promote gaming or entertainment, or if you're a vlogger. Okay, so YouTube's a great way to promote your site by getting your product out there in the form of a video. Okay, then you have Twitter. Twitter, to me, encompasses a lot of different industries: beauty and fitness, news and media, entertainment. Okay, you have limited number of characters, but a lot of people are active on Twitter. And it's a great way to generate some awareness and get some clicks over to your website. So these are just some of the most popular social media platforms. Of course, there are plenty more out there. The third way in which you can drive traffic to your site is guest blogging. So most of you already know what blogging is all about. Well, if you're blogging for your own site, you can jump on somebody else's site and blog on their behalf. So having the opportunity to guest post on another website can be very helpful, because one, that other blog could have lots of traffic and have a well-known brand. So if you're blogging on another blog, it's going to build your brand awareness and potentially increase traffic to your blog or website. So it exposes to you to targeted traffic. So if you're going to guest blog on a site that's very relevant to your business or industry. That way you're targeting the right audience. Okay, you can expand your personal network. So getting yourself out there, getting your brand out there in front of a different audience. And then obviously for SERPs, because it generates a backlink. So SERPs, search engine ranking pages, means that, hey, if you want to rank organically, you're going to have to generate some backlinks. So guest blogging is a way to generate some backlinks to your site. And in effect, that's going to help you get your pages ranked higher, because Google's going to recognize the relationship from one blog to your blog and build up your relevancy. So some other benefits here to guest blogging is you can grow your social media following, because you can then promote that on social media, that you're guest blogging. Okay. Again, you can improve your online authority. Okay. Because when you're guest blogging and you have recognition on that guest blog, if it's a popular blog, then that's going to help your domain and page authority for SEO. And then the end result is going to improve your backlink score. So there are a lot of benefits to guest blogging. To me, at the end of the day, it's just about reaching out to your audience, using another platform to do that in the form of a blog. And the results of that is going to mean more brand awareness for you and turning that traffic from that other blog into qualified leads. So you can also interview industry thought leaders. So that's another way, an interesting way to generate traffic to your site. So reaching out to thought leaders for interviews, okay, could generate some credibility for you and the other person. So it's reciprocal. So it means that you're active in the industry that you're in, and it allows you to engage with other leaders in the industry. And the indirect net result of that could be increased traffic, because if you do the interview and you record it, or if it's via video, then you can obviously post it on other platforms. And that could in turn drive traffic to your website. Obviously, just like guest blogging, it's going to increase your reach. So getting yourself out there. If nobody knows who your brand is, and they know who the thought leaders are, and they see you interviewing the thought leaders, then that's going to put you in front of these people. And so it's going to increase your reach. Another way to drive traffic to your website is just to make sure your website's responsive. And what do we mean by responsive? Well, we mean, does it work on multiple devices, specifically mobile? So depending on the device, your website hides, shows, shrinks, enlarges, or moves content so that it conforms to the browser that person's looking at on your for your website. So if somebody's looking on mobile at your website, you want to make sure that your website adjusts accordingly. So you want to be able to, test to make sure it's responsive. And so is content arranged based on importance? Okay, does it work across different browsers on different devices? And do the images, text, and everything else align just like it does on desktop? So there are plenty of tools out there on the web. All you need to do is just do a search for, check my website for responsiveness. So you can use plenty of tools to check to see if your website is responsive towards multiple devices. Why is that important? Because if somebody goes to your website via mobile and your site doesn't align properly, or the content's all stretched out and somebody has to maneuver their browser just to see your website, then chances are they're not going to come back. Chances are they're not going to convert. Okay, so you want to be able to revise your device browser combinations. You want to make sure that everything works accordingly. You want to be able to test those fonts, make sure they look good. And then you also want to make sure that people can navigate. So if they're on mobile, are they going to navigate just as easy as they can on desktop? And if you have any pop-ups, you want to probably make sure they're removed. So that way when somebody's looking at your website, they're not getting interfered with on mobile. And then of course you want to make sure that these pages load. Okay, so they load just as quick on desktop as they should on mobile, and vice versa. So they should not take a long time to load. So moving on from responsiveness on mobile to building a brand community. So brand community refers to a group of people who identify your brand and use your brand as a platform to exchange ideas and contribute content. Some advantages of having a brand community are promoting brand evangelism and loyalty. It can be a source of feedback, loyalty, and ideas. So build a community, build a brand community who, identify with you. Okay, so continue to, treat these people as loyal customers. Okay, maybe give them a promotion to use specifically just for them that they can use on your website, or talk directly to them because you know that they're followers, they're repeat customers, they purchase from you multiple times. So talk to them differently as well. You know who these people are. And that's what building a brand's all about. It's about identifying your brand with other people, okay? And identify people who identify with your brand, and messaging and talking to them as if they're part of your own community, your own family. So you can use user-generated content that provides future marketing strategies. So the feedback you get from your own community could be in turn used to promote or used in future marketing strategies, i.e. advertising, i.e. post on social. Okay, it can also provide PR opportunities. So it's a chance for you to, put out press releases based on the community that you build. So any brand, regardless of who it is, should be able to identify with their audience, their target audience, and that target audience eventually going to become part of a community. These are a group of people who identify with you, what you're trying to sell, what your cause is, what your mission statement is, what your service is. They identify with you. So leverage them and reciprocate. Identify them, talk to them separately, give them what they deserve, the respect and loyalty that they deserve as well, because they're communicating and they're following you as a brand. So the next thing you could do to drive traffic is be active in the comment section. So engage in relevant and thought-provoking conversations on other blogs and sites. It doesn't necessarily have to be another blog per se. It could be other sites like Reddit or Quora or Medium. Sites that have a lot of content that are broken out by industry, that allow you to engage in conversation, that allow you to either upvote or share or respond. Okay, so be active, because when you're active, people are going to see that, hey, you're a leader in the industry. You know what you're talking about. You have some brand equity. You have some thought and some knowledge on the specific topic and subject. So it just puts you in a better light when you can respond and be active on these different platforms. Okay, let's turn our attention to search engine optimization, also known as SEO or organic search. So in order to drive traffic to your site, you're going to have to implement an SEO strategy. Why do you want to implement an SEO strategy? Because it can help you improve your overall searchability and visibility on search engines. And obviously that comes with advantages. One of those advantages is obviously more traffic to the site. Search is still king in terms of volumes of people using search on a daily basis. So you have a great opportunity to be found. It also builds trust and credibility, because still a majority of the people who do a search click on an organic search listing. And so if you're found organically and you're ranked number 1, then chances are somebody's going to click on your listing. And it provides increased engagement and traffic. And so what that means is more traffic, more engagement. And engagement is something you define. It could be, again, a download of a document, or the clicking on the play button of a video, or submitting a form, or signing up for a newsletter, or calling. These are all forms of engagement. So the amount of traffic you drive from organic search to your website is only going to improve engagement. Okay, so you can also provide an improved user experience. And what do we mean by that? Well, if you're getting lots of traffic from organic search, you have a really good opportunity to do A/B testing. And when you do A/B testing, you can improve user experience, meaning you're showing one variation against the other from people coming from organic search. And so this is helpful in that, if you're running an A/B test, the variation has a chance to improve or outperform the original. And if it outperforms the original, you're improving user experience. And then it helps target quality traffic. So SEO, to me, or all search, is the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway. You're addressing what they're looking for. So if somebody's looking for a pair of red women's Nike shoes, the 2019 model, and you have that particular product to offer, well, you have a chance of showing up via organic search. Somebody types in, women's red Nike shoes, size whatever, at the year 2019 model, then of course they're going to likely click on your listing, because you have what they're looking for. And that goes with any keyword, any industry, any business, any segment, any type of product you're selling. So again, you have a chance to really be visible for what people are looking for. And so that's the beauty of search engine optimization. You have a really good opportunity here to meet people halfway, to drive quality traffic, to get them to enjoy a good user experience, all the while generating engagement. And along with SEO, we want to be able to build backlinks. So SEO is a two-pronged approach, meaning you have two strategies in one, on-page and off-page. And so off-page involves backlinking. So backlinks are just links that direct users from other websites to your own website. So with that, inherently, it's going to drive traffic, qualified traffic to your website. Because if somebody's on a relevant website that's linking to yours, and they click on that link and go to your website, it's likely going to be qualified, meaning they're going to be relevant. And so backlinking, because it's an off-page strategy. Why is it an off-page SEO strategy? Because if Google crawls that other site that has a link to you, then that's going to give you credit, because Google will say, hey, this site's getting some links from some relevant sites. We must think they're relevant, and therefore we're going to trust this site. So by Google trusting your site, it's going to improve your organic ranking. And with the organic rankings being improved, meaning it's going to mean faster indexing. So what does that mean? So you want to be indexed by the search engines. And so the quicker Google can find your pages, even if it's on somebody else's site, then that means they're going to follow that link, go to that page on your site, and take that page back to their servers to be indexed. Okay, so the quicker you can get indexed, the quicker you can get found. And then it helps with referral traffic. So again, we noticed that our efforts are on SEO, organic search, but if you're getting traffic from another website, hey, that still counts. That's referral traffic. Okay, so that's a side advantage to having backlinks, is good traffic from other sites. Okay, so those are inherently some of the reasons to do backlinking. Okay, never hurts. I mean, there's brand awareness reasons to being on other sites as well. There's industry leadership, meaning if you post content on Reddit, okay, you're coming across as an industry leader, but yet generating a backlink, which helps with SEO and referral traffic. So there's a lot of benefits to building backlinks. And the opposite of backlinks are internal links. So you want to do internal linking, and that just means connecting one page on your site to another. And why is that beneficial? Because it can help direct visitors to other pages they wouldn't normally otherwise find via your navigation. So if you're active on a blog, don't be afraid to include multiple internal links. You want to move people through your site. You want the flow of traffic to go from one page to another to another. And so when you do internal linking, just like with backlinks, it's going to improve the indexing of your website. Google's going to follow those links and index those pages. And Google does give credits from an SEO perspective, from an internal linking perspective. So if one page is linked to another and that page has really good relevance in the eyes of Google, then the other page is probably going to benefit from that. The other reason you want to do internal linking, again, you want to move people from your one page of your site to the other. And when you do that, it's going to reduce bounce rates. So bounce rate is simply the rate at which people land on a page and then leave. So if I have 100 people land on my home page and only one person went to another page and the other 99 left the site, then that's a 99% bounce rate. So by putting internal links in place, you're helping people move from one page to the other and thus reducing the bounce rate. And that's what you want. You want to keep people on your site. You want to be greedy. It also drives traffic to older posts. So again, when we say older posts, we're really referring to blog posts. So if you have a relevant blog post and you're writing a new blog post, then link the two together. If it's relevant, link it. Regardless of how old it is. You want to show Google that these older blog posts, just because they were written a year ago, doesn't mean they're outdated and old-fashioned, okay, or useless. You want to keep them alive by linking to them. So to me, that's a good strategy for internal linking. Link to older blog posts. Show people you're an industry expert. You've been doing this for a while, and then you have lots of content to share. Okay, so the longer you can keep somebody on your website, the more likely it is they're going to engage and convert. And some other inherent benefits: improves page rank. So what we mean by page rank is simply just a rank that Google gives pages. So the more internal linking you have, the better off you are. And then it helps spread link juice across websites. And what we mean by link juice, again, just like backlinking, it builds relevancy. So just keep all these inherent benefits in mind to internal linking. The end result is keeping the flow of traffic on your site and all these other benefits will fall into place. Okay, so another way in which you can really hone in on traffic to your web, long tail keywords. And long tail keywords to me are more than just 1 or 2 keyword phrases. Okay, so they're usually 3 or longer keywords in a phrase. Okay, so long tail keywords really nowadays account for most web searches. People really take the time to even pose questions as a search query. Say it's unlikely somebody's going to go into search and just type in the word shoes. They might type in red shoes, but that's unlikely. What they're probably going to type in is, red Nike running shoes 2019 or some variation of that. Okay, that's a long tail keyword. And some of the advantages of using long tail keywords to be found for are less competition. So if you're using broad keywords like red shoes, then who doesn't want to be found for red shoes? Well, you don't want to be found for red shoes because it's too broad. You don't know what type of shoes somebody's looking for. You just know they're looking for red shoes. It could be running shoes. It could be work shoes. It could be, boots. It could be slippers. Okay, it's too broad. So long tail keywords help narrow it in. And the more narrow and focused a keyword is, the less competition it's going to have. And when something's not competitive in the form of a keyword, then that means your chances of ranking for that keyword are going to be greater, and the chances of you ranking faster are going to be greater. And then, of course, if somebody's looking for exactly what you have to offer, then you have a higher chance to convert that person. So if you have exactly those 2019 red Nike women's running shoes, and somebody does a search for that, and that's a long tail keyword, and they click on your organic listing, if you have the right price, then they're probably going to convert. So you have a really good chance of converting somebody using long tail keywords. So my point here is if you're looking for keywords to use, focus on longer tail. Don't focus on 1 or 2 keyword phrases. What it also does is it brings targeted traffic. So even if somebody doesn't convert, hey, they could be back because it's exactly what they're looking for. And if you're focusing on longer tail keywords, like I just mentioned, stay away from the shorter ones. It's just easier to optimize your page for SEO. So remember, SEO is a 2-pronged approach, on page and off page. We talked about off page with internal linking and backlinks. On page is all about making sure those keywords you choose are integrated in with the page you want to be found for. And so if you're using a long tail keyword, it's just easier to work that keyword in. So it enables easier on-page optimization. Okay, let's switch away from SEO to email marketing. So let's focus on email marketing as a form or method of driving traffic to your website. So email marketing has been around a long time in terms of digital marketing. Why? Because it provides an effective way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because you can send personalized emails to a target audience. So when you send an email to somebody on a regular basis, you know who that person is. So what are you doing in the email? You're writing a specific message to that person. Well, email marketing is the same thing, except you're just sending an email to a larger group of people. And when you send an email to a larger group of people, you're still going to personalize the message, right? You're not going to send a generic email to 1,000 people. Okay, nobody's going to do that. So make sure your email is targeted. And if it's targeted, it can be cost effective. Why? Because sending large amounts of emails, or let's just say an email to a large amount of people or a large group of people, is going to be cost effective. It's not cost per click, it's not cost per open. Okay, so email usually, depending on the email provider you're using, really is a flat fee. So it just really depends on how many emails you're sending or how many people you're sending the email to as well. So, but email generally tends to be more cost effective than other forms of marketing. So look at the email content provider you're using and just get a sense of what they charge. But if you look at it and do a comparison, email generally is cheaper than, say, doing pay-per-click, because with pay-per-click, you're paying for each click. Okay, so that could be expensive depending on the keywords. So email marketing is also time saving, okay, meaning it's a one-time thing and done. So once you send the email, it's just a matter of, watching and looking at the metrics and learning what's going on so you don't make the same mistakes again. But it is time conducive, meaning you send out one email and that's it. With pay-per-click, you're constantly measuring and managing the campaigns. And it provides real-time marketing. So when you do send the email, more than likely a majority of the people on day one or the day you send the email are going to be able to view it, open it, click on some of the links, and convert. So that's normally what happens in email. Majority of the people open it on day one, and it kind of tails off from there. So think about it as real time. So when you send that email, and if you have 1,000 people on your email recipient list, break it up. Send the first 500 first with a different subject line. And then you can see the data come in. And if you don't see the good results from the subject line or the body of the email or the page you're going to, then make adjustments before you send the other email to the next 500. So that's a great thing about emails. You can break up the email into 2 groups. The first group and then the second group with different subject lines. And you can probably send them a little bit of time apart. That way you can learn from the first email. Because with email, you are generally going to get results right away. Okay, within the first 24 hours. So that's a great thing about email. Okay, so the other thing about email, it's less intrusive. So normally people who are going to get the email are the ones who sign up for the email. So they're almost expecting your email. So when they get your email, again, as long as you're not sending an email on a daily basis, normally most companies send it monthly or bi-weekly, it's not going to be as intrusive. Okay, and then it also helps build credibility, increase visibility and brand awareness, meaning you're going to build your brand in that email. You're going to put content in that email that's going to show off your credibility. Meaning you could put some testimonials in the email, you could put some good affiliations, you can put a good article to an industry article you just wrote. So email is going to inherently continue to build brand awareness for you. Okay, and it's an easy way to track ROI. So if you're e-commerce, it's pretty clear. You send the email, somebody opens it, clicks on it, checks out and purchases something, it's easily trackable because you could track it right from that email. So one thing I want to say there is just if you do send an email, make sure you're tracking that campaign. And you want to be able to use an analytics program like Google Analytics. Okay, if you use Google Analytics, you're going to be able to track when you send the email, who clicks on it, and who converts. So you want to be able to measure an ROI for these emails, and you can. And that's the beauty of email marketing. Okay, let's move away from email marketing to webinars. So webinars, great method for effective social media promotion. It's a great way to bring traffic to your website. So why do we recommend webinars? Well, because it provides direct contact within your target group. What do we mean by contact with your target group? Well, you're going to host a webinar and you're going to invite this targeted group of people who are interested in your product or service. So if you have a Facebook community, you could do a Facebook Live event, or you could do a YouTube, or you can even set up a webinar on another platform but promote it on social media. And if you're promoting something on social media, you're probably promoting it to people who are already following you or like you. And so that's what we mean by direct contact with your target group. So you're going to be able to create a webinar and talk directly to that group. And that's going to help build brand awareness and credibility. And the great thing about webinars is you don't need some fancy software. I mean, I'm talking to you on a webinar right now. And so webinars are free. All you need is a video camera and a recorder. That's all. And that's all built in with software. So there's plenty of software out there that allows you just to do a webinar really quick and easy. There's lots of opportunities in software. So, and a lot of them are very cost effective. So if you want to create a webinar, you can do that by spending very little money. And webinars, again, allow you to talk to your targeted group, your community, maybe prospective clients. It helps build credibility and, in effect, drive traffic to your website. And when somebody does attend a webinar, they're likely going to be highly engaged because you're inviting them, they're going to opt into the webinar. And the great thing about webinars is even if they don't attend the webinar the day you have it, it's going to be recorded. So they can always go back and watch it. So whoever watches the webinar is going to be engaged because it's going to be a topic they're interested in. And then users are likely to become prospective customers. So having a webinar, talking about something inherently interesting to maybe a larger group of people, you can promote that on social media and potentially get prospective customers to sign up and watch the webinar. And if you do, they're going to be engaged and then take the next step. Oh, I like what this person has to say. They seem to be credible. I like their personality. I like their brand. I like their product. I'm going to go check out their website. Okay, so webinars allow you to kind of pull in more people as well as just your community, because you can promote the webinar and you can promote it in advance, and you can leverage social media for that. Okay, so something related to webinars is incorporating video content. So videos have been proven to be a really good way to attract new visitors, and it makes your website very engaging when you have videos on your website as well. So if you create video, you have an opportunity to post it on various video platforms like YouTube or Vimeo. Okay, there's plenty of video platforms out there, or just embed it in a blog post, or embed it in a Facebook post, or a tweet. Okay, so you can do a lot with video, and having video on your site is going to increase engagement. Okay, when you increase engagement, good things happen. That's going to lead to increased conversions and sales, or ROI, or just like we mentioned, the webinar can help build trust with your audience. So even that webinar you could post on your website. So you want people to engage by watching this video. If they watch the video, they're going to gain trust in you because you're talking directly to that person, that user, that audience, that visitor to your website. And when you can build trust, it's going to increase engagement. And that's the beauty of video. Unlike text or imagery, videos really do engage with the audience. And so the more video you can do, the better off you are, because again, you can leverage social to draw attention to your brand and product and service. And then you can have that video on your website to increase engagement, which in turn increases conversions and sales and improves ROI. So always think video. There's plenty of video software out there that you can leverage. And the great thing about video too is, hey, most people are using mobile phones these days, smartphones. And so video works just as well on mobile as it does on desktop. So keep that in mind. Video is going to be engaging regardless of what device somebody uses. And then of course, if they're watching the video on Facebook or YouTube, then chances are they're going to share that particular video, which is going to bode well for your brand and traffic. Okay, so video, if somebody likes a video, it's very easy to share video, especially from a mobile phone. So YouTube just makes it so easy to share or like or subscribe to a channel. It becomes that much easier. Things can go viral, and chances of them going viral with video are going to be greater. Okay, so other ways to drive traffic to your website is submit your content to content aggregators. So what's a content aggregator? Well, a content aggregator is like Reddit that provides a great platform for you to post your content. So that's what a content aggregator is, really a site like Reddit or Medium or Quora, where you could post content to a large number of people. Okay, so with Reddit, people are either going to upvote it or downvote it. So the more upvotes you get, or thumbs up or likes, or people who encourage that content, the more of a chance it has to be found. And so first thing out of the gate, if you do provide content to a content aggregator like Reddit, make sure it's good quality content that's interesting. And that should be the case across the board, whether it's a social post or blog post. Make sure the content's unique, professional, and interesting. And then if you do, say, put something on Medium, or you do put something on Quora, and it is professional and interesting and thought-provoking, then people are going to react to it. And then that, again, could lead to traffic, but even if it doesn't lead to traffic, it helps build brand awareness. So if you have content, just like videos, leverage it. Put the content out there. Okay? And when you put content out there, it's only going to, especially if it's good content, it's going to put you in a good light. So don't be afraid to share your content on the likes of Reddit or Medium or Quora or some of these other content aggregator websites, because good things are only going to happen. And again, referral traffic, SEO, brand awareness, conversions. So all these are inherent benefits of just sharing your content. Okay, and then finally, we want to learn from analytics. Okay, so what do I mean learning from analytics? So there are plenty of analytics platforms out there. One of the most popular is Google Analytics. So you want to make sure you're tracking traffic on your site with Google Analytics. So all you have to do is just go to Google Analytics via search, sign up, add the analytics code to your website, and voila, they're doing all the heavy lifting. They're going to track traffic coming to your website. And not only are they going to track traffic, but they're going to tell you how that traffic engaged. And so the benefits of it, Google Analytics, is, hey, you could figure out where users are coming from. Are they coming from that email campaign that I sent out to 1,000 people? Are they coming from YouTube based on that video I posted? Or are they coming from Reddit based on the content I just posted there? Or are they coming from organic search? So Google Analytics can help us understand how much traffic we're getting from organic search. So it'll help us measure our SEO efforts. And then with Google Analytics, you could segment. So we could segment by mobile, we can segment by desktop, returning user, new user, by campaign, by page, by language, by city, by region. I mean, there's so many ways in which to segment your audience. And segmenting simply is breaking up the entire group of people who come to your website into different segments based on what you want to see. So if you want to look at, females between the ages of 18 to 24 who come from mobile via organic search, that's a segment, and you can look at that information in analytics. If that's your target audience, then you could see how they're performing. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits to Google Analytics. Definitely want to take advantage of segmenting in Google Analytics. You could look at your competition, so there's a benchmarking report. The great thing about Google Analytics, you can also look at content and how your content's performing once somebody lands on your website. What page are they spending time on? What page are they engaging on the most? Okay, what pages have the highest bounce rate or the lowest time on page? So you can really determine what pages work best. And then, of course, the end result in analyzing all this data is you want to be able to fine-tune your website. So take advantage of the data that Google Analytics or any other analytics platform is giving you by learning. Once you learn what's going on with your website, you can make adjustments to your website to improve user experience. Okay, so we went over a lot of different ways to drive traffic. Okay, you can incorporate all this to your website immediately. Welcome. Today we're going to talk about email marketing tutorial. So buckle up and let's get started with email marketing tutorial. And so let's start out asking the question, why email marketing? So Linda is the owner of an e-commerce company. And basically she isn't able to take her leads, the leads she's collecting per day, per month, and convert them into customers. Okay, so customers sign up, but they don't buy her product. So she's left scratching her head wondering what to do. So how's she going to solve the problem of converting the leads she gets into paying customers? Well, look no further than email marketing. So you can boost your sales funnel with the help of email marketing. So email marketing leads to email campaigns that lead to website visits that can lead to product purchasing. Email marketing's also it's a very good way to generate a high return on investment. So Linda thinks this is too good to be true. You're telling me it's a very efficient way to generate a return on my investment? How expensive is email marketing? Well, email marketing is neither expensive or time consuming. That's the beauty of email marketing. And so Linda is now very interested. We've piqued her interest. She wants us to explain email marketing to her in detail. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to talk about email marketing in detail. So for everyone out there listening, what's in it for you? Why are you going to invest your time in listening to Simplilearn and me talk about email marketing? Because we're going to talk about everything there is about email marketing in today's webinar. So what is it? For those that aren't really familiar with the intricacies of email marketing, we're going to talk about how to set up email marketing. We're going to discuss all the benefits of email marketing. We're going to get into A/B testing. We're going to get into the automation of emails, the types of emails, how to engage new users, and we're going to give you a demo. So there's a lot going on in this webinar. Like I said, buckle up and let's get started and talk about what is email marketing. So As I mentioned to Linda, it's an efficient way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because we can send personalized emails to a specific audience, a targeted audience. If somebody's interested in our product, we can reach out to them via email. It can also be used to remarket pre-qualified leads. So anybody who's pre-qualified, we can go ahead and communicate with them as well. So email marketing is very effective at different stages in the funnel. Okay, so when I say funnel, customer life cycle. So we have awareness, consideration, purchase, retention, and advocacy. Okay, so let's talk about each one of these parts of the funnel or customer life cycle, if you will. So let's start with awareness at the very top. So email marketing allows customers to recognize their problems, after which you can educate them on how your brand can solve them. Okay, just like any other marketing channel, somebody's looking for something, a need of something, we can come to the rescue. In this case, we're going to come to the rescue with email, and we can go ahead and educate them on what their need is and how we can collaborate with them, help them, educate them, solve their problems with our product. Okay, so that's what email is going to do. We're going to communicate with them via email, and we're going to bring awareness to the problem by solving the problem. That's what email is good for. Okay, good for generating awareness for our brand. For example, we can share a newsletter with our customers. So if we're running a cosmetics company, we can basically educate them on the 5 important skincare products that everyone should have. Okay, so we can get them to click on the call to action to learn more. So if somebody's having some skincare issues or not sure what products to buy, an email can cover that. Okay, the next step in the customer life cycle is consideration. So customers focused on searching for relevant products and compares the products with similar ones. Okay, so they're definitely looking, they're a little further in the process, they're educated, they know what they're looking for, so we can really hit them with the right email. We can send a relevant email to promote our product. Okay, discover that perfect moisturizer for your skin, that perfect skin moisturizer. Smooths, hydrates, and contains SPF 20. So we got the perfect product for that person who's further along the funnel and really is ready to purchase that product. So we can hit that person up with the perfect messaging. Let's talk about purchase, the next step in the life cycle. With purchase, we can send an email that encourages that customer to purchase our product by offering them something. Okay, by giving an offer. For example, we can give a discount. Discounts always tend to work. So that moisturizer that particular customer was considering buying, well, they can move from consideration to purchasing because we're going to offer them a discount they can't refuse. Okay, so it could be for a specific date. Okay, it could be something that's going to get them excited to buy the product. 20% off a moisturizer is pretty good deal, and especially if that percentage off is better than the other products they were considering buying. So getting somebody that extra incentive to purchase the product goes a long way via email. Okay, we want to take that next step in the life cycle and nurture our relationship with customers to ensure they're loyal. Okay, they've already purchased. How do we get them to purchase again? That's retention. We want to retain our customers. We want to get them back to buy the same product or similar products or completely different products in our inventory. So what do? We're going to send an email. We're going to send an email to active customers. Okay, we're going to give them an offer just for them, exclusively just for them. In this example, we're going to give them a combo pack, a facial kit at just $39 and get a sunscreen worth $10 for free. Okay? So you can come up with all sorts of different combinations on offers. The key is the offer is exclusively just for those who you want to target and retain as customers. Because if you just get somebody to purchase once, it's not going to work. Those people have already taken that step in the relationship where they trust your product, they purchase your product. Now you want to go ahead and treat that customer special by giving them an exclusive offer. And then what we want to do is advocacy. Last step in that customer lifestyle. We want to convert that active customer into brand advocates. Okay? We want that customer to talk about our brand for us. We want them to promote it and talk about it with their friends. So for example, we want to send an email to those customers to promote our products. Okay, so for example, we could say, hey, the sales of our products for this particular day or for this month is going to go to our favorite nonprofit. Could be educating poor children or cleaning up plastic in the ocean or saving animals. We want to be able to get them to speak on our behalf and say, look, guys, this is a really good company. You know, they're offering me products exclusively. They've offered me discounts in the past. They have good products. They have a lot of different products. And on top of all that, they help. They help the environment. They help the needy. Okay, they care. And so we can go ahead and provide a call to action for these customers that are loyal to our brand and have them share the email with their friends to spread the word on, you know, what we're trying to accomplish for our nonprofit, or if anything, just get them to promote it. Maybe give them a discount for every friend that they get to buy our product. Okay, it doesn't have to necessarily be, you know, just sharing with friends. It can be that extra incentive of giving them a discount if they do share with friends and their friends buy. Okay, so this is the customer life cycle and examples of different emails that you can use at every step along the way in the life cycle. So let's talk about the benefits of email marketing. So what are some of the benefits? Well, we already mentioned to Linda that it's cost effective. It's time saving, real-time marketing, less intrusive, builds credibility, increases visibility and brand awareness, and it's an easy way to track ROI. These are all the benefits for email marketing. We're going to go talk about some of these now. So basically, when we talk about cost effective, you know, some email marketing platforms charge based on the number of users who you send the email to. Time saving, well, you saw how quick it took me to set up that email campaign. The key is figuring out who you want to send it to. When we talk about real-time marketing, you know, we're sending this email out basically in real time, trying to meet our customers' needs at the right time. It's less intrusive because we can customize the emails. Okay, we can, as you saw, I can put first name in there to make it more personal. So when something's more personal, it's less intrusive, especially if it's a segment that already knows your brand. Okay, builds credibility. Hey, we gain credibility when we offer exclusive offers to repeat customers, or, you know, try and build advocacy by working with nonprofits. Okay, it increases visibility and brand awareness. Why? Because, you know, we could send our email out to a large group of people, and that's a good way to generate brand awareness. And as you saw, we can easily measure, you know, not only open rates, click rates, but ROI. So how many people from that email went on and purchased? So we can measure that. It's very easy to measure email. Today we're going to talk about affiliate marketing. So let's jump right into it and take a look inside an office environment right now. We have Chuck here. Chuck's doing a little bit of pacing. John walks in the office. Hey man, what's with all the pacing? Everything all right? Chuck responded, hey, I'm just worried that I might have exhausted every way we can advertise our product. I mean, I've done SEO, I've done paid search, I've done email, I've done social. Man, nothing's working. I gotta come up with something new ASAP. Well, John responds, hey, don't worry. I think I've got your solution for you, man. Hang tight, relax, take a load off. Here's my solution: affiliate marketing. First off, before you ask the question, what's affiliate marketing? Let's talk about why we need affiliate marketing. So let's dig into affiliate marketing. So John's just taking over now, and he's gonna let Chuck know everything there is to know about affiliate marketing. So the first question John answers for Chuck: what is affiliate marketing? So affiliate marketing is a form of digital marketing that involves a merchant. It involves a merchant paying commissions to a website or other entities. So if I'm selling a product, basically somebody else sells that product for me, I'm going to pay that person a commission for selling my product. It's that simple. That's what affiliate marketing is. Okay, so basically what these merchants are doing, or other entities, they're advertising your product. So they're advertising your product with a referral. So they're passing on their own customers to you so that they can buy your product. And again, the exchange is you give that website or other entity a commission. That's more or less what affiliate marketing is. So John's going to have us take a look at each of these components of affiliate marketing in detail. Take it away, John. So John says, first, we have the merchant, aka the brand, the seller, the creator, the founder, the owner, the inspiration, the innovator. Hey, this is the person who came up with this brilliant idea. This brilliant idea has to get out there. We're the merchant. We're trying to get this brilliant idea out to the masses. So this is the component of affiliate marketing that creates the product. The merchant could be anyone, okay? So it could be startups to large multinational companies, international companies, nonprofits, for-profits, individuals, independent contractors, freelancers, a group of people who have a passion for something, okay? It could be anybody. There's no limit. The affiliate, aka the publisher. So the affiliate is basically that third-party website or entity which promotes the merchant's products and tries to convince potential customers of the merchant's product's value. So this affiliate's going to represent the merchant on their behalf and try and get their clients to basically purchase that particular merchant's product. So the affiliate could be incentivized based on, registrations, email signups, sales, and subscriptions. So it doesn't always come down to, sales. If I'm just trying to get, build my email list, then hey, I can incentivize that affiliate to push email signups. If I'm got this big, offline, promotion that I'm doing at this particular mall and I want to get people there, well, I can get an affiliate and incentivize that affiliate to drive and help me drive registrations for this event. So it doesn't always have to be sales per se. So in effect, you, the merchant, and the affiliate work out some type of commission deal based on what you're incentivizing. So the relationship between the affiliate and the merchant is made possible with the help of an affiliate network. So that's the third component here. We need somebody to bring the two together. That merchant who has this brilliant idea and the affiliate who has potential customers that could potentially drive registrations, sales, signups, etc. to the merchant. So the affiliate network is the one who brings the two together. So the affiliate network, in effect, acts as the middleman, the person in between the merchants and affiliates. It allows merchants to find and collaborate with not just any affiliate, but the affiliate best suited for their particular brand and product, because you want to find somebody who is going to be passionate, who's relevant, who has your prospective customers in mind, because they're the ones that are going to help those prospective customers purchase your product. So that's what the affiliate network does. It helps bring the merchants and affiliates together so that the affiliate can help advertise and sell on behalf of the merchant. So with the affiliate network, merchants can use tools for tracking and reporting and processing payments for affiliates. So really that affiliate network is the glue that holds it all together. They're not just one to introduce a merchant and affiliate. They offer it all. So as a merchant, you want to be able to manage your affiliates. So you're not going to have one affiliate, you're going to have multiple affiliates. So you want to be able to use the appropriate tools available to you in the affiliate network to see and track how sales are going. And when sales happen, or commissions happen, you want to be able to use that affiliate network to compensate that affiliate appropriately. And then finally, the customer. Customer, aka the consumer, is the most important component of all of this. Take it away, John. So the consumer is the final and most important component. Without customers to buy products, the merchant would not have any revenue and the affiliate would not get any commission. So we need customers. So John, what is the process of affiliate marketing? Well, John says, let's have a look at the process. So it's affiliate marketing time. So we're going to use a tool or platform like Commission Junction. Commission Junction is a popular, platform that affiliate network platform that brings merchants and affiliates together. So the merchants can use those affiliates to advertise their product. So let's take a look at Commission Junction as a good digital marketing tool for affiliate marketing. So we're going to use Commission Junction as an example here. Remember, in affiliate marketing, it's an ecosystem between publishers and merchants. So remember, merchants are selling products, publishers are selling those merchant products on their site. And so Commission Junction is the middleman, so to speak. Okay, so Commission Junction, just known as CJ now, is the middle person. They're introducing the publisher and the merchant. And so let's go ahead and log in here. So when you log in, like any other digital marketing tool, any other platform, you're going to have your own settings and whatnot. So really the whole idea behind any affiliate marketing tool is really there to manage your publishers. Who do you want as a publisher? Who do you want selling your product? You obviously want somebody who's relevant, somebody who's going to be able to sell the product, somebody who has a targeted audience that's similar to yours. Okay, so we go into cj.com, we're going to log in, and here you can see a publisher's link. So we're going to click on the publisher's link. And remember, when you sign up publishers, you have to have program terms. And so if we click on publishers, program terms, we're going to be able to see all the different program terms available. So here we could see the different program terms we have set up for certain publishers. So we just click on that, we'll be able to see that's the default program term. So remember, you could set up your own program term for any publisher. So as a best practice, if you have publishers who are actually performing well, who are selling your products, maybe you want to offer them a little bit more on the commission side. Maybe you want to sweeten the deal. Maybe, these publishers get better program terms versus, say, other publishers who don't. And so here we can see the program terms. Basically, you could see what the terms are, the action, and the different policies here. So everything you need to do to manage that publisher in terms of payment is done under the program terms. Now, if the program terms are met, the publisher actually sells your products. CJ is the broker. They're the ones who are going to initiate the payment based on the program terms. So be careful on the program terms. You want to be able to set them appropriately. CJ has templates. CJ has some default program terms that you could use and offer up to different publishers. So based on the program terms, that's how your publishers are going to get paid. And so here you can have as many different program terms as you want. There's no limit here. You want to be able to align and reward program terms, again, based on performance. And so here we can see what publishers are under what program terms. So again, if your publisher's performing well, sweeten the deal. Offer them a better program terms. And so you can align publishers with different program terms. And so that's the whole idea behind program terms, is you want to be able to align publishers with that. So when you sign up a publisher, they're going to get aligned with a program term, meaning what are they going to get paid for selling your product? Now, if we want to manage by status instead of by program terms, we could see all the different organizations we have in our network. These are our publishers. We're the affiliate. We're the ones selling the product. We want to know who's selling, who's not selling. And so we can look at all our publishers by program terms or by status. Okay, so basically you can see here the term status, whether it's active or not, earnings, basically what they've sold over the last 7 days or 3 months. So you could look at basically how your publishers are performing just by clicking on Manage by Status here in cj.com. So when you're looking at reports in cj.com or really any other affiliate program, you might see the acronym EPC. This stands for earnings per click. Actually, it's a little misleading. It's actually earnings per 100 clicks. So basically CJ calculates, how much your publisher's actually making per click. Just like paid search, we're paying Google X amount per click. It's the same thing here. We can't, or these publishers can't make any money if they don't generate clicks. So that's why you have an EPC model or metric, so to speak, so you can measure earnings per click. CJ does it over a 7-day period and over a 3-month period. So you could sort based on 7-day or 3-month to see who's earning the most per click in terms of publishers. Now, you can select under publishers groups. Now you can group your publishers. Okay, so if you have, say, a group of publishers in a specific region like the United States or India, or if you're just focused on the United States and say you have publishers in different states like Texas, California, Missouri, Arkansas, well, you can group those publishers into different groups, and you can look at your different group names here. So here we could see Canada, and so we have our publishers grouped into a group called Canada. Why? Because they're based in Canada. Makes sense. So you want to be able to organize your publishers, because the whole idea behind affiliate marketing, CJ, is you want to be able to get the best publishers available for your network. And so as you get more publishers for your network, you'll be able to basically start grouping them where it makes sense. Now, the example I gave you is by geography. You could do by geography, or you could do by publisher status, meaning my best performing publishers go into a group. If they're in a group, then they get aligned with a certain program term. So you could group your publishers any way you want, by status, meaning they're selling more, these are our best performing publishers, or by region, or, by promotion. I mean, how you group your publishers is totally up to you. However, take advantage of the option to create publisher groups, because the whole idea, again, I'm going to repeat it, is you want to get publishers and you want to start building your base of publishers, because the more publishers you have, the more chance you are to sell your product. Remember, if nobody clicks on your product, then nobody's going to buy your product. So if you have publishers who are promoting your product for you, then you have a good opportunity to sell it. So the more publishers you have on board, the better the opportunity. So now once you have publishers, you can start grouping these publishers accordingly to whatever makes sense. It's a business decision. Just know the options available in CJ to group publishers. Now, when you're in CJ and you're starting out, okay, you want to start recruiting your publishers. So you click on recruit, and based on your settings, based on what you're selling, CJ is going to try and put you in front of some good publishers. And so here we could see, if we click on recruit, we're going to get a list of publishers. And this search results list of publishers that we can recruit into our network are all listed here. And you can actually see what's interesting. You can see the name of the publisher and you can see the URL. And then you could actually see if they're a good performer or not. So you could actually see their history as a publisher just by looking at their network earnings, and then also looking at their 7-day earnings per click or 3-month earnings per click. And so if a publisher has a very high earnings per click, EPC, then they're probably a good publisher, somebody you're probably going to be interested in. So if I see a publisher with 3-month earnings per click of $105, then that means, hey, if that's my publisher, I'm paying $105 or $106 over 7 days. They're generating some clicks for me and they're generating sales. You can't deliver commission if they don't sell. And so to me, I want to be able to look at the 3-month earnings per click for these publishers. And so I can just click on any one of these publishers here and get some more insight about that publisher right here in CJ. So here I could see the particular URL of the company, some other URLs that they have associated with them in CJ. I could see the category that they're in. Again, I can see the 3-month EPC. Here you can see description. Okay, you can see some other promotional methods that they'd use when promoting products. And you get some performance from this particular publisher just by pulling down the pull down menu here. I'm going to look at this year and see what their performance is. And while I'm waiting for that to load, I could see, hey, they're also in other countries as well. So I can get a good snapshot of a particular publisher by recruiting publishers, seeing what their performance is over a period of time, and potentially, recruiting that publisher to be part of my network? Because if they're part of my network, then hey, if they're selling products, if I'm selling products and I want my product on their site and they're doing a good job of selling other products, then I want them to be, part of my ecosystem, part of my network. Now remember, CJ is doing the introducing here. They're introducing you to recruits. So you want to be able to, again, take a look at the site. Do any of the sites that a particular publisher has interest you? Again, we can just click on it, go to the specific site, take a good look. Hey, Virgin Atlantic, okay, do we want them selling our product? Maybe, maybe not. So you want to take a look at the website, make sure it's not spammy, make sure it aligns with your business goals, make sure it aligns with your product, your target audience. Remember, a lot of things you want to make sure the website aligns with because they're representing your brand. Okay, very important here, very important. And so that's what you want to be able to do. And you could do all that just by looking at the publisher detail in CJ. And then again, take a look at that earnings per click. If they're selling products for other merchants and they're doing a good job, maybe you want them selling your product as well. Okay, so you can also, sort by country. You can also do network earnings, and you can really filter here. So if we want, choose high network earners in a particular country, a particular state, we could definitely filter in on a particular type of publisher. Okay, so you want to be able to hone in on somebody that's aligned with your geography, or definitely you want to align with somebody who's a high network owner. Now when you get all your publishers set up, you're going to need to provide them with some good promotional material, some good banners, some, it could be text links, some messaging. Okay, so you're the one who's going to provide the publishers with the information they need. Now, as a best practice, remember, you can get on the phone with these publishers, have monthly calls or quarterly calls, see what they need. Reach out to them via email or reach out to them via the CJ platform. Figure out, hey, how's your banners working for you? Do you need new banners? So you want to be able to constantly, push new content out. And so if I click on links here and manage, I'll be able to see everything that I have available for my publishers to use. Okay, and then you can actually look at banners that have actually produced for you in terms of EPC, or if it's a specific promotion, okay, you could set that up here. So you're going to be able to see it here. You can see all the banners, you can see some text links in here. So all the, advertising that you want these publishers to have is going to be situated under links. And so you can see what the active ones are. You can look at archived. You can look at, again, text links, content links, or banners. And as a best practice, if I click on a banner, as a best practice, ideally what you want to do is use UTM tracking. Okay, so you want to have some type of tracking in place. However, CJ does a lot of the tracking for you. So they're going to be able to tell you how many times a banner's been clicked and how many times a banner's been seen. Okay, they'll also tell you, more importantly, not only was that banner clicked, but did it generate a sale? And so here I can see that I have 3 publishers using this particular banner. I can see over this period of time, 412 impressions, meaning 412 people viewed the banner and I received 1 click on it. So you can get some in-depth detail about your different marketing materials and how they're performing. Okay, you can also see what publishers are using them. Okay, so the key here is you want to be able to communicate with your publishers, give them the promotional material that they need to promote your product. Now, you could set up, specifically, you could set up a unique banner for a publisher, or you could set up a banner for a group of publishers. That's where the group comes in. So you have some options here. And then as a best practice, what I would try and do, as you can see here, is come up with different banner sizes. So you can see here, we got a 728 by 90. Okay, you got a 160 by 600. You got a 300 by 250. Okay, so you want to have different banner sizes, and you also want to mix in some text ads as well. Okay, you want to be able to give your publishers some options in terms of what to use on their websites. So that's the whole idea, because a publisher may not have space on the homepage. They may only have enough space for, a text ad or a 300 by 250. So you want to be able to mix it up, and then also mix up the messaging as well. So you can have the same 300 250 banner, but you can have different messaging. Just like you see here, 300 by 250, got this messaging here, and we got a different set of messaging with the same banner size. So the more options you present for yourself, the more of an opportunity you have for the publisher to use that messaging, that banner, that text ad on their website, and then that gives you a better opportunity to get the click, get the conversion that you seek out. So that is links. So you want to be able to continue to push out different banners and text ads. Now, CJ also has a great feature in here. If you're selling a lot of products, you have a large inventory of products, you could actually upload a product feed to CJ. So you can see in this example, we don't, but if you did, let's just say you have 100 products that you want to sell, you can go ahead and upload that feed to CJ, and then the publisher will be able to use that entirety of the feed, or pick and choose different products to use and sell. So let's jump over to reports. In CJ, you have reports. So this is really the bulk of where you want to be spending your time, because you want to be able to not only recruit those publishers, but after you recruit them, you want to be able to see the performance. How are things moving? Are publishers moving product? Are they generating clicks? Are they selling your product? So go no further than reports. Right here at the top navigation, we're going to click on performance reports. And so we want to be able to see over a period of time, are we selling our product? And here you can see over the last 30 days, you can see how much commission was paid out. Remember, CJ gets a fee. They're the broker. Okay, so that's part of the program terms. Okay, so it's based on program terms. Who's selling? Okay, what program term are they associated with? CJ gets their commission. Okay, so you can see the total commission and then the sale amount. Okay, so we can see how many sales were generated, how many items were sold, how many clicks were generated, how many impressions. So I can get a good sense here, day by day, over who's selling, who's not selling. And it's all broken down at the very end to earnings per click. So that's my performance report. So we want to be able to see over a period of time, are we selling? Now, I can go into detail. If I click on transaction here from the pull down menu, I can look at a specific order. I can choose a specific publisher or website, and I can get details about that specific order, publisher, website, etc. Just by choosing transaction. So I can get really granular about the data I see for a specific transaction. That's just by clicking reports transaction. Now, you can also click on promo codes, and if you're running any promo codes for your publishers, you'll be able to see how many conversions those promo codes delivered and the total sale amount over the last 30 days. So building a network is all about recruiting the right publishers, giving them the materials they need, measuring the performance of the publishers, and then communicating. It's just so key. So CJ has a nice message center built in, so you can actually look at the messages you're getting from your publishers and turn around and communicate with them. So you can communicate seamlessly and efficiently right in CJ here. So I just clicked on mail, and we can see the messages we have. So you can also click on email campaigns, and if you have any email campaigns that you want to run, you can look at them right here in CJ. So CJ offers up some email campaigns, then we can see how many people we targeted, how many people opened it, and how many people joined, in this case, joined our network. So here we have, a breakdown of each of the email campaigns that we've run over a period of time, and their status, and how many people we're targeting, and opens, deliveries, etc. So if you want to run an email campaign right in CJ, it's available to you as part of the platform. So if we move over from mail to placements, we have an opportunity to place some promotional material on a publisher's website. And so here we could see a breakdown of different publishers who basically will offer up some promotional material that we can leverage. Okay, so here you got this particular promotional placement. It's a 1-month placement and review page with your ad. So we can actually, take advantage of what publishers are offering up on their own website. So the whole idea here is if it's in a prime position on their website, then we can take advantage of that. So then what we want to be able to do is if we like what they're offering up, you can see, hey, this particular publisher saying, hey, I have a creative, the placement is a homepage banner or full page review. Provide an email with a copy of the ad that you'd like to be displayed, and we're going to email this person here. So if we want to take advantage of a specific promotional placement on a publisher's website, then we can do that just by clicking on placements, and we'll be able to see who's offering up what. Notice there's a fee involved, so it just gives you an opportunity to reward a publisher that's performing well for you, and if they turn around and offer you a better placement for a little bit more money, it might be worth it. So the whole idea is to take advantage of placements, because if your product isn't placed properly, then nobody's going to see it. If nobody sees it, then they're not going to click on it, and then you're not going to get sales. So that's the whole idea here, is take advantage of what publishers are offering up in terms of promotional opportunities. So CJ also has a pay per call model as well, pay model. So basically your pay per performance is based on calls. So basically the whole point here is, as CJ points out, you want to promote more high ticket and consultative products and services. You want to expand your reach and you want to get more qualified sales. Then you can offer up a pay per call. And the beauty here is CJ tracks the calls. So you will be able to see the actual phone number and calls. So instead of offering up, say, a banner with a click, you can offer up, promotional number and have CJ track the calls from the publisher. And that just opens up another opportunity for you to give your publishers an option to have people call. If they call, then great. It's another way for somebody to get in touch and purchase the product. So the pay-per-call method is available under CJ as well. So if we want to get more insights about how our program is performing, we just click on the insights. CJ is going to take us to this overview, this dashboard, if you will, with some really good data based on a time frame, okay? So we're comparing July of 19 through July of 2018. We're able to see revenue and commissions paid out and how many clicks, average order values. So there's kind of an overview dashboard, if you will, about how our overall program is performing. There are other similar tools and resources to include, Max Bounty, Trade Doubler, Amazon Associates. There's plenty of networks out there. You want to find a network where you're going to have affiliates that are going to be passionate and going to be relevant and have the prospective audience that you need to sell your product. So do your due diligence on the number of different platforms out there.
Hey guys, welcome to this video. In this session, we'll be covering some of the most important marketing books for entrepreneurs. Digital marketing is a field that will probably never go out of style, and thanks to this, there's always going to be people searching for new innovations and techniques to make the process easier, which means that alongside courses, tutorials, and your own work experience, you will need a little more to bring about true innovation. That's where marketing book comes in. So, let's ask the most important question probably on your mind. Why should I be reading these books? The marketing books that we are going to talk about here and the marketing books in general are a collection of data and experiences from Goliaths within the industry. These books provide a window to the time period they were written in and help you understand how marketing is still in some ways extremely similar to how things were back then, albeit with more technology nowadays. You will also soon see that the books that we revere the most when it comes to marketing are the ones that were written in the period of the early 60s to 90s. An era where the lives we live now would have been impossible to imagine. That's what makes these books so special. The time period and some of the methods may have changed, but the concepts and rules covered in these books have stood the test of time and are timeless. Let's now start with number 12, Contagious by Jenna Berger. A New York Times bestseller, this book is perfect for someone looking to understand how to spread ideas, increase brand awareness, or even to grow their customer base. It goes on to explain why certain ideas, products, and stories get shared and grow in popularity, why only certain emails and videos get forwarded, and much more. Contagious also goes into detail about the 6 basic principles that contribute to content becoming viral or contagious, from products, initiatives, YouTube videos, and more. It also provides actionable and specific techniques to spread information, designing messages, and more. Now, let's talk about Jenna Berger. He's a marketing professor at the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. He's an expert in concepts like word of mouth, how consumer behavior can be influenced, how stories, ideas, and products catch on, and much more. He's also been a keynote speaker in several prominent events and consults companies like Google, Apple, Nike, and more. Now, let's have a look at number 11, Hooked by Nirayal. This book, called A Critical Work in the Field of Psychological Marketing, is one that delves into how habit-forming products can be built. Years of analyzing startups have led Nir to understand the customers can be influenced. This led to the creation of the Hook model. This book talks about how the Hook model, which is a 4-step process, can enable companies to subtly encourage particular customer behavior. It also provides practical insights into how the hook can be used to create user habits that will get them further hooked onto your product. The book also provides steps to create such a product. Finally, the book also provides examples as to how companies like iPhone, Twitter, and Pinterest hook their users. Now, let's talk about Nirayal. Starting off his career in the gaming and advertising industry, Nir created different techniques through which he could motivate and manipulate users. He also helps create behaviors that can benefit users while educating people to build healthy habits. He is also an active angel investor in companies like Canva, Everbright, Kahoot, and more. Now, for number 10, we have The Conversion Code by Chris Smith. This book, recommended by digital marketing guru Neil Patel, is one that focuses on helping users to increase sales in this internet-driven era. It guides users on tips to perform online lead generation and inside sales. It also details the many ways companies can engage with their consumers, be it media, mobile apps, and blogs, and how to be effective at it. The book also focuses on leveraging the strengths of social media, apps, and blogs to capture more leads for less money. Like I mentioned earlier, the main focus in this book is to convert more internet leads into real-world prospects and sales appointments. Let's now talk about Chris Smith. He's a best-selling author and co-founder of a blog called Curator, which is a social media, digital marketing, and coaching company. His work has been featured in a number of major publications like Adweek and Forbes. He's also an in-demand keynote speaker and is often on real estate industry lists as one of the most influential people within the industry. Next up, number 9, Designing Brand Entity by Alina Wheeler. Called a comprehensive, pragmatic, and easy to understand resource for brand builders by the global brand leader of Deloitte, this book mainly focuses on the fundamentals, processes, and case studies behind creating a brand. It covers more than 100 branding subjects, checklists, tools, and diagrams. The book also acts as a compendium for tools that can make the branding process a success and some of the best practices that will get you some inspiration. The book also has 50 case studies describing goals, processes, strategies, solutions, and results. Now, let's talk about the author Alina Wheeler. Alina Wheeler is a prominent speaker who guides teams with everything brand related, from brand fundamentals, processes, best practices, and much more. She's also been coaching business leaders and design consultancies and has worked with more than 100 companies within the private and public sector. Now, let's go to number 8. Get Scrappy by Nick Westergaard. Called a digital marketing bible by Publishers Weekly, this book helps smaller companies with lesser resources to develop powerhouse results. It also aims to help teams to think like underdogs and to leverage the right social networks and the appropriate digital marketing tools, and to effectively reach people. It also focuses on integrating the marketing strategy across touchpoints for a unified brand experience, both online and off. Now let's talk about the author, Nick Westergaard. Nick has helped brands grow, from small businesses, Fortune 500 companies, to President Obama's Jobs Council. He is also a regular contributor to the Harvard Business Review, US News and World Report, Entrepreneur, Forbes, Mashable, and more. He is also a member of the boards of the University of Iowa School of Journalism and Mass Communication, the Iowa City Area Chamber of Commerce and Film Scene. Next, we have number 7. How to Win Friends and Influence People in the Digital Age by Dale Carnegie. Published in 1936, the book has been number 8 on the list of the top checkouts of all time by the New York Public Library. Despite its age, the many concepts are still relevant and have been updated to fit modern requirements. The book lays out powerful and timeless principles of human communications that have impacted millions. The essentials of engagement, affirming what's good, connecting with core desires, and other concepts are elaborated on. The book also explains how to make a lasting impression, to merit and maintain trust, and how to lead change. Now, let's talk about Dale Carnegie. He's a writer and lecturer and the developer of courses dealing with self-improvement, salesmanship, corporate training, public speaking, interpersonal skills, and much more. By the time of Carnegie's death in 1955, his book had sold 5 million copies in 31 languages, and there had been 450,000 graduates of his Dale Carnegie Institute. Now for number 6, Positioning by Al Ries and Jack Trout. This book, released in 2001, called one of the most popular marketing books ever released, still keeps up with the current marketing landscape. It details how brands can make their product an industry leader. It explains strategies that can capture a large market share and to build their strategies around the competitors' weaknesses. The book also helps to analyze and incorporate data from trends. Now, let's talk about Al Ries and Jack Trout. Al Ries is an author and marketing professional credited with resurrecting the idea of positioning in marketing. Jack Trout was a marketer who was one of the founders and pioneers of marketing warfare theory and positioning theory. Next, for number 5, Epic Content Marketing by Joe Pulizzi. This book, called one of Fortune magazine's top 5 business book must-reads, explains how to attract customers and lead them to your businesses by creating relevant content. The book helps determine what your brand's content niche is and what you need to do to keep their attention. The book can help discover and develop your content marketing mission statement and to set up a process to create and curate content. It also explains how to leverage social media and email channels to create and grow your audience. Now, let's talk about Joe Pulizzi. He's an author and an authority when it comes to content marketing. He founded the Content Marketing Institute and launched several events, one among them being Content Marketing World. He also won the 2014 John Caldwell Lifetime Achievement Award by the Content Council. Next up, we have number 4, Crushing It by Gary Vaynerchuk. A New York Times bestseller, this book helps people build a personal brand and how to achieve their goals. The book explains the many ways social media platforms can be taken advantage of by organizations to make a personal brand for themselves. It provides tricks and tweaks to enhance these strategies. It also provides tactical and theoretical advice on how to become a star on social media and podcast services. It also details examples from real-life scenarios and how they were handled. Let's talk about Gary Vaynerchuk. He's an investor and advisor for several startups across the world. He's also an expert on Fortune 500 companies. He also runs VaynerMedia, a digital marketing agency that helps companies like GE, PepsiCo, Hasbro, the New York Jets, and more. Now for number 3, Ogilvy on Advertising by David Ogilvy. This book, written by David Ogilvy, who was known as the most sought-after wizard in the industry by Time magazine, was released in 1983. This consists of concepts that remain valid to this day. It covers a number of different facets of advertising and covers the 4 foundational principles of advertising. It also covers the author's experiences working with many prominent brands of the era. Let's take a look at David Ogilvy. He was a British advertising tycoon and the founder of Ogilvy and Mather. He was called the father of advertising. He introduced the concept of branding to advertising and focused on the importance of the creative copy and campaign themes. Now, for number 2, The 22 Immutable Laws of Marketing by Al Ries and Jack Trout. This book covers 22 innovative rules that help with understanding and succeeding in an international marketplace. The book provides insight into several concepts that are still relevant today. It also details 22 superlative tools and innovative techniques for the international marketplace. And now, for number 1, Scientific Advertising by Claude C. Hopkins. This book, released in 1923, has been cited as the must-read book by several advertising personalities like David Ogilvy, Gary Halbert, and Jay Abraham. It's credited with providing the original description for split testing and coupon-based customer tracking and loyalty programs. It also details an advertising approach that ensures reduced losses from unsuccessful ads and gains from profitable ads are multiplied. Now, let's talk about the author Claude C. Hopkins. He was known as an advertising pioneer and was known as a leader in the creation and development of modern-day consumer brand advertising and direct response marketing. He was inducted into the Advertising Hall of Fame in 1957.
Now, let's get started with marketing hacks. First, you need to make personalized messages. One of the most important things you need to make sure of is that you understand your audience. Things like what they expect from your brand, what products they are interested in, what they like, what they don't, and so on. Then, provide concise and understandable content. This content should be of the form that users feel like they have gained something valuable each time they interact with it. You also need to make sure you practice transparency and respect your users' privacy. All of this can be made possible with the help of behavioral segmentation, or dividing your audience into groups based on actions like cart abandonment, repeat purchases, page views without conversation, and so on. Here we have an example from the popular food delivery application Zomato. Now for number 2, using data to drive creatives. The combination of the right ad images and their corresponding copies are now just as important as ad placement and audience targeting. To do it right, you need to use a data-driven approach to the process of creative design. You need to analyze the metrics of the creatives you're using currently, identify what's going wrong and make corrections, or create new designs to address the issues and improve non-performing metrics. In fact, in organizations like Google and Facebook, algorithms are being used to determine what combination of ad copies and creatives can bring the best conversion rates and click-through rates, none of which would be possible without a data-driven approach. Next, for number 3, we have to focus on original research. You need to perform your own research on latest technologies and trends with data represented in a creative manner, like with the help of graphics. Some of the biggest advantages of having your own proprietary data enables you to provide data in a unique angle and makes it easy to share. Moreover, with this data being easily shareable, this improves the number of backlinks generated from high-authority websites. It would also net you loads of subscribers. Let's now have a look at number 4. You need to update your content. The content you have already published will over a period of time see a decreasing amount of traffic coming to it, which is why it needs to be updated regularly with simple tweaks and updates to ensure it doesn't decay and is refreshed in Google rankings. Doing this is also significantly cheaper than creating a piece of content from scratch. Updates also help increase organic traffic and to introduce new customers to your website or content. At number 5, we have Perform Guest Blogging. Perform guest blogging by having people with blogs or an audience within your industry create content for you. First off, you can take advantage of their expertise and drive traffic to your website. Moreover, having them to do this introduces their audience to your brand. This brings you new users you can eventually turn into leads and then into customers. Here's an example of a guest blogger for the D-Zone website. Done properly, this can ensure traffic can be driven to your website. Next up at number 6, you need to use video. Videos are now seen to be one of the most successful forms of advertising. So why not capitalize on it? Videos like tutorials, testimonials, and behind-the-scenes footage can improve your relationship with your audience and increase the probability of them investing in your product or services. They also help humanize your brand, adding doses of genuineness to interactions with your audience. On that note, might I suggest you check out our video on digital marketing if you're interested in learning about it. I'll add a link in the live chat. Next up at number 7, you need to perform live streams. Live streams offer you a free form of content that doesn't take too long to create and gives significant amounts of authentic interactions with your audience. Moreover, live streams give you a greater number of impressions than the traditional types of content that you can post. Next up for number 8, making explainer videos. Videos that make complex concepts easier to understand can be of great help to your brand or website. For starters, your content gets a boost from Google thanks to its preference for video content. This content also improves SEO and marketing opportunities for your website. You can take this one step further and even create your own video series that you can put up on YouTube or other learning platforms. Now for number 9, hosting or joining podcasts. Podcasts give you a platform to interact with an audience that can return each week. You could join an existing podcast series or start your own. Each of these methods help improve traffic to your website and increase brand awareness. Involving yourself in established podcasts within the industry will draw audience interest to your brand or product. If the podcaster has a large audience, his or her trust in your brand will become the audience's trust in your brand, thus bringing you a brand new audience that can enjoy your content. Next up, number 10, focusing on local SEO. Prioritizing the Google My Business tool will enable you to manage your brand's online presence alongside maps and search results. By focusing on local SEO, you are making sure your brand is in front and center when users search for related terms in searches. It also helps increase your exposure to local audiences and can increase the number of leads you can gain. Now for number 11, setting up automated email campaigns. Automating email campaigns can reduce the amount of time you spend on the task of manually sending email and increases the number of emails that you can send. This helps you increase the conversion rates. It can also provide you with more customization options, stuff like A/B testing, infographics, time zones, call to action buttons, and much more. Next up, number 12, we have test augmented reality. Augmented reality provides additional personalization that enables greater interactivity from the users. This, by extension, increases their interest in your brand, making them more likely to convert. Augmented reality can also give users the opportunity to preview your product or services, giving them an opportunity to try it before they can actually purchase it. Here we have an example of an AR application through which users could be a part of the launch of the smartphone OnePlus Nord. For number 13, you have to use smart bidding. With smart bidding, Google uses machine learning to analyze your data so that it can optimize your bids in real time. With this, you enable Google to learn from past data to optimize your ad spend. You choose an appropriate bid strategy, see how it works out, and keep optimizing. Finding the right combination can help you acquire leads and convert them into customers. Next up, for number 14, you need to take advantage of your user-generated content. With user-generated contents, you get constant updates from your customers, and this tells Google that your content is updated constantly, thus helping with improving your rankings. Comments and reviews from users can also improve the uniqueness of your content. And finally, at number 15, we have gamification. Gamifying your content with loyalty programs and competitions can greatly improve your audience's engagement with your brand. Gamification also encourages your audience to perform a particular action like liking, sharing, or commenting on content. Here's an example of a rewards program that gives users credits called stars they can use as currency at a number of different locations. The more products you buy from Starbucks, the more stars you will earn. Before we get on to talking about mobile marketing, let's have a look at some stats related to mobile marketing. First off, mobile devices are used for over 40% of online transactions. Next, we have marketers and advertisers put 51% of their budget into mobile ads. And finally, mobile is responsible for an average of more than 40% of revenue in leading B2B organizations. So what is mobile marketing? Mobile marketing is a digital marketing strategy that started all the way in 1992. Remember SMSs that advertise stuff? That's what mobile marketing started off as. The main objective with mobile marketing is to advertise products and services to a target audience through multiple channels on smartphones, tablets, and other mobile devices. This is done through websites, emails, SMS, social media, in-app notifications, and other applications. So here are key concepts related to mobile marketing. First, we have focusing on the customer and personalized marketing. In mobile marketing, the primary focus is on the customer. Want them to increase brand loyalty? Give customers special offers or show them personalized ads based on their location and purchase history. Basically, by focusing on the customer, it gives them the feeling that the brand is directly interacting with them, and as a result, their loyalty towards the brand greatly increases. Next, we have identifying trends with data. By leveraging data, different trends can be identified. From there, you can create customer profiles, and then with predictive and behavior analysis, you get an understanding of what will better grab the attention of a customer. Then we have testing. Testing provides insights and learnings that would be extremely important to the success of the campaign. For example, say you do an A/B test. With that, you'll get the optimal variant of the two, as well as further understanding of what works and what doesn't. And finally, understanding mobile analytics. Having some experience with mobile analytics with some of the metrics that need to be focused on, like engagement ratio, cost per install, and average revenue per user, are very important for mobile marketing. Experience with mobile analytics tools can also help with insights that would help future decisions and experiments. So if you're interested in getting certified in mobile marketing, you have options like Mobile App Marketing 2020, ASO, Advertising and Monetization by Udemy, and you also have Digital Marketing Specialist certification by Simplilearn. Now let's go to number 9, CRM or Customer Relationship Management. Here are some interesting stats. It is stated that towards the end of 2019, 86% of customers are willing to pay 25% more for better customer experience. Also, CRM marketing will be worth $73 billion in 2020. Finally, businesses that leverage CRM software see sales increase by 29%, sales productivity increase by 34%, and sales forecast accuracy increase by 42%. Now that we have looked into these stats, let's understand what CRM is all about. CRM is a technology with which an organization's relationships and interactions with existing or potential customers are managed. It's basically a collection of strategies, tools, and technologies, and CRMs aim to develop new customer relationships, retain them, or acquire new ones. Along with that, it also helps companies with sales, marketing, and service management. CRMs mainly store data like purchase history, personal information, and purchasing patterns. So here are a few areas to focus in CRM. First, we have data analytics. CRMs provide a number of different metrics that can be analyzed and whose results can be incorporated into forthcoming campaigns. Now, although what metric you focus on entirely depends on your requirements, here are some of the commonly used metrics. There's customer churn, which is basically customer attrition. There's NPS, which is a measure of how satisfied your customers are. There's customer retention cost and first contact resolution rate, which is the percentage of customer support tickets that get resolved at the first shot. Next, understanding how different CRM tools work. There are loads of options to choose from when it comes to CRMs. There's Salesforce, HubSpot CRM, Zoho CRM, Microsoft Dynamics, and much more. It is really important to have experienced at least the most commonly used ones, since each of them have their own nuances, advantages, and disadvantages. Now let's have a look at some of the certifications. We have options like Salesforce Administrator Certification Training Course by Simplilearn, Dynamics 365 by Microsoft, and finally HubSpot Academy Sales Professional Credential by HubSpot. So now let's go to number 8. At number 8, we have designing. Like usual, let's have a look at some of the stats. Did you know that 32% of marketers say visual images are the most important form of content for their business, with blogging in second? Well, 70% of companies invest in content marketing, which could include visual marketing strategies. So now let's take a closer look at designing. With designing, the objective is to communicate as well as promote the products or services the brand is advertising in a visually appealing manner. Designing goes hand in hand with a great copy though. Even if you had the best looking creative in your ad, it's possible it won't catch on if the copy accompanying it isn't good. You might wonder, what does designing have to do with digital marketing? Plenty actually. If you had an understanding of designing yourself, in the scenario where graphic designers are unable to bring your idea to life, you could do it yourself, deciding for yourself what the content will convey. Not only that, you might be able to provide some insight in the designing of the creative for the ad. Next, let's have a look at key concepts of designing. Firstly, a basic understanding of design philosophies are necessary, which means you need to know about concepts like using attention grabbing and relevant images, the golden point rule, and much more. Then, there needs to be an understanding of tools like Adobe Photoshop and After Effects. These are some of the most commonly used tools for creating creatives, and even the basic experience with these software could be extremely useful later on. Now, let's have a look at some certifications. We have certifications like Graphic Design by Coursera, Introduction to Graphic Design by LinkedIn, and Fundamentals of Graphic Design again by Coursera. Next, at number 7, we have listening. Now let's talk about social listening. Social listening is a method through which a brand can learn about what customers are saying about them and the industry online by monitoring digital conversations. The brand's social media channels can track, analyze, and respond to conversations and feedback, improving their relationship with the users who may become potential customers, and thus increasing loyalty of present customers. And it's a proven fact that customers are drawn towards brands that are prompt in response. Now let's have a look at some key concepts. Understanding how different social media platforms work. How is each platform different from the other? Where does most of your audience come from? Which platform is better suited for your content? Those are the questions that need to be answered. Then, experience with popular social listening tools like HubSpot and Hootsuite. These platforms can help with a number of different situations like PR crisis, respond to customer complaints, find user-generated content, to obtain competitive intelligence, take suggestions, and much more. Next, at number 6, we have copywriting. First, let's have a look at some stats. It is stated that 64% of B2B marketers outsource their demanding copy needs. Next, it also says that a compelling copy draws 7.8 times more site traffic and produces brand recall, which brings higher engagement rates. Now, let's talk about what is copywriting. Copywriting is an act of creating promotional texts that could be advertised in brochures, notifications, billboards, emails, and so on. The primary objective here is that the written content called copy or sales copy increases brand awareness and persuades individuals to take a particular action, be it signing up to a website, buy a product, and so on. Now let's have a look at some key concepts of copywriting. First, understanding customers and the competition. So from the customers, several bits of vital information can be obtained, like what kind of writing gets the maximum amount of engagement, what kind they dislike, and much more. Likewise, from the competition, you can find out what kind of writing they have success with, what they are doing better from your brand, and so on. This one goes without saying, but to have success with copywriting, you need to be well versed with grammar and have sufficiently good writing skills. Let's have a look at some certifications now. Here we have the Creative Copywriter Academy. Then we have the IDM Award in Digital Copywriting by the Institute of Data and Marketing. And finally, we have American Writers and Artists Copywriting course. Next up, number 5, email marketing. First, let's have a look at some stats. According to Statista, in 2019, global email users amounted to 3.9 million. By 2023, this is set to grow to 4.3 billion. Next, it also states that 81% SMBs rely on email as their primary customer acquisition channel and 80% for retention. Next, again by Statista, it states that 49% of consumers would like to receive promotional emails from their favorite brands. So now let's have a look at email marketing. Email marketing is a method for performing digital marketing by using emails to promote products and services to a highly targeted audience. In a way, email marketing could nurture the relationship with your customers or completely drive them away. With email marketing, customers can be communicated with directly with personalized emails, helping them stay updated with items or offers. It also serves a purpose of informing people about your brand or keeping existing customers engaged between purchases. Now let's have a look at key concepts. First, we have focusing on personalization and automation. Emails can be set up in such a way that customers are regularly sent emails on a regular basis to keep in touch with them, inform them about new products, and other forms of engagement. Then we have complying with data privacy rules. Privacy has been the talking point for a while now. Most recently, the GDPR brought about a number of restrictions that have to be adhered to by organizations. So it's absolutely necessary that these privacy guidelines are followed. Or would you rather spend £10 million? Next, experimenting with different kinds of content. Emails can have images, GIFs, or videos attached to them, and each of them can impact your customer base in a different manner depending on their requirements. So different kinds of content need to be experimented with to determine the one that works best for you. And finally, understanding popular tools and metrics. To be successful at email marketing, it is absolutely necessary to be experienced with tools like HubSpot and MailChimp. These platforms come with a number of features like contact segmenting, autoresponders, service and app integration, A/B testing, and much more. Next up, we have certifications. Here we have certifications like HubSpot Academy Email Marketing by HubSpot, then Email and Affiliate Marketing Mastermind by Udemy, and finally Advanced Email Marketing Certification Training by Simplilearn. So now that we have reached midway, I have a question for you guys. What do you guys think is in the number 1 section? Let me know in the live chat. I'd like to know what you guys think. If you enjoy watching informative tech videos like this one, consider subscribing to Simplilearn's channel to stay up to date on the trending technologies and hit the bell icon to never miss an update in the future. Now back to number 4, social media marketing. Before we go in, let's have a look at some stats. According to Statista, nearly 50% of the world's population uses social media. 73% of marketers believe social media marketing has been somewhat effective or very effective for their business. Lastly, 90.4% of millennials, 77.5% of Generation X, and 48.2% of baby boomers are active social media users. So now let's have a look at social media marketing. Social media marketing involves the usage of social media platforms to build a brand, drive traffic to your website, and increase sales. This helps marketers achieve their marketing and branding goals by creating and sharing content on social media. Activities like text and image updates, video, and other content that can drive engagement. Social media marketing also enables marketers to perform paid advertising. With this, your brand's content like articles, videos, and images are exposed to a high-quality targeted audience. Next, let's have a look at some key concepts of social media marketing. First, understanding how to work with different social media platforms is necessary. Every social media platform comes with its own kind of audience, nuances, advantages, and disadvantages. So it's important to have experience with them so that the one that best suits your requirements can be selected. Next, we have monetization. On YouTube, which is also a social media platform, you could monetize your videos to get some income out of them. Other options include affiliate marketing, influencer marketing, events, and much more. Then we have analytics. Experience with social media marketing tools like Buffer and BuzzSumo can help organizations by providing alerts based on keywords, brand names, links, domain, and much more. Among other things, it also tracks competitors and analyzes their content to determine what they are doing better. Then we have knowing your brand's user base and optimizing your content. It's important to understand your brand's user base to determine what they like the most on your social media page and then optimize it. Now, let's have a look at some certifications. Here we have Advanced Social Media Certification Training by Simplilearn. Then we have Social Media Marketing on LinkedIn Learning. And finally, Hootsuite Social Marketing Certification by Hootsuite. And now for the top 3. Number 3, pay-per-click or PPC. First, let's have a look at some stats. 33% of people click on paid search ad because it directly answers their search query. It also states that paid ads have a 11.38% CTR on Google. And finally, according to Google, businesses make an average of $2 in income for every $1 they spend in Google Ads. Now let's talk about PPC. It is a form of online advertising in which advertisers spend a certain amount of money each time their advertisement is clicked. This process, if done properly, can drive people to your website without having to get them organically. Search engine marketing is one of the most popular methods to perform PPC. For PPC, most search engines are part of an automated process performed by the search engine to determine how relevant and valid they are to appear in the search engine result page. Now let's have a look at some key concepts of PPC. First, it's important how different search engines and their advertising works. Each of them have their own but somewhat similar rules, prices, restrictions, and so on. Then we have Google Ads, one of the most popular and lucrative players among the search engines. Google Ads provides marketers with a sizable chunk of the internet to advertise to. It is important to properly understand how Google Ads works and how its many features and functionalities can be used efficiently. For more on Google Ads, why don't you check our introductory video on it? I'll link it in the chat. Next, analytics. Different metrics like CPC or cost per click, clicks, click-through rate, and quality score need to be understood so that optimal and well-informed decisions can be made. Finally, we have copywriting and visual design ability. As I mentioned earlier, either of these don't work without the other, which means the experience in both these concepts would be greatly beneficial for the individual and the organization. Now, let's have a look at some certifications. We have Google Ads certifications by Google, then Advanced Pay-per-Click PPC certification training by Simplilearn, and finally, we have Microsoft and Excellence program by Microsoft. Now for the top 2, search engine optimization. Let's first look at some stats. According to Zero Limit Web, on the first page alone, the first 5 organic results account for 67.60% of all the clicks. And according to Google, where to buy plus near me mobile queries have grown by over 200% in the past 2 years. And finally, according to HubSpot, 57% of B2B marketers stated that SEO generates more leads than any other marketing initiative. So what exactly is search engine optimization? Search engine optimization, or SEO, refers to the method adopted by an organization to grow the quality and quantity of website traffic by making it more visible to the users of a particular web search engine. This is possible with the help of organic search results. SEO improves unpaid results and doesn't count traffic obtained from paid ads. Next, let's have a look at some key concepts of SEO. Technical SEO. The technical side of SEO, like server-side settings, sitemaps, server response code, rewrites, and so on, will help you take advantage of both page level and server level optimization to ensure they are found by search engines. This, by extension, helps generate traffic and conversions. Next, content marketing. It is important to be well versed in content marketing as both SEO and content marketing cannot exist without the other. Content marketing provides high quality content and SEO provides the appropriate keywords that would help it get noticed by search engines. Next, link building. The process of search engine optimization can only be successful if there's a combination of both external link building and internal link optimization. One builds links with credible websites and the other performs link optimization on your own properties and social media platforms. Now we have site usability. SEO must focus on good site usability. This is an indication of how objects are placed in your website and if the information provided is useful for the users. It also indicates if the site is easy to use and navigate. Then you need to have experience with tools like Moz and Google Analytics to take appropriate inferences from the data obtained. And finally, we have Google Analytics and Google Webmaster. Google Analytics will help with tracking and reporting website traffic. Google Webmaster will help track your website search performance with the help of Google Search Console and additional resources. Now let's have a look at some certifications. Here we have SEO training course by Moz, which is provided by Udemy, and we have search engine optimization training course by Simplilearn, and finally we have HubSpot SEO training course provided by HubSpot. Finally, number 1, it's data analytics. Data analysis is a process which looks into collecting and organizing data. By doing so, helpful conclusions are drawn. These conclusions can be incorporated into the upcoming campaigns of the organization. The information that is analyzed is collected with the help of analytical and logical reasoning. Here are some key concepts of data analysis. First, understanding popular data analytics tools like Apache Spark, Tableau, and SAS can be greatly helpful in the process of data analysis. Then we have Google Analytics. Google Analytics is a tool that helps businesses analyze their website. It records activities of users visiting your website along with additional information like their age, gender, and interests. This is then sent to the Google Analytics server and then can be used by you to make decisions regarding upcoming campaigns. Then we have data visualization. Data visualization enables data to be translated into a chart, graph, or other visual component. Understanding data visualization would help with understanding data in a quick and clean manner. It enables brands to identify emergent trends and to respond to it quickly. With it, the brand story can also be shared with others thanks to being able to create a narrative with graphics and diagrams. And finally, a clear understanding of data structures, fundamentals, and basic statistics can greatly ease the process of data analysis. Now let's have a look at some certifications. Here we have Introduction to Data Analytics for Business by Coursera. Then we have Data Analyst Masters Program by Simplilearn. And finally, we have MicroMasters Program in Marketing Analytics by edX.
Hey guys, welcome to this video on digital marketing career, jobs, resume, salary, skills, roles and responsibilities. So, without further ado, let's jump right into it. The 21st century has given us many things to be thankful for. From technology to healthcare, our lives have greatly improved for the better. And many of these things wouldn't have been possible without the internet. Not counting about the several ways it has improved our lives, the internet has also made the life of marketers a whole lot easier. Earlier, unless you had lots of money or were very popular, your brand's popularity would be limited to your locality. But thanks to the internet, you can advertise your content to anyone, anywhere in the world. The whole world is now your marketplace. And that is because of digital marketing, which is the process of advertising goods, services, and your brand with the help of digital channels like websites, social media platforms, search engines, and so on. Digital marketing has the following types. search engine optimization, content marketing, social media marketing, search engine marketing, affiliate marketing, native advertising, marketing automation, and email marketing. But you might be wondering, who can ensure these digital marketing concepts are incorporated into a brand's marketing campaigns to ensure the best possible output? A digital marketer, of course. So now let's talk about everything related to a digital marketer. But before we can get started, let's go to a more familiar setting on where a digital marketer belongs and strives. The office. Now let's start by talking about who is a digital marketer. A digital marketer is someone whose objective is use digital channels like search engines, social media platforms, affiliates, and other opportunities to generate leads and build brand awareness. Everything the digital marketer is aimed at helping the brand grow. But that's not where his or her responsibilities end. A digital marketer is also responsible for developing and managing marketing campaigns. This means that the success of the entire marketing efforts of a brand or an organization entirely depends on how competently a digital marketer develops the marketing campaign. The work doesn't end there though. The digital marketer also needs to manage the campaigns. Next, like we mentioned earlier, he or she needs to acquire leads and drive traffic to the brand's website, taking advantage of the digital channels we mentioned earlier, alongside providing high quality content. The digital marketer also needs to perform competitive analysis and industry benchmarking to understand what kind of content works best within your industry, the kind of content that your competition posts, and what works for them. They're also responsible for using tools like Buffer, Hootsuite, and Sprout Social to measure and optimize marketing campaigns based on data obtained from the tools. And finally, they are responsible for improving brand awareness by advertising the organization's or brand's content on digital marketing channels. Let's now talk about the skills required to become a digital marketer. Now, let's have a look at the different types of digital marketing. There's search engine optimization, content marketing, social media marketing, search engine optimization, affiliate marketing, and email marketing. Let's talk about search engine optimization first. Search engine optimization is the process of improving the overall quality and quantity of the organic traffic coming to your website via search engines. With SEO, you're able to attract visitors who would be actually interested in the products or services that your brand is offering without having to pay a single penny. The process of SEO has two parts: on-page and off-page SEO. Let's have a look at each of them in detail. First, let's have a look at on-page SEO. On-page or on-site SEO is a method of search engine optimization that involves the optimization of elements on a website like its content or HTML code to help increase the amount of traffic coming to your website and improve its search engine rankings. It also helps users easily understand what a page is all about and whether or not your page addresses their search query. On-page SEO is possible with the help of keyword research, technical audits, on-site optimizations, and enhanced user experiences. Next, we have off-page SEO. Off-page or off-site SEO refers to actions taken outside your website to affect your rankings in search engine result pages. It involves promotional methods to improve search engine and user perception of your site's popularity, relevance, trustworthiness, and authority. Off-page SEO can also be performed with the help of link building, which is getting other websites to link back to your website. Some of the popular SEO tools are Moz, Google Keyword Planner, SEMrush, and Ahrefs. Next up we have content marketing. Content marketing refers to the process of marketing that focuses on creating and sharing valuable, relevant, and consistent content like blogs, videos, infographics, and case studies to bring the attention of a targeted online audience to the brand's products and services. The process of content marketing involves, firstly, to decide what goal you want to achieve with your marketing campaign. Do you want more subscribers, more conversions, increased leads? That's what you need to decide here. Then, you need to set up buyer personas. A buyer persona is a profile created based on research that represents the target customer that might enjoy your products or services. With this, you can identify the ideal audience that might be interested in your content. Next, you'll need to perform a content audit. It involves taking a look at all the content on your website and assessing its relative strengths and weaknesses in order to prioritize your future marketing activities. Then, you need to choose a content management system of your choosing. There are a number of options available like WordPress, MailChimp, and Squarespace. You'll need to keep brainstorming for new forms of content that will attract the attention of new audience. You will need to focus on a particular form of content you want to focus on. And finally, you will need to publish and manage your content. Now, let's talk about popular content marketing tools. There's Buffer, BuzzSumo, FollowerWonk, and Hootsuite. Let's now talk about the next type of digital marketing, that is social media marketing. Social media marketing refers to a form of marketing that involves the usage of social media platforms to connect with your audience, to build your brand, to increase sales, and to drive traffic. You'll need to listen to and engage with followers, analyze results, and run social media advertisements. The process of social media marketing involves, like before, you first need to determine what goal you want to achieve. You'll need to determine whether you need increased conversions, email signups, lead generation, or any other marketing goal. At this stage, you'll need to determine what your audience enjoys the most. You'll need to find out which files get the most amount of engagement, likes, or shares. Then, you'll need to research about your competition within your niche. See what kinds of content they post, what content of theirs receives the most engagement from their audience, and how you can make similar content. You will then need to perform a social media audit, through which you can analyze content on your social media profile and understand their strengths and weaknesses to determine what kinds of content you can post. Then, you will need to create an account on a social media platform of your choice, like LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube, and start creating marketing strategies on how to make the most out of them. You should also take into consideration other brands that have already established themselves in social media for inspiration. You can analyze what kind of content they post and how you can replicate the same. You will then need to create a social media calendar. These are spreadsheets or applications that will enable you to plan your social media posts in advance. You can plan when content will be shared, manage them, and track the deadlines. And finally, you will need to keep testing, evaluating, and making adjustments to your marketing campaigns to finally reach the sweet spot where you have a perfect social media marketing campaign. Here are some of the popular social media marketing tools. There is Hootsuite, TweetDeck, Sprout Social, and Buffer, just to name a few. Next up, let's have a look at search engine marketing. Search engine marketing, or SEM, is a marketing process that involves websites increasing the amount of traffic as well as their visibility on search engine result pages by taking advantage of paid advertising. Let's now take a look at the process of search engine marketing. First off, as usual, is to determine what goal you want to achieve with your SEM campaign. More leads, conversions, subscriptions, You decide. Then, you will need to research what kinds of keywords you want to advertise on. This is a really important decision that carries a lot of monetary weight, as choosing the wrong keywords may have your brand competing against larger ones. In a bidding battle, you have no chance of winning. You will then need to decide on what keywords you want to advertise and then start bidding on them to ensure that a user sees your ad when they search for that particular keyword. You will need to set up a headline for your ad campaigns, as a well-written headline for your ad can make the difference between a potential customer coming to your website and buying your products and then being completely turned off by your brand. You will need to monitor your campaigns and measure how well you're doing so that you can make the appropriate adjustments. And finally, you will need to make sure you make regular optimizations and adjustments based on the data you've collected and retarget potential customers to renew their interest in your brand. Some popular search engine marketing tools are Google Ads, Facebook Ads Manager, AdRoll, and Binge Ads, just to name a few. Next up, let's take a look at affiliate marketing. Affiliate marketing is the process of paying an affiliate, who could be a particular website or other entity, to advertise a merchant's products. The affiliate usually promotes the product and earns a commission for each sale they make. This is usually done using referrals via registrations, email sign-ups, conversions, and subscriptions. Here's the process of affiliate marketing. First, you will need to decide the affiliate network you want to choose. The affiliate network is like a favor for both merchants and affiliates. Here, a merchant gets to decide which affiliate they want to work with and vice versa. As a merchant, you will need to set up specific rules, guidelines, image specifications, commission costs, and other details that an affiliate needs to accept before they can apply to advertise for you. After this, affiliates apply to advertise on the merchant's behalf. The merchants decide which affiliate they want to go with and would be the best representation of their brand. Now, once an affiliate has been selected, he or she places ads on their website or the platform of their choosing, advertising the merchant's products. Interested customers then click on these ads and are sent to the merchant's website. If customers make a purchase, the affiliate network makes a note of it. The transaction is then validated and credited to the affiliate. And finally, the affiliate is given his or her commission, and likewise the process repeats itself. Here are some of the popular affiliate marketing tools. We have CJ Affiliate, Volume, Awin, and has offers, just name a few again. Now, we are having a look at the last type of digital marketing, and that is email marketing. Email marketing is the process of using personalized emails to convert prospective users into potential customers. Here's the process of email marketing. First, you decide on what goal you want to achieve with your email marketing campaign. Then, you decide what kind of emails you want to send. Is it a welcome email, a newsletter, a lead nurturing email, a re-engagement email? That's what you've got to decide here. Next, you can choose an email marketing tool of your choosing. These tools can help you with templates for emails, create email lists, track performance, and do much more. You will then need to attract users with a reason to subscribe to your emails, with attractive opt-in advantages like exclusive access to sales, discounts, and so on. You will need to plan emails and their respective follow-ups with an email calendar. You will also need to create an attractive subject line and copy that will attract the attention of potential customers. But the job isn't done. After creating an attractive subject line and copy, your email also has to have an attractive design. And finally, you will need to perform A or B tests and use analytics to measure how well your campaign is doing. Based on this, you can make the appropriate adjustments to make sure the upcoming campaigns are a success. Some popular email marketing tools are MailChimp, HubSpot, Sendinblue, and Marketo, just to name a few. Now, let's take a look at some digital marketer careers. Here are some of the most popular job roles you can have. We'll be talking about the salaries of these job roles, courtesy of Glassdoor. First, we have Digital Marketing Manager. A digital marketing manager earns approximately $75,000 per annum in the US. In India, he or she can earn approximately 7 lakh rupees per annum. Next, we have SEO Manager. In the United States, an SEO manager earns approximately $62,000 per annum, whereas in India, an SEO manager earns approximately 5 lakhs per annum. Then we have Search Engine Marketing or PPC Expert. A PPC expert in the US earns approximately $74,000 per annum, whereas in India, a PPC expert can earn approximately 4 lakh rupees per annum. Next up, we have the Social Media Manager. In the US, a social media manager earns approximately $50,000 per annum. In India, he or she can earn approximately 5 lakhs per annum. And finally, we have the Content Marketing Manager. A content marketing manager can earn approximately $65,000 in the United States. In India, he or she can earn approximately 5 lakh rupees per annum. Let's have a look at a sample digital marketer resume. First off, you start off with the usuals like name, address, and the other stuff. Following this, you will need to add a brief summary of your years of experience and the different important skills you have experience with. In this case, this person has 2 years of experience in just about every important type of digital marketing. Your summary can vary based on the job role you're looking for. You give them links to your socials and then add experience. This is the part where you can highlight your achievements during your years of work. Here, you can see how this person has brought growth in just about every channel he's gotten into. The most important part to remember here is that the stuff you add here must be quantitative, with actual stats about how your work brought growth to your organization. Again, depending on the job role you're applying for, you can choose to elaborate on some of your achievements over others. Then, you can cover the different tools you've got experience with. Make sure you add relevant tools related to this job role you're looking for. For example, for the role of a SEM expert, having experience with Google Ads and Google Analytics is mandatory, so that has to be a part of this list. You can add concise details about your education and then talk about the courses you've completed. Having completed the right courses can have a significant impact on your hireability.
And with that, we have come to the end of this Digital Marketing Full Course for 2021. I hope it was informative and interesting. If you have any questions about the topics covered in this video, please ask away in the comment section below. Our team will help you solve your queries. Thanks for watching, stay safe and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.